So, check this out. Deep in the forest, a bunch of dudes are gearing up for a serious brawl. But right in the middle of the tension, some random interrupts the whole vibe, begging for a second of their time. And get this, it's literally a kitten walking on two legs, wearing clothes. The cat asks if they want to see some premium goods. Everyone is totally shook that it's a merchant cat. They start simping over how cute he is, asking what he's selling. Turns out, it's just cherry tomatoes. This one blonde guy is definitely not feeling it. Though, bro was expecting legendary weapons or mysterious potions, not salad ingredients. They start roasting the cat, asking why he's selling basic fruit you can get anywhere. They're like, we can eat this trash back home. But the cat calls them total noobs because he knew exactly how they'd react. He tells them this isn't your average grocery store tomato and to actually read the item description. One girl is skeptical, and the mage asks if it's even a real item. Then she realizes the tomato is magic. It boosts mana regen by 0.1 for 10 minutes. She acts cool about it, but you can tell she's secretly impressed. Then another girl screams that you can lose 10 grams of fat just by eating it. Even the buff gym bro gets interested, asking if it's legit, and the cat's like, duh. He hypes it up, asking, isn't that amazing? And sets the price at half a coin. Suddenly, they flip the script and try to order 200 at once. Even the cat is like, whoa, chill. One guy tries to buy the entire stock, but then the musclehead gets suspicious, asking where the heck he got this stuff and who even made these items. The cat thinks for a sec but keeps his mouth shut, saying it's a trade secret. Meanwhile, cut to another spot in the same tower where our main guy, Sejun, is busy harvesting these bad boys. He decides he's done enough grinding for the day. He's chilling next to a rabbit wearing that famous straw hat from the pirate anime. Yeah, Luffy's hat. He calls the rest of the bunny squad over for a break and gets ready to make some tomato juice. He asks a bee that's cuddling up to him if she can spot him some honey. And the bee literally pukes honey into his cup. Gross. But whatever. He shakes it up into a smoothie and drinks it alongside the rabbits, who are sipping carrot juice. They down their drinks with pure joy. It's the ultimate vitality drink, honey cherry tomato juice. He admits living with these rabbits is actually the good life, but then the system has to ruin the mood with a side quest. It wants him to share his honey drink with the tower administrators. The reward? Absolutely nothing. Zero. And if he rejects it, they'll just be disappointed. Like I care about their feelings, he's surprised but shrugs it off, saying he'll make some for them later, leaving them salty. Just then, the cat comes back, calling out to Master Sejun, saying he's finally home. The cat brags about doing a great job and being super fast. Sejun notices he sold every single tomato and brought back a mountain of coins. He thinks about letting the cat handle business for an hour. Sejun starts getting hyped, thinking it's only a matter of time before he's famous. But the cat looks at him like he's crazy. No time to chill. Bro, eat fast. We gotta go make more cash. This cat is greedy as hell. Sejun asks if he's leaving already and tells him to rest. But the cat is already barking orders at the black rabbit to restock the inventory. The rabbit starts slicing fish into sashimi at lightning speed. Sejun realizes the cat is totally addicted to the hustle now. Sejun almost forgot to track the day. He marks a rock and realizes he's been stuck in this place for 150 days. Time for the intro. Name's Park Sejun. Class is farmer. He asks the rabbit if he's done chopping up those fish yet. The caped cat jumps in to help. 2. Sejun explains it's been 150 days since he somehow glitched into the tower and got lost. He's got a massive farm going now, so he figures, guess I'll just keep farming. It's his life now. Here's the backstory. 10 years ago, on a chaotic day, a 99-floor black tower just spawned in the middle of Gangnam. And not just there, a total of 100 towers popped up all over the world at the exact same time. Total invasion vibes. Every country investigated, but all they found out was the towers are 990 meters tall and made of invincible material. Even nukes couldn't scratch them. Then one day, people just started walking out of the tower walls. Everyone freaked out seeing them in normal clothes. They asked how they got in, and the answer was basically a random black hole kidnapped me. It was huge news everywhere. Turns out, all 100 towers are connected to the same server, basically. You enter, you awaken on floor 1. You pick a class like mage or warrior, then monsters start spawning on the second floor. Classic RPG stuff. Every time they clear a floor, they get different loot. Some guy giving an interview says if you're lucky, you can get a special ticket. A reporter asks what the deal is with the ticket. He explains it's an item that lets awakened people come and go freely, while normies are stuck outside. Regular people need the ticket to enter, And actually climbing the tower? That's strictly for the awakened elite. She asks why anyone would want to go to a scary tower filled with monsters, and if he knows where it came from? He says nobody knows squat, then signals his assistant to open a small chest. Boom! Piles of gold and gems spill out. Everyone's jaw drops at the loot coming out of that tiny box. He tells them one thing is for sure. Climbing the tower makes you filthy rich. So obviously, the Awakened Association announces ticket prices are jacking up from 150 million won. Next week, it's going to be 200 million. And get this, hundreds of thousands of people are lined up to buy before the price hike. Meanwhile, some kid is just trying to buy snacks at a convenience store, but the cashier lady is too distracted by the news. She's ranting about how the world's gone mad, people risking death for cash, and charging 200 million for it. She asks if it's not totally insane. Park Sejun, 26 years old, totally agrees with her. Later, walking home, he starts calculating his budget after paying tuition fees. Between grinding to pay rent and interest, this dude managed to stash away nearly 12 million. But if those ticket prices jack up again, he's wondering when the hell he'll actually snag one. Honestly, he's starting to doubt if it's even possible, and he's just totally done with this life. But giving up isn't an option. He's got to keep his vibes positive, convincing himself there's got to be another way to stack more cash. He looks at the veggies he scored on sale and wonders if he should start growing his own stash, seeing how food prices are going through the roof too. Then he flashes back to some chick talking about those automatic home growers. Pretty sure he saw his ultimate bias, Sarah, hyping it up in a commercial once. He's got to pinch every penny for that ticket. Maybe if he shows off some skills, a top-tier guild will scout him. And if he actually beats the tower, he could totally marry his idol. He starts simping hard just thinking about it and tells himself to tough it out for her sake. Suddenly, a black hole rips open right behind his back and the dude doesn't even notice. It expands until it starts dragging him in, leaving him completely shook. He realizes it's that legendary event that kidnapped the first generation of Awakened. He screams that he's ready to risk it all and climb the tower, begging the void to beam him up. But then things get super awkward. Even the black hole seems embarrassed by the cheesy speech he just gave. He's like, "Yo, why are you shrinking?" Turns out our boy was so freaking cringe that a literal tear in space-time decided it didn't want him anymore. No way he's missing this shot. If the portal wanted to take him, he's taking himself. So this maniac literally yeets himself right into the center of the void to force his way into the tower. After a bit, he faceplants hard into a totally different location. He starts looking around, wondering if he made it inside. He's expecting fancy chandeliers, marble floors, and a lobby full of epic gear and potion shops. But looking around, there's absolutely nothing. Just a random hole in a cave and a lonely rock sitting there. He's totally alone, screaming, "What the actual hell is this?" He's stuck in some deserted forest, clueless about his location and clearly way off course from the starter zone. Meanwhile, way up at the top of the tower, some dragon-looking dude is watching everything through a crystal ball. He says the orb picked up a glitch in the system and he needs to investigate the source, since playing tower admin is his job. Back on the ground, our hero is freaking out. We cut to someone asking a veteran adventurer what the Black Tower is actually like. She describes it as this super shiny, spacious palace loaded with loot you can buy. She mentions she usually stocks up on potions there. Then another guy chimes in, saying the tutorial training grounds are the real MVP of the first floor. You gotta get swole enough to crush monsters if you want to survive. That's the rumor. Anyway, but for our guy, he's stuck in a hole with zero amenities. No shops, no training, just fresh air and zero hope. He figures there's no way out. He wandered around that stupid cave all day and didn't find a single exit. No gym, no convenience store, nada. He screamed for help until his voice cracked, but nobody's around. He's starting to think he took a serious wrong turn. After being alone for so long, he starts losing his marbles. Suddenly, his phone buzzes and scares the life out of him. It's just his alarm going off. Guess he's been stuck here a full day. No bars on the phone, but the clock doesn't lie. That's when the hunger pangs kick in. He looks over and realizes he still has his grocery haul with him. Cherry tomatoes, green onions, a loaf of bread, and some potatoes. Plus a water bottle. Inventory check. 27 tomatoes, 10 green onions, 7 sweet potatoes, a pumpkin, and 1 apple. He decides to start with the apple, takes a bite, and asks the empty room if there is anything better than a fresh apple in the morning. It tastes super sweet. Soon, only the core is left, but he's still starving. So he attacks a sweet potato next, absolutely loving it, mumbling about how delicious it is, and the chewy texture is oddly satisfying. Way better than he expected. People usually cook these things, but he figures eating it raw once in a while isn't gonna kill him. Except he immediately starts choking and almost dies right there. He frantically chugs his water bottle to save his own life, collapsing back onto his rock bed. Good meal, he wheezes. Looking up at the sky, he wonders how long his sentence in this place is gonna last. Because he needs an escape plan before his rations run dry. He does the math on how long he can survive on just these snacks. If nobody saves him, he's gonna turn into a mummy. Game over. But then he snaps out of it, standing up. No way he's dying like a loser here. This was supposed to be his big break, his dream climb. He can to quit now. He glances over and spots the apple core still holding seeds. He digs a hole in the dirt and plants it, praying something grows. Then he grabs the green onions, figuring, since he has 10, he can eat the greens and replant the roots. He decides to plant 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes too, saving the rest for dinner. He swears he'll do whatever it takes to survive, waiting for this garden to bear fruit. These plants are literally his future now. A while later, a noise scares the crap out of him. Is that a monster? He thinks, panicked. That definitely sounded like a beast. But the guide said there aren't supposed to be monsters on the first floor. His fear spikes as a blue moon rises, casting a creepy shadow over everything. The noise gets louder and louder. He's shaking uncontrollably now, totally freaking out, until a massive shadow flying overhead catches his eye. The silhouette hovers near the moon. It's a dragon. He realizes it's a black dragon and thinks, whoa, majestic, right before he passes out cold on the ground. While he is out, his veggies start growing like magic. Fast forward to another day, 6 in the morning. His alarm blares, and he fumbles to turn it off. His head is pounding. He wonders how long he was out, only to realize he slept for 2 whole days. As he tries to move, he starts feeling his back scream in agony from sleeping like a pretzel, realizing he is totally drained, body aching, zero energy. He looks back like, yo, what is that freakish tree? Turns out it's just a green onion he planted, but now it's Godzilla-sized. He's tripping, wondering when they decided to get that huge. He questions if onions can even speed-run growth like that, but figures probably not. It's gotta be some weird side effect of being in the tower. He mentions seeing some doc once about plants changing shape based on how they grow, figuring some power juiced up the veggie. Then he realizes, shit, the others grew too. He counts them up, 52 of them. He notes they won't get enough light in that shadow and decides, it's harvest time. He tries to pull one, but they are thick, way harder to yank out than he thought. Once he finally grabs one, he wonders if it tastes like trash. He takes a bite and his mouth is instantly on fire. He's practically breathing flames, sprinting for water because that heat is way more intense than the original version. It's weird though, it doesn't wreck his stomach. He decides he'll just eat these bad boys whenever he's craving something spicy. Figuring he'll get used to the heat eventually, he decides to stash the rest of the onions and grabs his cherry tomatoes while he is at it. He pops a tomato and notices the flavor is a bit off. Then he realizes the sun never actually sets here. It just gets blocked by the moon on each floor. He calls it the blue moon glitch, but realizes that it's only supposed to happen on the 10th floor. He thought he was chilling on floor 1, but then he spots a literal dragon nearby. That definitely wasn't a hallucination. 10 years ago, the Phoenix Guild only managed to clear up to floor 37. Intel past the 30th floor is top secret guild stuff, but you can find guides for anything below floor 30 all over YouTube. Floors 2 to 10, skeleton warriors. Floors 11 to 20, straight up goblins. 21 to 30 is where the orcs show up. Rumor has it, floor 31 starts the giant spider nightmare. But nobody ever mentioned a word about dragons. He's doom-scrolled the internet for ages and never saw anything about lizards or dragons. Now he's wondering what level he's actually on. Stressing about whether he's lost on some high-level floor even the pro hunters haven't unlocked yet. He's vibing, looking at the sky when something smacks him in the face. He wonders if it's rain, remembering he heard the tower weather is usually clear. But it wasn't to rain. It was something weird that vanishes the second he looks at it. He's paranoid it's a monster, but turns out it's just a starving bunny falling from the ceiling. He's shook, wondering if the rabbit is a monster too. Then the little guy just yeets himself off the ledge, straight down. He yells at it to watch out, trying to catch the furball so it doesn't go splat, but the rabbit sticks the landing right on the MC's head, hops off, and heads for the onions. He starts suspecting this isn't a normal rabbit. The fluffy little dude points at an onion, and the MC is like, "You want a piece of this?" The rabbit somehow nods yes. So, he grabs one of those giant onions, harvests it, and hands it over. It starts munching away, looking super cute. The MC asks if it's good, telling the little guy to eat up since he has a ton of them. The rabbit is totally down. The MC realizes that if they grow this fast, he's stuck harvesting twice a day. The rabbit looks hyped about the news and starts chattering at him. The MC is confused. The rabbit screams at the ceiling like it's calling for backup. And suddenly another rabbit jumps down, this one wearing an apron. It brings a hat and a watering can for the first rabbit. He notices there are two of them now and wonders if they are married. The bunnies confirm it. So, the MC thinks about how, just days after getting lost in the tower, he's now roommates with a bunny couple in a cave. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. That rabbit with the straw hat gave me total Luffy vibes. The cosplay is on point. If anyone out there makes custom plushies, hit me up. I'd be so stoked to get a straw hat rabbit doll. Anyway, life in the hole is going great. He's farming, harvesting, watering, just living his best life with those rabbit employees working for him, eating, and chilling. He notices they basically a power couple and asks how that happened. Remembering how surprised he was when they begged to stay in the cave, hitting him with the ultimate puppy eyes jutsu. He was totally defenseless against that level of cute. He said it was fine, but reminded them nothing is free let them stay if they helped with the farm. All they had to do was cut onions. He tried to set more rules, but they just tackled him. He told them to quit being so cute, warning them that if they kept touching him with that soft fur, he'd end up adopting them for real. After a cuteness overload, he officially lets them move in. He knows he's being manipulated, but honestly, he doesn't even care. By the way, he asks them, is that gear from the tower? 'Cause the husband's watering can has infinite water cheats enabled. He doesn't know if the wife has a magic inventory or what, but she keeps pulling out tools. He admits he's low-key jealous. He wants loot that cool. The rabbit talks to him. He's surprised they finished the job already, so he gets up to check their work. He tells them to stash the cut onions since the sweet potatoes are still lagging. He notices the cherry tomato sprouts are exploding, growing super fast probably because of the rabbits, but when he looks over, the two bunnies look super nervous. They are waiting for his approval. He finally caves and tells them, "You are hired." They flip out, celebrating and chatting right in front of the confused kid. Then, out of nowhere, they just bolt. He's like, "Yo, what was that?" As they run off. The wife pulls out a shovel, hands it to her husband, and he starts digging a massive tunnel like a maniac. So while our guy is breaking his back digging that hole, the girl is busy making a flower wreath for the door like she is decorating a dream house. She is just vibing. The husband looks totally wrecked from digging so much. He thinks he is pretty awesome for building it that fast, basically patting himself on the back. He nods at the main character, soaking up the praise. But apparently, being a good husband means the grind never stops. And that duty literally taps him on the shoulder to drag him back to work. And by work, I mean the wife dragging him inside to start a family right now. The dude is so exhausted, he is actually scared of what she is going to do to him. She drags him inside, locks the door, and the noises coming out of there? Yeah, it gets wild. Our guy stands there feeling super awkward and cringe. He wishes the rabbit luck, but honestly, he is maybe a tiny bit jealous. He was about to complain that being alone in a cave sucks. But thanks to the rabbits, he got free farm labor and some entertainment. He crashes on a pile of old onions to catch some sleep. But suddenly he smells smoke. He looks over and realizes his gear is roasting. The onions caught fire because the light hit a plastic bottle just right. He is wondering what the heck is happening before realizing it is the bottle's fault. Then he gets a light bulb moment. The Black Tower is brutal, but he is not quitting yet. He realizes he has onions and a plastic bottle. He figures he can MacGyver that clear bottle into a makeshift lens to start a fire. He says it is exactly like that first episode of Surviving in the Jungle on YouTube. He gets ready to start his blaze, but the thing just flops. Smoke starts coming out, but no actual fire. He is confused and losing hope because he was 100% sure this was how you do it. He questions what went wrong. But then, out of nowhere, that little ember starts glowing and he finally gets the fire he wanted. Meanwhile, the rabbit husband crawls out of the burrow looking like a zombie while the wife is skipping around all happy. They see our guy hyperventilating over a spark, begging the fire god for a solid. The two rabbits walk up looking totally confused. He tells the couple it is all good and asks if they can fan the leaves. The wife starts blowing on it to help a brother out. He is pleading with the universe for it to work, trying every trick in the book. Until finally, he gets that first flame. Stoked about finally having fire, he looks back at the onions and tosses a few on the grill to cook. He wonders if that is enough food. He thinks it is hot and starts peeling the burnt crust to eat the inside. When he takes a bite, he realizes it is actually super sweet. It is a sugar rush hitting his brain like a truck. It feels like a green stallion galloping through a field inside his mouth. He admits it slaps, saying it is delicious and roasting even more. The rabbits are staring at him like he is a wizard. Then the rabbit grabs an onion and copies him. Both of them are totally vibing on the food. He says getting lost was worth it for a hot meal. He finally feels full and sleeps like a rock. After a solid recharge session, our guy wakes up, washes his face in the lake, and checks the crops. The onions are already done. Speed farming at its finest. He waters the cherry tomatoes and splashes the sweet potatoes. He thinks this is awesome. A lot has changed recently. After mastering fire, he sets up onion torches around the cave so he can actually see where he is walking. He tells the rabbit couple that the area near the well is sketchy at night and a torch would help. Suddenly he spots something, and a flying piranha launches itself at his face. He is like, "What is that?" And the fish tries to bite him. He says it is the first time seeing a fish here, wondering if the lights attracted it. And just like that, he found a new food source. He throws that fish on the fire to grill, wondering if it is any good. One bite later, he confirms it tastes legit. The bunnies are looking at the food with hungry eyes. He asks if they eat meat, and judging by those looks, these fluff balls are savages. He figures it does not matter since they are monsters anyway. A few days later, the blue moon shows up again. He confirms the cycle happens every 30 days. He was tracking it with his laptop and battery until they died. But the tech finally bricked. He started counting days old school. After the phone died, he notes 61 days have passed. Luckily, the rabbits have a strict bedtime at 7 at night and wake up at 5 in the morning. If he follows their schedule, he will be fine even though the sun never sets on this floor. Then he mentions something crazy happened a few days ago. He sees the dad rabbit coming out, saying good morning, but then a whole army of baby bunnies pours out. He is shook by how many of them are jumping on him. He says the couple clearly got busy. He asks the babies if they missed their cool uncle. He is pretty stoked to be an uncle. But the parents look absolutely wrecked. Raising that many chaos demons is hard work. So he offers to babysit the kids. He tells them to go enjoy breakfast while he handles it. The parents are dead on their feet. Our guy calls the squad to check the tomatoes. When they get there, most of them sprouted, and the bunnies are playing in the field. He notices the flowers are blooming. The place is looking more like a flower garden. They need pollination to get fruit, so they are doing it by hand, one by one. But he thinks doing this all day is destroying his back, saying he would kill for a single bee right now. He wonders if he is asking for too much. While he is working, he spots a baby bunny diving into a flower and getting pollen all over its nose. So he sneezes exactly like Chopper, and the kid loses it laughing. He figures he better not breathe in that pollen. But then boom, he spots a wild fruit nearby. He says after all that grinding, he finally scored some food, getting all hyped with the little bunny. He mentions this went down the day before the blue moon kicked in. Time to crash. So he douses the campfire and hides it. He figures that enough to keep him camouflaged and toasty for the night. The little bunny is looking at him like, "What are you doing?" While the mama rabbit herds her babies inside the burrow. Our guy says it's going to start in a few minutes, tossing out a "see you later," if we don't die. He honestly thinks surviving the blue moon is going to be a total breeze. But then, night hits and it goes pitch black. He starts freaking out, can't sleep, just staring at the entrance. He realizes this stress is totally draining. Wondering how much longer this is going to take, he says he stashed everything with a scent just to be safe, stuck in that hole until the blue moon ends. Since he has no clue what time it is, every minute feels like an hour. Plus, those screams sound like they re-creeping closer. He can't stop shaking and just prays for this night to end without drama. But then he hears a noise that's even more terrifying and wonders what the heck that was. Outside, a massive paw stomps down. This thing is huge, way taller than the trees. It's a gigantic red bear, and it's sniffing right around our guy's hideout. It gets close enough to peek inside under the moonlight. The bearish shadow creeps up and basically swallows the kid. The bear is staring right into the cave, but somehow hasn't spotted him yet. He is absolutely bricking it, thinking he has zero luck. He debates whether he should dive for cover before he gets caught. He thinks about staying quiet and inching his way out of there. But when he grabs his backpack, the zipper was open and everything spills out, making a massive racket. He freezes in terror and looks up. The bear obviously hears that mess and shoves its face into the hole, face to face with the monster. The MC starts screaming while the bear goes crazy trying to eat him. Cut to morning after that jump scare. The bunnies are swarming him, trying to wake him up, but he's begging for 5 more minutes of sleep. That's when the bunny with the straw hat goes full savage and slaps him awake. Talk about a rude awakening. He bolts up asking what's going on and what happened with the blue moon. He checks the sky and sees it's over. and the bunny confirms he made it. He realizes he must have passed out. His whole body aches, but he's confused because that monster was literally at the front door. He just started screaming and then blacked out. Just remembering it gives him the creeps because he was seconds away from being bear food. He looks at all the bunnies, and the reality of how terrifying his situation is finally hits him. Then he starts freezing. The mama rabbit points out the embers, so he stokes the fire back up and finally stops shivering, huddled with the bunnies. She brings him some fish, which is a lifesaver. After eating, he chills out a bit but realizes the monster definitely knows this spot now. He doesn't know if another monster scared it off or if the bear just gave up because the hole was too tight for its fat head. But there's no guarantee he'll be safe next time. He got lucky, but he could totally die. He thinks about how hard he has worked just to get this far. For now, the only play is to eat enough to survive. He starts chowing down, figuring he'll deal with the rest later. Then the Straw Hat Bunny waves him over. Our guy is curious, so he follows the rabbit to see what's up. It leads him to a blue cherry tomato. It's totally different. Size of a golf ball. He thinks it looks awesome, but wonders why it turned blue. Looks ripe, though. The second he picks it, a system window pops up in his face. It says he successfully completed the quest to harvest a fruit charged with blue moon energy. He is totally shocked the system is messaging him. Then it says his incredible achievement actually caught the attention of the tower administrator. The admin is watching him now, and apparently he's not happy. The MC asks why the admin is salty, while the Straw Hat Bunny just laughs at the drama. The system says the admin found out our guy wasn't actually invited, he is a glitch. Now the admin wants to cover up this mistake. Our guy freaks out. He asks what that even means, pointing out he's been stuck here for 61 days. He's been here all this time and they are just now telling him it's an error? He tells them to help him out because he just wants to go home. But the system says the admin is thinking about deleting him to erase the evidence. The MC is pissed he even unlocked an achievement. He should be getting a reward. He's planning to kill him? What the hell is that? The admin goes silent. The MC thinks maybe he went too hard, but then the system speaks up. It says the admin is awakening him. The kid starts glowing like he's going through a Pokemon evolution. He wakes up wondering if he's officially an awakened now. He asks about his class. Swordsman? Nah. He figures since he's smart, he's definitely going to be a mage. But the system says the admin assigned a specific class for him. He asks what it is and is totally shook when he reads the text. He is now the F-rank tower farmer. All his hype instantly dies. He can't believe this garbage. The system keeps talking about the perks. It says he won to get sick, and he'll be in sync with nature. Plus, he'll earn experience points just by harvesting crops. Whoopee, he yells at it to hold up, asking, "How am I a farmer?" and demands to see his status window. His stats are an absolute joke. 0 skills. He's stunned to see his talent listed as literally mediocre. All the kid-ass hope just vanishes. He was already imagining himself on late-night TV, doing an interview with a host. They'd introduce a special guest who cleared the dungeon with mediocre talent. Then they'd ask his class, and he'd have to say he's a farmer. He starts freaking out, totally in denial, because he seriously doesn't need this drama. But just as he gears up to snag that blue tomato, he glances at the bunnies, who are absolutely terrified by Sejun's meltdown. He doesn't even recognize himself, feels super awkward about scaring them, and finally pulls it together, looking around at everything he built with this little family. He starts to accept the situation since they busted their humps to grow this stuff. So, he tells them he guesses he'll keep farming with the squad, which makes the bunnies super hyped about his decision. He stares at the fruit and, boom, its status window pops open. It's a magical cherry tomato charged up with blue moon energy. That tower-grown cherry tomato is nutritious and tasty. But now, with the blue moon juice, it tastes even better, and eating it permanently boosts your mana points by 0.05. It has a shelf life of 30 days and is rank E. The guy is shocked that this tiny thing counts as an actual item. But it actually buffs his stats. He says that S insane, realizing he can to look down on it, and wonders if he can replicate something this legendary. Meanwhile, the dragon keeps spying on the kid's harvest and looks totally salty about it. And our MC tells the rabbits that he only made it this far thanks to them, celebrating with the fam. But then he gets another notification and a quest drops, ordering him to offer the blue moon energy fruit to the admin. The reward is a class-related skill, and the penalty for failure is straight-up death. Seeing that he'll get wiped out if he doesn't hand over the fruit, he wonders if this is a prank. It has to be. I'm starting to think the admin is trolling hard, because dude, you're abusing your power, right? You are definitely crossing the line, and the MC realizes the admin might call this a mission. but it's basically blackmail. He says just ask for the fruit instead of acting like he has a choice. And he questions the death threat, asking how worthless a life is to this admin. He clocks the situation and says he'll hand over the fruit due to voluntary pressure, telling the guy to spare his life. The fruit vanishes from his hand. He clears the mission and the reward box spawns in front of him. He is stunned, because the mission actually mentioned a class skill. He says he was so shook by the death penalty he forgot about the loot, and sarcastically calls the administrator generous. When he opens it, the skill is sowing, which slightly boosts the chance of germination when a seed is planted. The kid hates this skill, remembering his class is Tower Farmer, and he goes back to being totally disappointed. Yay. Then, after a while, he starts luring in more fish to take them out, and when a fish jumps out of the water trying to catch the fire, the MC whacks it with a stick and it drops dead right there. Now he can identify that it's a piranha, and since he kills the piranha, which counts as a monster, he grabs 2 experience points. He says that makes 5, and now 10 experience points. And he explains that after awakening, he started racking up XP. After grinding piranhas for days, he somehow hit level 2. He says he wanted to catch more, but it's not cool to kill living things without a reason. They re a good protein supply, but he can wipe them all out. So, he calls the bunnies over with the fish ready, telling them it's chow time, and everyone gathers around. He tells them to eat slow, since they started eating a lot and grew a bit, reminding them to leave some for their folks. The MC mentions he also got info on the rabbits, and he serves the fish to the pair. They are white farmer rabbits. He's surprised that their identity, since it is a type of monster he's never heard of before. Based on their name, he figures their species spec'd into farming instead of fighting. He thinks that's why nobody knows about them. He says he doesn't know what went down, but assumes they must have lost their farm and migrated somehow to end up there, wondering if they have anywhere to return to. He thinks it would be sick if they could understand each other, since all they do is squeak. And the bunny looks surprised at the MC complaining about that. But he says anyway, it's time to start the grind, saying today is a big day, and the bunny looks super determined to help the MC out. Heading to the vegetable patch, they find more cherry tomatoes and everyone is shocked because it's finally harvest time. The fruits that were such a pain to grow are finally paying off, since the ones they got before the blue moon dawned account. So, he says he's going to pick them with a heavy heart, and when he's about to grab those tomatoes, he's literally shaking and all the bunnies are stressing out too. When he pulls, he celebrates his first cherry tomato and says he didn't even need to use force. Then, he's surprised by the XP. The system says he obtained a magical cherry tomato, and his class experience points went up slightly. He gets 10 experience points, and is surprised that it's a magical tomato, noting it's just like that. Blue one from before, that tomato is a tower-grown cherry tomato, nutritious and delicious. When eaten, it breaks down 10 grams of fat and boosts your mana points by 0.1 for 10 minutes. A max of 10 effects can be stacked at the same time for 1 hour, and when eaten, besides burning 10 grams of fat, it also gives you energy. It's rank E. The MC notes the effects only last 10 minutes, but if you scarf down 10 at once, the mana boost hits 1 point, wondering if the other tomatoes do the same thing. And he keeps harvesting until he picks the wrong one. The system says his class XP didn't go up, and he only gets 7 experience points. He notices he got less loot this time and nothing for his class. He says that one isn't an item, just a regular cherry tomato. He starts to get it, realizing he needs to harvest it at the perfect moment for it to become an item, and thinks this is way harder than he imagined. He keeps picking and snags an extra attribute point from the harvest, getting surprised that he already hit level 4 and figures that enough for now. So, Sejun tosses a tomato in his mouth for a taste test, but his bunny squad gets super salty about his selfishness, basically demanding he share the loot instead of hoarding it. He realizes he messed up, apologizes for being greedy, and tells them since they grinded together, they feast together, so the bunnies immediately dive after their share. Sejun announces it's time to celebrate the cherry tomato victory and tells everyone to stuff their faces until they drop. Everyone pops a tomato at once, and the second they bite down, it's a total mind trip, like chilling in a grassy field watching fireworks light up the night sky. Everyone pops a tomato at once, and the second they bite down, it's a total mind trip, like chilling in a grassy field watching fireworks light up the night sky. He zones in on the fresh grassy scent and that perfect sweet and sour kick melting together in his mouth. It hits him like midsummer fireworks, and he gets all emotional remembering past summers, while the bunnies are just staring at him like, bro, you good? The mama bunny asks her husband what Sejun babbling about, and he's got no clue, so they just shrug it off and go back to harvesting and having a blast. They start stashing the goods, hiding them so they don't get snatched, while Sejun watches the bunny kids and notices they've leveled up enough to help out. He figures they are definitely farm-raised kids, but then the exhaustion hits him like a truck, and he passes out, mumbling that tomorrow's gonna be epic. Sejun hypes himself up before crashing, but while he's asleep, the system slides into his DMs with a new quest: offer 100 magic tomatoes to the admin. The reward is some class-related skill, but the penalty for failing is, you guessed it, death. Standard toxic system stuff. But our boy is snoozing and misses the alert, so the system throws a tantrum and blasts an alarm to wake him up. He wakes up cranky, agrees to pay the tax, and finishes the quest. He feels totally strong-armed into this and begs the system to actually give him something useful for once instead of junk. When he opens the loot box, it's harvesting level 1, a skill that lets him pick fruit early or late while treating it like it was picked at the perfect time. Sejun is absolutely livid, wondering why the heck he needs a harvesting skill when he's already doing just fine without it. But a bit later, when he's about to pick some crops, he realizes he was dead wrong. This skill is actually way more broken than he thought. The cheat code is that whenever he harvests off schedule, he grinds XP for the entire batch, meaning he can farm levels way faster. Even if the timing is trash, the skill turns it into a magic tomato anyway, so he gets class points without having to camp out for the perfect moment anymore. This basically speedruns the whole process, so he tells the bunnies to ramp up production since they can mess it up now. But then another quest drops. Now he has to cough up 200 cherry tomatoes with 0 reward, and the penalty is still death. Sejun saw this scam coming from a mile away, calls the admin a dirty thief, but figures the last skill was worth it, so he tells him to take the tomatoes and get lost. The system gets offended, but Sejun realizes this is just the start. The admin keeps demanding more, asking for 250 this time, still paying absolutely nothing. Our boy realizes the admin is getting greedy, jacking up the price constantly, and wonders why the demand just keeps skyrocketing. Then a quest pops up demanding 500 cherry tomatoes for free, and Sejun finally snaps, hitting the decline button hard. The admin is shook, and the system makes sure to highlight that this is the first time Sejun has ever rebelled against the Tower's management. Look guys, even in a manhwa, you can escape government oppression. The tax went from 100 to 500, but our boy finally stood his ground. This tax is getting out of hand, especially since every tomato he gives away is 10 XP lost, plus he needs to actually keep some to survive. Imagine how high his level would be if he kept them. Seeing the admin's greed, he asks what the deal is, since the guy already swiped over 100 that day. Sejun argues that they need to eat to stay alive, asking what this nonsense is, but the admin shoots back a message saying that not his problem. The admin tells him to stop whining and pay up, which makes Sejun go full Joker mode, questioning how his survival isn't to the admin's problem. He rants about working his butt off for days to grow these, but the admin dismisses him, claiming all Sejun did was plant a seed. The admin tells him to stop making a storm in a teacup over nothing, and Sejun loses it at the disrespect of his hard work being called nothing. Sick of the admin's attitude, he decides he's not giving him a single thing, causing the admin to get frustrated and nervous while Sejun totally ghosts him. The system keeps narrating, mentioning that the admin is sitting there in disbelief that Sejun actually had the guts to refuse. Sejun goes back to vibing with the rabbits, ignoring the admin's spam messages threatening that he is going to die if he doesn't comply. The threats don't faze him anymore. Sejun refuses to hand over the fruits of his labor to someone who thinks farming is just tossing seeds in dirt. The admin asks if farming isn't literally his job and demands obedience. But Sejun claps back saying that's exactly why he's going on strike. He points out that he was forced into this gig, gets paid in crumbs, and the boss doesn't respect the hustle, so he's done being exploited. He questions if the guy is even really the tower admin because, if so, he's a trash boss and the dragon can barely believe the roast he's receiving. The dragon is shocked and offended, almost apologizing out of guilt, until he sees Sejun happily snacking on the tomatoes and flaunting them. That sets the dragon off again, and he screams that he's super ticked off because Sejun ate the goods, threatening to kill him right now if he doesn't pay up. Sejun casually hands over 5 tomatoes, says he'll pay the rest later, and tells the dragon to chill. He claims he needs to feed the kids who are fighting over food. The 5 tomatoes vanish from his hand, and the admin grumbles that he'll let it slide just this once. Sejun says thanks, and when the admin goes silent, he wonders if the guy was typing an apology but deleted it before hitting send. He figures the tower admin is actually pretty simple-minded. Meanwhile, it's been 91 days in the tower, and the 4th blue moon rises. So, our guy is hiding out again, trying to survive the drama while stress-eating tomatoes. Zero chance of sleep tonight with nerves like these. Apparently, he heard that having high mana lets you tank monster roars without dying, which explains why he is binge-eating these cherry tomatoes. He's just praying this nightmare doesn't happen again, or at least ends quickly. Then, boom, the blue moon lights up the sky. Suddenly, the pile of tomatoes starts catching the moonlight. He's freaking out because the veggies are literally powering up and turning blue right in front of him. He knows he needs to grab them ASAP, but honestly, the whole situation is giving him PTSD, and he's low-key terrified to move. Then he spots the sweet potato leaves glowing under the blue light. No way that's real. He has to go check it out immediately. He sprints to the clearing, tearing up the dirt to get a look. Sure enough, it's a legit sweet potato charged with blue moon energy. It's a tower-grown veggie, super healthy on its own. But with that moon juice, it's a top-tier snack that buffs your strength when you eat it. We're talking a permanent mana increase of 0.05. Sejun is totally hyped about this score. Since the system recognizes he harvested a rare blue moon item, he racks up class points and his harvesting skill levels up big time, finally maxed out the level, plus he grabbed 50 experience points. Then he glances back at the tomato. He snags 2 blue fruits and feels like he's got the whole world in the palm of his hand. Of course, a side quest pops up right then. He knew it was coming. The mission? Offer the blue moon potato to the admin. Penalty for failure? Death. The text makes it crystal clear. The mission is on. Now the admin wants the blue tomato too. 0 rewards for either, but get this, if he fails, he dies. He is shocked he got hit with 2 quests at once. The admin is coming in hot, basically threatening to delete him if he refuses. He decides to wrap up the last mission by grabbing the rest of the magic cherry tomatoes. Once that ES done, the admin seems happy with the basket of loot, but then the admin starts mumbling, asking, "What is this?" Sejun takes back whatever he said about this guy being simple. He tries to stall, saying he'll hand it over later and to let it slide for today, but the admin is obsessed and demands the sweet potato right now. Sejun caves and agrees, asking what he is supposed to do with it. The answer is obvious: shove it in his face. The second he bites down, he starts shaking. It's crazy sweet and fresh. Sejun feels like there's a festival happening in his mouth. His mana gets a permanent boost, and he can't control himself. He tosses the sweet potato into the fire to cook it to perfection. Too bad he doesn't have aluminum foil, but the onions will have to do as a wrapper. Waiting for food to cook is honestly the best part. While he's drooling over the fire, the blue moon fades out and the rabbit family decides to show up. Papa Rabbit asks what Sejun is up to. He tells them their timing is perfect and shows off the blue moon sweet potato, fully cooked and ready to devour. It's not a huge feast, but he tells them they're all eating together. The whole squad crowds around. But Papa Rabbit holds them back. Sejun asks what the deal is. Papa Rabbit points at him and whispers something to the family. The kid asks if the rabbit wants him to eat alone just because there's barely any food. Papa Rabbit nods. Sejun is actually getting emotional over a bunny. He says the rabbit is the only one who gives a damn about him. He's tearing up while petting the fluffy guy, feeling guilty because he basically just inhaled those cherry tomatoes. He decides to eat it, but they are all still starving. He takes a massive bite, and the thing is hotter than the sun. Instant regret. He burns his tongue, ruins his taste buds, and drops the potato. The rabbits eye the fallen treasure, and the dad sees an opening. But the babies are faster. They grab chunks and wolf them down, only to realize it's molten lava. They spit it out immediately. Nobody can eat the thing. Papa Rabbit is shook, and Sejun watches his precious potato basically go to waste. So yeah, that day he ate something scalding hot and totally regretted it. A while later, he calls a meeting with the rabbits. He announces that from now on, they are starting a sweet potato sprout farm. The rabbits just stare at him like he's crazy. The babies are confused. Sejun explains it's the plant version of what they just ate. Rule number 1, eating the sprouts is banned. The bunnies are not feeling this news. Papa Rabbit explains that sweet potato sprouts are basically candy for the kids. Sejun tells them to quit whining. If they eat the sprouts now, there won't be anything left to harvest later. Since they graze all day anyway, he promises them some epic sweet potatoes for dinner if they chill out. But if they help him with the sprouts, he'll give them special snacks. He asks what they think about expanding the farm. He's totally bribing them with treats. And naturally, they fall for the scam hook, line, and sinker. He puts the cute little workforce to it. Then he asks the mother rabbit to leave 1 onion standing upright. He figures if he lets it flower, he might get seeds. The more he plants, the better the loot drops. They start digging holes and planting the crops bit by bit, tossing in fertilizer like pros. The work is flowing, with Papa Rabbit on watering duty. Then one of the hungry kids sneaks a bite of a sprout. Papa Rabbit smacks his kid upside the head for breaking the rules. Sejun just ignores the drama and keeps harvesting his tomatoes. So, while Sejun is out there snatching up tomatoes, his level 2 harvesting skill gets a little boost and he scores some class experience points. On top of that, he grabs 10 XP and levels up, earning a bonus attribute. Oh, and apparently his class points just hit the max. Dude went from a measly F-rank tower farmer straight to E-rank. His class level shot up, and his skills got totally buffed. Sejun realizes he hit level 8 and his class got an upgrade. He figures he could just farm forever at this rate, but decides to chill and make snacks, sticking tomatoes on little skewers. Meanwhile, the admin is lurking, spying on his daily grind. Then a notification pops up and totally catches Sejun off guard. The second he looks at it, the message vanishes. He knows the admin is creeping on him and he's not vibing with it, but he calls the bunnies over anyway. It's grub time, so the whole squad gathers around. He tells them they're gonna love this special cherry tomato skewers roasted with bones. Turns out, those cherry tomatoes were roasted on piranha bones that were scrubbed clean. It makes the flavor way sweeter. They're super soft too, and everyone grabs a skewer to chow down. Sejun's like, it's portable food, guys, and warns them to blow on it first, cause yeah, that stuff is scorching hot. He mentions they've planted a ton of sweet potato shoots and asks, how about we go dig some up? He wants to check their progress. He yanks one out, and boom, a whole bunch of sweet potatoes come up with the root. These are tower-grown sweet potatoes. Eat one, and it burns 10 grams of your body fat while boosting strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes. You can stack the effect 10 times in an hour. If a regular non-awakened person eats it, it just burns the 10 grams of fat and kickstarts their digestion. He counts 15 of them, 5 from each root. He figures that pretty sick for a first harvest. But he spots a stray sweet potato shoot nearby. Thinking it to be a waste to toss it, he sticks it back in the dirt, and the system immediately pings him. Since he replanted the shoot, his level 1 sowing skill boosted the chances of it actually growing. His sewing proficiency ticked up a bit. He's shocked that counted, realizing he's gotta plant everything himself if he wants to grind levels. So he tells the bunnies to chill and let him handle the planting. Meanwhile, the admin is watching, looking all giddy. The admin is munching on tomato skewers, trying to copy Sejun, but they taste bitter and nasty because he messed up. And he's confused since the humans seem to love them. He realizes the inside is actually sweet, so he keeps trying until he gets it right, finally admitting it tastes good. He decides to check back in on Sejun, but when he looks, the whole crew is stuffing their faces with sweet potatoes. He loses it, thinking, no way, those jerks dared to roast sweet potatoes without him, the great black dragon Eileen Pratani. While Sejun is chilling with the fam, a side quest suddenly drops out of nowhere. The mission, offer a roasted power sweet potato to the tower administrator. The reward is zilch, again, but the penalty for failure is death. Sejun is not amused and tells the admin to come back later for a snack. The system chimes in saying the admin is demanding that roasted potato right now. Basically, he 1T leaves Sejun alone until he forks it over. Sejun's like, I only got one left, dude. You got a reward for me? The admin thinks it over, edits the quest, and offers a class-related skill. Seeing the new skill offer, he hands over the potato to clear the mission. He opens the reward and finds out it's the seed shop. When the skill is active, he can buy one item from the shop every 30 days. That actually surprises him. Buying stuff inside the tower is huge. He calls it awesome but asks, why wait until now to give me this, huh? He fires up the seed shop. The system checks his purchase history and finds nothing, which Sejun is like, well, obviously. He asks how he's supposed to buy anything since he's broke, suggesting a trade. The system responds, saying they are stoked to offer their services to Sejun. They congratulate him on becoming the seed shop's first rookie customer. To hype him up, they deposit 1 coin into his account so he can buy something. Sejun is shocked at the generosity, shouting that they are the absolute best. Since he got a coin, he figures that the currency in here. If he remembers correctly, 1 coin is worth about 1,000,001. He asks what for sale. The system says since he a noob-level customer, 3 random seed types will pop up. It generates the 3 random seeds for the day. At his current level, he can only pick 1. He has to buy in bulk 1,000 seeds per pack. The options are cabbage, red pepper, or carrot. True to the name, they only sell seeds. The price is 0.1 tower coins, so like 100 grand for 1,000 seeds. Pretty steep. He figures red peppers and cabbage are too risky since he can really farm them there. That leaves the carrots. Hearing the word carrots, the bunnies flip out. Sejun's like, "What's up?" He asks them if they were really that into carrots. Those two are losing their minds over the name. Sejun keeps saying carrots just to hype them up. The whole squad is begging him to buy them. Sejun keeps messing with them, enjoying the show. Suddenly, the dad rabbit jump kicks him in the face, basically saying, "Buy it already." He actually buys the carrot seeds, and zero point 0.1 coins get deducted. He also scores a mileage point at the shop. Those mileage points can be used to level up Park Sejun's shop rank. He needs 100 points to hit the next tier. The seeds drop into his hands. He jokes that the fancy bag looks worth more than the seeds inside. Now he is stuck waiting 30 days to buy again. He asks why the system is tripping over this, and the admin just says he is stoked about the purchase. Another day down the drain, and he says it's time to start the carrot grind. Feeling pretty lucky he snagged those seeds on the first shop trade. But while they re-prepping to plant, this bee shows up, getting all nosy about whatever the main guy is doing. After getting the carrots in the dirt, the bunny couple is acting all sappy, staring at the ground like they can wait for dinner. They are totally overdosing on the lovey-dovey vibes, and the guy mentions it's been a few days since the planting happened. Even though nothing has sprouted yet, these rabbits have been obsessed since day one, acting like carrot addicts. He decides to catch a nap. He's got to pollinate flowers and chop onions later anyway, so he crashes with a bunny. But then this buzzing noise drills into his ear like a mosquito from hell. He starts swatting at the air, trying to smack the thing away, until he jumps up totally pissed off, asking if bugs are invading now. But when he actually stops to look, it's just this tiny, fluffy bee chilling right next to him, staring up all cute. He thinks it's adorable and wonders if it's some monster in disguise, trying to vibe with it and even giving it a name. But psych, it's actually a poison bee, and the system throws a red flag, making the guy freak out and tell everyone it's dangerous. The bunnies are already gone, leaving him in the dust, and he calls them out for being totally shameless cowards. They basically left him to die, asking how they could ditch him like that. Then the system drops a bomb that the admin says these bees eat meat. Apparently, they hunt monsters with toxic stings and snack on the flesh, so staying far away is the only smart move. The guy is shook that bees are carnivores now, asking if that even counts as a bee, and screams at it to back off because he's just bones and zero flavor. He begs for mercy, but the bee looks like it wants to murder him, zooming in until he panic grabs something off the floor. He shoves it in the bee's face like, "Eat this instead." And it turns out to be a bunch of flowers, which actually makes the bee pause. The bee gets close to the flowers, and he realizes he's not dead yet. The thing actually starts munching on the pollen. It looks super happy, totally different from the savage beast he was imagining. So he asks the system what the deal is. He's like, "Didn't you say it was a meat eater?" But then gets an idea and tells the bee if it's hungry. There's a buffet over there. He points out a bunch of flowers and tells it to go wild. And the bee happily zooms over to get its pollen fix. He figures at this rate he won't have to pollinate the cherry tomatoes himself. Then turns to the rabbits who just crawled back. He tells them they've got some nerve coming back after ghosting him, saying he's still mad and they better not touch him. Everyone is begging for forgiveness when the bee comes back, and he asks if it's full yet, telling it to respect his personal space. But the bee gets all cuddly, stretching out and crashing right on the kid's stomach. He thinks it's cute, but wonders if it's going to stab him in his sleep. Looks like his tower family just got bigger as he keeps counting the days he's trapped. He realizes it's been 120 days since he got lost, just farming and chilling with his weird crew. He tells the squad he is swamped with work and tells the bunnies to go wreck something else for a while. The bunnies start brawling in the middle of the crops, and he figures they're having a blast, gotta live it up while they were young. The bee is totally part of the gang now. He asks if she drained all the nectar today, realizing it's been weeks since she showed up. He tells her lunch is almost ready while she acts all affectionate. She works the morning shift and dips back to the forest in the afternoon. He calls the bunnies for food and wonders if the bee is an outcast who can go back to her hive. A few days ago, she started spitting honey on the green onions, turning them into some special honey onion item. The sweet taste mixed with the grilled onion hits different, and the guy realizes it is super light and actually delicious. The bunnies went to town on it, and he laughs remembering how he thought she was gonna kill him at first. Thanks to her, he expanded the farm just for honey production, feeling pretty hyped about the upgrade. He thinks in a few months he'll have so much honey the bears will be jealous, but then the admin messages saying he's happy for him, which is super weird and random. He changes the subject because he realizes the blue moon is coming up fast, and that's the real headache. He just hopes it won to be a disaster this time and starts stashing gear to prep for the event. He figures he has enough food, but notices the bees stop showing up and the bunnies are acting super sketchy and nervous. He realizes time is almost up and tells everyone to get inside the house right now. But the bunnies aren't moving. They're just hugging and praying, which is weird until the mom and dad rabbits suddenly bolt. They run off leaving the babies behind and he's like, "What the hell is going on?" The parents stop at the door, wave goodbye, and lock everyone out. The guy screams at them, asking how they can ditch their own kids right before the blue moon. Before he can finish his rant, the blue moon takes over the sky and everything goes pitch black. The dude is shaking in his boots. Then, bam, a scream rips through the air. And those cute little fluff balls, yeah, they go full feral mode instantly. Our guy is like, "What the hell is going on? These bunnies look like they ODD on steroids or something." He starts panic sweating because they losing their minds. Just totally psychotic, ready to throw hands with anything that moves. Super aggressive. Then they get right up in the protagonist's face and start glowing like crazy. It's blinding, like a flashbang going off. When the light clears, the bunnies have morphed big-time full-grown adults now. One turned pitch black and the rest went pure white. The MC can't even believe his eyes. They are not babies anymore. They are full-sized rabbits with new coats and everything. The whole vibe has changed. He realizes it's been the 5th blue moon since they hatched or whatever. He asks if this is some kind of level-up ritual for them. They give him the nod. Yep, that's exactly it. Our boy admits he thought they were sick or dying, and he actually starts tearing up. Total softy. The bunnies are stunned, but the black one hops over to comfort him. He calls them out for being too freaking cute and says their punishment is a massive hug attack. They try to bail, but he snatches them up and drags them in for a cuddle session. By morning, the moon dips, and the bunny parents finally come out of the house. The MC gathers the whole squad parents and new adults around the campfire. Mom and dad go straight for the hugs with their grown-up kids. It's wholesome. The protag announces he's whipping up a huge feast to celebrate the evolution. One of the bunnies is super hyped and summons, "A toy shovel?" The MC is confused. Like, what are these stats? Then another one summons a scythe, just like the white rabbit S. Another one gets a mini cart. And the third one scores a watering can and a shovel. It's a full gardening kit. He's shocked they can conjure inventory items. Turns out, when they spec into the adult farmer class, they spawn with their own unique gear. They can't share gear, though. Then he asks, "Yo, where's the black rabbit's loot?" The little guy pulls out a massive sledgehammer. MC is floored. That is definitely not a farming tool. The black rabbit starts acting all tough and edgy. Turns out his class name is the Black Warrior Rabbit. Dude is full of himself. Seriously, it's adorable. Honestly, makes me want to adopt a rabbit for real. Anyway, cut to a bit later, and everyone is busy grinding on their tasks. Unlike his dad, the little guy is using that toy watering can. Meanwhile, Scythe Kid is assisting his mom, slicing through crops like a ninja. Cart Kid is on transport duty, hauling tomatoes, while Shovel Kid is digging holes. The MC gives a shout-out to one of them, telling them to drop the tomatoes in the pile so he can stash them in inventory. It's cool seeing them actually helping their parents on the farm. Realizing those tiny fluff balls are growing up hits him right in the feels. He's almost crying again, but then he glances over his shoulder and sees the warrior rabbit just lounging around, snacking like a king. MC's like, "Don't you have anything better to do, bro?" Then he remembers the guy is a warrior. His job is combat, but they are in a safe cave with 0 mobs attacking the crops, so there's literally nothing to kill. The warrior is totally unemployed. You can farm with a sledgehammer. The MC is trying to figure out a solution when, suddenly, the bunny gets an idea and hops over to the Piranha River. The MC clicks hunting totally counts as fighting. He can grind XP at the lake. He tells the bunny, "You're up, buddy." The plan is to aggro the fish with a torch, and then the rabbit can unleash his warrior rage on them. The little dude looks determined. The MC starts waving the fire around, and the piranhas start jumping out of the water like maniacs trying to bite the flame. He yells, "Smash it!" The rabbit swings that hammer and splat. He knocks the fish into the wall so hard it turns into instant paste. It is just sliding down the rock now. There is 0 way they can eat that mess. The MC is terrified by the violence, but the bunny is standing there looking incredibly proud of his destruction. The MC is sweating bullets. The fish was obliterated instantly, which means no dinner for them. The vibe gets super awkward because that sushi is definitely inedible. He tells the warrior rabbit, "Okay, nice power, but you gotta work on your aim and control. Dude, keep practicing." He tells him not to stress about it and just eat what they have for now. Over time, the bunnies start settling into their new roles on the farm. Even the warrior rabbit figures out how to kill fish without vaporizing them. Then, on day 125, the seed shop finally reopens. He checks the inventory and sees 3 new seed types. The options are 10 watermelon seeds, 50 pumpkin seeds, and 200 corn seeds. But the pricing is weird this time. Watermelons are 5 coins, pumpkins are 1 coin, and the 200 corn seeds are only 50 cents. He's totally thrown off because these prices are completely different from the last batch he bought. He checks his wallet, only 0.9 coins. He can only afford the corn. He starts panicking, thinking if prices keep hiking, he's going to be priced out of the market soon. The biggest issue is he has no clue how to grind for cash. Apparently, there's a payout for clearing a floor. It's a decent stack of cash, but you only get it once per floor. That means the profit margins for hunters are actually pretty trash. The second hustle is hunting monsters and selling their loot drops to merchants or the shop back on the first floor. That's the meta for making money since it is repeatable. The third way is completing quests for rewards. But quest rewards are super RNG and farming coins is tough. Out of those options, clearing the floor is straight up impossible for him right now. He can't even get out of the cave. His only shot is taking missions from the tower admin. He shouts out, asking if the admin can hear him, begging to get paid in tower coins for his quests. The admin replies, claiming he doesn't get it, but says, maybe you'll understand when you grow up. The MC realizes he doesn't even know what tower coins actually are, and that when you grow up comment, super suspicious. He asks the admin, how old are you? Anyway, the admin pulls the ETS a secret card, leaving our guy wondering how many years it'll take before he is considered grown up. So, this guy tells Sejun he's gotta wait at least 300 years. Sejun's just staring at him like, bro, are you trolling me right now? Turns out he has to delay his coin reward and basically pass it down the family line until his great-great-great-great-grandkids Generation 7 finally see a dime. Plus, he realizes he's in zero position to be making babies anyway, and the whole situation is so messed up that getting mad would just be a total waste of energy. He decides to focus on just staying alive, and the only gear he can actually afford is corn seeds. Honestly, corn isn't the worst pick. Then he remembers the stuff is bomb when you steam it or grill it. You can even grind it down to flour and bake some bread or whatever. He's got no clue if it'll actually grow, but he grabs 200 seeds anyway. 50 cents gets docked from his account, and he scores 5 points at the seed shop. He locked out of the shop for 30 days now. Once the package drops, he asks Papa Rabbit, yo, what is your take on this? The vibe seems right, so he gets ready to plant. But first, he's starving. So he calls the squad over and grills up some fish for everyone. After chowing down, he's so stuffed he can take another bite. He figures he'll fence off the rest for leftovers, then spots the little bee buzzing back. He tells her she's been hanging in the cave a ton lately and asks, hey, you sure you don't need to head back to your hive? She just starts nuzzling him. He smiles and tells her it's cool if she wants to crash there. He's actually stoked to have the company. Suddenly, the bee picks up a noise with her antennas and goes full battle mode to check it out. Combat Bunny is instantly on high alert too. Sejun looks up, wondering if it is a monster, and Combat Bunny starts screaming at the thing. Then the intruder yells, whoa, chill, don't get the wrong idea. The voice swears he isn't some shady cat trying to steal their stash. Sejun is totally thrown off. Wait, a cat? Why is a feline showing up here? The cat jumps all the way down, sticking a perfect landing right in front of him. He introduces himself and asks, you wouldn't happen to be the customer, Park Sejun? He says his name is Theo and he's a traveling merchant. That was the day Sejun met his first merchant cat. He's totally shook, realizing this furball is actually a trader. He'd heard rumors you could meet vendors while climbing the tower, but nobody said anything about business cats. He notices the sparkly eyes and those squishy, chubby cheeks. Man, this guy looks just like his cat back home. He's dying to grab those soft paws and make some biscuits. He complains that this is totally unfair and basically a scam since he is obsessed with cats. Meanwhile, the cat keeps trying to get his attention. Sejun admits he has the guy and asks what is up. The cat explains he heard a rookie just made a purchase at the seed store and says he came by to say hello and maybe cut a deal. Sejun looks skeptical. The cat claims he's got an item Sejun will love and starts digging in his bag. But then his stomach lets out a massive growl. He apologizes, looking super embarrassed, admitting he hasn't eaten all day and just looked unprofessional in front of a client. Seeing the kitty all flustered, Sejun spots an opening and asks Theo, Hey, you want some grilled fish? The cat is definitely interested. Sejun knows he's hooked and teases him with the fish. Sejun pushes it. You sure? Because this sweet, tender, fire-grilled meat smells amazing. But Theo tries to hold it together, saying he doesn't need it and isn't allowed to touch a customer's food. He tells him the flavor is god tier and no cat should miss out, asking again if he's absolutely certain. He tells the cat to just take it. Theo finally caves to temptation, inhales the whole thing, and admits it was delicious while patting his full belly. Sejun points out he downed 5 whole fish, so he must have been starving. The cat stands up to formally thank him for the hospitality. He says he doesn't know how to repay him, but Sejun thanks him for making the trip. With that out of the way, the cat tries to start business. But Sejun demands 50 tower coins. The cat is like, "Excuse me?" And Sejun tells him he needs to pay up for the grilled fish. Theo asks if it wasn't free. Sejun hits him with, "Nothing in this world is free," and reminds him he said he came here to do business. He asks if the cat plans to eat a client's food and just bail. The rabbits surround the guy, and the cat reluctantly hands over the coins Sejun basically extorted. Sejun thanks him, hyped that he scored more cash. The cat grumbles that he came here to take the client's money. But instead, he lost cash. And starting his venture in the red is a bad look. He tells himself he can lose like this. He has to sell his inventory. The cat announces it's his turn now, asking Sejun to check out his wares. He shows off what he calls the best sellers from other floors. It's a thermos for 5 coins, a mini fan for 5 coins, and a hand warmer that also costs 5 coins. Sejun asks, "Aren't these just items from the outside world?" The cat gets all smug, thinking Sejun noticed the magic, and claims the bottle has preservation spells. He claims if you put hot or cold stuff inside, the temp never changes. Then he says the mini fan has a wind enchantment on it. You press a button and it blows air. Sejun cuts him off. "Sorry to interrupt your pitch, but all this stuff you brought is garbage." The cat gasps. Garbage? He asks what Sejun is talking about, since these are rare items from outside the tower. He asks how Sejun doesn't see their value. Sejun drops the bomb that he's from the outside too. The cat is shocked. Sejun tells him there's zero magic involved. It's just a thermos that uses a vacuum seal to block temperature change. And if he leaves the fan and warmer on for a few hours, they'll stop working because the batteries will die. The cat yells, "Lies!" Scarin guaranteed these were magical items. Sejun asks, "You see that?" Pointing out the fan's battery just died. The cat panics, shouting, "Impossible. Why did it stop? Move! Damn you!" Sejun tells him, "Looks like you got scanned by that Scarin dude who sold you this junk." The cat just stands there, totally unable to believe it. Scarin was acting all buddy-buddy with him, and now the guy starts bawling his eyes out. The MC is like, "Yo, what happened?" Because his whole vibe just completely flipped. And the cat keeps sobbing, saying that guy is a trash goblin and wondering why everyone always scams him. So the MC chats up Theo, asking if he can spill the tea on what went down. Theo says he's from the 65th floor, which is one of the tower's neutral zones. Then he talks about how he spent forever crushing on Mary, the hottest girl in Grana Village. So he goes up to her to shoot his shot, asking her out and confessing his feelings with a bouquet of fish in his hand. But she looks at him with total disgust, getting all salty about the smell of cheap fish, and literally yeets his gift onto the ground. He asks what she's doing, pleading that he grinded hard to get those fish. But then another cat pulls up laughing at Theo, telling him to stay in his lane and asking how he dared to hit on Mary. Turns out it's Horan, the son of the richest cat in the village, flexing a massive fish. He mocks Theo, asking how he could give such D-tier fish to a lady, saying he should have at least brought a high-quality salmon as a gift. Mary gets all emotional over it. Theo is confused because he thought Mary hated fatty food to watch her figure, but apparently, she's totally loving the big fish, leaving him shook. Then the rich cat invites Mary to his crib to eat the salmon there. Theo begs her to wait, grabbing her hand and asking Mary to come back. He tells her to remember everything they went through together, all their memories, asking if none of that was real and questioning if it was all a lie, demanding she look him in the eye and swear she doesn't catch feelings. Then he talks about those unforgettable days he spent with her, but she just rips her hand away with total repulsion toward Theo, asking what he's yapping about, telling the stray cat to look in a mirror, saying she only smiled at him a few times out of pity, and he got completely delusional and kept stalking her even when she said she didn't like him. She says running into him is a total drag, reminds him she already said to stop following her, and says she hates broke cats that smell like cheap sardines. He hits rock bottom. Damn, guys, that's messy, right? It's that classic thing he already had the no. But he went chasing the humiliation too, right? Gotta build that reputation. He says after Mary got taken by Horan, the son of the richest cat in town, he left crying and decided to run away, become a merchant, get rich, and get his revenge. Everyone is super stressed listening to this story. He says he even bought a merchant license and the necessary gear to become a seller, blowing his savings of 50 coins. He was going to buy stock from a wandering seller to flip with the 5 coins he had left. That's when the goblin walked up asking if he was a new merchant, introduced himself as Scarin, and said, "Hit me up if you have any questions." Theo says he met Scarin there, and the guy hyped up these items from outside the tower. Scarin told him they were super valuable and said that if he took those items to the upper floors, he'd make a serious profit. Apparently, the creatures up there collect that stuff as a hobby. But Theo asks, why is he selling such top-tier items for dirt cheap? The goblin claims it's just because he liked him. They can call it the goodwill of a veteran wanting to train a rookie merchant. No way. This little guy is so dumb. Dude, he fell for that line? No. Guys, listen. If a seller tries to sell you something with that kind of smooth talk, there is a 200% chance you're buying trash at gold prices. And the goblin says if he doesn't want it, that's cool. He says Theo can talk to another merchant using a cheap psychology trick, and the cat panics and says no, claiming he'll buy it. The goblin says since he's in a good mood, he'll give him a bonus, and that is a map with the location of a new client for the seed store. He says since it's a new member, he'll make bank if he gets lucky. And since he's giving out such useful info, Theo should cover the beer tab for the day, asking if that's cool. The cat obviously says yes. So he says he gave all his money to this guy to pay for the items, expecting to sell that stuff right there. He almost starved to death, barely making it there. But all those things are garbage. Plus, the client took the little bit he had left, forcing him to finally admit he's completely useless. The MC thinks to himself that this cat is an idiot. But he thinks he has an idea, realizing there is actually a way for him to get coins in this tower. He asks Theo to chill, asking why he doesn't cheer up with a grilled fish. But the cat is a little sharper this time, asking if he's offering food just to charge him later, saying he's not stupid. But Sejun says no, telling him he can keep it, and he might even consider returning the coins. The cat asks if he's serious, but Sejun says in exchange. He asks if Theo thinks he can work with them. He says that day he found a sucker, a partner. And the MC look at this question, what is the cat thinking? Yeah, check it out. The dream of the oppressed is to become the oppressor, right? He was there getting robbed by the admin. He was mad. Now that he sees a cat slightly lower on the IQ scale, he wants to sign him to a contract. The cat is surprised that the MC wants the two of them to work together. The kid says that's exactly it, and it turns out he needs a merchant to sell his items. So the cat asks if he thinks he's good enough for that. He asks if Sejun didn't hear his backstory, saying he's nothing but a rookie, useless merchant. But the MC says he definitely has a future, despite making some mistakes, and says Theo actually managed to convince him to be his business partner with the stories he told. Theo is totally shocked by this, and the MC says he wants to partner up, calling over all the rabbits. They already set up 2 chairs for the two to chat a bit, and they sit down to negotiate, while the bunnies set the mood. The MC talks about that junk Theo bought, pointing out he couldn't sell it because he got played, and now he has no cash to start a new project. The cat agrees with him, and the MC says that's exactly why he's making a business proposal that could be a win for both of them. So Sejun breaks it down. It is super simple. He hands over the loot, the cat sells it to other people, and boom, he gets a cut of the profits as a bonus. Theo gives him a side-eye about this incentive, so Sejun explains he's got to sell the items above a set floor price. Obviously, he can jack up the price as much as he wants. Since Theo is basically born for this hustle, he gets to keep 3 to 5% of the sales. Meanwhile, the bunnies are chilling in the back, grilling up some fish. Theo is totally shocked. Only 3 to 5%? He realizes these terms are absolute trash. He asks if Sejun thinks he is stupid enough to get scammed like that. But Sejun asks oops, my bad. Forgot the most important part. He snaps his fingers for the bunnies to bring out the real prize. He tells Theo the deal doesn't stop there. He'll pay him 10 grilled fish or the equivalent in coins every single week. Theo's jaw literally drops. Sejun says those are the terms and conditions of the offer. Theo's still processing, asking if he seriously gets grilled fish too. Sejun asks what he thinks, and if he is ready to sign the contract. But inside, Theo's fighting it, remembering his dark past and wondering if he forgot how brutal the world is. He remembers all the jerks who ruined his life. He tells himself to stay sharp, he can let himself get played again. But man, he is dying to eat that fish, it smells so good. So he tries to play hardball. Give me 20 fish, and maybe I'll reconsider. Sejun sees right through him, he's totally hooked. Sejun is in a good mood. So he's like, cool, I want to give you 20, I'll give you 5 extra. Theo is shook 25 grilled fish? Then Sejun adds the cherry on top. Besides the weekly pay, he can eat as much fish as he wants while he is hanging out at the farm. The cat is losing his mind over these perks. He clarifies, wait, I can seriously eat as much as I want. Theo totally caves. Sejun asks if he's got paper, and Theo says yes. They draft up the contract, sign it, and seal the deal. Theo admits he was so hyped he didn't even realize he was getting hired, but the signature is already dry. The paper vanishes into thin air while he is yelling for it to wait. The tower's system locks in a lifetime distribution contract. The whole point is for Party A and Party B to vibe together, promoting and selling Party A's crops for mutual profit. The pay is officially 25 grilled fish, or the cash equivalent per week. Special conditions? Party B gets the crops as initial stock. But here's the kicker. The contract gets nuked if total sales drop below 5 tower coins a month, and Party B has to sell the crops at or above the agreed price. Also, without Party A's permission, Party B can make any burner accounts. Oh, and the wildest part? Party B has to use a neon accent to sell the items. Reading that last part, Theo is horrified. Sejun mentions he heard contracts inside the tower are a big deal, like totally indestructible. Theo is freaking out, wondering how on earth he just signed his life away on his very first contract. Sejun muses about why they made contracts so hard to destroy. But now he gets it. It makes them super effective and respected. He thinks it's actually pretty smart. Theo, however, is protesting that 4th clause in the special conditions. What do you mean? Neon accent? He's totally panicking. He has to use a cat dialect? He says that cringe as hell. Sejun just laughs and says, trust me, you will get it when the time comes. We are gonna get along great. But Theo says there's no way to know if he'll succeed, pointing out the first special clause. If he doesn't sell enough, the contract gets ripped up. Sejun tells him to chill, it's gonna sell. He says he believes in Theo, the true genius. He starts petting the kitty, and Theo instantly melts at being called a genius. He says he loves that. Sejun realizes this cat is way too simple. Theo asks the guy what kind of stuff he's actually selling. Sejun casually says, cherry tomatoes, and the cat looks confused. But when Theo picks one up, he's stunned. It is actually a magic item that boosts mana by 0.1 for 10 minutes. He asks how much Sejun wants to sell them for. Theo figures if he gets lucky, he can get 0.01 tower coins each. For newbies who just entered the tower, that's huge. But Sejun drops a bomb, 0.05 each. Theo asks what kind of idiot would buy them at that price. But then he thinks, whatever, maybe it's better this way. If he fails the 5-coin quota, the contract ends and he's free. Plus, he gets to stuff his face with grilled fish in the meantime. So he decides to just roll with it. Getting straight to business, he asks Sejun how many he should take for the first run. Sejun tells him to take 1,000. Sejun also preps the 25 grilled fish for the week, but asks how Theo plans to carry all that. Theo says he's going to put it in his item, the bundle. This bundle has preservation magic, space expansion, and weight reduction. He can stash tons of stuff in there, and it stays fresh for a long time. He throws a cloth over the goods and sucks everything into the bag. Sejun thinks that is honestly way too convenient. Theo slings the little backpack on and says he's heading out. The whole family stays behind, waving him off as he leaves. Cut to a few days later on the 38th floor of the tower. A squad is fighting a massive spider with brute force. One of them screams that only one is left. He tries to attack the spider, but it charges straight at the tank. The mages are in the back spamming fireballs at the thing. Finally, the tank ends the monster, ripping its head off with a single strike. They say that's exactly what you'd expect from the Phoenix Guild leader, Kim Dong-shik. They claim they knew he'd finish it with that skill, but Kim tells everyone to cut the praise. He says they need to prep to leave. He specifically calls out Jessica, warning her he wants to let it slide if she swipes loot like last time. She just teases him, saying he loves it. He realizes the girl is being a total hustler, but suddenly a bush behind him rustles. He instantly squares up for a fight, demanding to know who's there. Then Theo pops out, talking to the humans. Yo, would you guys like to see some quality products? They're totally confused to see a cat acting like a merchant. So, Theo hits them with the nice to meet ya and drops a meow at the end to seal the deal. The girls are literally losing it, screaming about how cute he is. He starts milking it, asking, "Am I cute?" while still acting like a kitty, and the girls are obsessing over his paws. Then he remembers Sejun telling him not to. Forget that line when talking to humans. Saying it is basically a cheat code for attention. Theo realizes the guy was actually right. Seeing he's got everyone's attention, he's like, "Check out the merch," and drops the cherry tomatoes in front of them. Everyone is confused, asking what the heck it is. But the vibe dies when they realize he traveled all that way just to sell snacks. The leader says if he's selling food, it should be bread or meat. Cherry tomatoes are mid. Theo calls them total noobs, saying he knew they'd say that, and tells them these aren't the basic grocery store tomatoes they reused to. The mage gets curious, and Theo tells them to scan the stats. They wonder if it's an item, and when the mage checks, he's shook that it boosts mana by 0.01 for 10 minutes. He says that's trash, and asks the price. Theo says it's 0.05 coins a pop. The mage asks if he's lost his mind, saying he'd rather buy gear than waste his sweaty coins on that. He calls it a total waste of time. But one of the girls keeps reading the description and notices that if she eats it, she loses 10 grams of fat. Suddenly, the buff leader and the girls are all over it, asking, "Wait, what?" They realize they can lose weight just by snacking. They're stunned you can eat 10 of these an hour. The leader immediately tries to order 200, then screams he'll buy the whole stock. And the other girl is like, "I want 100 too!" Theo is stunned as a fight breaks out over the loot. Theo has to tell them to form a line because everyone is debating buying it. Meanwhile, Sejun is harvesting like a boss, leveling up and snagging bonus stats. He wonders if Theo is crushing it, figuring the cat probably met up with the hunters by now. At first glance, the magic cherry tomatoes look like a mana buff item, but they automatically melt 10 grams of fat and refresh the body. It's literally the holy grail for weight loss, zero side effects, and they taste amazing too. Sejun knew this would be a hit because he trusts the Earth's diet plan. Back at the sale, Theo is shook that he sold out instantly after talking to the adventurers. Every single thing he brought. Dude, not gonna lie. Burning 10 grams of fat, 100 grams an hour just by eating tiny tomatoes. Bro, stop playing. I'd buy that in a heartbeat. If I could plant this stuff, I'd build an empire that would rival the biggest fitness brands. Sell this outside a gym or in the States where everyone is bulking or eating junk. Oh my god, I'd be the world's first trillionaire. Easy. Meanwhile, Sejun is analyzing the carrot sprouts, guessing they're at about 70% efficiency. Out of the 1,000 carrot seeds he bought and planted, only 700 actually popped. As for the 1,200 magic cherry tomato seeds he planted after the harvest, only 732 managed to sprout and grow. He notes that the spawn rate for the corn and sweet potato seeds he bought at the store and planted himself is around 60 to 70%. The rates for carrots and tomatoes are pretty much the same. He says it would be sick if the rates were higher, but maybe it'll buff up when he levels up. Or maybe the cave dirt is just kinda mid. He decides to keep grinding for now, figuring he'll find a better strat later, since they have Theo to handle the tower currency now. They need to farm as much loot as possible. Then he notices something going down. Behind him, the warrior rabbit is tossing a torch in the air, baiting a bunch of piranhas. As soon as they jump out, the rabbit wipes them all out with a sick combo, solo farming like a pro. Sejun realizes the rabbit got really good at hunting. The bunny is looking smug, then suddenly starts glowing like a Pokemon evolution. Sejun wonders if the rabbit leveled up and hypes the little guy up, saying he's seen the others level up while farming. But this is the first time seeing it happen to him, saying he's slowly turning into a legit hunter. The rabbit is acting all cute with his siblings. Sejun suggests a break, calling everyone over for coffee. And yeah, there was actual coffee in the cup. He thinks about Scarin, that goblin who tried to scam Theo. It seems they never even opened the magic cup, because if Theo sold this coffee, he would have blown all his cash buying it back. Thanks to their stupidity, Sejun got this gem for free. He says even without magic gear to boil water or ice cubes for an iced Americano, this is still a total flex. Big shout out to the bee for the infinite honey glitch. The Melicano is ready. It's instant coffee dissolved in fresh cave water, mixed with dense poison bee honey, creating a perfect harmony between bitter and sweet. One sip and it wipes out fatigue and hunger. Sejun sips it and thinks the Melicano slaps, asking the squad if they want a taste. The black rabbit tries it and hates it, spitting it out with his little brother. Sejun figures rabbits just can't handle the bitterness. Meanwhile, the bee starts buzzing over him and heads to a hive she built herself. He calls out to the little poison bee, and she looks at him all happy, showing off her new crib. He asks if that's a hive and if she decided to move in with them. She agrees. Sejun says it was sad she had to fly home for dinner every time. But now they finally feel like a real family and says it's party time. But the admin slides in with a new mission. Give me 10 cherry tomatoes. Penalty, disappointment. Sejun realizes that since he kept stalling the mission, he's noticing a change. After the deal with Theo, the give me loot or die threats vanished. Now the admin is asking with a sad vibe. Maybe the admin is actually starting to like him. The MC bites his tongue, deals with the disrespect, and tosses the guy a little something. The admin actually thanks him for being chill. Sejun is totally shook that this dude is showing gratitude now. He's like, now that's what I like to hear. But then it hits him. He basically just kissed up to the guy for absolutely zero reward. Total fail. Meanwhile, Scarin is chilling with two other goblins, totally ticked off that the cat hasn't shown up yet. He's wondering if they're talking about that same suck-up kitty who bought his trash loot last time. Dude is bragging about what a hustler he is, laughing about how he dumped all his garbage on that sucker. Tells his boys they better take notes on how a real pro operates. One minion asks if he is hunting for that specific cat. Scarin's like, yeah, Furball blew his whole budget buying my stuff, even though it's been a hot minute. The cat hasn't crawled back to the merchant guild to admit he couldn't move the product. So, the other goblin asks if Scarin is actually sweating it. He asks what the plan is if the cat actually returns. Scarin hits him with the I'm a nice guy act, claiming he can't just pretend he didn't see the little guy. Says he was thinking of buying a jar of milk, pitching a great opportunity, and loaning him some cash. The other goblin is totally lost. Like, what are you even on about? So Scarin lays it out. Poor little kitty is going to have to grind hard to pay back that loan. Spoiler alert, he's never going to clear that debt. Definitely not with the crazy interest piling up. By the end of it, he's going to be Scarin's personal slave until he drops dead. Owned for life. Bro, this goblin is straight up running a predatory lending scam, right? You take the cash, can't pay it back, boom, game over. The minions think Scarin is an absolute genius. The other guy asks if they should maybe track him down ASAP, because finding a gullible suck-up like that is rare these days. Scarin tells them to chill, saying they've got plenty of time and shouldn't rush the target recklessly. The other goblins just keep glazing him up, agreeing with everything. He mentions he's getting thirsty and decides to check the daily merchant sales leaderboard while he's at it. The minions are like, oh yeah, good idea, saying the update usually drops around now. Then he flexes that he finally cracked the top 1,000. His simps go wild that he hit rank 999, bragging that they aren't even on the list. Scarin is like, see? Stealing coins totally pays off, you losers. Then he decides to scope out the people he's about to surpass, but he spots something weird and goes, what the hell? Theo is sitting at rank 982 with 50 coins. They all confused, asking, wait, isn't that the cat? Realizing the cat is ranked higher than him makes Scarin absolutely furious. He knows for a fact the cat couldn't have sold that trash loot, so he's wondering what kind of scam Theo is pulling. Meanwhile, Theo trots back to the MC looking all pleased with himself. Sejun's like, yo, where have you been? Theo apologizes, promising that next time, even if he sells out, he won't stay to party on the other floor. He'll come straight back. The MC is like, excuse me? Hold up. He asks if Theo was just goofing off and for how long. Theo admits it was 4 days. Sejun's confused because he originally said it would take at least 10 days just to reach the 30th floor. It blows his mind that the cat had time to chill for 4 whole days even after selling out the entire inventory. Theo drops another, I'm sorry, but the MC is thinking, I thought moving that stock would take forever. Since he's back in 4 days, that means everything flew off the shelves the second he landed. Then he gets all intense with Theo, saying, if you don't want to see my dark side, you better spill the details right now. He asks it with a super creepy vibe. The cat is absolutely terrified and nods frantically. He sits his butt down and spills everything to Park Sejun. Sejun clarifies, so you're saying you just chatted them up a bit and the hunters bought the entire stock? Theo confirms that's exactly how it went down. Theo hands over the 50 coins. The MC actually counts them, admits Theo did a solid job, and tosses him 2 coins as a bonus commission. Theo asks, wait, aren't I salesman Theo the ingenious? Sejun shuts that down. Nope, you got demoted. What kind of hustle cat plays around for 4 days instead of reporting back? He adds that if Theo grinds harder next time, he might consider giving the title back, plus he'll bump the commission rate by 5%. Theo is all about it, promising to work his tail off to become a worthy sales cat. The MC just looks at him like, why are you still talking like that? Theo says he decided to adopt this persona because humans seem to dig it more. Sejun just lets the cat do his thing, secretly hyping himself up because soon everyone's gonna know his name. Theo's confused. What do you mean? Sejun explains that his farm's name is stamped right there in the cherry tomato item description, so people are gonna connect the dots on who grew them real quick. Theo suddenly goes into panic mode because he realizes he is totally screwed. Then the narration explains there's this system specifically for rookie merchants that hides the stats and origin of their goods. This policy exists to stop the rich wandering merchants from poaching suppliers from the newbies. And since Theo is still a total noob merchant, Sejun's name as the grower was completely blocked out. If Sejun finds out about this, he's gonna be livid. Theo knows he wanna just be demoted. He'll get knocked down to a lowly part-time worker. Sejun asks Theo if something's wrong because he's acting sus. Theo's sweating bullets, saying it's nothing, and begging for the next batch of cherry tomatoes so he can bounce immediately. Sejun is like, "You are dipping already? Dude, take a chill pill for a few days." Plus, Sejun still needs to collect his weekly paycheck anyway. But Theo insists the grind never stops. He says he is swamped and wants to grab the goods and go. He knows he has to hustle to get that name restriction removed, because the only way to fix this is to stack up 1,000 coins fast and level up to an intermediate wandering merchant. Sejun notices Theo is suddenly super hyped, and even the warrior rabbit is giving him weird looks. Meanwhile, back IRL. Some crew is chatting when the guild leader gets a DM from his daughter. She tells him the tomatoes effects are fire and all her friends are totally jelly. She asks if he can cop some more for her. He's beaming over the text, and his squad asks leader Kim Dong-shik what's up. He explains his daughter's been super moody because of her diet, but she's obsessed with these tomatoes. He admits he only bought 20 and left the rest for the team. He didn't think she'd hype them up that much and says he should have wailed on the supply. Then someone asks, "Wait, you talking about those cherry tomatoes that Kat was selling?" So, everyone's losing their minds over these things. One dude claims he gave some to his hookup and now they're officially dating. Another guy asks if he is for real. Third guy admits he bought a stash but hasn't even used them yet. Yeah. Then the thirsty guy who hasn't scored in ages begs to buy them off him. Offers like 100 grand a piece. Desperate much? The boss tells them to chill out, says they can't act like maniacs and orders everyone to the 38th floor. One guy starts whining to the team leader, saying they just left the tower and everyone's gonna hate dragging themselves back. Suddenly, the girls show up. Jessica and her crew arrive looking totally ripped out of nowhere, claiming they're ready for action. One girl says they already prepped the tower coins for the, expedition. Yeah, totally not just there for the tomatoes. They try to play it cool, acting like they are just there to smash some spiders. The boss rounds everyone up to move out. He's muttering about getting those magic cherry tomatoes to become the ultimate dad or something. Says he'll pay whatever it takes. Back in the tower, the cat is sulking. He's wondering how he'll ever make 1,000 coins when he can only carry 100 tomatoes at a time. At this rate, he'll have to run back and forth 10 times. Whatever, he decides to just focus on the grind for now. He wonders if this is where he saw those humans last time. Boom, the humans spot the kitty first. They start screaming that they found the cat. Theo looks at them like, "You guys looking for me?" The guy confirms it, saying they've been camping there for 3 days, waiting for his fuzzy face. Straight up asks about the magic tomatoes. Theo is shook that they waited 3 whole days just for produce. The guy asks if the price is still 0.05 coins. The cat gets a greedy look in his eye. He tells them to hold up, claiming inflation hit and the price went up. The guy is shocked. The boss walks over, asking what the drama is about. The Theo confirms the price hike, and the guy relays the bad news. He asks for the new price. Theo says it's 0.07 coins now. Everyone wonders if that's a ripoff. Boss doesn't care. He says, "Cool, give me 200. Theo is stunned. The humans figure if it's too cheap, it's probably trash anyway. They figure if they don't buy now, who knows when they'll get another chance. They order a massive amount. Theo realizes he's sold out. Even with the price gouging, he managed to move all 1,500 tomatoes. The leader asks when the cat is coming back. Theo asks if they're gonna camp out again, then says he'll return in about 10 days. He figures that's a decent break between runs. The humans agree to come back and buy more in 10 days. He tells them to hurry up and go kill some spiders. Theo is hyped he got regular customers. He'll hit 1,000 coins in no time. He tells himself he needs to hit medium rank merchant status fast so he can reveal his supplier and go back to just being a cat salesman. Suddenly, another girl walks up to the kitty. He gets a weird vibe. The girls are whispering, asking if it's really him. They say the resemblance is uncanny. He snaps back. My name isn't T-Cat. It's Theo. Get it right. Sora introduces herself. Theo asks what she's comparing him to. She says he looks just like a cat she knows. He says she's tripping. He claims he's the only handsome cat in this world and tries to leave. They beg him to wait and bribe him with cat treats. They offer him a churro. Theo's confused. He's like, what is this? I only eat fried fish. Peasants. He takes one lick and loses his mind. Smells like fish. Tastes like nuts. Melts in his mouth. He realizes he inhaled the whole thing. He begs for more. She pulls out a variety pack. She says she'll hook him up if he takes a selfie with her. Theo totally sells out to the humans again, but demands the whole stash. He agrees to the photo op. The girls get their pics and let him go. They admit it's the first time anyone brought cat snacks into a dungeon. They agree he's cuter than the rumors. Sora is grinning, saying she's definitely coming back to see him. She confirms she's only returning for more cat photos. Okay, I was kind of paranoid thinking she was a villain or something. Turns out she's just a crazy cat lady. Honestly, I'd probably force my cat to pose for treats too. Meanwhile, down at the lake hole, Black Rabbit is swimming. Looks like a special swimming boot camp is in session. He wonders if people think it's dangerous because of the piranhas. He tells the bunny to just relax and keep his head up. He says the bunny is crushing it. Obviously, he blocked the piranha tunnel for safety and checked it like 3 times. He's still a little on edge about it though. He tells the rabbit to try swimming without holding onto anything. The bunny is doing way better than last time, when he almost drowned, celebrating a level up by jumping in. He says he almost had a heart attack thinking the piranhas got him. Seeing the bunny floating face down was a total jump scare. Just remembering it makes his heart race. The rabbit apologizes for being an idiot. Meanwhile, the chubby brother and shovel bro are chilling. Teacher wants a sugar rush after the lesson, asks where the honey is, checks the jar empty. Looks like he ate the whole stash last time. Lame. So, Sejun finally decides to check on little B. She's been ghosting everyone for days since moving out, so he's wondering if she's okay or what. Then he spots something totally weird. Her new place is absolutely crawling with a bunch of newbie bees, like she's got a whole squad in there. He realizes he's been slacking on his visits because the baby count skyrocketed. He's standing there scratching his head, wondering if all these kids belong to little B. Dude was totally oblivious. He says it's been forever and wants to say congrats, but feels like a jerk showing up empty-handed. So he grabs some flowers and yells for her. He's like, hey, come out for a sec. I got a present for the hive. But instead of a warm welcome, the swarm rushes him. Stingers ready. Rude much? Sejun starts freaking out, screaming, what's your deal? Chill, we aren't enemies. Inside, the mama bee finally clues in on the drama outside. He yells at Black Rabbit to stand down so he doesn't wreck them, even though they're about to attack. Then, just as they swoop in, the MC flinches, expecting pain, but they freeze. He looks up and his brain just short-circuits. He's thinking, what the heck is even happening right now? You have got to be kidding me. They gave the bug a humanoid form and some serious curves. I can't with this. Every single time. Cute pet? Boom! Now it's a girl. Why? Seriously, what is the obsession with turning everything into a waifu? It's ridiculous. Sejun is just standing there, shocked, while this bee girl stares at him looking all adorable. So she evolved into a poison queen bee. She walks up to him and yup, of course she's tiny. Literally the size of a doll. I am so done. I can't believe I'm actually narrating this garbage. Sejun and Warrior Rabbit are both shook, wondering if this chick is actually the same little bee from before. Time for a lore dump. Poison bees are carnivorous tower monsters, nasty buggers that hunt prey using, you guessed it, poison. That's pretty much all Sejun knows. The dragon tries looking it up but claims the tower management guide doesn't explain whatever this weird transformation is. But since she's not trying to kill them, he figures he'll just watch her for now and ask his grandpa about it later. Typical procrastination. Whatever. They'll figure it out eventually. Then the bee girl scampers over to the MC. Just a tiny, cute, deadly poison bee. She's acting all flirty and confident. Sejun comments on her new look. But honestly, he's just as terrified as Warrior Rabbit is. He notices the glow up all right. She's straight up trying to seduce him. Oh my god, this is so cringe. Why am I even recording this? Someone save me from this life. Anyway, back to the story. Sejun mentions that ever since she first chugged that special nectar in his cave, things got weird every time she ate. She started smelling super strong and packed on a few pounds. The original queen bee noticed immediately and figured out why her attitude changed. Turns out, little bee leveled up and could lay her own eggs. That's when she decided to bounce and start her own independent hustle away from the main hive. She built her spot inside Sejun's cave because it's the safest place she knows. Apparently, she went through a ton of pain evolving in there. So she hits this crazy growth spurt, major glow-up style. Her whole look changes, and boom, she's the poison queen bee everyone's staring at. Sejun congratulates her on the crown, and even though the vibe is kinda awkward, he hands her some flowers. She takes the gift and goes totally red in the face. Inner monologue time. Just ignore it, act cool, roll with the punches. Dude is so used to the madness it doesn't even faze him anymore. Then she basically tackles Sejun with a hug. He's like, what gives? But she won't let go. Her squad sees he's chill, so they all pile on too. She's acting all motherly, and everyone's vibing with the rabbits. He drops in, I like you too, and a few days later, the bunnies wake him up in a panic. He thought he could sleep through the Blue Moon event, but nope. The crops went wild, and a special Blue Moon carrot just spawned out of nowhere. Papa Rabbit hollers at him to check it out. Sejun spots the mutated carrot he didn't think it would actually change, but there it is. It's tiny, but he's hyped to harvest it. He's actually glad the bunnies woke him up for this loot drop. He yanks it out first try. It's about the size of a tumbler cup and agility carrot. The system chimes in like, this was already tasty. But the Blue Moon energy made it god tier. Eating it gives a permanent 0.05 boost to agility. 6 stats. XP bar goes ding. His harvesting proficiency levels up. And he bags 70 experience points. Not bad. He realizes ranked crops are the new meta. Better loot means more XP 70 instead of the usual 50. But then he's like, wait, this ain't tea for me. He tells the rabbits to keep it, thanking them for the grind and telling them to keep helping him out in the future. The little bunnies are stoked about the carrot. Scythe Rabbit tells his dad to toss it in the air so he can show off his moves. Slash. He dices it mid-air so every family member gets a slice. Sejun's impressed, like, nice work, kid. Perfect cuts, total pro strats. They all chow down and apparently, the flavor is out of this world. Sejun grabs the Blue Moon tomatoes next. Jackpot 5 special ones. He tells the admin to take them like he promised, then gets cheeky. If you are grateful, hook me up with a new skill. The admin's like, I'll think about it. Maybe later. Sejun's pissed. What do you mean, think about it? Suddenly, he hears screaming. It's Theo! The cat's back already? Sejun's confused what the deal is. Theo's yelling at Sejun to call off the poison bees. Sejun realizes the cat wasn't around when they hatched, so the bees are confused. They think Theo is an OP. Sejun steps in. Chill. He's fam, not an enemy. He grabs the cat to show everyone they were cool. But Theo is shedding like crazy. Sejun inhales a lungful of fur and starts sneezing his head off, while the cat keeps nagging him. 1 minute this guy is acting like a brother. The next he is treating him like a lowly employee, asking how he dares speak to him as an equal. The nerve on this guy. Just straight up bullying the cat for kicks. Theo's whining that he thought they were family and says it hurts his feelings, apologizing and stuff. But the MC makes a point to call him employee instead. Cold. He wants to count the loot first, ordering him to cough up the cash from the cherry tomato sales. He hands it over, and the guy realizes it's exactly 75 coins. He admits Theo actually busted his hump. Plus, he shows off something else, mentioning that the humans were practically lined up waiting to snag those tomatoes, so he jacked up the price by 0.02 coins per unit. He tells the little guy he must be shook because he actually crushed it, saying he's finally ready to become the sales cat. The MC throws him a bone since he worked so hard, but he still manages to sneak in a diss by calling Theo an employee again. But the cat's like, can't I get a better title? He knows he killed it, asking why he isn't officially the sales cat yet. But the MC shuts him down, saying he's got a long way to go and calling him a hotel employee, says he needs to grind harder. Theo had no clue becoming a sales cat was going to be such a pain. Turns out the MC already knew everything. The tower administrator is actually useful for once and gave him a heads up that the cat raised the unit price. He promises another Blue Moon harvest for the info. Then he spots something sketchy. Theo is munching on a churro right next to him. Seeing the cat looking all blissed out, he asks, Yo, what is that? Theo says it's a churro. The MC immediately demands to know where he scored it. Theo says a human gave it to him after he let her take a selfie. Says this one tastes like chicken, but the salmon one is way more fire. The MC is totally shook that a human gave him that, because there are only 2 ways for outside stuff to get into the tower. First way is getting sucked in. That's how he got stuck in the tower when he vanished. Whatever was in his pockets came along for the ride. Usually, People who get sucked in spawn on the first floor and trade their gear to climb up. The second way is when an awakened hunter smuggles stuff inside. Rumor has it they can only bring about 1 kilogram of stuff in, but they can take whatever they want out. Usually, the loot hunters bring is pretty basic, like their phones called hunter phones plus snacks, general supplies, and those SIGs exclusive to the transforming tower. Mostly instant food they can wolf down while climbing. He realizes a hunter bringing useless junk just to simp for a cat is totally extra, but that sparks an idea. He starts thinking he's a total genius and says a fresh business scheme just popped into his head. He starts eyeing Theo like a greedy villain, and the cat vibes it instantly, wondering if the dude wants a taste of his churu. Maybe the MC is a bit of a scammer. I'm starting to clock that vibe as the chapters go on. Sejun keeps staring, so Theo offers the churu, but the guy just straight up confiscates it. Theo flips out begging for it back, but the MC tells him to quit it before he shreds his clothes. Theo argues he earned that treat with the selfie. Sejun admits he's right and that he did the work for the photo. But then he brings up special condition number 3. Without permission from Party A, Party B can have side clients. He calls it a serious breach of contract. The cat didn't know and gets terrified. The MC tells salesman Theo not to stress too much, but asks why they aren't discussing these clients. Theo asks if he's got his job back. The guy says he'll let him hold the position for 1 hour. And if he closes good deals later, he could be the salesman for way longer. Theo starts getting it, acting all goofy and happy. The MC walks over and tells him to cop a squat right there. He scoops Theo up, plops him on his lap, and asks if the fire is warm enough. Meanwhile, the bunnies are helping out, fanning the cat like royalty. He tells Theo to kick back and enjoy that churu. Theo's getting happier by the second with all this VIP treatment. Feeling like a total boss, he thinks this is the best vibe ever. Then Sejun asks if he's digging the churu. Theo says he wants grilled fish too. The MC jumps on it immediately, saying the fish is coming right up. But he questions how the cat gets to the 38th floor without throwing hands with monsters. Theo says it's cause of his wandering merchant license. The MC gets curious. Theo points to his brooch, saying it proves he's a legit merchant, but he has to pay a membership fee every year. It's super pricey to keep the license active. The higher your level, the more cash you gotta drop annually, but you get some sweet perks. He explains that with the license, you can use safe houses protected by the association and monsters won't jump you. That's one of the perks of being a merchant. So the MC asks if he can bring hunters to this floor, because even if monsters ignore the merchants, they're still gonna try to murder the hunters. Plus, there's a shortcut called the Merchant S Passage. You can use it to hop floors unless you've got the badge. Without that shortcut, there's no way to get from here to the 38th floor in just 5 days. The MC asks if he is serious, suddenly wondering what floor they actually on. Theo drops the bomb. They on the 99th floor. The MC barely believes it and starts spiraling. Theo doubles down that they on the 99th, asking if Park Sejun seriously didn't know. The MC totally loses his mind at the news and collapses in despair. Theo asks what his deal is. The MC mumbles that since Theo couldn't use the teleport gates like a hunter, and the trip only took 10 days, he assumed this place was just a few floors off from the 38th, but he decides to let it go, figuring it doesn't change anything. So now he knows exactly where we are. Suddenly, Theo's screaming his name, snapping Sejun out of his daze, telling him to wake up. Theo finally gets his attention, yelling that his weekly paycheck is about to turn into literal ash. He's letting the fish burn. The MC rushes over to save the food from the fire, throwing fresh ones on to get it right this time. He's obsessing over how hunters only started climbing floor 40 a few weeks back. Meanwhile, since he's stuck all the way up on floor 99, he's seriously debating just rage quitting the whole escape the tower mission. But then Theo starts barking orders like a little tyrant, micromanaging the grilling and yelling at him not to torch the meat like last time, pulling the whole I am the salesman. Do what I say, power trip. You guys are gonna lose it at this cat's audacity, telling the guy his break is over. Like, the sheer nerve? Even the main character is shook. While the cat is acting all high and mighty, the protagonist spots that pendant on his chest and gets a light bulb moment. He starts picturing desperate hunters scavenging for his loot, so he strolls up to them with Theo, playing the hero card like, "Yo, need a hand? Want to see the good stuff?" Classic sales pitch. The hunters totally geek out when they realize it's him, the legendary wandering merchant, the tower farmer, Park Sejun, and, of course, his orange furball mascot, Theo. Sejun figures his rep must have spread like wildfire. The hunters are practically crying tears of joy because the rumor is real. He actually shows up to save hopeless noobs. They're ready to throw cash at him. and Sejun is already daydreaming about being rich. He turns to Theo and asks if a human can legally become a wandering merchant. But Theo shuts him down hard. He asks if Sejun is an outsider and drops the bomb. Only creatures born inside the tower can join the merchant guild. Talk about gatekeeping. He asks if Sejun seriously didn't know the rules. Cue the main character spiraling into despair again. Theo tells him to let it go. Doesn't matter how cool the job is. He's disqualified. And Sejun just snaps. Full-blown meltdown screaming, cursing out the stupid tower, acting like a toddler. He scares the living daylights out of everyone. Even the rabbits are shaking. The bees are totally confused, and even the administrator hears the noise from his place. The vibe goes from chill to terrified in 2 seconds flat. Theo, looking all smug perched on the black rabbit, admits he was actually startled. He asks why Sejun is screeching like a banshee out of nowhere. Sejun realizes sulking won't change squat. He knew signing up for the tower was going to be a nightmare anyway. Stressing out is just a massive L at this point. He figures if he's stuck here, he might as well YOLO it and live his best life. Meanwhile, back in the real world, folks are buzzing about Sejun's tomatoes. This executive named Oloro asks if those cherry tomatoes are the mystery item blowing up the forums lately. The woman confirms it. She says her bro from the Phoenix Guild scored them off some random traveling merchant he bumped into. The guy is skeptical, but she tells him to check the stats himself since she can see the status window like he can. Turns out she's Jenny, the big boss at Pascal Pharmaceuticals. The dude is Michael McLaren, vice president of Gagel Food, and he is totally floored by the tomato stats. Michael tries to act tough, asking why she cares about some trash item. Jenny fires back, reminding him that he controls almost 40% of the global food game. She asks if he's lost his touch. Michael gets defensive, throwing her title as CEO of Pascal Food Company back in her face. He basically threatens her to watch her mouth, but Jenny just snaps her fingers, boss move, and drops the analysis data right in front of him. He's stunned. Jenny explains they couldn't clone the compound from the tower item, but the data they got in such a short time is insane. The results were way crazier than she expected. Michael finally asks why she is even showing him this top secret stuff. He asks if she doesn't want to hog all the profit. She tells him straight up, she just needs his tower agriculture project to not flop. He's shook. She knows about his secret project. She just laughs and tells him he better start impressing his daddy again. Since the current Gagel president is sick, the board is about to pick the next leader. She knows he needs a win. She slides the tomatoes over, asking if they don't look delicious, tempting him. He pops one in his mouth. It's super sweet. Suddenly, he's laughing with her, completely sold. He loves it so much, he begs for another one. But she shuts him down, saying he already ate hers. If he wants more, he's got to hit up the tower himself. Back in the tower, Sejun starts actually using his brain to figure out the area and handle his daily grind. Since they're resetting up camp, they need to get organized. They gotta fix all the annoying stuff they've been dealing with and stock up on supplies for day-to-day survival. Safety first, right? He asks Theo if there are any nasties near the cave. Theo claims the coast is clear, but he mentions some monsters further out. Sejun asks what kind, and Theo drops the name, Crimson Giant Bear. Sejun instantly gets flashbacks to that one monster from before. Sejun freaks out. Theo adds that the bear is a nightmare and always glares at him when he passes by. Sejun realizes he was right all along. It's still too sketchy to leave the cave. Plus, thousands of tomato plants are about to bloom, which means a swarm of poison bees is going to show up. But wait, he can hack this. He'll use the poison bees as security guards to patrol the cave and keep the monsters away. Big brain time. He can even get the bees to tie his homemade green onion ropes to the nearby trees. Free labor. This is his ticket out of the cave. He tells Theo he's got a super important mission for him. Theo looks interested. He tells the cat it's a job only a top-tier salesman can handle. Theo puffs up his chest, totally buying into the hype, and agrees. Fast forward a few days to floor 38. Theo rolls up to the human camp and notices it's way more crowded than last time. Like everyone is camping out for concert tickets or something. Theo doesn't care though. More people means more customers to fleece. He jumps down and scares the living daylights out of them. But once they realize it's the wandering cat merchant, they swarm him. Then this chubby dude pushes to the front. He demands the miracle cherry tomatoes and tries to buy the whole stock. But someone cuts in, yelling at him for skipping the line. They tell the guy he's a newbie and needs to respect the pecking order. The chubby guy just stares at them like, what kind of BS is this? He starts mocking the Phoenix Guild, laughing like a pretentious jerk and asking if they think they own the 38th floor. But then the kitty steps in, telling the humans to chill for a minute. Theo demands everyone's attention and drops a bomb. From this moment on, He is completely flipping his sales strategy. The crowd is shook, wondering what the cat is plotting. He announces that he is selling a batch of 500 cherry tomatoes, but only to whoever flashes the most cash. The crowd cannot believe their ears, but Theo doubles down. If you re-broke, get lost. That greedy capitalist cat is literally banning the poor. Savage. He opens the bidding for the 500 tomatoes at 35 tower coins. Our MC realizes these snacks are way more hyped outside the tower than he originally thought. Seeing how they tried bribing Theo with gold earlier, he bets there's some serious psychological warfare going on just to secure the loot. With limited supply and demand skyrocketing, holding an auction is definitely the smartest way to milk them for every penny. He asks Black Rabbit if he agrees, mentioning he also gave Theo some crucial side quests to handle while he's at it. It's basically a test run to check Theo's negotiation skills. Then he tells the squad to get back to the grind, asking Black Rabbit to start prepping dinner. He agrees, obviously, but then the MC gets hit with a bonus quest. Feed the tower manager a cup of magic tomato juice mixed with honey. The manager actually has to drink it to count. The payout is a sweet job-related skill. The penalty is just huge disappointment, whatever that means. MC complains that juicing tomatoes takes forever and he is busy, so he tries to put it off. But the admin isn't having it. He demands the quest be done right now, claiming he set up an awesome job skill to make things go faster. He keeps hyping up the reward, swearing it's impressive. That's when the MC catches on. Does this guy just want to show off the reward, or is he just thirsty for juice? MC asks if he can just hand over the skill, but the manager refuses, insisting the quest has to be completed properly. He's literally screaming at the MC to trust Daddy. Yeah, he actually said that. Weirdo. MC gives him a skeptical look but tells him to hang on. He figures the manager just got a sudden craving for tomato juice. He crushes 50 harvested tomatoes, mixes in some honey, and shares it with the rabbits. It's so good they literally whimpering with joy. He figures he's got enough juice now. He calls it time for the deadly pulp and squeezes the life out of the rest. He calls Queenie over for backup. She adds a dash of honey, forms a bubble with it, and carries it over to the cup. Boom! Cherry tomato juice is served. It's got that thick pulp texture, and the poison bee honey gives it a crazy, rich, sweet flavor. Plus, the chewy tomato chunks add a nice kick. MC tells the admin to come get his fix. The manager is super curious about the taste, flapping his little wings. MC notices and finally asks, "What kind of animal are you?" Anyway, meanwhile, the little dragon is sipping away, loving the sweet and sour combo. He praises the drink, and the MC is just glad the admin is satisfied so they can move on. But let's be real, he's only here for the loot. He unlocked a special job skill as a reward. It's beekeeping. He has to register the poison beehive as his own to use it. The perks: he can manage the hive properly, and the bees won't attack each other anymore. He can give the bees specific orders, and their gathering range gets a nice boost. On top of that, the queen spawns faster, honey production speeds up, and pollination rates increase too. He is currently at 1 out of 1 hives, specifically for the poison bees. He admits he was worried that the bees might follow him out of the dungeon, but this skill solves everything. He asks if the admin was eavesdropping on his anxiety. The admin plays dumb, while the MC says thanks. The little dragon gets all goofy and says if he's really grateful, he should fork over another cup of that magic juice. But the MC cuts to the chase and asks the burning question, "Are you, like, a winged pig or something?" That comment destroys the dragon's mood instantly. He flips a switch and starts cursing the MC out, telling him to go to hell, calling him cruel and stupid. MC wonders why he is so triggered. Back with Theo, everyone is freaking out about the auction idea. The guild leader is sweating bullets. If he doesn't bag those tomatoes today, his caring dad reputation is toast. He bids 41 tower coins, shocking the crowd. He claims that for now, securing the goods is priority number 1, they can pool money later. Then a chubby dude yells 45, and the bidding war climbs to 52. The leader asks his companion if she is holding any cash, but she is tapped out. She only brought enough for a small gift. Suddenly, a suit steps up and drops a bid of 100 tower coins, offering to buy the entire 500-piece stock right then and there. Theo instantly bangs the gavel sold for 100 coins. The crowd gasps because the buyer is Michael, VP of Gaggle and the so-called young master of hunters. Everyone is confused why he is here, but the guild leader notices someone standing behind him. He approaches Chris, asking why he is crashing the party since he wasn't part of this expedition. Chris looks surprised to see Dong-shik and explains that his sister actually ordered him to guide Mr. Michael to the traveling merchant. He awkwardly apologizes for the mix-up. So Kim Dong-shik remembers Chris's sister is actually the CEO of that pharma corp. And he's like, great. Now we gotta throw hands with the big leagues. Dude had no clue the gossip would spread faster than a viral tweet. Only 2 rounds left in this auction. And he's gotta bag the win this time. The kitty kicks off the next round like a boss. Theo starts it up again at 35 tower coins. The guild leader thinks 60 is enough to win, but that megacorp swoops in with 100 coins again. So the leader dude continues begging everyone for cash, totally desperate. But Theo just sells the tomatoes to the suits again. Too easy. He tries to reset, but the blonde guy cuts the merchant off. He's taking the whole lot 15 items for 300 coins. The guild leader hits the floor, completely wrecked. He lost the top bid. He tells his squad leader to chill. They gotta wait for the next shot. Theo collects the cash, while the VP's lackey says everything's loaded and asks what the move is. He says the merch is fire, and he's glad he came ASAP. They're heading to the first floor of the tower. And that's that. The girl who took a selfie with Theo comes back. He clocks her as the Churu human but totally blanks on her name. She's stoked he remembers the vibe, even though he completely butchers her name. She just rolls with it. She asks for another pic and offers him Churu. He gets all happy inside but tries to act tough, like, I don't need your snacks. She's surprised, so he tells her, in exchange, give me that coffee stuff. It is basically the same as churro. She asks if he means the coffee mix. Yeah, he says, and you got any salt or pepper on you? They re-shook, but the girl hands over the loot. Theo remembers when Sejun told him, if people want photos, make them pay in coffee, salt, or pepper. Sejun said depending on his performance, he'll let Theo be a salesman for way longer. High stakes. Man, Theo's buzzing. He says this score means he gets to chill on Sejun's lap for a long time. The girl is loving it, snapping tons of pics and striking poses. She thanks him, saying the shots are killer. He thanks her for the deal. Then she grabs his paw, thinking, OMG, it's so soft. This feels amazing. Yo, what are you doing? He asks. She says she couldn't help it because it looks so good, and hands him the churro anyway. Why, though? He asks. She just thanks him for letting her touch his paws, said it was super therapeutic. Theo's surprised. Humans feel good just touching my paw? She says yeah, because humans don't have soft, cute paws like that. Truth is, they were lucky just to touch them. She thinks it's special, because cats usually hate holding hands. He asks if that's the reason, and she nods. Theo starts realizing his toe beans are lucky charms. Her friend jumps in. Can I get a pic if I give you pepper first? Sure thing, he says, taking the pic with the girl too. Then she's eyeing his paw. He shoves them forward like, touch him and pay up. The girl thinks he's adorable and decides she better bring churro next time too. He's feeling himself with all this swag from the girls. Just letting them touch these paws gets me a 24-hour sales pass. Sweet. Then he remembers he's got another mission. Meanwhile, the girl is busy posting the cute kitty pics. He sneaks up behind her to check it out. What you doing? She jumps, asking where the heck he came from. He talks to the girl Sora, asking if she came from a place called the Republic of Korea. How'd you know? She asks. He says she smells familiar. He asks for a favor, and she looks at him like he is weird. Meanwhile, Sejun is chilling at his farm with the bees and rabbits while they crank out honey for him. He keeps making cherry tomato juice with honey, and his beekeeping skill is slowly ticking up. He stocks up on more juice. And finally, his beekeeping hits level 1. Sejun's thinking, this is going great. As the bee population blows up, his skill levels up. He checks the queen bee. She's spawning eggs and is basically invisible these days. The option changed from minute increase to slight increase. He wonders what the difference is. It's super vague. It says his hive capacity went from 1 to 2. If he splits the hive later, he's set. He'll be able to have 2 hives, so he needs another container for honey. A bottle would be clutch right now. He can figure that out later. For now, he's harvesting carrots and calling the rabbits over to grub. As he pulls that carrot, his work XP goes up, boosting his farming level 2 proficiency. He gets 10 XP. After snagging the moonlight carrots recently, he's grabbing normal ones too. The rabbits are losing their minds with joy. He tells them to grab one each. The food variety in the cave is finally going up. The rabbits bow to him, and he wonders if that's necessary. Then they all sit around the fire to vibe. He thinks about the agility carrot. Eat it to lose 10 grams of fat and boost agility by 0.1 for 10 minutes. Stacks up to 10 for an hour. Eating it burns fat and fixes your vision. He's surprised by the stats. Once the harvest grows and he can sell these, they're going to be famous. He thinks it's delicious. Gotta eat this quick, then harvest and store the rest, he says. He packs a bunch with the tomatoes and moves them to his stash. So, they re-back on the grind, planting fresh crops while harvesting the old stash. Sejun catches Black Rabbit eyeing the goods and warns him, "Don't even think about being slick and snacking on those carrots, dude." Then the rabbit dad spots his kid working and notices their storage is totally maxed out. He's probably thinking, "Yo, maybe we should hit pause and organize this mess first." But suddenly, Sejun starts getting spammed with XP notifications. He's confused, like, wait, when did I even hit level 10? Totally clueless about his own stats. Boom, another mission drops. He asks the admin, "Is this your doing?" But the admin denies it. Turns out it is a legit job quest that unlocks automatically at level 10. Basically, he has to clear this to snag some sweet class attributes and level up. Sejun's like, "Yeah, I've heard about these job quests for regular hunters. Usually, those are combat-heavy vibes like go wreck 100 giant orcs or stomp 500 slimes. You know, typical monster subjugation stuff. But since our boy is playing Farmville in real life, his quest is different. He just has to expand the field by 50 square meters. He's thinking, pfft, piece of cake. He crushes the mission, obviously. Rewards? He hits level 11 and grabs a bonus stat. Oh, and the system tosses him 10 tower coins as a tip. Nice. He officially unlocks a job title. But man, he and the rabbits are absolutely wrecked by the end of it. Just dead on their feet from the hustle. The new job perk is actually sick. Though, he realizes he gets XP every time he creates 1 square meter of farmland now. It's a solid passive skill. He's glad he speedran that quest because after munching some food and planting carrots, the field got way bigger than he planned. Sejun is totally burned out, thinking, "Nope, can't move." He tells the squad, "Good hustle, guys," and tries to send everyone to crash for the night. But get this, the bunny kids try to follow their parents inside, and the parents straight up body block the door. They lock the kids out and stay inside alone. Savage. The little guys are pounding on the door like, "Let us in," and Sejun is standing there confused, asking what the drama is all about. Did they just get evicted? Then he notices the bunnies are growing into their adult colors, black and white. Guess it is time to kick them out of the nest and force some independence. Since it's so way too late to dig their own bachelor pads, Sejun's like, "Fine, crash with me." It turns into a huge cuddle pile. He admits it's actually kind of cozy having them there. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that guild leader dude is stressing out about his daughter nagging him. Then Theo, that cat who is obsessed with churro treats, shows up and starts chatting with Dongshik. Dongshik is confused why a wandering merchant is there, but Theo cuts to the chase. "Yo, you the boss of the crew from Korea? Why's the cat asking?" Theo just drops a contract on him out of nowhere. The guild leader is still trying to process the whole talking cat thing when Theo flashes the paperwork. The deal? Fork over 50 million won to Park Sejun's fam back in the Songpa district. Also, tell them Sejun is alive and kicking. The payment? 50 tower coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. The leader's eyes bug out. Those tomatoes would basically make him father of the year. But he is thinking, who the heck is Park Sejun? Since Theo mentioned family, he figures the guy must be some hunter trapped inside the tower. Then it hits him. He remembers Sejun specifically wanted to keep his location on the 99th floor on the down low. Theo thinks fast and lies, claiming Sejun saved his life on the 40th floor and he's just running errands for him. The leader is shook. Someone cleared the 40th? He assumes this mysterious hunter found the tomatoes down there. Theo plays it cool, acting all secretive like he can dispill the beans. Oh, yes. Theo calls Sejun a good man with secrets. The leader starts sweating, realizing even his elite squad would get absolutely wrecked on the 39th floor. There is zero official record of anyone getting that high. He figures this guy must be a solo beast who ignores guilds completely. Lightbulb moment. If he plays nice with the kids' family, maybe he can recruit this powerhouse later. Imagine cornering the market on those magic tomatoes. Big money. He tells Theo, "I'm in," and signs the paper immediately. The system stamps it approved. The leader notes the contract is legit and even holds up outside the tower. Theo says he'll be back in 10 days to check if the message was delivered and make sure everything is cool. The system stamps it approved. The leader notes the contract is legit and even holds up outside the tower. Theo says he'll be back in 10 days to check if the message was delivered and make sure everything is cool. He tells him to pass the news to Park Sejun's parents. So, the Phoenix Guild is basically playing mailman now. Back at the farm, Sejun sees the rabbits grinding on their new cribs. They are super focused. Sejun checks in to see if they redone. and a bunch of them have already finished construction. Check it out, little solo pads with onion leaf roofs and mud walls. They're looking pretty proud of their DIY skills. Shovel Rabbit and Sickle Rabbit crushed it. One of them built a whole relaxation room in like 3 hours. Sejun is low-key jealous. He tells them they did an awesome job. It's been a few days since they got the boot from their parents' place, so they're resettling in. Sejun throws a housewarming rager. Meanwhile, the rabbit parents are still all over each other. Total PDA style. He proposes a toast to the squad's hard work and slides Black Rabbit a cup of juice like, "Here you go, big guy." He thanks him for the high-quality fish deliveries. Black Rabbit is totally vibing. These bunnies are actually geniuses. They hollowed out carrots to make cups. It's brilliant. Drink the juice, then eat the cup like an ice cream cone. It's basically a shot glass for Sejun, but he admits munching on the cup afterwards is kind of fun. But then he clocks the parents. They re-getting frisky. And mom gives dad a pinch. Sejun's spidey senses start tingling. Suspicious. Very suspicious. He realizes they kicked the kids out because, yep, round 2 of babies is definitely coming soon. Black Rabbit looks confused. But suddenly, ping. The seed shop is open. Sejun remembers the deadline is up. Dude completely forgot about that. He just wants to see what he can buy. He opens the shop. There's 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. And he notices they finally have lettuce, because he was dying for some pork belly. But since he has 0 meat to wrap in the lettuce, he figures he's got to pass. Bummer. Then he notices all that's left are the potatoes and strawberries. He has some cash, but he can only pick one. It's super hard to choose, but he thinks carbs are king, so he grabs the potato seeds, he buys that stuff, 5 tower coins get deducted, and he scores 50 loyalty points. Now he's sitting at 56 points total. He can level up the shop in 30 days. They thank him for shopping there, and then bam, a huge sack gets dumped right on Sejun's lap. He almost got crushed, and he says it scared the crap out of him with potatoes falling everywhere. Rabbit Dad is totally pissed because his wife almost got hit. He apologizes to him, and Sejun opens it up, noticing it looks delicious. He says he wants to plant them right now, talking about cooking, boiling, and even making potato pancakes. He's already hyped to cook, asking if the rabbits aren't feeling the same. He's like, "You are right. Let's just take the day off today. Tomorrow we plant potatoes." Everyone agrees with that. But while he's all excited, he remembers something, wondering if Theo is doing okay, because he should have just finished those tasks. Cut to the central merchant district, there's tons of different species hanging around, and there are furries of every single type. Theo goes after blankets, packaged pillows, ladles, bowls, and spoons, figuring that S good enough for a frying pan. Then he asks the wolf how much for the whole stash, and he says it's 1.6 tower coins. But Theo has been hanging with Sejun so much he still asks for a discount. The wolf laughs at him, saying he has too direct. He says he's never seen him before and he's gonna. This wolf guy claims he is being a total saint selling for 1.5 tower coins. Then the buyer has the nerve to ask for a deeper cut. Wolf is like, "Bro, I am starving here." He swears he cannot drop the price any lower. The cat dude hits him with the, "Are you joking? I am bouncing," and leaves the merchandise behind. Wolf totally loses his cool and begs him to wait, saying he can't just leave like that. But Theo's like, "You said no discount, so I'm out." The wolf gives up, saying he lost, saying he'll do it for 1.3 tower coins. Then the cat says he'll pay just 1.2 or he is walking. He says it is fine, saying that S how it is gonna be. So the cat hands him the coin and leaves all happy. The wolf tells himself he thought the kid was a noob, but actually, he met a master. But when he looks at the coins the cat left there, he sees some weird sweat marks on them. Meanwhile, Theo is sweating buckets, nervous, thinking he finally made it. He bought something without looking like an idiot screaming his head off. And he remembers Sejun teaching him something, telling Theo it's time for Sejun's class on how not to be a stupid shopper. He says first, when they suggest a price, ask for a discount no matter what. And second, if they say no, just leave. And third, if they call for you, ask for a discount 3 times. He asks if the cat understood, telling him to just remember those 3 and not get robbed. He realizes what Sejun said was true, and it really worked just like he told him. He says now he's the traveling merchant who knows how to get a discount. But then he hears someone talking about an item from outside the tower, realizing it was Scarin running a scam on someone else. and he says he's going to tell him a secret because he just wants to help the newbie merchant become a high-level merchant. So Theo gets super pissed that the dirty goblin is tricking someone else. Seeing that scene, he thinks he can't forgive him for fooling beginner merchants, so he screams, "Scaron!" saying he finally found him. The goblin is surprised to see Theo and talks to him like they're friends, asking where he's been all this time, asking if he knows how long he waited, asking if the items he gave were good. But Theo tells him to beat it, asking how he dares to act up around him. And he tells that other person not to believe that bastard because he's a fraud. Then he questions what Theo is talking about, asking how he can say those things, claiming he gave good items for an affordable price. All because he felt sorry for his situation, but he's holding a knife to the neck of the guy who saved him from drowning. But Theo tells him not to play games, talking about that cup, saying he must have sold it, claiming it had preservation magic, and tells him not to believe him because that cup cuts off contact with the outside and blocks heat circulation, making the temperature drop slowly. But that ain't magic. All those items he gave are trash. The guy is surprised he knows that, wondering where he heard that info. He says it's just a misunderstanding and says Theo is right. He must have made a mistake about the item and asks him to chat a bit. But Theo calls the guards, saying yes right there. There's a wicked goblin trying to trick a beginner merchant. And then the goblin asks Theo to just wait because he won't let him get away with this. Then he runs off, and Theo gets mad at the guy, telling him not to believe what he says recklessly. The newbie thanks Theo, saying he survived thanks to him, and asks if he can ask his name. So he introduces himself all cute, and she's surprised he's the one she heard about and thanks him for helping. But he says it's cool, saying he's going, telling her not to get robbed anymore. But apparently, that little fox knew something, and she says the mission is complete and orders everyone to reveal themselves. Or, suddenly, ninjas come out from up top and 3 dogs gather near her. And she questions what's happening there, asking if she didn't tell them to get rid of all possible elements that could mess up the mission. Then they apologize to her, saying their agents are dominating 100 meters around as planned. However, they don't know how that cat merchant appeared and say there's no excuse, apologizing to Agent Zareth. And she is an agent of the secret boreal inspection of the Wandering Merchants Association. She is not having it. She asks if he calls that a lame excuse while their months-long bust on Scaron goes up in smoke. They are retreating to the Inspection Bureau HQ for now, but not before she drops the hammer. She wants apologies. A lot of them. That dog guy asks what she is on about, and she tells him to think hard about how he messed up today. She demands 100 handwritten apology letters. Everyone is shaking in their boots as she storms off. She has been wading through reports about some shady merchant from the Wandering Merchant Association lately. Took forever, but they finally tracked Scaron's moves. The guy knows how to snag items that are only supposed to exist outside the tower. They could not figure out if he is smuggling them through some illegal route. Catching Scaron in a rush was basically impossible. Still, she actually got close to the creep while undercover as a merchant. But right when they were about to slap the cuffs on him, the bus got crashed. She realizes they need a new plan and remembers that cat dude, Theo. He looked like he had beef with the target. Definitely did not seem like friends. She decides she needs to look into that guy. Meanwhile, Theo is skipping home like he just won the lottery. Back at the farm, Sejun is teaching Sickle Rabbit the ropes. Tells him to slice it in an X shape. Rabbit is a natural, honestly, doing a killer job. He says after the cut, just dampen the dirt and stick the chunk in. He asks Papa Rabbit if his mind is blown, because with this trick, he is turning 100 seeds into 400 potatoes. Sejun picked that hack up watching YouTube years ago. Crazy to think some random video he watched while stuffing his face is actually saving his life now. He gets a single point of XP. Lame, but hey, passive income is passive income. Since the potatoes are done, he suggests they dig up some sweet potatoes next. The whole crew gets hyped. Poor guys have not tasted one since they were little fluff balls. It has been a minute. He quizzes the bunnies to see if they remember the drill. He is talking about the sweet potato sprouts. You have to hack the vines before digging, but they cannot just trash the sprouts. Those things will grow into more sweet potatoes once planted. He breaks the news that they cannot waste them. And the bunnies look absolutely crushed. But Black Rabbit steps in to chill everyone out and reminds them of the history here. Apparently, they have a scheme that is a little twisted. Sejun asks if they think planting sprouts is part of his job description. He shuts that down fast. He claims he decided not to hog all the fun of planting sprouts. But really, farming is all about timing. He is not going to wreck the harvest just to grind his skill proficiency. They look bummed because, well, actual work. So, Mom and Sickle start hacking away at the sprouts while the chubby one hauls the cart. The warrior is trailing behind, looking like he is about to pass out from carrying barely anything. They finally finish seeding everything. Sejun stands tall, admiring 500 square meters of sweet potato potential. He is actually shocked he got XP just for creating the field without doing the dirty work. He rakes in 150 points and a bonus stat. Easy money. Then Papa and Mama Rabbit start busting a move. Suddenly, the whole squad is dancing and chanting, and Sejun has zero clue what is happening. He just watches them go crazy. The system chimes in. The white rabbits are hyping up the sweet potato harvest. Apparently, it is some dance of abundance for the tower farmers. Even the tower manager is losing it, screaming, "Sweet potato! Sweet potato!" along with the bunnies. Sejun figures he might as well grab one with all this hype. He yanks the first one out, and the ground starts glowing. Next thing he knows, he is practically blinded by the light. He realizes he just pulled a sun pumpkin sweet potato. It is a total mutant crop that soaked up sunlight at the peak of the tower. It is packed with solar energy. Eat it, and you burn 100 grams of fat and ignore the cold for 24 hours. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Reproduced a new species in the tower. Sejun is freaking out over the stats, especially the part about creating a whole new species. Meanwhile, back in the boring real world on some random street, the Phoenix team leader pulls up. He realizes it is the right spot Sejun's house. Back in the tower, Sejun and the Fluffballs are staring at the new variety like it is gold. System says he harvested it, and his XP skyrockets with a bunch of rewards. Best part? The tower grants him exclusive cultivation rights. Nobody touches the sun pumpkin sweet potato without his say-so. He thinks that is sick. Basically, he is the only supplier, even if he sells one and someone tries to replant it. The system shuts them down because he owns the rights. That is the ultimate power move. He puts the shiny potato back in the dirt. He is dying to taste it. But logic kicks in, gotta plant the first one to make more. He tells it to grow big. Then he pivots and tells the crew to dig up the regular sweet potatoes. He harvests a bunch and piles them up with the rabbit's help. Time for a feast. He throws fish on the grill to eat with the potatoes. When he takes them off the fire and cracks one open, the smell knocks them back. He says he would literally die just to take a bite. The rabbits dive in like savages, but he has to tell them to chill because Papa Rabbit is straight up choking. The system buzzes, the admin is drooling, waiting for his cut. Sejun thanks the guy for letting the bunnies eat first and offers up 10 sweet potatoes. The admin is super grateful and promises to savor them. Finally, it is Sejun's turn. He turns to Sickle Rabbit and asks, "Yo, you done stuffing your face? I need a hand." Meanwhile, the baby dragon is totally living his best life, stuffing his face with sweet potatoes. Then he has the nerve to whine that he ate them all and begs for a refill. But then he clocks Sejun doing something completely different, slicing up the goods into thin strips with the scythe rabbit as help. He's like, "After you dry them, you gotta flip them once or twice." Then he asks the Sickle Rabbit for another potato. The bunny tosses it up and swish slices it midair. Perfect cut for the MC. The MC is vibing with it, saying the slices are super even. He tells the rabbit, "Keep doing it like that. Bro, it's perfect." The little bunny gets all hyped. Meanwhile, the tower admin is watching like, "Yo, are you trashing those tasty potatoes?" But the MC shuts that down fast. He explains he is not trashing them, he is drying them to make something fire-dried sweet potatoes, while the MC is bringing gourmet cooking to the dungeon. This guy Kim shows up at the MC's family crib. Someone inside yells, "Who is it?" and asks if he's looking for Park Sejun's place. The fam swings the door open, totally curious about who this stranger is. Once they figure it out, they let him in, apologizing like, "Sorry, haven't had guests in forever." They're stressing, wondering if their food is good enough for a fancy guest. He's chill though, saying, "Don't sweat it. I'm good with just water." Then they get straight to the point. Why are you looking for Sejun? They clearly have zero clue what is going on. Since Sejun is technically missing, Kim realizes he was rude and drops the intro. "My bad. I am Kim Dong-shik, squad leader for Team 5 of the Phoenix Guild." The family is shook. The little brother instantly freaks out, recognizing the famous Phoenix Guild. But the dad is just confused, asking what this has to do with Seidol. The kid can't believe it. "For real? You lead Team 5? That's like one of the top guilds in the entire country. You're a high-level hunter." Kim plays it cool, humble bragging. "Nah, it's not that deep." Then the MC's dad jumps in. He asks why a big shot is at their house, then whispers to his wife, "Hey, go get the expensive melons, the fancy ones." Kim waves it off, telling them to just relax, but the mom connects the dots. "If you are a hunter, this is about our son in the tower, right? They start grilling him. When did he go in? Why are you here? Kim finally drops the bomb. I am here to deliver something. Sejun sent me. He slides an envelope onto the table. The vibe instantly dies. The family looks horrified, thinking, that ungrateful brat. Why is he sending us stuff now? The dad starts tearing up, thinking his boy died and left them behind. But Kim interrupts. Whoa, chill. It's not a will. Dad stops crying, totally confused. Not a will? He opens the envelope and his eyes bug out. That's a lot of zeros. 50 million won. Cash. Kim explains. Sejun felt bad for dipping out so fast. He wanted you to know he's good and sent this cash to help out. The dad's mood flips instantly. He starts laughing. Ha! My boy's a genius. Just like his old man. Knew he'd kill it anywhere. Mom's still worried though. Is he really okay? Why didn't he come himself? Did he hand this to you personally? Kim nods, making up an excuse. Yeah, but he's stuck on a mission. Can't leave the tower right now. Hunter life? You know? Happens all the time. Don't worry. Then he looks at the kid. Park Se-dol. You can chill, kid. No need to be so stiff. Kim circles back. You guys said Sejun was missing earlier. Did you seriously not know he entered the tower? They shake their heads. Yeah, he just ghosted us like 5 months ago. Radio silence since then. We even asked the Hunter Association if a Park Sejun was registered. They said nope. Do people use fake names in there or what? Kim shrugs. Some do, but could be a system glitch. I'll have the guild look into it with the association. Internally, Kim is doing the math. Entered 5 months ago and no record at the association. He's shook. This guy hit the 4th floor solo? In that time frame? Nobody's climbed that fast in the 10 years the tower's been around. Are we looking at a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy here? Suddenly, Se-dol interrupts his thoughts. Hey, Mr. Team Leader. Does your guild train newbies? The dad smacks him down immediately. Boy, shut it! Your brother is grinding inside the tower. You need to support him from out here. But Se-dol mumbles, I could be talented too, you know. Kim gets serious. Listen, kid, hunting ain't a game. You can die. Even the association says 1 hunter per family is enough. 1 tragedy is plenty. Anyway, I gotta bounce. Dad panics. Wait, you're leaving? We haven't even fed you. Stay for dinner, please. Kim shakes his head. Nah, I came straight here from the tower. Gotta go see my own fam. The family realizes they've been keeping him. Oh, right, sorry. Drive safe, man. Back in his ride. Ping! System says, contract mission complete. He's about to head out when his phone buzzes. It is his daughter. Hey, sweetie. Miss your dad? Guess what I got you? I brought your favorite thing. Meanwhile, back in the tower, Theo is complaining. Ugh, the 99th floor is a trek. He finally reaches the MC's hideout. Sejun is busy with his farming hacks. He's soaking carrot tops until they root, then planting them. Carrot top farming. Complete. The system keeps throwing rewards at him. He's geeking out on the process. Take the scraps the rabbits leave. Soak them in water for a few days. Once the greens sprout, bury the roots in dirt. The actual carrot part doesn't grow back. But you get flowers, then seeds, infinite glitch unlocked. He grins. This is why I love farming. The bunny is hopping around happy. MC gets philosophical. Grinding like this? It pays off. Little wins stack up over time. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The tower admin is impatient. Are those dried sweet potatoes ready yet? MC laughs at the admin's thirst. Chill. I was just checking. He heads over with the bunnies and boom, perfectly dried snacks. So the dragon grabs one to test drive. He pops it in his mouth and practically ascends, raving about how the crust is absolutely fire. He says it's perfect, locking in all that moisture and sweetness underneath. The whole squad is obsessing over the flavor. He claims that softness is impossible to resist. It's got that jelly, like chew, that's totally addictive. And that's just the dried sweet potato. We are talking boiled potatoes sun-dried for 24 hours straight. It keeps the sugar and juice real, creating this gummy texture that's salty, sweet, and hard to put down. He hyped, saying he needs to stash a bunch for when he gets bored later. Suddenly, the administrator slides into the DMs asking if he forgot something. System says the admin is hungry and wants a snack delivery. Like, right now. They want him to speedrun the quest and ship the food. But Sejun is like, yo, can you chill for a second? Admin asks what the holdup is. Sejun says sending premium food in a trashy onion leaf bowl is a total no-go. He has a way better plan. Admin is like, I don't care. Just feed me. But Sejun insists it'll only take a hot minute to finish up. He throws it in a legit bag, calls it a dried sweet potato gift set, and says it looks aesthetic. Guess working those packing gigs back in the day paid off. He remembers the admin is a total noob at eating dried potatoes. If you were gonna do it, You gotta do it right. Plus, even if it's not just for looks, sealing the package keeps the moisture locked in so it stays fresh for ages. The admin is left speechless. Sejun asks if he's gonna take it or not, and the admin awkwardly mutters a thanks, wondering what just happened. Admin probably expected some high-tier loot but got disappointed by bland rations before, probably wondering if Sejun is trolling him with the food. Meanwhile, the baby dragon is losing his mind over how cute the packaging is. He can believe you can eat something that adorable, total sensory overload. Sejun is standing there realizing he dried 40 whole potatoes and they vanished in a single day, because the whole crew was snacking hard. That explains the mystery of the missing snacks. Then the queen bee buzzes over with a problem, or rather, she hands him something weird. It's a brick of compressed corn pollen. His beekeeping skill ticks up a notch instantly. He's never seen corn pollen packed like this before. The corn is actually popping off. He hasn't been paying attention, but the stalks are huge and the flowers are already blooming. He wonders if corn honey is a thing, since the bees are grinding so hard to collect pollen. Looking at that compressed brick, he debates taking a bite. People eat pollen for health gains, right? So he figures, why not? Tosses it down the hatch. Starts bitter, but then hits sweet. It's basically nature as candy. He tells the queen bee it's absolutely fire, and she gets all puffed up. She signals her squad, and they dump a mountain of pollen on him. She's acting all smug, like, yeah, we got plenty. Don't worry about it. Suddenly, Theo bounces back to Sejun, looking super stoked. Sejun is shocked to see him back so soon. Theo looks down, spots the queen bee, and freaks out. Sejun has to chill him out. Relax, bro. She's on our team now. The queen bee tosses some pollen at the cat as a peace offering. Theo sniffs it and immediately starts sneezing his brains out. I hate pollen! Sejun screams at him not to wipe snot on his clothes, since it's his only good shirt. Then he pivots to business with Theo. He asks if he handled the gig, and Theo asks like, duh, cleared the quests, sold the loot. Sejun presses him about the family update. Theo says it must be done because there's a contract right there. Sejun checks it marked as complete. That means his hello and 50 million won made it home. Theo says it had to work. Tower contracts don't mess around. He'll check it himself one day. But for now, he realizes this cat is actually legit. His mind drifts to his dad, mom, and little brother Dole. He was in a bad spot when he got sucked into the tower. Ghosting them like that without any contact must have them stressing out big time. Bet they never guessed he's living that cottage core life raising rabbits in a dungeon, not even in their wildest dreams. If he told them his job is tower farmer, his kid brother would probably roast him into oblivion. But since his dad's obsessed with gardening as a hobby, he'd probably geek out, ask about soil stats, and give him a ton of tips. Makes sense. Sejun definitely inherited his farming talent from his pops. Then he thinks about his mom. She always served those massive pots of hot stew. Thinking about the good old days hits him right in the feels. He really misses them. Suddenly, all the animals crowd around him, reminding him he's not alone. He realizes, yeah, this weird crew is his family now. Theo pipes up, me too, right? Sejun laughs. Yeah, you are my MVP employee. Then he tells him to check the bank account. He used 50 tower coins for the contract fee and 14.2 for the errand boy. Still got 208.8 coins left. Sejun is shook. Theo smirks, claiming it's just expected when you were good at business. Theo brags about jacking up prices because he can. Plus, he grabs some extra loot from the market for Sejun. Sejun wonders how long it's been since he saw actual civilized gear. The whole squad leans in to see what the cat dragged in. He says it's tower-made gear, so it's got the official seal. But he's wondering why the creator's name is blocked out. Suspicious much? So, he spots this dagger lying around a short one. He's totally hyped, because it's literally the first thing that looks like an actual weapon since he got trapped in this tower. But catch this. You gotta be level 10 or higher with strength over 5 just to use it. Plus, the maker is a total mystery. He's staring at those question marks like, seriously, who made this? Sejun eyes the question marks on the description and is like, yo, where did you even get this? Theo plays innocent, claiming he heard the blacksmith's lottery corner had some cheap stuff. So he just grabbed whatever looked shiny. He's actually shocked it works. But since he meets the equip requirements, he is debating whether to use it or not. Then the system throws a fit about an unappraised item. The admin slides into the chat warning that equipping unknown gear recklessly is a one-way ticket to big trouble. Sejun asks, so what happens if I just use it? The admin sighs and says they'll check it for him. Boom, a new mission pops up. Mission, mail the unappraised shank to the tower admin. Reward, 0. But if he fails, He can't appraise it. Plus, he gets a new quest to send a roasted sweet potato as a gift. Oh, and the reward is actually getting his appraised dagger back. Failure means he loses the blade forever. Totally rigged. He asks if he really has to do it this way. The admin hits him with a hard no, claiming it's definitely not because they are craving dried roasted sweet potatoes. Yeah, right. Sejun reads between the lines though. That was a yes wrapped in a strong refusal. He knows the tower manager S-game. The dude is practically drooling. Sejun gets annoyed at the admin's cheekiness since he already grabbed a bunch of potatoes earlier. But he agrees. Because using glitchy gear with unknown stats is sketchy anyway. He tells the admin to take it. He uses the appraisal skill and thank God, it's not a cursed item that'll wreck him. Mission cleared. The dagger teleports back in exchange for the potatoes. Turns out, it is the Keena's training short dagger. Legit backstory too. Hunter Keenes from Red Mountain used this thing for training as a kid. The blade is forged with black iron for extra weight, making it super heavy for a dagger, and they mixed in some mithril during production. That means once you sharpen it, that edge stays lethal for a long time. Specs are level 10 plus, strength 5, crafted by the blacksmith Crow, Arfes Blackhammer. It's even got a passive skill, increased proficiency. Basically, any skill used with this blade levels up 5% faster. That is a serious grind booster. Sejun is tripping that the weapon actually has a name. It's named equipment. If this thing hit the market outside, bidding would start at 100 million won. Easy. It's so rare it gets a special title. He's wondering if that cat seriously pulled this from a bargain bin lottery. He's looking at Theo like he's seeing a ghost. Because he thought the little guy was just naive. Now Sejun starting to wonder if the cat is actually a hidden genius, but nah, he is just staring at the cat's toe beans again. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a red bear is just vibing and eating. But that's not just any bear, it is a red bear cub. Dude, that is trouble. Major trouble. Do not touch that thing. You seen the size of the mom? Whenever there's a cute baby monster, a kaiju-sized mother is stomping around right behind it. Back in the cave, the hype over the churros continues. Sejun preps his new dagger, slicing through green onions like they nothing. He asks the bunny squad to rate his knife skills, asking if it's legit. Everyone loves it. Then Theo pipes up, asking Park Sejun if he likes the new toy. Sejun admits, yeah, it's sick, and he's impressed Theo found it. But Theo cuts him off, reminding him of the promise to call him Salesman Theo, since he promised that 1 hour ago. Sejun admits he is right, officially calling him Salesman Theo and telling the cat he is awesome. Theo decides to let it slide this time, telling Sejun to watch himself. Sejun is just standing there what is up with this guy? To him, Theo was just a squishy goofball. But the cat literally has the Midas touch gold in his paws. He's obsessed with the toe beans and suddenly thinks the cat looks majestic. Theo asks what Sejun is doing. Sejun just mumbles that his paws look super adorable. Talking to Salesman Theo, he asks if he wants another churro pack and scoops him onto his lap. Theo thinks, classic. Park Sejun is just a weak human after all. All humans eventually kneel before the paws. Now that he knows the power he holds, he's gonna exploit it big time. He claims his front paws are basically luck magnets. He asks, isn't it obvious? And tells the kid to hand over the treats, claiming he's got no time to waste. But Sejun senses the attitude shift. He picks Theo up, dumps him on the floor, and says, and your hour is up, buddy. Theo panics, asking if it was really that fast. He wanted to keep the title for a bit longer and begs for an extension. Sejun shuts him down and walks away. Theo thinks, this ain't gonna work. He has to use his special move. He's staying a salesman, whatever it takes. He calls out to Sejun, saying he has something to show him. He reveals the stash, peppers, tomatoes, and a bunch of other stuff. Sejun is shocked at the spices. Theo asks what he thinks he scored all these rewards just for taking photos. Sejun is losing his mind over the salt. He tastes it finally. The pepper is spicy. The seasoning is rich. The rabbits try a nibble and absolutely hate it. Sejun says this is the flavor he hasn't tasted in days. Theo smirks, asking, so, do I deserve to be the salesman now or what? He asks if he can keep the title for 2 hours. Sejun laughs. 2 hours? Bro, I'll let you be the salesman for 24. Theo is vibrating with happiness over his 24-hour promotion. Sejun goes full chef mode, prepping a fancy fish with pepper, spices, and the salt. As soon as it hits the skewer, the smell is insane. It wafts through the whole place, waking up the rabbits who come running, starving. Sejun asks if they slept well, says good morning to the crew, and notes they are already hungry. They better scramble and grab a seat because he is flexing his culinary skills today. A full-blown BBQ feast for everyone? They're amazed. Sejun says just in case, he grilled some fish with salt and pepper separately. He tells them to pick whatever vibes with their taste buds. He notices most of the white rabbits went for the spicy stuff and the chubby one already inhaled his, but the floppy-eared one took one bite and hated life. Scythe Rabbit isn't vibing with it at all, but Black Rabbit, he thinks it's sick. Then the MC looks over at Theo, who's still crashing, sleeping way too late. He walks over to wake Theo up for breakfast, telling him to get moving. But Theo's immediately demanding grilled fish. Sejun is like, I got salt and pepper, take your pick. He's asking Theo, what's the deal with that face? Like, is he trying to crack some joke about the divine fish or something? Turns out, Theo hates the salt-grilled stuff. Sejun just rolls with it and hands him a plain fish. Theo's all smug, like, yeah, simple is obviously better. Whatever, dude. After that drama, they head out to harvest tomatoes with the rabbit squad. Now Sejun is using his shiny new dagger to do the work. The system totally hooks him up. He grabs 70 XP just for those tomatoes. He realizes Kaiser's short dagger isn't just for fighting. It actually unlocks a training option. It says any skill using the short dagger levels up 5% faster. That's a pretty sweet buff. He's like, man, a rank B item hits different. He knows he's got to grind to boost his proficiency. He figures it is totally worth the hustle. He tells Theo to pick up the slack, but the cat is barely doing anything. He's pouting and claiming he's some great vendor who shouldn't be doing grunt work. Sejun snaps back like, yo, I'm the president and I'm working, so what's your excuse? Theo is shook. He had no clue Sejun was actually the boss this whole time. Sejun is like, yeah, dummy. He tells vendor Theo to hurry up. Theo agrees, but then asks if a president is actually higher up on the food chain than a vendor. Sejun confirms he's top dog. Theo's eyes light up like he just learned the secret to life. He promises to work hard with this new intel. Then he starts laughing like a creep, planning to monopolize Sejun's arms and legs once he becomes president. His bag is full, so he's about to dip. Sejun asks if he is taking off already. He reminds Theo to hit up the Lord S area for supplies and stop by the smithy to grab whatever looks cool from the lottery corner. He basically tells him, don't let that brilliant talent of yours go to waste. Talk about buttering him up. Theo's like, for sure, I'll be back soon, and bounces. Sejun stays behind to finish up the chores. He figures he'll finish the cherry tomatoes on the side and then crash. He starts harvesting and gaining XP, but then he pauses. Something's weird. That wasn't the usual XP for 6 tomatoes. He realizes the crops hit rank D. The fat breakdown, mana boost, and vitality stats almost doubled. Plus, they taste way better. He's totally blown away. Literally everything in the field is rank D today. Turns out, everything he touches turns to gold or well. Rank D because he is finally a rank D farmer. If Theo had waited like 5 minutes, he could be sold better stuff. He thinks it's a total bummer, but hey, nothing he can do about it now. Since they taste so good, he decides to stuff his face and nap with the rabbits. Meanwhile, Theo is walking away feeling kinda disappointed for no reason. Cut to the dragon. She heads to her room and spots this ice statue of the black dragon that Kaiser made. She looks at it closely, then smash. She destroys it and replaces it with the sweet potatoes Sejun gave her. She says the warehouse has a permanent preservation spell, so she's keeping them as a trophy instead of eating them. Why? Because her human. Sejun gave them to her. I'm saying she, but who actually knows? This dragon is acting way too cute though. I am just guessing on the pronouns. Honestly, do dragons even have genders? The dragon checks her crystal ball to spy on Sejun. He's just chilling, napping, totally clueless about the danger lurking around. She thinks about exploring but senses something sketchy. She starts freaking out about what might happen to Sejun. So she spams him with notifications to wake his butt up. Sejun wakes up groggy, asking the admin what the heck is going on. The admin is like, not the time for napping. Look up. There's a monster right above him. Sejun is totally caught off guard. The dragon sends a notification telling the bear to get lost. The bear gets so spooked by the message appearing out of thin air that it slips and falls. It's plummeting down, so Sejun yells, wait! He sprints over and catches the little guy before he goes splat on the ground. He staring at it, wondering if it is a dog or something. Then he realizes it is a baby crimson giant bear, looking up at him with big puppy eyes. Dude, stop. It is too cute. But this is going to be a disaster. He realizes this thing is the baby of that crimson bear from the Blue Moon event. The mom was a nightmare, but the baby? Extremely tiny and adorable. Then the admin pings him, asking why on earth he caught the falling baby monster. Sejun's like, I couldn't just let him die, but the admin warns him to kick the cub out of the cave ASAP because the mom is definitely hunting for it. She's close. But Sejun argues that the cub is too small to survive out there. He asks if they can just wait for the mom to come pick it up. The admin shuts that down, saying crimson giant bears are total gluttons. It's gonna eat every scrap of food in the cave. Sejun rolls his eyes, thinking, how much can this tiny thing eat? You are exaggerating. Meanwhile, the bear waddles over to Black Rabbit. The rabbit starts petting it, and they re-vibing. Then the queen bee tries to fly off, and the bear tries to lunge at her. The bees are not having it and swarm up to attack. Sejun jumps in to defend the cub, who is now shaking in fear. He tells the bees to chill, saying the cub isn't an enemy, just a clumsy baby. Then he turns to the bear and tells him to stop crying. He wonders if he caught a whiff of something sweet from that girl, thinks it's adorable, so he hits up the queen bee, asking if she can do him a solid. She's totally not vibing with his request, but caves anyway and hands over some honey. Then Sejun tosses the sweet stuff to that little bear cub. So he tells the cub, yo, take a bite. He knew the little guy would dig it because he probably smelled the honey from a mile away. Bears go crazy for that stuff. The admin is totally speechless. Meanwhile, the cub is practically in love with the MC. He polished off that honey in seconds and looks up like, wasn't that awesome? He even asks for seconds. But the admin is shaking, literally trembling with rage. He gets super ticked off and slams a notification window right in the protagonist's face. Boom. Sudden quest. Kick the baby bear out of the cave. The reward is a job skill. But if he refuses, he's gonna starve to death. Talk about harsh. Then the system pipes up, saying the tower manager is seriously beefing with the crimson giant bear cub. Now the poor little furball is shaking in his boots along with everyone else. Park Sejun is like, bro, what is your problem? He's just a baby. He asks how much a tiny thing could possibly eat. The admin claims he is just shooing away threats to the tower farmer. Supposedly, these things are dangerous to the farmer, but Sejun claps back, saying the admin is dramatic and he wouldn't even be stuck in this dump if the admin hadn't spooked him into falling. The admin calls it an innocent mistake, but demands he listen immediately. Yeah, right. Sejun starts thinking about that so-called mistake. They told him entering the tower was a glitch too. He starts feeling bad for himself and gets all emotional over the lonely cub's story. Everyone is staring at Sejun, waiting for his next move. Even the little dragon is tearing up. Finally, the admin gives up and is like, fine, do whatever you want. I am out. Sejun gets cocky and asks, how much can one baby bear eat that you're getting this jealous over it? He figures he's right and decides to evict the bear later when the time is right. He tells the cub, get up, little dude. The scary ghost is gone. When he picks the cub up, he realizes the little guy fell asleep in his arms. It's way too cute. So he decides to let the fluff ball crash in the cave for the night. He cuddles up next to the living teddy bear, planning to send him packing tomorrow. But in the middle of the night, something weird wakes him up. Something is moving in the dark. The black rabbit wakes up first, takes one look at the chaos, and starts screaming his head off. He screams to wake up the MC. Sejun groggily sits up, asking, what is with all the racket? Then he notices the baby bear is MIA. He sees a total disaster zone and the rabbits are furious. Then it hits him. His entire garden got absolutely wrecked. Aside from a few stray veggies, everything was devoured. That innocent little monster destroyed the place and ate all their food with a straight face. The warehouse is empty. Everything went down the drain in one night. Sejun feels like a total idiot because the admin did warn him. The rabbits immediately jump the bear and start throwing hands. The MC checks for leftovers, but it's tragic. A third of the sweet potatoes and carrots vanished into thin air. Weirdly, he didn't touch the cherry tomatoes. The rabbits are fuming, so the cub runs to Sejun, knowing the guy is a softie who'll protect him from the beatdown. He comes crying into Sejun's arms. Sejun asks, what happened? Because the bear literally tripled in size overnight. Yesterday he was the size of a bunny. Sejun totally forgot that eating inside the tower makes you grow like crazy. It's perfectly normal in here. Then the admin-S warning flashes back. The crimson giant bear is a bottomless pit, a glutton monster that will eat you out of house and home. Now he sees the mess he made. He really should have listened. Ping! A new message from the admin pops up. It says crimson cubs are massive eaters and can easily put away 100 kilograms of food in a single day. Sejun quickly apologizes to the admin. The admin accepts the my bad since he was right all along. Sejun looks at the cub, realizing he thought the system was just jealous, not, actually trying to save him. He didn't think it through. The admin chimes in again, reminding the protagonist that it is super important to get that baby out of there. He agrees, but wonders how to pull it off. He improvises a harness using scallion vines to tie the chubby guy up. It looks like legit safety gear. He straps the backpack on the thing and asks the rabbits, "You guys ready to heave?" The black rabbit is already topside, ready to haul. Sejun tells the pair to pull, and everyone strains to lift the heavy bear out. They finally get him off the ground, inching him up the shaft with everyone helping. He tells them they are doing great as the bear lifts off the floor. But as he goes up, the bear starts freaking out and thrashing. Sejun grabs some honey to calm his nerves before he snaps the vine. "Go find your mama, buddy." The honey works like a charm, and he quiets down. Sejun waves goodbye, and the cub waves back. Ding! Quest complete. As a reward, he unlocks the seed harvesting job skill, which boosts his chances of finding high-tier seeds. The crew regroups after the mission. Sejun wonders if the little guy got home safe and tells the team, "Good hustle, guys." Then their stomachs rumble. Reality check. The food is gone. The bear ate practically everything they had. He looks back and sees the rabbit couple staring at the empty storage. It's super awkward. They are seriously screwed. He wonders if they can survive on just cherry tomatoes for a while. A few days later, a massive shadow blocks the cave entrance. Sejun freezes in horror. The cub is back, and he brought back up his mom, a triple XL absolute unit of a bear. Sejun thinks, "I am so dead." The little snitch brought his mother. Now Sejun is face to face with the nightmare monster he was warned about. The MC panics, wondering why a crimson giant bear is at his hole. The black rabbit squares up to fight, but he knows he's totally outmatched against that thing. Cold sweat drips down Sejun's face. He figures she thinks he kidnapped her kid and is here to chew him out, literally. She looks ready to swallow him in one bite. He thinks he's heading to the afterlife, apologizing to his mom, dad, and little brother. He screams, "I don't taste good. I'm skinny and only eat tomatoes," begging for his life like a total coward. The cub's looking at him like he's a weirdo. But then the tower manager slides into his DMs, saying these guys aren't gonna jump him. He asks if the manager actually understands the crimson giant bear. Manager's like, "Yeah, duh," and explains the bear just wants to feed his kid some honey. He's skeptical, remembering the stash he already gave up. The bear nods in agreement, and the manager keeps translating the vibes, says the big guy will guard the hood in exchange for more of that golden goodness. Bear backs it up by dropping his massive paw right next to Sejun. He glances back at the rabbits, and they were all hype about the deal. So he tells the bear, "Fine, you get the honey you re-thirsting for." Manager tells Sejun to hop on the Crimson S paw. As he gets lifted out, he checks out his farm from above, thinking, "Oh damn, those crops really thrived in that cave." He realizes he's finally busting out of there into the real tower world. But when the sun hits his face, he's totally floored by the insane amount of land he can see from the palm of that giant bear. It's massive, making him wonder if they're even inside a tower anymore. Then he spots this weird beam of light way down there. Manager calls it a waypoint. Sejun's like, "A what point?" Turns out, it's the only way for outsiders to hop between floors. Basically how hunters get around. He figures if he uses that, he can dip to the first floor and finally escape this tower. But getting there is the issue. The cub hollers from below, and Mama Bear sets Sejun down super gently. He wonders if he has to trek across the desert, but realizes there's no way he is walking that far without dying. But with Mama Crimson Bear, it might work. He asks if she could Uber him to the light beam. She shuts him down cold. Manager translates the hard pass, and when he asks why, explains that spot isn't her turf. Means he'd have to scrap with like 3,000 monsters just to get there. He's shook, realizing the path is literally crawling with beasts. She points back, claiming her hood only runs from the forest to the edge of that zone. Most of the freaks don't mess with the desert path, and she can watch his back if he leaves her zone. Sejun starts to get the picture. Queen Bee and the rabbits roll up with their gear. Sejun notices Black Rabbit brought his backpack and gives him props. The cub grabs Black Rabbit in a hug, totally bonding. While they re-becoming besties, Mama Bear slides up to Sejun, like, "Where's my honey?" He pulls out the jar, and the hungry cub starts drooling all over Black Rabbit gross. Mama Bear snatches the honey Sejun tosses her way. Mama Bear looks curious about the commotion. Sejun asks if she wants a taste too. She turns it down, insisting it go to her kid since the food situation around here is tragic. That's why the cub's been stunted, though he grew a ton in one day thanks to Sejun. Then he remembers the little guy got swole because he literally ate most of his crops. He gives a nervous laugh, realizing they're fresh out of stock. Queen Bee is definitely not amused. Mama Bear says the super sweet smelling honey will help. Sejun turns to the Queen Bee, telling her the honey's working, but she's hiding behind him like a shy kid. So he talks to Mama Bear, realizing she's starving too. He asks if she skipped meals today, because the manager mentioned crimson giant bears have massive appetites. She admits she hasn't eaten in 3 days while hunting for this cave. Sejun is totally shocked. Even if the baby comes first, moms shouldn't suffer like that. He says, "Not on my watch," and tells Black Rabbit it's go time. Rabbit nods, and Sejun announces he's about to unleash the skills of Chef Park Sejun. Black Rabbit runs off to snag some fish. Scythe Rabbit starts slicing up carrots, while Sejun whips up a killer meal once the grub is ready. He taste tests it perfection and serves everyone a bowl of fish stew with carrots and tomatoes. Mama Bear is hyped, and the cub's eyes are sparkling while he drools. Sejun brags that the tomato fish stew is packed with nutrients. We were low on ingredients, but the flavor is legit, he says. Plus, mom needs to eat good so the kid grows strong, right? The cub is already stuffing his face, and the mom is practically drooling looking at Sejun. She grabs him and the rabbits in a massive group hug to say thanks. The tower manager makes sure to forward the gratitude, stoked that everything worked out. Sejun, currently getting crushed, wheezes that he can breathe. The manager reflects on how she's been watching over them since the cub bailed on the cave days ago. She was worried the baby would cry for mom and attack the human. Weirdly, the crimson giant bear seemed like she actually wanted to be chill with the guy. So the manager decided to translate, giving Sejun the heads up before he went back inside, but never expected it to end like this. Now the manager is thinking, more food for me if he expands his farm outside the tower, and if that crimson giant bear plays bodyguard, it's way less stress killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Classic move from the genius black dragon, Eileen Pratani. She is feeling pretty smug. Meanwhile, at the Wandering Merchant Inspection HQ, a bunch of sellers are hanging around, and that fox girl has Theo's papers, thinking the info is missing same sketchy vibe as the Scarin drama. Honestly, checking his vibe, he doesn't seem like a pro merchant at all. Makes you wonder how he even gets those sales numbers. So, this random pup runs up to Zareth, barking about a robbery at some fancy warehouse on floor 55. Apparently, bits of the stolen loot are trickling into the black market. He's there to drop the official report. He tries to hand over the stolen item list from the director, but Zareth isn't having it. She calls the owner a total scumbag who starves peasants. She asks why the inspection squad should waste time protecting a crook like that and says the director needs to take a chill pill. But then, another dog busts in, yelling for Zareth. He says they got a ping from the agent tailing that merchant cat. They're pretty sure it's Theo. He just hit floor 75 using the Wandering Merchant shortcut. Zareth looks actually surprised. She tells them to stash the list for later because she's heading out to intercept. The pup wishes her luck, and she takes off, swearing on her rep as Zareth of the inspection squad that she'll catch this guy. Meanwhile, Theo is just chilling at the market, grabbing some skewers like he doesn't have a care in the world. Cut to another day. The 2 bear cubs drag Sejun to the cave entrance so Mama Bear can lift him out. It's been 3 days since their deal. Every time the crimson giant bear hauls him up, he tosses her some food as a toll fee. She chows down while patrolling. Talk about multitasking. She drops her kid off in the morning and dips immediately. Once Sejun is out, he and the rabbits start moving gear and clearing the mess around the cave entrance. But the surface soil is total trash compared to the cave. It's dry and full of rocks. Growing anything here is going to be a nightmare. The rabbits look super bummed, but then Sejun notices the bear cub zooming around, accidentally tilling the dirt. Sejun thinks, nice work, kid. The cub is making rock removal way easier. So Sejun tosses him a sweet potato. The rabbits with the shovels and carts handle the heavy lifting. Sejun notices the cub is growing crazy fast, almost as tall as him now. If that thing had stayed inside the cave, yikes, chills. Anyway, Sejun starts planting sweet potatoes. Since the dirt is basically dead, he's just bearing roots for now. He says the ground looks totally sterile. Thanks to sowing level 3, the odds of them actually growing go up, and his farming vibe gets a little boost. Notifications keep popping up. He plans to switch to cherry tomatoes next, but then he catches the bear cub digging holes behind him. The little glutton is digging up the sweet potatoes Sejun just planted. Sejun yells, "Dude, this isn't a treasure hunt." The cub looks shocked. Sejun's mad because he worked hard on that. Now he has to redo the whole field. He threatens to make the rabbit school the bear on farming concepts. The cub starts bawling, totally regretting his snack. While the white rabbit lectures the kid, we switch to floor 38. Theo's back with the humans, auctioning off 300 cherry tomatoes. Bidding starts at 25 tower coins. Everyone goes nuts, throwing money at him like they are desperate. Theo thinks it's less gold than last time, He was hoping for another rich idiot to show up. Then that guild leader walks over. He asks if Theo checked the contract. Theo welcomes Kim Dong-shik, who has a message for Sejun. Tell Park Sejun the Phoenix Guild talked to his family. They're good, so he doesn't need to stress. Theo notes the message, but asks why Kim Dong-shik didn't join the bidding war. Turns out, the guy wants something else. Theo asks what's up, and Kim Dong-shik asks for a selfie because his daughter is obsessed with cats. Theo demands payment immediately. Kim Dong-shik hands over red pepper powder, says Koreans can't live without it. Theo thinks it's some premium treat and dumps it straight into his mouth. Kim Dong-shik tries to warn him, but it's too late. Theo starts sneezing and jumping around, screaming that his tongue is on fire. Later, he hits the merchant village to upgrade his bag. His tongue is still tingling, but at least his bag capacity is huge now. It can hold hundreds more tomatoes. Totally worth spending all of Sejun's bonus cash. At this rate, he'll have 1,000 tower coins in no time. He plans to become a mid-level merchant, become the boss, and finally make Sejun beg. Yeah, right. He decides to stop at Shop Alley to finish a task, but he catches a whiff of skewers. He figures the grease will fix his burning tongue. He orders one from a fox, who tries to charge him a full coin. Theo demands a discount. The fox realizes Theo isn't a noob and caves. Theo's feeling good until someone interrupts him. It's Zaref. Theo's feeling good until someone interrupts him. It's Zaref. He recognizes her as the gullible chick Scarin almost scammed. She definitely remembers him too. She's salty about being called a sucker since he ruined the operation, but she introduces herself properly as Zaref. He asks what her deal is. She says she owes him for saving her last time and wants to give him a gift. Theo's like, pass, I'm busy. Zaref panics and blocks him, begging for just a cup of tea. He refuses because his tongue can't handle hot stuff. So she pivots. There's a dessert place nearby. She's talking about some exclusive spot where you gotta wait years for a res. But her buddy works there so she can snag this high-key amazing pudding. But Theo's like, I hate sweets, and calls her thirsty. She's wondering why this idiot is being so stubborn about it. So she starts tripping, throwing herself on the floor, crying and begging him to listen. Theo jumps, like, yo, why are you throwing a fit all of a sudden? She says she hasn't been a wandering merchant for long, just trying to survive. Admits she has zero skills and claims she was super impressed by him. Says he saw right through that cruel Scarin dude scam instantly and saved a total stranger just cause he's chill like that. Claims she respects him and wants to learn his moves, calling him amazing, cool, the wonderful Mr. Theo. Total suck up. And he gets all full of himself with the praise, saying if she puts it that way, maybe he can school her a little. Zaref asks if he S for real, thinking her acting actually worked, calling him a careless noob for falling for a trick that never fails. Theo S just like, this is embarrassing. So she needs to get up. She stands up, asking where he is heading. He says he's got some stuff he needs to cop. So he was on his way to Blacksmith Alley, and she is shook, asking if he's trying to buy stuff to resell. He tells her she'll get it when she sees it. They actually hit up the alley, where a bunch of people are buying gear. Once they read there, Zaref spots some stuff, saying it as fire. Tells Theo she heard this smithy has top-tier items. But he says he doesn't buy that basic trash. She asks what item he's actually trying to buy, and he says, this place looks good. Pulls up to a spot with 50% off everything inside. He asks if the owner's in, walking into this shady joint with Zaref. She thinks that place is full of unappraised junk or unsold garbage. Basically a store for picking through trash, wondering what kind of merchant skill he's going to teach her there. Inside, Theo points out the sign says everything is 20 tower coins, asking if that S legit. Owner says he S right, and a lot of the items aren't he appraised, so they can to know the real price. Says if he pays for stuff that S rotten from age, they'll cut him a deal, telling him to pick whatever. But Theo just screams at the clerk, demanding a discount. Zaref is standing there wondering what the hell Theo is saying, asking if this is his pro strat. Dude is literally taking her advice to ask for a discount way too seriously. She's shook that he wants a discount at a place that S already a discount store. Wondering if he's actually that confident. Then the clerk caves and says he can take it for 18 coins. Zaref is surprised at Theo, but he pushes for even more off. Calls himself a bold kid, offering 15 tower coins. Then demands they sell for just 13, saying he'll come by often and swears it is true, begging for more off. Seller says he hasn't laughed in a while, agrees to 13 coins. Theo gets all happy asking if she saw that, and Zaref tells him he's incredible. But he's just being stubborn, and she questions what he's actually planning to buy. He browses around, walks up to a random hat, and she asks if he's buying that, asking if he's serious. He's like, "What's the problem?" She's like, "Bro, what? It's not even a weapon. It's a straw hat. Literally 100% trash." But the seller hears her and asks what she's talking about, asking if she's got beef with his shop. She starts panicking. So Theo calls her a pain in the ass and she starts apologizing, but wonders why she's the one saying sorry. He just says he liked it, says Sejun told him to buy whatever he vibes with, walks out with Zareth, who is totally lost. And he tells her he's done looking around and dips. She's surprised, and he asks if his merchant techniques were good, saying he hopes she becomes a baller merchant too. Just leaving her behind, she's frozen, thinking there's no way, and it'd be weird to keep following him now. Besides, she has to fall back for now. But she thinks of something watching Theo walk away with that hat. She's frozen, thinking there's no way, and it'd be weird to keep following him now. Besides, she has to fall back for now. But she thinks of something watching Theo walk away with that hat. Noticing she's seen it on a list before and thinks it's impossible he picked it knowing what it was. Meanwhile, the MC is cooking up something else and says the seedlings grew from the carrot flowers way faster than expected. Says he's got to plant half in the cave and half on the surface. Says they were going to cut the stored carrots by half because of the bear cub, because the rabbit started shaking again. And now they re-bringing some chunky fish and the black rabbit too. He asks if it's grub time, thinking about the menu and deciding on fish soup. Asks if they can clean the fish with sickle rabbit. And that bunny gets all hyped to do it. And the MC says it seems Mama Rabbit has no appetite lately. He's gonna grab some fresh cherry tomatoes for now. Says he harvested 10 magical ripe ones at once. So his harvest skill level starts blowing up and finally hits harvest level 4. He wonders if any new perks got added. The new effects of harvest level 4 make slightly green or overripe fruits taste great. And with a super low probability, the crop level can get boosted by 1. Even if the odds are low, harvesting top-tier stuff is better. He thinks he feels happy just thinking about eating cherry tomatoes, thinks there are extra skill effects if he hits level 4, but realizes he can only find out by grinding the other skill levels. So the rabbits start nagging him. He realizes he can just slack off, so he heads over, chops some greens, and notices the soup is ready to go. That special fish chowder for the prego mama rabbit is done. She waddles over to eat. Sejun seriously poured his heart into that bowl for her. It's got fish, carrots, and green onions that simmered for ages. Supposedly, it tastes super refreshing. He figures even if she's not hungry, she's got to eat for the sake of the babies. Meanwhile, Papa Rabbit is just standing there looking like a total goofball. Sejun tells him the farm is running smooth, so quit stressing. He tells Papa Rabbit to just focus on his wifey since those kits are coming soon. He tells Black Rabbit he's gonna meet his little siblings any day now. Suddenly, the bear shows up and starts hollering for Sejun. Talk about perfect timing. He calls the rest of the crew to head upstairs and grab some grub with him. Cart Rabbit and Sickle Rabbit get stuck watching the veggies in the cave. Sejun ties up the gear and himself, yelling at the little bear to pull him up. The baby bear yanks Sejun up from the top. He waves to the others like, "Catch you guys later." He mentions that a few days ago, with some heavy lifting from Mama Giant Bear and a rock pulley, they managed to rig up a manual elevator. Their morning routine is the baby bear dragging him to the surface for breakfast. It's wild to watch. He literally just asked for a rock to tie a rope around. And she brought a boulder the size of a house. The scale here is totally whack. Guess that S the 99th floor for you. But thanks to that, the ride-up is chill. He gives them props for the work. The baby bear is getting ripped from all that lifting, too. The kid is grinning like an idiot next to Sejun. Sejun notices he got pulled up way faster than yesterday, so he figures the bear is just desperate to see him, or more likely, desperate for food. The bear doesn't even deny it. Sejun tells him to eat up. It's roasted sweet potatoes, which is new since the kid usually eats them raw. Saved a few from last night. The tower manager was super salty about it, but Sejun figured the bear would dig the flavor. And yeah, he absolutely loves it. He wolfs them down so fast there's only one left before Sejun can tell him to slow his roll. Suddenly, the kid gets a bright idea, grabs the last potato, sprints to the dirt, and starts digging. Sejun is like, "Dude, what are you doing?" He starts burying the potato. This genius actually thinks planting a cooked potato means he can grow more to eat later. He looks so smug about it, but everyone starts cracking up. Sejun has to break it to him that it's not gonna grow just cause it's in the dirt. That hack doesn't work on cooked food. The bear looks totally devastated. Sejun asks if it was really that delicious, promising to bake more for him. He hasn't laughed that hard in ages. Then he hears a noise and spots a fish head buried nearby. Actually, there's buried fish heads everywhere. This bear needs some serious schooling. Meanwhile, Sejun's stomach starts growling. Back inside, the Queen Bee's castle is getting massive. She is chilling in there, holding something that looks like an egg. Outside, the baby bear and Black Rabbit are squaring up. Black Rabbit gets ready and the bear charges, but the rabbit is too quick and dodges, escaping the attack and countering from behind. But the bear still manages to reach out and tag him. He grabs the rabbit and starts licking him, just goofing around. Sejun watches, wondering if they are actually training or just messing about. Then the chubby rabbit rolls through with his cart, passing out carrot and tomato juice like a waiter. Sejun was dying of thirst, so he thanks him. While he drinks, he glances at the hole and spots some bees buzzing out. Looks like the poison bees are on patrol. One zooms at him, and then the queen herself comes out, which is super sus. The queen looks totally stressed out. Sejun asks why she's out here instead of laying eggs inside. She hands him something wrapped in green onion leaves. Sejun asks what it is, but she just backs off. She bows with her squad and takes off. He wonders what she just handed him. He opens it and finds a poison queen bee cocoon. Apparently, a larva accidentally ate royal jelly and is mutating into a poison queen. It hatches in 10 days and will treat the first person it sees as its owner. Sejun is totally shook. He gets it. The current queen hasn't been ruling long, so the hive isn't exactly a powerhouse yet. Having a new queen born in a hive that isn't ready to split would just weaken their already pathetic power levels. She trusted him with her precious kid. He decides to step up and make sure this thing transforms right. He wants a top-tier poison queen. He hypes up the cocoon, telling it to hang in there because he's stoked to meet it. A while later, Theo is heading back to the cave. He thinks Sejun is going to bow down to him now that he is back. He's ready to act like the boss, but then he spots something weird. The baby bear is hanging out in front of the cave. Then he sees Sejun's backpack in the bear's mouth and freaks out. Isn't that Sejun's bag? Why is it out here? Theo's brain goes to the worst-case scenario. Did the bear kill Sejun? He starts spiraling, totally in denial. His dark thoughts are never wrong. He knew the vibes were off the second he walked in here. On the 38th floor, he thought he needed to bolt as fast as possible, but he didn't use up all his remaining time as Theo, the sales cat. He just started getting bummed out about his benefits. He says he's gonna throw hands with the teddy bear, wants revenge for his buddy, ready to attack the cub. But then the MC shows up, right in the nick of time, asking if he arrived while he was lunging at the... So he automatically hits the brakes on his attack and jumps on Sejun, clinging to his head. Then he asks if he's okay and if she bit him anywhere. But the MC is like, why? What even happened? Then Theo asks against his knees, wondering how he got out of the cave, clinging to the MC everywhere, super worried about him. But then Sejun says he's gonna fall, telling him to cut it out. Then Theo asks, what the hell is that giant red bear? But the MC tells him to chill out first, telling him to say one thing at a time. So he sits down to break it down, saying that, as Theo can see, that's the cub of a giant red bear, and explains that he ended up falling into the cave and they got close. In exchange for the mom guarding the hood, he agreed to give him honey and food. And Theo says he thought he got eaten by that thing. But Sejun says it makes sense if he looks at the size of that brat. But he also thinks it's weird to keep calling him Giant Red Bear. He wants him to have a name, so he speaks to Theo, asking if he could ask the bear cub what his name is. And Theo says the bear cub is just bear cub, saying the kid doesn't know his own name, so he asks if he should give him a temporary nickname, something that pops into his head. Apparently, the teddy bear is down with it, asking what name he'd give. The MC says he has a really sick name and says it's Cuengi, because he keeps saying Cuengi all the time and says it's the perfect name for him. But everyone around just stared at the MC with a massive look of disappointment in their eyes, both the rabbits and Theo, thinking Sejun really has 0 sense for naming people. He asks, why? He says it's a solid name, asking if it isn't tea, questioning what the little bear thinks about it. Then, while he starts tickling him, the teddy bear actually kind of digs it. He says that, just like he imagined, he knew he'd like it. But Theo tells him to stop right now, telling the MC to take a look at this, totally jealous of what he is doing, and says he completed all the missions, sold everything out this time too. And with that, he asks how much time he'll give to Theo, the sales cat. He says it's great, because added to the time left from that last hour, it'd be about 38 hours. Then he gets all happy, saying he's going to use it all now, ordering him to give him churro. So the MC picks him up, serving him, calling Theo sir, asking him to eat a little churro. And Theo gets all happy about being treated right. But while he's eating churro, The bear cub wanders over, eating part of his churu. Then he asks yo, what's the bear up to? And realizes the audacity this furball dared to lick his churu. Theo is absolutely triggered. Ready to scratch the bear's face off, Sejun has to physically restrain him so Theo doesn't start a brawl with the cub, screaming, "How dare you sit on the president's lap? I'll never forgive you." Sejun is holding him back while the little bear looks all sad and pathetic, but Theo still manages to swipe his claws across the cub's face. And now the kid is bawling his eyes out screaming for mommy. Then Sejun notices the ground shaking, just as the cub is crying. Mama bear bursts out of the woods, charging in to defend her baby. Both Sejun and Theo are absolutely terrified seeing this giant angry bear stomping over to protect her kid. She looks terrifying, giving them a legit death stare. The cub is hiding under her while Cuengi is crying, snitching about what happened, and Sejun is thinking, yeah, we totally screwed up. Theo just freezes, totally surrendering to the giant monster while Sejun thinks they retoast. Seriously, bro, you can't just do that. Rule number 1, if you see a baby animal, don't hit it. If the kid is this huge, imagine the mom. You make it cry, she comes running. And that's exactly what went down. Theo, trembling like a leaf, tries to say hi to the mama bear, stuttering that he is just a wandering merchant cat and here is his ID. He tries to say it was just a tiny misunderstanding with her kid, but she's so ticked off she just screams at him, not listening to a single word. She gets right up in his face, talking calmly but loud enough to blow their eardrums out. He starts begging for forgiveness, promising no more fighting. Sejun jumps in like, it was just a little drama. Nothing happened. Seriously. She's still salty but decides to let it slide and walks away, leaving Theo behind. Sejun says he thought they were done for. While Theo is still there crying his eyes out, Sejun asks if he's good and tells him to chill out. Theo thanks Sejun for the save and apologizes, admitting he should have spilled the beans earlier. Sejun scoops him up while Theo is still looking all sad. Even Black Rabbit goes over to try and hype the cat back up, along with the rest of the crew. Sejun starts tickling him to lighten the mood, and everyone joins the vibe, but the little bear is sulking in the corner, looking all emo, then slowly creeps over. He walks up to Theo and licks him to squash the beef, says he's sorry to Cuengi too, and decides they were going to be homies from now on. But he adds a condition, "Don't to touch my snacks." Bro, Sejun agrees they should all be friends, but everyone is crashing hard from the adrenaline. Getting ready to sleep, they end up forming a massive cuddle pile. Meanwhile, Mom and Dad Rabbit head out to scout the situation. Outside, they don't see anything sketchy, but they find Theo's bag. Dad Rabbit peeks inside and spots the hat Theo brought. So, Mom calls him over because she found the whole squad passed out in a cuddle puddle around Cuengi. They see everyone vibing together and get ready to sneak in. Daddy Rabbit even drops a hat on Sejun's face while they snuggle up. Gotta tell ya, the dude is literally living the dream. Chill vibes, living off the land, super sick pets, everything smooth, making bank. Honestly, I'd sign up for that life in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, in some trippy outer space corner of the tower, a bunch of dragons are staring at this mage dude. He's flexing some flashy magic on a crystal, but then the crystal glitches out in a way he totally didn't expect. He starts freaking out, wondering why the tower isn't opening, getting all salty about it. Then Anton rolls up, telling the boss to chill and quit spazzing, because he can't even see Eileen right now. The big boss is Kaiser Vritra, and he's complaining that it's been over 10 years since the last summon. He finally got his hands on the cure, so he's impatient. But now the portal is busted. He says the tower's emergency system is also fried, so they're basically stuck with zero way to cross over. They're trapped outside, clueless about what's going down inside. Anton tells Kaiser that since the Black Tower's emergency system crashed, it actually proves Eileen didn't have a seizure, so they've still got time. He tells the old man that everyone gets why he's stressing. I mean, they're all Vritras, right? They all showed up for Eileen. Obviously, they're all on edge too. The tower manager's office sits right in the middle of all the mana keeping the place alive. The dragons usually take turns running the show just to power level in that spot. But they all gave up that sweet XP spot for Eileen since she's sick. They risked their necks and lost a ton of stuff hunting down a cure for her. They all came together to fix Eileen's glitchy body, which got wrecked by her own dragon heart. Every dragon there is totally devoted to saving her. Kaiser is still like, we're helpless even if I say that. Anton's like, yeah, Dad, I get it. Trying to talk some sense into his old man. He claims that's exactly why he's staying chill, because Eileen is his daughter. He believes in that kid more than anyone and knows she's fighting off the seizure like a boss. Kaiser figures if Anton says so, it's cool. He tells the Vritra dragons to just hang tight until the tower decides to open up. The dragons all dip, flying off on Kaiser's orders. Anton notes that they're already past the date when the seizure was supposed to hit. He wonders if maybe Eileen's dragon heart actually got better or something. Kaiser hopes so, but he's mostly just worried about his grandkid, hoping she's actually eating properly. Meanwhile, Eileen is stuffing her face, totally vibing inside the tower. She wonders if the food tastes better because the cherry tomatoes leveled up to D rank. The flavor is way more intense. She used to have to shove a whole handful in her mouth to taste anything, but now just a few pop with flavor. But right in the middle of snacking, she feels something weird in her heart. She looks down at her chest like, what was that? She wonders if her dragon heart just beat. That thing hasn't thumped in 200 years. Did it just move on its own and suck up some mana? She scans her insides and realizes she totally should have had a seizure by now. Maybe those cherry tomatoes actually did something magic. Probably, yeah. Those human crops boost mana bit by bit. She totally forgot about that stat boost since she was too busy enjoying the taste. But turns out, the stuff can even heal a dragon heart. She starts giggling like a dork the mighty black dragon. Eileen Vritra, 2 centuries old, finally found someone worth protecting, since her heart is actually beating again. Even if just for a sec, she decides she's going to protect Tower Farmer Park. He should feel super honored. Honestly, it's a huge deal for a dragon to actually like you. Then she's like, wait, what? He snagged an unranked item while she wasn't paying attention. She thinks he's basically unstoppable now. Total fangirl moment. Our guy Sejun is clueless about all the drama, just snoozing away with his little straw hat on, completely out of it. Suddenly, Sejun gets bombarded with system pop-ups right in his face before he even wakes up. They're super close, basically screaming at him from the tower manager. The screens are so in his face he can barely focus. He sits up and finally reads what the tower manager is yelling about. She's asking if she didn't already warn him about messing with unappraised items. Sejun's like, dude, you scared the crap out of me while I was sleeping. He asks what she means by unappraised items, then realizes he's wearing a straw hat. He's confused. Like, why is this thing on my head? Rabbit Pops points at Theo. Sejun asks if it was in Theo's bag and if the cat brought it in. He tries to wake the furball up, but Theo just smacks his paw over his face, refusing to get up. He wants to keep snoozing. Sejun realizes the cat is a total sleep addict and dumps him on top of the bear cub. He inspects the hat. The name is just Farmer's Straw Hat. Super basic. 0 details. The stats say it has Mother Earth's Protection Level 1. It gives weak defense to all his farmland and boosts intelligence recovery a tiny bit. Sejun is shook. He wonders if there's a limit on the farm size for the buff. It actually seems like a legit item. But the equip requirements are steep. Strength and stamina both need to be over 20. Then the manager pipes up, saying she already appraised the hat for him. He asks if she's going to give him a quest. She actually does, telling him to send the hat to the tower admin office. The reward? Absolutely nothing. She claims he wanted to be able to appraise it otherwise. He sends it over. Eileen grabs the tiny hat, wondering if she should. Sha'll flex her skills. She casts appraisal on it, sees all the hidden stats, and is totally stunned that the item is actually top tier. She's grinning at the hat, hyping up how good it is. Sejun asks if she's congratulating him. And suddenly, boom, new quest. The manager wants him to promise to send crops filled with blue moon energy during the next blue moon event. The reward is the appraised straw hat. If he says no, he's never seeing that hat again. He's taken aback, but then starts thinking, it's almost blue moon time anyway, and his farm is way bigger now, so he can spare some crops. He agrees, and Eileen basically demands a pinky promise to seal the deal. On top of that, she drops her name like he should be bowing down or something, wants him to know just how honored he should feel. He mulls over the name Eileen Fratani and basically tells her she didn't need to bother. Big mistake. She gets all salty, asking if he actually wants his straw hat back or if he's done breathing. She's literally stomping her feet, hyping herself up, keeping on about what a massive honor it is just to know who she is. Drama queen much? Sejun is practically drooling over Eileen Fratani, acting all honored and swearing he'll hand over his entire harvest to her. He basically tells her the second he gathers that blue moon charged stash, it's hers. The manager chimes in, making a huge deal about this being his first legit pact with a human. Sejun's mulling it over while she's totally geeking out. She's super hype about the pinky swear, acting like they just bonded for life. Quest complete, and boom, he scores the straw hat of St. Patrick of the Earth. Sejun checks his inventory and realizes he just snagged an actual artifact, Apparently, this farmer Patrick dude, the so-called Earth Saint, wore it all the time. Legend says the guy saved a ton of starving people just by farming. It's one of the 10 rare artifacts unique to the Black Tower, and the restrictions unlock based on how hard you grind. The only catch to using this thing is you gotta have a job related to agriculture. Credits go to Patrick for crafting this bad boy. The appraised class shows the skill Mother Earth's Protection at level 1. Sejun realizes this is top-tier loot, the first time he's ever seen named gear ranked as an artifact. All those level and stat blockers that were originally written as restrictions? Gone. Poof. Now the only rule left is for people in the farming game. He's wondering if the system actually checked his class properly. Since the skills are supposed to level up based on the user's work tier, it looks like the stats get decided the moment he actually uses them. The second he puts it on, the system confirms he's a rank D tower farmer and the artifact upgrades to match. All the Class E limits get trash canned. Mother Earth's Protection jumps to level 2 with 0 restrictions. Plus it unlocks a hidden skill called Farmer's Body. The Class D limits vanish too, boosting Mother Earth's Protection to level 3 and Farmer's Body to level 2. He also unlocks Wishing for a Good Harvest. So yeah, dude is getting seriously overpowered. The Good Harvest skill is basically RNG, giving a low chance for a specific plot to blow up with crops for a week, maxing out at 100 Pyong. Yields go up by 50%. Sejun is totally shook by how cracked these options are, wondering if all 10 tower artifacts are this broken. He admits the item is insane, packing the essential skills he needs to terraform that dead wasteland outside the cave. It's gonna be clutch. He knew it. Theo's golden hands are legit magic. He runs over to the cat, grabbing the little merchant by the shoulders in a full-on hug attack. Theo puts a stop to the paw-kissing fest immediately, looking terrified and asking Sejun what the heck he thinks he's doing. Sejun realizes the cat's awake and drops the bomb. Theo gets to be the sales cat for a whole week. Theo's stunned, asking if he really gets 7 days instead of the usual 38 hours. Sejun confirms it, calling him a cute little rascal. Theo wakes up fully, vibrating with excitement about his extended shift as the sales cat. He doesn't even know why he's so hyped, but he's loving it. A bit later, Sejun heads back down to the hole. The rabbits are huddled around him, and the black rabbit is stressing out, tapping its foot. Sejun is anxious too, shaking so hard that Theo is trembling in his lap. Theo finally snaps, asking if they can quit bouncing their legs because it's driving him absolutely bonkers. Sejun says he can't help it. The suspense is killing him. It's been forever with 0 updates, and the rabbits are staring at their mom's door like they're waiting for a verdict. Theo complains that waiting is a drag and asks Sejun for a churu snack, which earns him a death glare from the black rabbit. Sejun says it's going to take a while and tries to call a break, but suddenly the sickle rabbit walks out. Sejun immediately barrages him with questions about how many babies there are and if they're okay, while the outside crew just stares. The sickle rabbit reveals 3 babies, shocking everyone, but then the dad rabbit steps out holding 3 more. That's 6 fluffy little nuggets in total. Sejun realizes he needs to whip up some soup to help Mama Rabbit recover from that marathon labor session. It's a total celebration. He thinks they're adorable and yells at Theo to get his butt over there and take a look. Theo asks if it's safe to get close. Sejun's like, duh, look how cute they are, but Theo just notes how tiny they are. Sejun announces that Theo is officially an uncle now, which makes the cat puff up with pride. Sejun tells him to look out for the nephews, calling him Cool Theo. The cat gets all ego boosted, pulls a churu from his cape, and tries to feed his favorite snack to the newborns. Sejun shuts that down instantly. Babies can't eat treats yet. Theo looks devastated. Then Sejun asks if he was hiding more snacks on the sly. Theo gets nervous, claiming it was just an emergency stash, begging him to let it slide. Sejun figures it's a good day, so he gives him a pass. So, on day 179 of being stuck in the tower, the family just got bigger. Meanwhile, miles away near a teleport gate, some horned dudes are hanging out. One guy tells his proud warriors to listen up because the blue moon is dropping soon. He orders them not to give in to hunger and to scour the wasteland for literally anything edible. That's the Bull King, the boss of Floor 99. Back at the ranch, Sejun is vibing with his massive family in the hole. Later, the Wishing for a Good Harvest skill kicks in at level 1. A 30-foot patch of tomatoes gets the buff, boosting next week's yield by 50%. The bees are grinding hard among the flowers. Sejun notices there are way more blooms than usual. With that 50% boost, he starts thinking about the 7th blue moon they've faced since entering the tower. He wonders if Cuengi and his mom are prepping too, since they ghosted him today. He knows he needs to get back to the grind, but then he hears the rabbits chatting behind him. Arya Shai. He spins around and sees Theo chasing the babies all over the place while they try to play with some leftover fish scraps. Theo grabs the thing, yelling about how gross and dirty it is. They try to sneak near the fire, but Theo's stuck in full-on babysitter mode. He's freaking out, acting like everything's gonna kill them. Tells him to stick close to Uncle Theo, rounding up all the bunnies like a total helicopter parent. Sejun's shook. Had no clue Theo had these protective dad vibes buried deep down. He asks how the whole cool uncle gig is treating him. Theo admits it's exhausting, but he's kinda loving it, gets all mushy about being an uncle. Meanwhile, the rabbit mom and dad, they're totally vibing with the free babysitting. Finally got some downtime. Sejun sees exactly what's going on there, so he sends Theo packing before dinner and hangs with the rabbits. Tells the little guys to hang on tight because they're going on a legit adventure this time. Meanwhile, over at the cave hive, the bees are on that non-stop grind making honey. Zero chill. The rabbits finally lock themselves inside to ride out the blue moon. Sejun's thinking he's totally prepped for this event. But then he glances over and sees Theo stuffing himself into the grocery bag. He's like, "Yo, cat, what are you even doing?" Theo claims he's dodging the blue moon vibes. Apparently, that bag blocks the energy and is huge on the inside, like basic tent size. But the pro merchants and hunters rock tents the size of houses. Sejun realizes this bag is actually high-tech and asks if he can stash something in there too. Theo asks what's up. Sejun just hands him the queen bee's egg. Theo's looking at it like, what is this thing? Sejun tells him it's a bee cocoon. Theo's mind is blown, but he promises to keep it safe in his belly fluff, maximum cozy levels. Sejun leaves it to him. Then, boom noise outside. The blue moon kicks in and the sky goes pitch black. Watching this, Sejun wonders if Cuengi and his mom are okay. But with that creepy noise blasting outside, he just hides and wonders what the hell is going on. Cause he's never heard anything that loud. Starts thinking maybe some random monster is crashing Cuengi's territory, and his mom has too. Just to be safe, he pops a cherry tomato and jams in earplugs, but the noise keeps getting louder and nastier, totally freaking him out. Finally, it stops. He's like, what was that? Sounded like a crying cow. Do they even have cows on this floor? But when he checks his crops, he sees a bunch of cherry tomatoes soaking up that blue moon energy. The vibe is way more intense this time. He squints at it and realizes, whoa, that's the cornfield over there. The corn is sucking up the blue moon energy too. Pretty sick. He wonders if it's because the field is buffed by his good harvest skill, since the blue moon crops are stacking with the skill effects. Anyway, the next day rolls around. Sky clears up. Theo pops out to check the scene ghost town. Sejun steps out, thinking this works in his favor, but wonders if he should wait for the bears to get back, since it might still be sketchy out there. But then, Sejun remembers a monster lurking when the blue moon faded. He's got to check if the field survived. Tells Theo not to stress, because he's just going to peek and bounce back to the cave. Gotta grab those blue moon-infused crops. Theo realizes Sejun is going no matter what, so the cat says he's coming too, even though he's dead tired. Sejun appreciates the backup, but when they get there, the plantation is totally trashed. Just as he thought they ripped up the sweet potato patch, but he spots some weird footprints and wonders what made them. Are those hooves? They're massive. The thing must be crazy strong, judging by how deep and high that dirt pile is. Then he spots something scrambling up the dirt pile with Theo. The cat's already over it, asking how long they're gonna stand there and begging to leave, but Sejun tells him to chill for a sec. He needs to check something, and just like he guessed, the texture isn't the usual dead dirt. It's not crumbly. It's soft, moist, and actually holds together. Straight up nutrient-rich soil. To think this gold was hiding under the dead layer the whole time. The chance to fix this wasteland just opened up. They can turn the whole place into a fertile farm. He says if they can just flip the ground upside down and mix it, they're golden. But he's got zero gear, no forklifts, no tractors. And digging that deep is way too hardcore for the shovel rabbit. Suddenly, the tower manager hits him up, asking what he's doing out there. He says it's cool, he was just leaving. But the manager warns him that even though the blue moon is gone, the monster territories are all messed up, so it's still sketchy. She tells him to get his butt back to the cave. Stat. Sejun remembers to ask Eileen if she survived the night. She claims she's fine and tells him to stop worrying. Then she orders him to worry more about his own safety as the tower farmer. Sejun tells her she's stressing way too much about him today, then brings up the blue moon crops, saying a bunch of doors just opened up and tells Eileen to be ready. Then he heads back inside with Theo, telling the cat he did a solid job. But Theo's just like, I am sleeping. Sejun goes to check the blue moon corn, gets totally surprised, and starts harvesting. It's his first time harvesting that corn. Boom. Harvesting skill hits level 4. He bags 100 XP. Sejun grabs the purple corn thinking, okay, this is actually pretty sick. Yo, check it out. This is the stamina corn. This bad boy permanently boosts your stamina by 0.1. Totally sick. It stays fresh for 60 days. Probably cause it's just a D rank crop. But get this, the stat boost is double what you get from that weak E rank garbage. He's wondering if stats even matter though. Cause honestly, the crunch and flavor are way more important right now. But the manager chimes in, asking if he totally flaked on his promise. He's like, yeah, totally. Couldn't really say no. So he keeps picking tomatoes, bragging about this sick blue moon harvest, and tells her to snatch 5 of them. The tower manager is all polite, thanking him and swearing she'll pay him back later. He's just like, cool, I'll be waiting. Then she starts yapping about how 300 years is a drag. But whatever. She sees the blue moon cherry tomatoes, 5 of them, and gets all giddy. She figures if the basic ones make her dragon heart pump, these glow-ups will definitely work. She downs all 5 and is like, whoa, these taste insane. She's vibrating with excitement but tries to chill out. Flavor doesn't matter right now. She's got to focus on the mana flow deep inside. She zones in, feeling her dragon heart thumping until bam, she gets hit with a massive shock and just collapses right there. It's that weird mix of feeling good and absolutely terrible. Her heart's going crazy and she's literally screaming in pain. Meanwhile, the MC is vibing with his corn, tossing it in the pot Theo snagged the other day. Finally time to cook this stuff. The husks make this air pocket inside the pot. He figures he should dry the leaves later and make some corn silk tea. More food options are always a win. He calls the rabbits over, and they come running. But then he asks Papa Rabbit, yo, where are the babies? Papa Rabbit points at the house. They're crashing with Mama Rabbit. Then the MC shows off the blue moon crops he just harvested. Everyone's hyped. He tells them they scored some blue moon corn too, and he's cooking it up for the whole squad. Papa Rabbit asks if he can keep it. The MC is like, bro, wasn't the cherry tomato enough for you? He asks if Papa Rabbit wants him to eat the magic corn all by himself. Typical Papa Rabbit. Always thankful. The other rabbits look super bummed out though. But the MC is not a jerk. He can't eat alone. He says they'll do breakfast, pick more corn, and then have a massive dinner together. Now all the bunnies are stoked. Meanwhile, the queen bee and her crew are buzzing around, taking care of the flowers. The MC finishes boiling the corn and realizes it looks straight up fire. Okay, gotta interrupt here? Purple glowing corn? Sounds kinda toxic to me. Usually, when food glows weird colors, you die. Just saying. He grabs it and it's burning hot. He figures since it's a D-rank item with blue moon energy, it's gotta taste amazing. Time for a taste test. The rabbits are already chowing down on those tomatoes like there is no tomorrow. Papa Rabbit grabs one to take to Mama Rabbit in the cave. The MC is like, go ahead, share the love. He bites into the corn and whoa, it's sweet. Every single kernel is totally delicious. The salty sweet flavor gets stronger the more he chews. He's tearing through it like a cartoon character playing a harmonica. Since he ate the stamina corn, his stats permanently go up by 0.1. He cleans the cob, tosses it in the fire, and tells the other rabbits to eat up. He spots some ripe ones nearby and harvests them, racking up XP points for every single pick. That is 20 XP a pop. The stamina effect stacks up to 10 times an hour. Also, if a regular person eats this stuff, it burns 20 grams of fat and makes their skin perfect. This corn is basically gonna bankrupt the makeup industry. If he got that one pink brand to market this, he'd be filthy rich. He thinks his mom would love it since she's all about skincare. He decides to send a message to his fam next time, maybe figure out how to ship some veggies down there too. Then Cuengi's mom shows up with the cub. The MC says hi, asks if they're okay after last night, and hands over some honey. He knows the cub didn't eat yesterday, so the little guy is super happy now. Mama Bear asks where her share is. The MC promises her some grilled fish later. Just then, Theo wakes up and starts wandering over to the MC. The MC asks why he's up. Theo claims he can't waste time sleeping when he's a top-tier sales cat. Time to grind. He claims to be the pro of pros. The MC admits the cat really has that hustle mindset. Theo asks for a lift to the merchant corridor, clinging to the MC. Suddenly, Cuengi grabs Theo by the cape like, I'll take him. The MC just says, good luck. Theo is thrashing around because he wanted to ride on the MC's knee. But too bad. No choice now. The MC decides to clean up the wrecked field while waiting for Cuengi. Meanwhile, over with the Minotauros, they're reporting to their king. Bull 1 brings mud. Bull 2 brings dust. The king looks at them like, what is this trash? It's all just dirt. He told them to bring food, and they come back with mud? Are they serious? One guy speaks up, saying they haven't seen grass in ages. Even if they tear the ground up, it's just mud underneath. Everyone is depressed. The king is super ticked off, wondering how it got this bad. This place used to be a legit meadow with high-quality grass. Back in the day, he was the Black Minotaur, the scariest monster in the Black Tower, guarding the floor passage. If he didn't refill his energy during the blue moon, he'd lose his gains. So he ordered his minions to eat all the grass they could find. Problem is, Minotauros are massive and they eat like crazy. They have zero chill when it comes to food. They ate way faster than the grass could grow back. Now the whole place is a wasteland where nothing grows. Total disaster. Then he starts stressing about the newborn Minotaurs. Those little dudes have muscles that look seriously pathetic. If they want to grow up to be big, swole warriors, they gotta eat high-quality grass. So the king starts shouting for Bull 3, but Bull 3 is ghosting them. The king is worried the guy wandered into enemy territory and got himself stuck or something. Finally, Bull 3 shows up apologizing for being late, claims he woke up miles away after the blue moon ended. The king is just like, whatever, glad you are alive. But then the king spots something weird. He's like, hold up, what is that thing moving through the crowd? He asks Bull 3 what the deal is. Yo, what's on your head? That root smells amazing. Turns out Bull 3 didn't even know he had a stowaway on his horn. It's one of Sejun's beats stuck up there. The king is losing his mind over the smell. Meanwhile, Eileen wakes up on her office floor with a splitting headache. She's wondering if she blacked out, telling herself she thought she'd be fine. She tries to move and bam, headbutts the chandelier. She's like, why is the light so low? Then she looks down at her desk and realizes the room didn't shrink. She just got massive. Like, she grew way taller out of nowhere. She's super cramped in there now, freaking out about this sudden growth spurt and wondering what the heck happened. She figures it's gotta be those blue moon cherry tomatoes. They've got over 10 times the magic juice of regular ones, and she scarfed down 5 at once. She's thinking maybe it triggered a chain reaction in her dragon heart and fixed her stunted growth. But nah, it was just a temp buff. Her heart's quiet again. She's kind of bummed it's not a permanent cure. Still, it proves her heart can heal, even if it's just a little bit. Now she's feeling all soft and fuzzy towards Sejun, her tower farmer. She's calling him cute and stuff, until she realizes he's chowing down on all the good food and leaving her out. Rude. She can't even tell what he's eating because he's so tiny from up there. She wishes she had her grandpa's big crystal ball to zoom in. And since she's huge now, she can't even fit through the door to go get some. Total disaster. She wants in on that snack. So she starts throwing a tantrum, demanding he feed her. Meanwhile, Sejun is chilling in the hole with Baby Bear, the bee, and the rabbits, harvesting crops like a boss. While they rehauling and roasting, the new guy, Captain Rabbit, is organizing everything with the cart bunny. Sejun tells the cart bunny he just finished steaming the last corn cob. Time to rally the troops. He tells the chubby cart bunny to call everyone for dinner. Then he pulls the steamed corn out, with a hungry baby animal drooling right next to him. It smells perfect. Suddenly, the tower manager pipes up, asking if she can snag a piece of that corn action. A new quest pops up. Share the corn with the manager. Penalty for refusing is extreme disappointment. No pressure, right? Sejun tells Eileen, chill, I was gonna give you some anyway. Can you wait a sec? He wants to send the grilled corn too so she gets the full combo. She agrees to wait. Then the bunnies roll up with the roasted corn. It looks incredible. Sejun says the spices Theo brought are a total game changer for seasoning grilled corn. He's a bit salty he can to make it with real butter, but he's making do with what he's got. The plan, caramelize sugar on the corn until it is golden, then sprinkle on some Parmesan cheese. Chef's kiss. He wonders who the genius was that brought cheese into the tower. For the finale, he grabs the red pepper powder he found in Theo's bag. He found it snooping through Theo's stuff after the cat came back wearing that straw hat. Honestly, hiding such a precious ingredient is a crime. Theo should be fired as a sales cat. But Sejun decides to let it slide this time. He sprinkles the chili powder to complete the ultimate grilled corn. The taste is so addictive, it's basically illegal. That sweet, salty, spicy mix tastes just like home. Watching all those cooking vids on YouTube every day finally paid off. Oh. He sends some up to Eileen, and she is super grateful. He asks the rabbits if it's good, and they are already stuffing their faces. The parent rabbits are feeding their babies first, barely eating anything themselves. Sejun grabs a spoon to help out. He scrapes the kernels off the cob so the babies can eat without their parents doing all the work. Now the babies can feed themselves. He tells the parents to vibe and enjoy their food while he watches the little ones. He's finally about to take a bite himself, but the babies swarm him. He's like, "Yo, what is happening?" They're covered in corn and getting it all over him. It's driving him nuts, too sticky. He tries to round them up to clean them off. Babysitting while working is no joke. It makes him miss Theo, his lazy sales cat. He logs it in his survival diary: harvested corn, feasted with the squad. It makes him miss Theo, his lazy sales cat. He logs it in his survival diary: harvested corn, feasted with the squad. The bear family is chilling outside too, but elsewhere, the rest of the mob is getting super ticked off that the wandering merchant hasn't shown up yet. So, the Phoenix Guild crew is chilling at their temporary camp on the 38th floor. This one guy starts complaining that he's taking way too long, asking if something went wrong. Then he gets roast why, asking if they were going to buy out every single cherry tomato again. Like, didn't he make his girlfriend grab them last time? But the other dude is like, "Bro, didn't you hear the gossip?" Apparently, the rich snobs outside the tower are dropping insane cash on those magical cherry tomatoes right now. Dude, a single tomato is going for over 500,000? He's stressing out, wondering if they should make a move before rumors spread and a mob shows up. Then Laura gets in the leader's face like, "So, what is the plan?" She wants to know if they re-gearing up to hit the tower since that scheduled raid is coming up. She figures if they just sit around, they're gonna run dry on supplies. Plus, they gotta snitch to the guild. He's just like, "Well, our hands are tied." So the plan is to keep a skeleton crew for the auction and kick everyone else over to the tower to get ready to rumble. He spots the wandering merchant and decides to hang back just to play it safe. A bunch of people bail, but those three decide to stick around. He was totally betting on Jessica staying and gets thrown off when he sees Seol Ah instead. She tells him Jessica's sister is over the whole cherry tomato craze. So she basically ditched all that baggage she was carrying. And honestly, she's stoked she could dump her share on him. He hits her up, asking if she's gonna bid in the auction or if she's thirsty for those tomatoes. She's straight up like, "Nah, hard pass." She's only there to feed Theo some churu treats. She brought a ton of them. He gets it, though. Theo has that killer charm. Meanwhile, the cat is strutting around acting all goofy. Bro, even I want to scoop that fluff ball up and cuddle him. OMG, he looks just like my cat. Anyway, he says the little ones are waiting for their cool uncle. He finally makes it to the wandering merchant passage on the 6th floor. He's always had a vibe about this place, but now it looks massive, like it goes all the way up to space. So he's walking through, and this goofy pug-looking dog with bug eyes and its tongue lolling out stops Theo. It demands his agency info and rank. Theo's like, "I'm just a rookie wandering merchant. Chill." He wants to use the standard gate that hooks up to the 38th floor. Everyone else lurking in the background, whispering, "Is that the Theo guy?" They figure it has to be him. I mean, he's a cat, just like the picture. But literally nothing else matches except the species. The wolf gets salty at the shop owner because his drawing skills are absolute trash. He points out the cat isn't he holding the straw hat. But the other wolf tells Elka, "Duh, he probably stuffed it in his bag. Why would he wear that ugly thing around?" Then he mentions Boss Elka gave the order because Mr. Grid is on the hunt for a straw hat, and just a basic, boring one, too. Elka snaps back that it doesn't matter. The Silver Wolf tribe are the sickest free mercenaries in the tower, so they gotta do exactly what the boss ordered. So for now, they're gonna stalk him. Elka checks if everyone remembered their mercenary ID cards. But while all that drama is happening, Zareth is watching them creep and is totally shook that the Silver Wolf tribe is hanging around. He wonders if they are tailing Theo and what their deal is. She starts connecting the dots, figuring it's about that thing, seeing as some seriously sketchy people are shadowing the cat. She thinks about Grid and wonders, how important is this dumb hat if he hired a whole squad for it? She decides to tail them because she's worried about what might happen to the cat with those goons on him. And Theo? He's just vibing, walking right into a death trap without a clue. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the MC is hanging with the bunnies, grinding to fix the soil the blue moon messed up. Even the bears are pitching in. He's like, "Whoa, this is nuts." Those huge dirt mounds vanished in seconds thanks to Mama Bear. He figures he'll get the planting done today. They ask what he's holding, and it's peanut seeds. He mentions he harvested all the leftover corn this morning and get this leveled up 6 times. He says pumping points into agility was totally worth it. He speedran planting those peanuts in just a couple of hours. Also, the seed shop had a little update. He noticed they were stocking peanuts now, along with radishes and cucumbers. He figures peanuts are clutch for fixing the soil quality. Plus, back on Earth, those things could grow in basically any garbage environment. So he buys the peanuts. Since he grabbed 1,000 of them, 5 tower coins vanish from his bank, but he scores 50 seed shop points. He racks up 106 points total, and the system instantly eats 100 of them to level up the shop. He's kinda shook. His rank jumps from novice to commoner. Now that he has a commoner, 4 random seed types will spawn in the shop. He can buy as many seeds as he wants, as long as he doesn't blow more than 5 tower coins. Since the shop leveled up, the cooldown resets in 30 days. He went from 0 to hero well, novice to commoner, and his seed options bumped up from 3 to 4. He's actually hyped to check the shop next time. He's wondering what kind of crazy variety he can snag, because he desperately needs some fresh, different seeds. See? Corn is a one-and-done deal. It doesn't grow back after you harvest it. So they grab all the leftover plant waste and pile it up next to him. Bringing those bales over helps the MC big time. He decides to chop it all up and spread it over the ground where they planted the peanuts. It's to lock the moisture in, because the sun beats down all day and would literally fry anything they tried to grow, he figures. If he doesn't have to water constantly, he can use his crew for other stuff. Then he starts shucking the corn kernels. He announces he's done prepping the corn seeds for the next round. The plan is to soak them in water for a day and get them in the dirt tomorrow. But then the bunnies swarm him. He tells them, "Yo, this isn't a snack." They try to snatch it anyway. He figures they must be bored out of their minds. He reminds them that the grown-ups are super busy expanding the farm outside the cave, so there's nobody around to entertain them. Then he gets a genius idea. He calls the babies over, promising them a fun job. He hands out these little pouches, telling them they look adorable. He laughs, saying they look like a bunch of kindergartners. He tells them to strap on the pouches and patrol the area. Their mission? Hand out a carrot slice to every adult working their butt off. But he warns them, don't eat the stash. Only take it out when you're paying the workers. They gotta run over there and stuff their bags again. They're planning to load up and send a supply squad straight to the old geezers. They're seriously handing out carrots to everyone. And he's thinking when Theo shows up, he might ask him about snagging some cute drip for the bunnies to wear. He's imagining all the outfits he could put on them, thinking they'd look totally adorbs. It basically sucks that he can't snap a pic for the gram. Meanwhile, way off in the distance, the Minotaurs are still on the hunt. Where the heck did they find that root? Chun Sam keeps wandering around looking for it. His memory got wiped because of the blue moon, so he's clueless, but he figures it has to be close. He is wondering why the captain even gave him this mission. The captain actually spilled the tea to Chun Sam, telling him exactly where he got that grass and root. Said it feels like some spot near the area border. The bull asks if he wandered out of his turf, and he's like, nah. But honestly, with the blue moon memory wipe, he has zero idea. So the bull asks if he asks for real, because he's definitely never seen that stuff on his territory. But since it smells like fire, he just tosses it down the hatch. While he is eating, he starts mooing and screaming like a maniac, saying the flavor just hits harder the more he chews. He says he is feeling energized and his muscles are getting pumped. He orders Chun Sam to go find where that grass came from, claiming the future of the Minotaur race is on the line. He's all about warrior-s honor and trusting Chun Sam. But right now, Chun Sam is just thinking if he fails, the captain is going to wreck him with those massive muscles. He figures this is the boundary point where the forest vibes clash with the wild area. He's wondering what to do if he runs into the red Minotaur since he has zero confidence in a fight. But then boom, he catches a scent. He looks to the side and sees the grass. He thinks the ground is loaded with stuff that looks straight up delicious. So he starts chowing down, thanking the food gods and getting all hyped while eating. He wonders what kind of grass it is. Admits he doesn't know, but whatever, it tastes amazing. He decides to jack the whole stash so the captain will give him props. He grabs all the plants Park Sejun left there to stop the peanuts from drying out in the sun. But far away, Mother Bear senses some rando in her territory messing around near her cub. She locks onto the intruder's location and starts getting ticked off. Like, actually furious. Meanwhile, Eileen is just chilling, sipping her tomato juice. She says it's awesome because since her body got bigger, she can finally fit comfortably in the adult space. She talks about how much it sucked when she was tiny, but then she gets a ping wondering how a giant bear dares to ruin her leisure time. The black dragon asks what is up. The giant calls out to her, and when she checks the notification, she asks what the bear said. Back with Park Sejun. He's sleeping when Eileen starts blowing up his notifications. Turns out the giant bear detected monster tracks near the cave. Park Sejun is totally shocked that Mother Bear is calling him from up there. When he heads out, He sees all his peanuts are exposed, no leaves on top. Yeah, he asks what went down, because the corn leaves he put over the field just vanished. Meanwhile, far away, Theo finally rolls up to the humans on the 38th floor, saying he's back and super hyped to start his auction. Back at the farm, they're stressing about the crops, wondering if they got robbed. He didn't hear a peep last night, but Cuengi's mom says it was probably those horned jerks. Park Sejun questions that, but then remembers the monster digging holes during the blue moon and thinks, yeah, this is going to be a problem. It's basically pure luck that they only swiped the cover leaves and didn't trash the actual field. The black rabbit is still bummed out, but Park Sejun says he thinks they can grab blue tomato leaves from the cave to cover everything up again. Cuengi's mom says she's going to expand her turf and start patrolling from now on. Park Sejun says he'd appreciate the hustle, but tells her not to overdo it. The most important thing is staying safe and healthy. They're just glad nobody got hurt, but they still gotta prep. Like he figured, he needs more power to protect the squad. A bit later, he heads down to the cave. The rabbits are babysitting the queen bee cocoon hard. He thanks them for the help and wishes them later. Park Sejun mentions today is the day the poison queen bee cocoon finally hatches. He dumped the farming chores on the rabbits because, according to the system, he has to watch the hatching personally. The description on the poison queen bee cocoon basically said the first person it sees gets to be the boss. Currently, the bee count in the cave is blowing up, hitting around 200. If the second queen bee emerging now develops strength outside the cave, she'll definitely be a threat enough to lock down that area. He's wondering if she's going to hatch right this second. Taking a break for the first time in forever is making him sleepy. He mumbles about giving her flowers so they vibe well when they first meet. Wondering if she likes flowers, or if it should be tomato or sweet potato blossoms. He just thanks her for being born, but then he totally passes out. Meanwhile, the egg starts moving and she pops out like a straight-up Pokemon. When she is born, she is super cute, basically a copy of the current queen bee. That's the second generation poison queen bee. She looks back, notices she has wings, gives them a flap, and manages to fly. She flies over to Park Sejun, looks at his face, and gets spooked by what she sees. But the system says the newborn poison queen bee now considers Tower Farmer Park Sejun as her master. So she gets all excited about him, spots the flowers nearby, and is just happy about it. So the OG queen bee finally bounces from the hive to meet up with her kid, spilling all the tea about Sejun. They vibe instantly, totally hitting it off like besties. Zooming around the area while they get introduced. After that, she heads back to check on Sejun, giving him some head pats while he's passed out cold. Dude finally wakes up because of it. As she dips out of there, Sejun is staring at a wall of system messages floating in his face, totally confused, wondering where the heck the poison queen bee went, thinking she might have ghosted him. Meanwhile, the Bull King is inspecting those greens the thief swiped from Sejun. He tells the captain he snagged them from the borderlands. The king realizes this isn't just regular grass. It's something way different than what they used to. It's a strain he's never seen before, and the stash is too tiny to share with the crew. Number 3 starts apologizing profusely. Turns out, the guy munched most of it on the way home. The king is like, whatever, fam, we're minotaurs. We gotta eat. Can't fight biology. He remembers the sweet taste and realizes it's actually fire. He's suddenly buzzing with energy, mumbling that Sejun is onto something huge, even though the grunt is clueless. The king figures if they had a ton of this grass, they could actually fix their barren wasteland of a home. Now he's wondering what crazy stuff is going down in the forest. The fact that high-tier crops are popping up in that abandoned zone makes him suspicious that big changes are hitting the 99th floor. If it were up to him, he'd go down there personally and hoard every single plant. But he can't just abandon his post without knowing if it's actually worth the trip. He's got a time limit on how long he can be away from base. So he orders his minion to head back and track down exactly where those greens are coming from. There's got to be more of it. And if someone is farming this stuff on purpose, they need to figure out who that genius is. But number 3 interrupts, asking if he can catch some ZS first. Dude is in a serious food coma after stuffing his face for the first time in forever. The king threatens to beat him up if he doesn't move, so he bolts. Meanwhile, Theo is chatting up the humans, who are super stoked he's hanging around. They ask why he's late, and he hits them with a sorry, got held up. But he promises the magic tomatoes he's selling today are next level. The humans are confused because the old ones were already lit, but Theo shakes his head like, nah, you haven't seen anything yet, claiming these are even more special rank D magic tomatoes. Everyone loses their minds hearing the cat hype up the stats, realizing it actually cuts 20 grams of fat now, and the mana boost jumped to 0.2. Plus, the shelf life is 60 days. The leader is totally geeked out, thinking this is insane, since he can eat them and save way more cash than last time. Theo announces he's dropping the merchandise right now, releasing 2,000 units per batch. He starts the bidding at 70 tower coins for $49.90, treating it like a chaotic sale. Theo is moving product fast and raking in the cash. He realizes with this hustle, his profits just smashed past 1,000 tower coins, meaning he can finally upgrade to a veteran wandering merchant. Once he hits that status, the annoying restrictions on tagging cultivators disappear. He won't have to sneak around Sejun anymore. Just then, that fangirl shows up again, begging for a selfie. With Theo, he gets a big head about it, but remembers he's a business mogul now. He tells the humans to form a line and touch his paws. He's expecting a huge payout. But when he looks up, it's just that one girl. He's like, yo, where did everyone else go? Is this it? She breaks it to him that he ghosted them for too long. So the people waiting just bailed and went down the tower. Theo realizes she's right, because the crowd looks way thinner than before. She tells him not to be bummed out and promises to hook him up with some churu. Theo is still salty, though. It's a huge blow to his ego since he wanted to flex his sales authority today. He starts doubting if his front paw is even lucky anymore. But suddenly, a few more randoms wander up and decide to check out the cat, asking if he is the famous wandering merchant cat everyone takes pics with. Theo is like, wait, how do you know me? She says they saw him on Instagram and want in on the hype. Theo immediately sees dollar signs. Smelling a profit, he tells them if they want a pic for the gram, they gotta pay up. Theo might be goofy, but he's not broke. The girl pulls up the account she made for him. Dude has 23,000 followers. He realizes all these humans showed up just because he is internet famous. Smelling a profit, he tells them if they want a pic for the gram, they gotta pay up. Theo might be goofy, but he is not broke. The girl pulls up the account she made for him. Dude has 23,000 followers. He realizes all these humans showed up just because he is internet famous. She admits it, apologizing for keeping it a secret. Theo stares at her, trying to figure out if this is weird or awesome, wondering if he should be mad she posted without asking. He tells her she definitely owes him an apology, asking why she didn't drop this info earlier. It's kinda sus to him. So Theo asks what the plan is, ordering her to snap another pic so he can keep trending, striking a bunch of cute poses for the girl to capture, acting like it's totally candid. He's faking the cuteness while she snaps photo after photo, telling him to work the angles and teaching him new poses. She starts hyping him up, telling Theo he's absolutely adorable. He checks if she got the shot and says if anyone wants to meet the cool, cute, wandering merchant Theo, send them to the 38th floor. He literally comes up with a jingle. Good rewards make Theo dance. A legit influencer star is born right there. A bit later, he dips away from the crowd, thinking this fame game is exhausting since every photo has to be perfect. He decides to bounce and come back after grooming, starting to lick himself clean. He can practically hear the sound of rewards piling up. He's getting greedy, thinking he could even aim for the master rank. But suddenly, a weird breeze rushes past his ears. He's like, yo, what gives? He spent hours grooming his fur to perfection, and now it's totally trashed. Then he spins around and spots them wolves, giant hooded wolves cornering him. Poor dude turns into a scaredy cat, literally. Then the alpha creeps up from behind, trapping Theo completely. Theo is freaking out. One of the wolves slams a paw down near him, and just that paw is like 3 times the size of Theo's whole body. The wolf growls, asking if he is the wandering merchant who snagged a straw hat from a smithy in the merchant district. Theo's shaking so bad he can't even process the question. The wolf gets in his face, screaming, "Did you buy that hat or not? Answer me or I'll rip you to shreds." Theo is paralyzed with fear, mouth shut tight, while the wolf keeps grilling him. Suddenly, thud, a pine cone drops, startling both of them. Theo is still a trembling ball of fur while the wolf investigates the noise. Turns out, that pine cone starts spewing smoke everywhere. The wolves breathe it in and realize too late it's a stink bomb aimed right at their sensitive noses. Total sensory overload. Theo coughs a bit, but he's okay. Then Zareth the fox swoops in, snatches him up, and drags him out of the danger zone. She tells him to zip it and keep moving. The wolves are stunned, watching their prey just bail like that. The pack is confused, but 2 wolves are rolling on the ground, begging Elka for help because they think their noses are gonna fall off. Elka realizes they totally botched the mission. She's super bummed. Meanwhile, Zareth and Theo lose the tail. Zareth tells him, relax, they aren't chasing us for now. Theo's like, thanks, I thought I was toast. Zareth shrugs, saying he saved her hide earlier. So they were even. He insists on thanking her again, though, promising a reward. Then he drops the question. Hey, you into grilled fish? Grilled fish. Bingo. She sees an opening and asks if she can tag along, claiming she wants to learn from his masterful ways. Theo S. pumped and invites her along. He mentions hitting the merchant district, and she guides him through a shortcut. He says he's got to stop by the merchant guild first to apply for a promotion to mid-level. Zareth is totally thrown off. It's only been a few months since he started as a rookie. Theo catches on and asks, wait, how'd you know that? She panics internally, can't blow her cover as a secret agent for the Wandering Merchant Inspection Department. Theo starts getting suspicious, wondering if she gossiped with that other idiot. Turns out, Theo's kind of a dense goofball and gets it all wrong. He blames the other guy for having a big mouth. Zareth sighs in relief that Theo is so slow, but then she pivots. How did you rack up 1,000 tower coins so fast, she asks. That is crazy money for a wanderer. She pushes further. What kind of special loot are you pushing? She knows he must be selling something shady to make that much bank. She's determined to find out what dangerous contraband he is smuggling. If he is, she is slapping the cuffs on him to save the department's rep. Theo just blinks and says, cherry tomatoes. She stares at him, dumbfounded. You mean those little red round things? She asks. Yup, he says. Sold out completely. I'll show you the goods next time. No time to chat. Let's go, he says, dragging her along. She's still reeling 1,000 coins from tomatoes? How? That sounds way too fishy. She follows him, keeping her guard up. Meanwhile, back in the States, this VP dude gets his hands on a rank D magic tomato. He has shook it cuts 20 grams of fat now. Performance doubled since rank E, and the flavor kicks way harder. It's insane. He turns to Jenny. Any results yet? About planting them on Earth. She gestures. As you can see, they just grew into regular, boring cherry tomatoes. Tower items done to work the same down here. So he asks about the tower crops. She smirks. Who do you think I am? I am Jenny from Geogu, baby. We planted 100 rank E seeds on the first floor. 10 popped up and are ready for harvest soon. For real? Good work, Jenny, he says. She plays it cool. All thanks to your tech and Geogu's methods, boss. I'll have that germination rate up to 50% in no time, she adds. He grins. Business is booming. Also, the board approved the budget for the tower farm project, she says. We're hiring pros to build it and keep the monsters at bay. Finally, the tower project is rolling. And Theo, as long-stalled business, back in action, baby. All thanks to those magic cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, our main man Theo is chilling with the new queen bee, the black rabbit, and his massive garden. Down at the Merchant Association, Theo actually snags the promotion to intermediate level. Dude is grinning like an idiot. Zareth gives him props. He decides to ride the high and hit the negotiation field for supplies. But Zareth gets lost in thought. See? The negotiation field is the big leagues for mid-level merchants. It is where wanderers go to flex their trading skills. You got the auction house, where you can score epic loot from farmers and crafters on every floor for dirt cheap. Play your cards right, buy in bulk, and you walk away with max profit and zero loss. It's the ultimate test of street smarts. Zareth knows it is a savage battlefield. You blink, you lose. It's a whole different game compared to that junk shop from the other day. She wonders what genius strategy he has got up his sleeve. He points and goes, I'm gonna buy from that weird-looking spot over there. She's thinking it over since it is a general store. And the second they walk in, they start checking out everything on the shelves. Dude says he has grabbing 2 kitchen tools and a sewing kit. Asking the hyena what the damage is, then Zirov jumps in, asking if he is just there to buy wholesale so he can flip the items on another floor. He is like, nah, I decided I am selling cherry tomatoes. And she literally gets a migraine just imagining his latest crazy scheme. So Zareth was wondering if she'd finally see this guy's skills in action. Then the hyena dude quotes 2.4 tower coins, and she is like, whoa, are pots seriously that dirt cheap? Even if you bundled that junk, it's worth less than 2 coins. She figures the shopkeeper is totally trying to scam Theo, but then Theo's just like, cool, I'll take it. Total ripoff, straight up robbing the kitty, and Zareth sees the greed in that hyena's eyes. But Theo snaps back, demanding a discount right then and there, and she realizes he agreed way too fast. It's the same reckless trick as before, but the guy claims he's already offering a wholesale price. Yeah, right. Zareth thinks that only worked last time because the other loot was trash, but this place is different. Guy says he'll do 2.2 tower coins, acting like he's doing a huge favor because he likes his vibe. Zareth knows the play. It's an ancient strat anchor the price high at the start so you can lower it later. It's a total mind game to exploit the customer SE brain, making them feel special while talking down to them. She starts watching the mental 1v1 against the hyena, wondering if Theo is gonna fold. She's stressing because this shopkeeper isn't a noob. Then Theo demands an even bigger discount, throwing a total hissy fit right in front of the guy. The hyena's like, bro, I told you, that is wholesale. You can find this loot anywhere else. Theo pauses for a second. For real? Then he asks just, okay, whatever. Let us bounce, Zareth, leaving the stuff right there. She asks what is up, shocked that he's not gonna haggle more. Theo says the hyena refused the discount, so he's walking. Suddenly the hyena panics, asking why he's in such a rush, admitting defeat and offering to sell for 2 tower coins. He thought Theo was an easy mark. Big mistake. Theo hits him with the ultimatum. 1.8 tower coins, or I am gone. The hyena caves, totally hating life, telling him to just take it at that price. Theo just smiles and says thanks. Zareth realizes it is a god-tier discount strat with 0 loopholes. Buy it or don't. It's the perfect destruction of a scammer who tried to play him. She thinks, this wasn't even a fair fight. Theo had the dub before it started. Even though she got that fancy elite family education and thought she knew everything, she couldn't have speedrun that negotiation. She would be folded at 2 tower coins. That means he basically made 1,000 coins just flipping cherry tomatoes. Theo grabs the loot and says, let's go. She wonders if she's witnessing the birth of a trade god. Meanwhile, Theo's just hyped because Sejun told him, always ask for a discount 3 times. And, in the end, it was just Theo being annoying and getting lucky 3 times. Zareth follows him out but stops halfway, saying she's gotta bail for now. Already? He asks. Come grab some grub. I'm buying. But she's like, nah, can't crash your party anymore. She learned a ton, thanks to the cat, thanking him for checking her ego. Theo's confused. Like, what exactly did I do? She thinks he is just being humble, tells him to watch his back for the wolves next time, then just leaves him there. Theo thinks she's a weird fox lady, but whatever. He needs to get back and take a nap on Park Sejun's lap. Somewhere else, Zareth wraps up her report. That dog guy comes up, talking about a meeting for Mr. Gridda's stolen merch, asking if she is too swamped to talk. She says, nope, I'll hit up the director's office soon. He asks what she is writing. She says it as a report on a wandering merchant they were tracking and tells him to send it to the corridor boss and delete the guy from the watch list. The dog notices it's that cat merchant from before and asks if he's really a bargaining genius like the review says. Zareth replies, for the first time in forever, I found the real deal. OMG, huge misunderstanding. Theo isn't a genius, just kinda impressive. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the MC is cruising on those peanut leaves. Figures Mama Bear is on patrol, so no thieves allowed for now. Remembers planting the corn and cherry tomatoes that day. Looks like the farm finally expanded outside the cave. While they re-watering crops with the watering can rabbit, the water suddenly cuts out. The rabbit is confused. Isn't that supposed to have infinite ammo? Black Rabbit sprints over, yelling along with the chubby rabbit. MCS like, yo, what's the panic? He heads down to the cave lake. What they see down there blows everyone's minds. It's swarming with lobsters. He notices a ton of them and wonders if they fell through the spirit hole. What kind of crazy ecosystem is this? He's already meal planning with those lobsters. Totally loving it. I saw these on YouTube. Supposed to be legit delicious. He tells Black Rabbit to bag him. Rabbit looks skeptical. MC insists. Trust me, they might look weird, but they taste amazing. He pulls his dagger. You'll love him more than anything. That convinces Black Rabbit, who grabs his hammer, all hyped up. The MC grins, can't pass up on an opportunity for new protein. So, the two of them gear up to hunt lobsters. Some of the things even lunge at the MC. He wades into the water to fight the lobsters, and they start aggroing on him, jumping out of the water. But he goes beast mode, landing a triple kill, almost a quadra kill, wrecking them all. Defeats a lobster, gets 30 XP. He yells at Black Rabbit to grab him and toss the loot onto dry land. The rabbits load up the carts and take him to Scythe Rabbit. He tries to chop, but realizes his scythe can to dent that hard shell. But the MC walks up like, yo, shells are hard. Gotta cook 'em to crack 'em. Plan. Wrap him in green onions and grill him. Scythe Rabbit looks bummed but rolls with it. MC wraps one up like a cocoon, tosses it near the fire, and thinks, smells like victory. Meanwhile, the salty smell of crustaceans is filling up the cave. Everyone is just standing there drooling, waiting for the drop. He cracks one open to check if it's done. Boom. Bright red and perfectly cooked. The corn inside the leaf wrapper is ready to go. 2. Next up, he grills the lobster wrapped in green onions. The salty sea flavor soaks right into the tender meat, adding that extra richness. He tells them it's finally chow time. He grabs the first one to demo how it's done, snaps it open, and the meat is right there in the middle. Tells them to hold it tight and twist the head, pop the body open so it's easy to get to. And he tells them to look at the meat inside. Everyone is starving now, hyping up how good it smells. That salty scent has everyone salivating. He tells them to grab one each while he rips the heads off so they can start eating. The rabbits are loving it. They are totally digging the meat. He thinks it's fire, super delicious, extremely salty, and the seasoning is perfect without even needing sauce. Asks the squad if it tastes good. Mama Rabbit grabs a head but eyes it suspiciously. But the MC tells her, "Yo, we aren't throwing that away." And she looks at him like he's weird. He asks if she sees the organs inside the head because they are supposed to dip the meat in there. Says it turns into a straight-up delicacy. I don't think so. MC, sorry, gotta disagree. That looks sketchy. But he says the flavor is amazing and now he's low-key craving soju. Black Rabbit looks like he wants in. 2. So the MC brings the head over, asking if he wants to try. He puts it in his paw, gives it a sniff, and looks confused. But the second he pops it in his mouth, his little ears start wiggling with excitement. MC asks for the verdict, asking if it is tasty, and the rabbit goes beast mode. Eating more and more, MC says he'll give one to each of them and tells them to pig out. Black Rabbit is absolutely destroying it. We're gonna have 2 chubby bunnies soon, okay? The original chubby bunny gets a bad rap, cause Black Rabbit eats just as much. Suddenly, Cuengi shows up, looking down at them, feasting from above. The MC tells him to chill for a second. He says he'll bring some up for him. Noticing the bear looks like he's gonna fall off the ledge, he brings a ton up. Damn, there's so much lobster. Dude is gonna clear cut the Amazon of the sea. Whatever, Atlantic Ocean, whatever sea this is. He just hauls a massive pile of lobster to the bears, tells him to twist the head and follow the procedure. But the bear eats it like popcorn shrimp, tossing the whole thing down the hatch. MC just asks if it's good, and apparently, the bear is vibing with it. He figures that works since he heard the shell is nutritious anyway. Meanwhile, around the second floor of the tower, in the skeleton village, some guys are slaughtering every skeleton in their path, totally cleaning out the map. The locals are running from the hunters like vampires running from sunlight, begging for their lives or whatever, but these dudes are ruthless, just crushing skulls into the dirt without an ounce of pity. Enter the vice president of the company that's trying to clone the MCS tomatoes. One of the adventurers welcomes the suit to the scene. He says it looks like things are going smooth to secure the land for a massive farm. Then they drop the stats. As they can see, they mobilized all the mercenaries. They've taken over more than half of the skeleton villages on the second floor. VP is surprised it's only half. The adventurer apologizes. VP asks for the ETA. Asking how much time they need, they say, considering the map size and the new mercs level, it'll probably take a few more months. VP opens his menu and shoots a file over to the hunter. Hunter asks what this is. VP explains, they bought out the debt of guys who took out predatory loans. Woke them up with a ticket and made them sign a life contract. They don't need to leave the tower, so that should be enough manpower. He gives him 1 week, tells him to focus on securing the farmland. The hunter quickly thanks him. Then a researcher runs up to the VP, saying they were waiting for him. Says the cherry tomato growth just hit its peak and asks if he wants a taste test. He gets hyped that they finally pulled it off. Picking one. Notes that, as expected, it's not a system item. Decides to check the flavor. Takes a bite and realizes it's trash. Spits that garbage right out of his mouth. Everyone's panicking like, what happened? He demands to know what's going on. Researcher asks what the problem is, and he screams that it tastes like nothing. She asks what he's talking about, saying that's impossible. But when she tries it, yeah, it actually tastes horrible. She says they pumped it with top-tier nutritional supplements, so having zero flavor makes no sense. They realize the fruit stats are below standard, basically the lowest market tier. VP loses it, throwing the tomatoes on the ground and stomping on them, but as he's smashing them, he notices something: there are no seeds. Meanwhile, MC is living his best life at the top of the tower, napping on the floor, super chill with the bunnies. But while he's snoozing, yet again, that number 3 bull shows up to steal his leaves, looking all smug, eating the fresh grass. You little freeloader, you ain't a slick. How long are you gonna keep robbing the MC? Hope karma launches you into space. A while later, at a mansion, the vice president is staring at that tomato. realizing it has no seeds. Says without seeds, genetic modification and farming are basically impossible. He wonders if it's because of that thing from 10 years ago. Back when he entered the tower, right after it appeared, and got lucky enough to enter through a disappearance event. Flashback to him grabbing a sword and starting the grind. He says his younger self would be totally flipped seeing this rich, open land. Inside the tower with a sky where the sun pulls a 24-hour shift, plus quality dirt, if he could farm crops in here, he'd dominate the global food market. Not even a dream anymore. But before that, he leveled up and dipped from the tower. So, he marched right into the company HQ to pitch this idea to his dad, thinking he had it in the bag. That was the start of his whole tower farming hustle. He was actually taking it seriously. But then, boom, everything went sideways. He's sitting there wondering why absolutely none of the seeds are sprouting. He blew ridiculous amounts of cash on hundreds of different seedlings all year, trying to vibe check the environment in the tower, but he's still scratching his head, clueless about why nothing grows. Turns out, the research says awakened people lose their ability to reproduce the second they step into the tower. Like, excuse me? That is super messed up. Apparently, it's just a temporary side effect of their bodies freaking out over the sudden mana shock. And most of that stuff comes back once the awakened hits level 10. Okay, fine, not the end of the world. So basically, levels 1 through 9 are safe for messing around, but once you hit 10, it's family planning time. Still, he figures that news is going to make everyone lose their minds. And the whole fertility issue, he had to pivot. That's when he got the bright idea to use crops that actually spawn inside the tower, since people sell them as food back on Earth anyway. Then the merchant cat drops a bomb on him about the seeds. Says he can't sell them because some greedy jerk named Grid on the 55th floor has a monopoly on everything. Back then, our guy had only climbed to the 10th floor. He wasted a fortune and got treated like a total loser by his dad and the board of directors. They basically called him an incompetent nepo baby. That was the only excuse he could come up with at the time. Staring at the massive wall of the tower, his dream of becoming a farming tycoon just crashed and burned. But he's stubborn, refuses to quit, and orders them to drag all the hunters from the 38th floor down there immediately. Everyone's shook, but he grabs a massive stack of cash, says he doesn't care about the cost, and demands they buy every single D-grade magic tomato from that wandering merchant cat. No matter what, if the grade is trash, he'll just farm the heck out of those D-grade tomatoes anyway. Maybe if he levels up the quality, he'll get better results. He's obsessing over these tomatoes, swearing he's going to get his hands on them. Meanwhile, Theo is just strolling home, chilling, when he spots a bunch of leaves on the ground. He thinks it's weird, realizing it's the green onions Sejun was growing. He sees them scattered everywhere and starts picking them up one by one, until wham, he smacks right into something. He looks up, and it's a minotaur. Theo's shocked to see the wandering merchant, so he asks where the heck he got the snack he's munching on. The bull claims he just grabbed what was lying on the floor. Theo's like, "No way, dude," telling him that's Park Sejun's precious grass, insisting nobody would just toss that. They use that grass for everything, bowls, making rope, and mentions it's also the premium stuff they use to wipe their butts, asking the guy if he's seriously stealing their toilet paper. Yeah, for anyone wondering from the last video, I saw your comments asking how he wipes. Apparently, it's leaves. Anyway, the bull hears this and gets totally triggered. He asks if Theo is calling a warrior like him a thief, then goes full rage mode and almost squashes the cat. He starts ranting about living and dying for honor. A Minotaur warrior would never steal. He can't hold back, ready to crush this merchant for dissing his reputation. Theo finds himself in another life-or-death situation, but he doubles down, screaming he didn't lie and says, they should just go ask Park Sejun to see who's right. The bull chills out a bit, says fine, and tells the cat to take him to Sejun. Theo says, follow me. As the bull follows, he's thinking that Park guy must have thrown the grass away. Otherwise, why would such tasty grass be on the ground? He figures his commander told him to find where this stuff grows anyway. He thinks he's going to get praised by the boss again. But the main character gets woken up rudely by Theo, who body slams right onto his stomach. Worst alarm clock ever. Theo yells that it's not time to sleep, telling the MC to get up while the poor guy is clutching his stomach in pain, asking what the heck is going on. Theo just says, I caught a thief. Park Sejun is totally confused, but when he steps out of the cave, he's face to face with a gigantic minotaur. He asks Theo, is this the thief you were talking about? Theo's acting all tough, saying, yep, telling Sejun to hurry up and scold the guy. The MC is just standing there holding a rope, looking super chill. Theo points and says this black minotaur stole all their grass. The MC walks over and notices the green onions scattered all over the field. But the Minotaur starts arguing, swearing he only took what fell on the ground. He says if they weren't throwing it away, there's no reason for it to be lying there. That's when the MC realizes this is a black Minotaur. He clocks that these are the horned dudes Cuengi's mom warned him about. They turned a field into a disaster zone during the blue moon. Plus, they stole the leaves buried underground days ago. He must have gotten busted by Theo trying to swipe the leaves that day. The Minotaur starts his speech about being an honorable warrior who'd never steal, but Theo shuts him down, saying, "Nope, we didn't throw it out. You're a thief." The MC thinks for a second, realizing this guy is a bull, so he can probably plow the ground really deep. He figures they can work something out. Theo nags the MC to hurry up and tell this idiot whether he threw the grass away or not. The MC is like, "Of course not," making the Minotaur look super awkward. He explains it was important mulch to manage the field's humidity. The Minotaur is like, "No way," saying he can't believe he accidentally stole, and starts apologizing because he had no clue. But the MC tells him sorry doesn't pay the bills, and demands 100 tower coins. He says he's charging 100 coins as a fine for messing up his field and jacking his grass. My guy is a total hustler. Doesn't miss a beat. The bull is shook, asking if grass is seriously that expensive. Turning into a thief is scary stuff. Theo asks if he gets it, telling him to hurry up and pay the 100 tower coins. Then Theo climbs the Minotaur and realizes dude S broke. Asks what the plan is, then hits him with, "No cash? You gotta pay with your body." "Whoa, chill out, Sejun. Hold your horses." Theo S confused, but Sejun tells the Minotaur to show up every single day. Work it off, 1 tower coin a day until the debt is cleared. The Minotaur asks if he really just has to work there to pay up. He promises food too. Asks if he likes chives, telling him he can eat as much as he wants. All-you-can-eat style. He's not a toxic boss. Asks if it's a fair deal. Minotaur is hyped, just happy he gets to eat. Contract signed. He starts working the next day. Deal with the Minotaur is locked in. Theo watches, jaw on the floor, ready to take notes, thinking, so if you rebroke, you pay with your body. Learn from the master, obviously, but oh my god, when Theo tries to use that line later, total disaster waiting to happen. He thinks he should write it down so he doesn't forget. Literally takes notes in his little book while the Minotaur leaves. Then tells Theo, "Good job, buddy. Caught a thief and scored a worker." Theo asks if he crushed it, basically fishing for compliments. Sejun says he'll extend his sales cat license for another month. Theo S not having it, wants more, and clings to Sejun S leg like a burr. But he warns his pants are gonna rip and tells him to get off. Next day, Sejun is fishing at the pond with the black rabbit. Having a blast, slaying tons of them. Chill hunting session. Rabbit tosses him out. Sejun finishes him off. Wonders if they should stop with this massive haul. Figures it's enough grub for Cuengi and his mom. Tells Black Rabbit he killed it today. Skills are leveling up. Suddenly, the bunny starts glowing straight up. Pokemon evolution. He notices the glow. Rabbit unlocks a sick new hammer. Thing looks totally upgraded. Sejun says that S no normal upgrade. It is a second awakening. Calls him amazing. And the rabbit and his bros are freaking out. Leaves the lobster hunting to the bunny now. Then Mama Bear shows up. Sejun is like, "What's up?" Asks Cuengi to translate what his mom is saying. He explains. Then Sejun looks back and sees it. A beehive right there. Since when? Queen Bee 2 built it and buzzes over to Sejun. He's surprised it is the Poison Queen from Generation 2. "Pleasure to meet ya. Where you been hiding?" She says she was marked as his, but he was worried since she ghosted. She calls her squad from the hive. She formed her own swarm. Relief she's safe. Cuengi is staring, so Sejun introduces him to the queen. She just hatched, so protect her home. Okay? Says the queen will work hard to make that honey he loves. They start vibing. Everyone's happy. But then the Minotaur shows up for his shift. Sejun welcomes him. But Mama Bear goes ballistic, charges the Minotaur. Zero hesitation. Minotaur is terrified of the bear. Never expected to see her there. But he squares up to fight anyway. Sejun screams, "Wait, don't fight. Listen to me." But Mama Bear just shoves everyone aside. Theo pops up. Sejun's on the ground. Theo heard the noise and asks what's going on. Sejun yells, "Theo, stop them. They were gonna get wrecked if they fight." Mama Bear, "Minotaur, stop." He's screaming his lungs out. "Minotaur is just an employee, not an enemy." Mama Bear roars. Theo translates, "Get back to your cave." Shoo. She's not tolerating invaders. Getting right in the Minotaur's face. But the Minotaur says dodging a fight isn't honorable for a warrior. Cuengi jumps in. Sejun's thinking, what do I do? Theo translates Cuengi. He wants churros again? Asking Sejun to sell him some. Then Eileen messages, begging for food, saying she's bored out of her mind. Sejun says, "Kinda busy. Monster fight happening." She asks why the Minotaur is there. Fix it fast. I'm hungry. Typical. If it was easy, I'd have done it already. They aren't listening. Cuengi starts tugging Sejun's clothes. Theo keeps saying Cuengi is hungry. The fight is heating up. Theo asks like, go back to the cave, I am hungry too. Sejun wakes up in the middle of this mess, gets annoyed, and starts yelling at everyone. If nobody listens to me, I am cutting off the food supply. Cuengi is hungry. The fight is heating up. Theo asks like, go back to the cave, I am hungry too. Sejun wakes up in the middle of this mess, gets annoyed, and starts yelling at everyone. If nobody listens to me, I'm cutting off the food supply. That shuts down the chaos instantly because Mama Bear, the Minotaur, and everyone else is terrified of losing their meal ticket. The second everyone finds out the food supply is cut off, they lose their minds. Even Eileen starts panicking, and Theo is right there with her, claiming it's totally unfair. Clinging to the MC and crying like a baby, begging him not to do it. The MC finally gets annoyed and steps up to shut down the chaos. First off, he orders everyone to sit down. The Minotaur, Cuengi's mom, Cuengi, the whole squad takes a seat. Even Eileen sits there quietly. She's totally chill, ready to listen. Sejun tells the two meatheads that if they keep causing a ruckus like this, they're gonna wreck the fields and hurt themselves too. Tells them they gotta grab some grub first to squash the beef. Calls the bunnies over to help with the food. They whip up a meal in no time so everyone can stuff their faces. Minotaur and Mama Bear get all buddy-buddy, eating side by side. Sejun tells them to slow their roll and enjoy it. He also tells Eileen to vibe with the corn he sent her. Minotaur says it is fire and tries to snag a piece. Mama Bear shuts him down. Your food is the grass. Bro, they start glaring at each other. Sejun yells at them to quit it and listen while they chew. He explains Mama Bear is security for the fields and the cave, along with Cuengi. Points to the Minotaur like, and I don't even know this guy's name. Minotaur introduces himself as Shun Shan Mo, some warrior dude. Sejun just rolls with the weird name and says, cool, you reworking the fields now. Mama Bear seems to get it. Sejun asks if they were clear, no fighting here, or nobody eats. Period. They look totally shook at the thought of no food, so they bury the hatchet, make a deal, and become instant BFFs. Sejun says that what S up? Theo translates for Mama Bear. She wants him to notice they re-shaking hands now, but then the Minotaur asks what the gig is. Sejun pets Theo and goes, isn't it obvious what you were gonna do? Just to be clear, he takes him to the boonies and says, I dug this whole pit during the Blue Moon event, just till the soft dirt before lunch. Minotaur asks if he really has to. You want lunch, right? I'm not a slave driver, but work is work. So Junshan hulks out, grows his horn massive, and charges the ground, tearing everything up like a bulldozer, thinking he's gotta work hard to eat hard. Sejun thinks plowing is gonna be a breeze now. All right, we replanting green onions. Dragging them from the cave one by one is a total drag. He feels the need to ramp up production should be a piece of cake. All they gotta do is harvest, hack the grown onions, and leave the roots. Simple. Eventually the roots will split and grow new shoots from the cut. Then just replant the clones. He notices the roots are super swole, starts planting, making a huge onion field 200 pyong. Boom, 200 XP. Things grow stupid fast in the tower. From now on, the field's gonna level up like crazy. If they keep splitting the plants, every time the onions pop off, there's just one snag: water. The watering can has a limit. You know, can't water the whole map. It's a problem even if the field gets bigger. Suddenly, Papa Rabbit starts glowing in front of Sejun. His watering can turns gold. Sejun's mind is blown. The thing evolved. It's a second awakening, just like the Black Rabbit. He gives props to Papa Rabbit. Perfect timing. Asks if it's because he grinded until he hit the limit. Then he asks, did the water capacity go up? Papa Rabbit says it doubled. Sweet. Expansion is definitely happening now. Meanwhile, the Bull King is like, where the heck is Shun Shan? Also, it's the baby bunny's first day out of the cave. As soon as they step out, everyone's hyped. Sejun introduces the squirts to Cuengi. Cuengi gets close and starts licking them all. They freak out and bolt, but then realize he is chill and jump back on him. Sejun asks if Cuengi can babysit. He is down. Theo acts all high and mighty. Uncle Theo's gonna take you on an adventure. But the kids straight up ignore Theo and stick to Cuengi cause he's fluffy. Theo throws a fit. Total drama queen. You forgot your own uncle? Sejun is just like, kids grow up fast. Dude, Theo is devastated. After all the work he did raising them, they ditched him. Sejun tells him to stop moping, sit down, and have a creamy treat. Theo calms down a bit. Sejun asks the merchant cat, isn't it time for you to head down to the lower floors to trade? Theo wants to, but he thinks he can't. Sejun's like, say what? He finally spills the tea about the wolves hunting him in the straw hat. Sejun's surprised a whole pack is after them. Theo confirms it, things are too heated to go down. Sejun wonders about the hat. The stats are cracked, sure, but it's useless unless you are a farmer. He asks, are there other farm weirdos on other floors? If so, Theo shouldn't stress. Sejun's got a big brain plan to fix this. He proposes a solution. Can you hire a freelance merc? Says they'll hire Sean as the muscle. Theo surprised. That's genius. Freelance mercs are a gig only tower natives, like wandering merchants, can take. There's this deal between the Merc Guild and the Merchant Guild mercs can use the merchant shortcuts for a fee. Plus, even non-mercs can use those paths, if they re-temporarily. Hired as freelance mercs by merchants, it's all legal. Theo wishes he could go down as a merc too. But just like merchants, only tower natives can be mercs. Theo's like, yeah, I remember that now. Then he asks Sean if he's cool with working as a mercenary, reminding him he's still a floor boss. The MC figures there's a way to make it work since they can offer triple the standard tower daily rate if they hire him as a mercenary. Theo looks at him like he's a genius, telling him his brain is on another level. He never even thought of that. The MC plays it cool, telling Theo it's no big deal. He asks if Theo wants some churros, and obviously, the answer is yes. Theo thinks that with enough practice, he'll learn to hustle like that one day. Later on, bull number 3 keeps lurking near the house until he tries to sneak out through the back, but someone catches him, asking where he thinks he's going. Turns out, bull number 3 is Sean, who changed his name. They're probably translating literally. But I'm sticking with Sean. Then a female bull shows up, saying she's been hunting him for 3 days. He's shocked to see her and tries to brush it off, telling her to get lost. But she calls him out, noticing his face is all shiny and healthy, asking if he's been secretly eating the good stuff. She demands to know what it is and insists he take her with him. He tries to say it's nothing, just a conspiracy, but she threatens to snitch because the chief is waiting for him. She's been looking everywhere, and she knows he's up to something. He freezes, totally cornered, and eventually caves to her demands. She instantly perks up. He says he'll take her, but she has to keep her mouth shut because it's a secret. She agrees. They head to the MC's place, and when the MC walks out, both sides are surprised, seeing as the Minotaur count just doubled. He asks what's going on and if Sean brought a friend. She steps up and introduces herself as Oksana, asking if he's the guy saying he'd give food if she turned the ground upside down. Sean asks if his friend can work there too, because if not, it's going to be a problem. The MC thinks they don't urgently need new fields right now, so they don't really need extra hands. But he agrees to let her work, asking if he can request a favor in return. She says sure, asking what he needs. He explains that his VIP wandering merchant, Theo, is being threatened by wolves. He says it's becoming a real headache. The MC tells them if they escort Theo as freelance mercenaries, he'll pay triple the tower's daily rate plus food, asking what she thinks. She says she hates that idea. He asks why, since she just said she wanted to work. She explains she can't eat tower coins, and the MC immediately gets what she means. So he pivots, asking, how about 3 meals a day plus snacks? She agrees instantly, no hesitation. Then Sean pipes up saying he wants that deal too. The MC realizes these guys are totally food motivated and says it's perfect, since Theo will be safer with the two of them. He says he'll pack food for them to eat on the road, and the two bulls get super excited. She literally jumps on Sean, thanking him for showing her such an awesome spot. She tells Sean she's happy because he's happy. The MC watches the whole scene and definitely notices the romantic vibe going on. He goes to harvest some green onions and realizes there's a ton of them, wondering if it's enough. Theo asks if he needs to take all of it. He asks if he's really taking it, since it's a huge pile, questioning if Theo's bag has enough space for that haul. But Theo tells him to chill, tossing his bag and vacuuming up every single onion. The MC notices it fits way more than usual. Theo brags that he's a senior wandering merchant now. When he got promoted to senior wandering merchant, his bag capacity leveled up too. The MC thinks about it, realizing the badge on Theo's chest changed color too. Theo notices he only just realized it and gets sad that the MC has 0 observation skills, but the MC just tells him to get ready, pinching the cat's cheeks. Then he tells Theo he has a gift to send to his family this time, asking if he knows the drill. Theo says he gets it, telling the MC to leave it to him since he knows the procedure, saying he's heading out with the duo. The MC tells them to stay safe, ordering Sean and Oksana to take good care of Theo. He stays behind with the rabbits. But he can't help wondering if those two hungry giants are going to eat Theo once the onions run out. The black rabbit staring at him is literally my face right now, wondering what's going to happen with those weirdos. Meanwhile, in the merchant alley, in the wandering merchant zone of the residential area, the wolves are still lurking, just waiting for Theo to show up. One of the wolves goes to Elka, saying he scored some food. She tells him good job, asking how much is left for the guards. And he says it's the last bit. Elka orders Eric to eat, but he says he doesn't want to. He turns to leader Elka, asking how long they have to stay there. Because he's sick of standing around for days just watching people, begging her to go back to the 5th floor. But she asks if he's going to keep saying stupid things, asking if he's thought about their tribe members starving on the 85th floor. She says if they don't finish the mission, they won't get food from the resources and their tribe's survival depends on it. He apologizes, begging her not to be mad, admitting he was wrong, dropping to the ground whining while she loses all patience. She tells him even if he's not hungry, he has to eat. Look, this food was bought with precious money their tribe scraped together for this mission. He needs to eat to keep his strength up. He thinks leader Elka needs to eat too. But she ignores it. However, while she's talking to them, she catches a scent and rushes to check the balcony. They ask what's wrong. She recognizes the scent. It's the wandering merchant with the straw hat. But as she watches Theo strolling by looking totally chill, she swears that no matter what happens, she needs to get intel on that straw hat guy. Meanwhile, back at the wandering merchant base, everyone is jaw-dropped staring at those minotaurs. They're shocked to see black minotaurs there since they never thought they'd see one in person. For some of these vendors, it is their first time seeing dungeon monsters in the flesh. They see a wandering merchant, hiring black minotaurs as bodyguards and think, wow, this guy must be a big deal. But then Theo shows up, asking if anyone is looking for him, barely even visible to the other merchants. When they finally look down, they see this little cat dude standing there, acting all high and mighty. So, this guy Theo starts flexing on everyone, acting like he's the main character. He tells the crowd he's the famous wandering merchant and that he hired these beefy minotaurs as backup, laughing like a total egomaniac. The crowd ain't buying it, though. They start grilling him, asking if he's actually the boss because they've literally never heard his name before. They basically tell him to quit capping right there. Theo starts losing it and screams for San and Cheyenne to get over there, but when he spins around, ghosted. The two minotaurs just dipped. He's yelling at the air, wondering where they went. Meanwhile, the minotaurs are totally distracted somewhere else, and Cheyenne calls San over to check something out. It's just some grass, but they think it's fascinating. Then they spot this poor little mouse and are looming over it like, dang, that looks delicious, basically planning a heist on the rodent. But then this little bunny just begs for its life. Theo finally sprints over, panting, like, yo, I was looking for you guys. What are you even doing? He gets in the bulls' faces, asking if they forgot their mercenaries. Like, hello? You're supposed to be guarding me, not staring at dirt? They apologize, saying they couldn't resist the distraction. Theo sighs and asks if this is their first time hitting up the Passage Village. Cheyenne admits they're total noobs who never left their floor. Then she asks why it's called the Merchant's Passage. Shouldn't the tower paths be for everyone born here, not just wandering salesmen? Theo bursts out laughing, roasting them for being clueless hillbillies from the 99th floor. He hops onto some crates to make himself taller and announces that he, a mid-level wandering merchant, is about to drop some knowledge on them. He explains that way back in the day, all the tower paths just sprawled out randomly like tree branches, going from the 1st floor all the way to the 99th. It was a total mess. No one knew which paths were safe and which ones would get you killed. Then the first great wandering merchant showed up. This guy created the Wandering Merchant Association and organized the whole system, cutting off the sketchy routes and keeping the safe ones. Later, the association became a major power player and teamed up with the Magic Tower. They made a deal to supply the cash and workers needed to keep the roads running. But since the Wandering Merchant Association is still the one actually managing things, everyone just calls it the Merchant's Passage. Xian is totally starstruck, saying that's amazing and asking how Theo knows all this history stuff. He brags that it's just basic info for a pro like him. Internally, though, he's sweating because that was literally page 1 of the Merchant for Dummies guide he just read. Anyway, he explains that while locals can use the roads, there's a premium fast lane that's strictly for wandering merchants. Think of it like a paid shortcut. Cheyenne keeps asking questions, and Theo tells her they get VIP access to the paid route only because they're rolling with him. If they took the regular way, it would take forever. He mentions this village is basically the central hub where all the fancy paid routes connect. Their target is the 38th floor. So, the plan is to take the express lane down to the 4th floor and switch to a standard road from there. Xion takes notes, mumbling that the route sounds super complicated, and Theo actually admits she's right. But whatever, priorities they're gonna eat first. The Minotaurs are down for that, so they follow Theo to what he claims is the best fish spot in town. But while they're walking, a pack of wolves jumps him. Theo barely dodges getting mauled. He looks over and totally puffs up fur standing on end when he sees this massive gray wolf who clearly hates his guts. Theo immediately cowers in the corner. Seriously, he looks exactly like my cat does when the Roomba starts up. Just pure terror. Dude is breaking out in a cold sweat staring at that wolf. The wolf starts interrogating him, demanding to know where he got that straw hat. San steps in with a massive punch aimed right at the wolf's face. Wee Sung. He craters the ground, but the wolf dodges and stares at the Minotaur. Confused, the wolf asks who the muscle is, and Theo points a shaky finger, screaming, "That's the jerk who's been chasing me." Xion figures it's time to take out the trash and get rid of this stalker. Two other wolves try to jump San to help their leader, but Xion intercepts. She smacks them so hard they go flying and faceplant into the dirt. After absolutely wrecking those monsters, Xion dusts off her hands and asks if there are any more cute puppies who want a beating. She tells San to guard the cat guy while she handles the pack. San's cool with it, but Theo asks if she's crazy taking them on solo. San looks at him like he's stupid. Bro, we're monsters from the 19th floor. These stray dogs aren't even in our league. Then he gets all gooey-eyed, bragging that Xion is even stronger than he is. Theo suddenly realizes something and turns to San. Wait, I was mixing them up. San's the dude, Xion's the girl. Got it? It's confusing. Their names are practically the same. Anyway, Theo screams at her not to kill the wolves. She glances back like, "Are you serious?" and tells him she can't promise anything before launching herself at the wolves. Elka rushes over to check on the two wolves that got flattened. They say they're alive and ask for orders. Elka tells them retreat isn't an option. If they lose the merchant now, they'll never catch him. The three of them get into formation to fight Xion. The wolf leader hypes them up for an all-out attack. Xion just stands there looking totally smug, waiting for them to make a move. Meanwhile, back in the protagonist's hole, the chubby rabbit is having a spa day, getting his fur trimmed. The rabbit with the sickle looks super happy to be playing barber for his bro. The main character admits the sickle rabbit has mad skills with the scissors. He tells him he did a killer job making the other bunnies look fresh. Then the main character complains his own hair is getting way too long and poking him in the eyes. It's annoying. He asks for a quick trim and sits down, but just as the rabbit starts cutting, that creature Cuengi blows air into the rabbit's ear. That makes his nose itch like crazy. The rabbit sneezes, and mid-sneeze. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Big mistake, though. He literally butchered the protagonist as hair left a massive bald spot. The two of them stare at the disaster in panic, while the protagonist starts stressing, not realizing he just accidentally invented a new bald fashion trend. Anyway, after gearing up, the three of them rush Xion. One jumps in, but she already has a punch loaded, just waiting to release it. Suddenly, another wolf uses his buddy as a step stool to launch himself. Two of them latch onto her arm, while the third goes for her leg. The one still mid-air aims his paws at the Minotaur's horns, trying to bite her jugular, teeth bared and ready to snap. But then he freezes, totally confused. Her skin is so tough his teeth cannot even scratch it, let alone pierce it. Oxen asks if they are shocked, telling them there is no way they are piercing Minotaur's skin that easily. Xion just flexes her muscles and sends them flying. One guy gets a nosebleed just from the pressure. She grabs him by the collar and chucks that wolf across the field. Elko gets absolutely wrecked, and his brother panics before getting kicked into orbit along with the other guy. The only one left standing is Elka. She is shook that the Minotaur took out Elko with one hit, but she decides she is not letting go. Bad move. The Minotaur slams her into the ground, hard, leaving her belly up, totally defenseless, just waiting for the finishing blow. And just as that fist is coming down to end her, Elka gets a flashback. She remembers her dad lecturing her about their heritage. He said they are from the Silver Wolf tribe, purebloods who turn into spirits when they die. Supposedly, they become guardian spirits for the tribe. They are way stronger than any other tribe, able to boost their skills, track, and hunt by inheriting the protection and will of their ancestors. She says her pride belongs to her ancestors too. They have to behave and live with honor so they do not embarrass the ghosts of the past who guided them. Dad claims they will all get an answer one day. She agrees with her grandpa, promising to live like one of the ancestors. Then she wonders if she might find her own answer eventually. Cut to the whole place starving, with absolutely zero food anywhere to be found. The tribe says that because of the Great Golden Famine, there is nothing left to eat. The Western tribes have gone savage, looting and slaughtering each other. Then their tribe gets attacked by foxes. Elka gets saved by another wolf, but her grandpa gets left behind in the chaos and dies. Fast forward to now. Elka is leading the tribe, and some wolves are getting in her face. They ask if it is true she is working for Grid, asking if she has no shame before her ancestors, since they are watching her suck up to that despicable boar, the guy who caused all this mess in the first place. She tells them to shut up because they have zero choice. They do not even know if they will survive until tomorrow. Right now, they need to think about the kids. It is all for the children. As far as she is concerned, she can ditch her honor and reputation in a heartbeat. The ancestors will just have to deal with it. So currently, she is working for that greedy boar, acting as his tool. She is being controlled and doing sketchy stuff she hates, all on his orders. She asks herself if her grandpa understands her now. Suddenly, the Minotaur stops her punch mid-air, sparring her life. Cheyenne just taps her side and knocks her out cold. Elka keeps muttering that it is all for the kids. Theo walks over to check if she is alive, wondering if she actually fainted or is faking it. Sejun asks if he should break their legs so they cannot follow them, but then he gets creeped out by his own thought, realizing that messing with lives is heavy and crippling them is way too cruel. He decides they will just take the wolves with them for now, and he will figure it out later. Meanwhile, Sickle Rabbit is in a super awkward spot with Cuengi, because the protagonist's bald spot is literally reflecting the sun, and the two of them are sweating bullets. Sickle Rabbit talks to Cuengi. I do not speak bear, but I know the vibe. They are panicking about what to do. The protagonist asks what is wrong, wondering if the haircut is done. The two of them look horrified. He asks, what is it? He feels the draft on his shiny scalp and cannot believe it. He shows the bee, asking what happened. If he knew it was this bad, he would have made Theo bring a mirror. Sickle Rabbit starts apologizing like crazy, but the protagonist tries to play it cool, saying it is fine and that everyone makes mistakes. He asks who is going to see it anyway, since it is just them and a bunch of monsters. He figures if he wears a straw hat, nobody will notice the disaster on his head. He says it is fine, but then goes to the corner to cry about his hair. The two pets are shocked until Mother Rabbit shows up, and Sickle Rabbit snitches on himself. She looks pretty disappointed in him, but he tells Mother Rabbit that Sejun said it was okay. She ignores that and drags him and Sejun somewhere. Sejun sits down, puts on the barber cape, and Mother Rabbit prepares to fix this mess, pulling out her scissors with total confidence. Meanwhile, the little dragon is reading something while snacking on fruit. She says, as expected, reading is fun, but she notices she is already out of cherry tomatoes, and complains that since she had her growth spurt, the old portion sizes are way too small to handle her hunger. But still, if she asks for more, he is obviously going to misinterpret it like last time and ask if she is a winged pig. She gets annoyed just imagining it, and thinks, no way. She needs snacks though, so she messages Park Sejun. Then she notices what is going on and asks, what is that? The manager asks what happened to him. He is surprised she is texting him about his situation, and she mentions his appearance. Looks a little different. He asks if it is about his look, explaining his hair got long so Mama Rabbit cut it for him. He asks if it looks weird. Oh, buddy, you have no idea. Whoa, kid had a massive glow up. He's looking like the lead in an 8 p.m. K-drama. Eileen is totally shook seeing him, and the MC is just cheesing over his new look. But the MC gets spooked by Eileen's reaction, so he asks why she's ghosting him. Like, he literally just asked what she thought of the new hairdo. Meanwhile, she is absolutely losing it on the other side, acting nervous and blushing like a total K-pop fangirl. So he keeps blowing up her notifications, and she hits him back saying the tower manager has banned him from coming close. He's like, yo, what gives? She plays it cool, claiming she can take her eyes off work for a split second, then immediately asks if he can slide her some more of those lobsters she smashed the other day. The only reason she is even talking to him is the food, honestly, but he tells her he is worried she is going to have to slow down on the eating for a bit. Turns out the lobster population is tanking hard. We are talking only 1 to 3 showing up now. Plus, the piranhas are ghosting because there are no lobsters left. He admits he's feeling kinda empty just surviving on veggies lately, and tells her it to be good to actually get some nutrients in her system too. Then he offers to trade tomatoes and corn instead of the usual. Figures she probably decimated her stash of dried potatoes by now, so he sends the goods over. The manager says thanks, but mumbles something else. Our main guy is totally confused and pushes for the rest of the sentence. She just drops that his new haircut looks sick and then dips immediately. Sejun is left standing there like, since when does she know how to compliment people? Totally shook. That little comment hypes him up, and he's ready to grind at work again. Meanwhile, she's holding her corn, acting all goofy, blushing and struggling to breathe. She's wondering why her heart is pounding out of her chest. She thinks it might be a glitch with her dragon heart, but deep down, she knows that ain't it. She shakes it off, telling herself she's just shocked because Sejun switched up his look so fast, tries to convince herself she only cares about the food, but the second she looks at that corn, she remembers him saying he wanted to take care of her health. So, she goes hunting for a specific book she stashed somewhere. She digs up this massive recipe book and decides she's going to cook something special for Sejun with maximum effort. She is catching feelings so hard. It's not even funny. Dude, I am actually losing my mind here. I swear she's going to transform into a human. Her grandpa has a humanoid form, right? Oh my god. Please. Just don't turn her into a lolly, bro. I am begging you. Asia, please stop. Anything but a loli. Do not do this to me. Anyway, our favorite cat Theo pulls up on the humans and immediately starts pushing the cherry tomatoes, asking how many they want. They tell him to hurry up and show the goods because they re-desperate. Theo asks why they re-rushing him, then just dumps the tomatoes out to start the sale. He announces he's auctioning them in batches of 400, with 3,600 total in stock. The crowd is stunned he's holding that much product. Bidding starts at 120 for a batch, and it climbs up to 200 before Theo slams the gavel. He keeps selling bit by bit until there are only 2,000 left. Suddenly, someone yells stop and offers to buy the entire remaining stock for 1,600 tower coins. That rich kid turns around, asking if anyone has the guts to challenge Gigon's wallet. Silence. Nobody wants smoke with that much money. Theo just wants to get paid, so he agrees to bring the rest next time. The crowd realizes there are 0 cherry tomatoes left outside the tower now. Since they can to resell them, regular hunters are screwed. They wondering how a massive corp is allowed to monopolize everything like this. One guy is super bummed because he planned to buy some to impress his future in-laws next month. He asks when the next shipment is coming. But the leader steps in, saying he knows Theo personally. He can work out a back-channel deal with Sejun at headquarters using a different method. Suddenly, the guy next to the kid points out something crazy in the item description. The producer's name, which was hidden before, is now fully visible. Judging by the name, he is Korean. The producer is the tower farmer, Park Sejun. He tells everyone to take a good look at that tag. When he checks it, he sees the protagonist's name and is shocked that he is actually a tower farmer. The kid immediately orders his squad to run back to the guild camp on the first floor and docks Park Sejun right now because they need to recruit him ASAP. He orders hunters from the United States to fly to South Korea instantly. He thinks he's going to get valuable intel and some head pats from the vice president. He thinks this is his ticket to a promotion, but the leader realizes that by doing this, he's going to burn a bridge. And worse, Sejun's family is in serious trouble now. To the rich folks outside the tower, these cherry tomatoes are worth way more than diamonds or gold. If the farmer is stuck inside the tower, bad actors will definitely kidnap or blackmail his family to secure a monopoly. And judging by what Theo said before, Sejun has never left the tower, not even once. Since his only news source is a cat, he has 0 clue what's happening out here. The leader spots Theo nearby. Theo tells Kim Dong-shik he's awesome, but the guy just grabs the cat and runs. Theo asks Kim Dong-shik what the heck is going on. The leader demands to know why the producer's identity got leaked all of a sudden. The name was censored before, so he asks why it is showing up now. Theo explains it as just because he leveled up to a mid-tier wandering merchant. Apparently, rookie merchants get their suppliers' names hidden for protection. Theo still doesn't get what the big deal is. Kim Dong-shik drops the bomb. Park Sejun's family is now in the crosshairs. Theo is shocked he doesn't know anything about the politics outside the tower. People are going crazy over these tomatoes. And it was safe before because the farmer was anonymous. Now that Sejun's name is out there, ruthless people want to hesitate to do dirty stuff to control the supply, meaning the protagonist's family is the target. Theo starts freaking out, asking if this is all his fault for getting promoted, and panicking about what they should do next. He thinks he is in deep trouble and is terrified his master is going to yell at him. But Kim Dong-shik tells Theo to chill out. He tells the cat not to worry, swearing he'll protect Sejun's family, even if he has to bet the entire reputation of the Phoenix Guild on it. Theo starts thanking him profusely, thinking he needs to rush back to the lower floors, but then he digs something out of his bag. saying he has one favor to ask first. He says it's a gift from Sejun for the fam, handing over corn and carrots, same deal as before. 200 cherry tomatoes is the price tag. He's stunned though, these are agility carrots and stamina corn. He thinks it's insane. If the world found out about these buffs, everyone would lose their minds. Theo asks if it's risky, but Kim Dong-shik Kim tells him to chill and just tell Sejun he'll handle the delivery. Theo just nods and dips. Kim Dong-shik watches him go, thinking, yeah, I gotta snitch on this to the guildmaster. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 38th floor, the Minotaur dudes are just munching away while guarding the wolves. Elka is super salty about being stuck there and starts trash-talking them, calling them cattle brains. The other two stay quiet while she throws a tantrum. She asks the Minotaurs if their pride is totally gone, asking if their simple brains got wrecked, wondering how they can take orders like that, basically asking if they were really that gullible. Since they retaking orders from a cat like little minions, she asks if the legends of the 99th floor were all fake news. Johansson asks if he should bonk her on the head again, but he warns her she's gonna die if she keeps it up. Then Theo comes back running, saying it's urgent and they gotta bounce. Due to surprise Theo speedran that trip, he asks what's the emergency. Theo drops the bomb. Sejun Park's family is in danger. He says he'll brief them on the way. The duo grabs the wolves, getting ready to haul them out. But then Theo tells them to hold up because he needs to hit up a vendor real quick. He asks the price of a necklace. Vendor says 2 tower coins. Vendor looks at the Minotaurs behind Theo and is practically wetting his pants. Theo uses that fear to ask for a discount. Gotta admit, Theo's haggling strats are getting way too effective, especially with those 2 giant beefcakes backing him up. While all that drama is happening, Kim Dong-shik is briefing his guild leader about 26-year-old Sejun Park. Kim Dong-shik is bundled up in a parka like he is on an Arctic expedition, shivering like crazy. Boss keeps reading the report, says the guy probably got Isekai D into the tower by a glitch, and speedran past the 40th floor in no time. Exact location is unknown, but turns out he's the guy making those magic cherry tomatoes distributed by a stray cat merchant. The tower farmer. The boss tells Kim Dong-shik that's actually pretty interesting. He says this while sitting on a massive block of ice, wearing just a tee and shorts. That's Tae Jun-han for you. Phoenix Guildmaster, big shot in the Korean Awakened Association. Kim Dong-shik asks if he is okay. And the guy pulls a reverse card, asking if Kim Dong-shik thinks he is okay. Shows him how he is literally on fire, asking if it looks like he is smashing the ice basin for fun. He's surprised the guy hid such crazy talent until now. Plus, the fact that he cleared the 40th floor and dude starts blazing like a human torch, pissed off that he's stuck in this freezer doing nothing while Kim Dong-shik asks dumb questions. Kim Dong-shik mentions the guy is acting on impulse and off the books. Also, he climbed to the 52nd floor. Master says that S different, asks Kim Dong-shik to spill the tea, wondering if he's hiding anything else. Kim Dong-shik says it's just as reported and the tower farmer class is some unknown job that never existed before. As he speaks, he sees the master torching the report paper. Kim Dong-shik is shocked. Master sits back down, saying the guy isn't a fun. Kim Dong-shik asks if the flame curse is spreading more and sees his arm is catching fire. Master says it just tickles, claiming he would V-rated the tower immediately if not for this mess. Then he asks why Kim Dong-shik is actually here. Kim Dong-shik says he came to ask for backup from the association to protect Sejun Park's family. Since the tomato guy got outed as Korean, the pressure is going to be insane. Master tells him to chill. You see, he already put together a security squad the second he got the call. He tells Kim Dong-shik to take point, since they know each other. Can't let some other countries steal their national treasure. Rumor has it other countries are already sliding into the DMs, so he needs to verify. Kim Dong-shik is stunned by how fast his boss moves. He thanks him, but says he brought a gift, handing over some magic tomatoes. Master is surprised. Kim Dong-shik explains they are from Park Sejun, delivered by the cat merchant. Says they might be weak, but useful. Master eyes the tomato, pops it in, and realizes it actually slaps. Cut to later with the MCS family. They are totally confused getting cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corn. They ask what the heck this is. Little bro asks if these are those trendy tower items everyone is talking about. Noting the diet tomatoes, plus carrots and corn, asks if his brother grew them. Kim Dong-shik interrupts, saying the kid might be out of the loop, but tons of people are watching them, and it's not safe. The association wants to protect them, so he asks them to pack up ASAP. Family's freaking out. They ask where they were going since they haven't even paid off the mortgage on this place. Kim Dong-shik tells them not to sweat it. Mom, they already prepped a crib for them in Hanam-dong. The kid asks if that's the rich neighborhood where celebs live. He thinks it's awesome and asks who the neighbors are. He says his fam lives around there. But the kid is like, wait, I thought a bunch of dudes lived nearby or something? So he asks Sejun if he has? Into girl groups. Bringing up WJSN, the kid's like, duh. Obviously, every citizen in South Korea knows who they are. He wonders if Kim Dong-shik spilled the tea knowing that. Then he flashes a pic on his phone, his daughter, Sarah. So, this girl from WJSN is telling a fan that if he's a true stan, he should totally swing by her place. And the dude is absolutely shook because she's like the leader and main vocal of his favorite squad. He's basically losing his mind, calling her a genius among geniuses who writes lyrics, produces tracks, and is a total visual god on top of that. Then it clicks. He remembers the album credits mention her dad was a hunter. He's floored to realize her dad is that team leader guy who keeps begging Kim Dong-shik to adopt him and calling him father. He's loving the connection, but everyone is confused. Like, why are you calling him dad, bro? Even the kid's actual father is grilling his wife about what the heck is going on. But the mom is just stressing over Sejun, saying he promised to be a good son and make stacks of cash inside the tower. Who would have guessed he'd be stuck farming inside the tower, though? He's grinding 24/7, wondering if anyone out there actually cares about him. Meanwhile, Eileen is actually plotting to take care of him. She tossed some magic mushrooms and a straight-up hungry demon from a 1,000-year-old dimension into this soup she's whipping up. Then she sprinkles some mystery dust from her hand, and the whole thing starts glowing. She looks at it, all hyped, and goes, finally done. Like she didn't just cook a biohazard. Back to our boy Sejun, who is busy planting scallions. He says he harvested the seeds like 2 weeks ago. He notices the green onions are growing like weeds from those seeds, tells the black rabbit they can finally cash in on the harvest. He planted them outside the cave hoping for some sweet loot drops. But when he yanks a leaf, he gets zip no item, no status window. He's wondering if it failed because it's not a fruit. But the black rabbit points at the whole patch like, check this out. Sejun rips everything out at once and boom, detox green onions. The system goes crazy with notifications, and he racks up 36 XP. Turns out these onions can neutralize rank C poison or lower for an hour. When you eat one, your liver goes into overdrive for 24 hours. The stats on this thing are honestly broken. Just as he suspected, items drop when he plants actual seeds or fruits. He's kicking himself for not jumping on this grind way earlier. The black rabbit is vibing with the success. Sejun wonders how the detox onion tastes, takes a bite, and it's just average. He notices it's built different from the usual ones, but since he doesn't know the detox specs yet, he figures. Once he triggers the detox buff, it'll probably be a lifesaver for heavy drinkers. Plus, these things grow fast. He decides to sell them once he has a huge stash. Then the chubby rabbit waddles over, and Sejun asks if it's dinner time. They head to the lake, but he notes that the piranha population has tanked, just like he thought. Even blood bait isn't bringing them out. He tells the bunnies they gotta go vegetarian for a bit. The chubby rabbit looks absolutely devastated. While they're having a pity party, Sejun gets a DM notification from Eileen. She says she prepped a gift to celebrate his 200th day in the tower. He's stunned he's been stuck there that long already. He asks if she's really sending a present, totally stoked that she thought of him. But then she drops a quest. Give me a cherry tomato. Get the gift. It's basically a forced trade because rejecting the gift isn't even an option in the system. So he hands over the tomato, unlocks Eileen's health soup, and a giant cauldron crashes down in front of him. He stares at it, completely horrified. This soup is straight up nightmare fuel. There's a wasp, bones, eyeballs, green sludge, and a frog with its mouth open. It looks like toxic waste. Like, oh my god, Eileen, what did you cook? This is the debut dish from the great black dragon Eileen, and it shows the taste is definitely not guaranteed, but the effects are god tier. If he survives eating it, all his attributes go up by 3. The catch? He gets hit with rank C paralysis and rank C acid poison instantly. The chef is a rank A dragon, but the food is a weapon. He's staring at it like, this is the reward? The rabbits are noping out, backing away slowly while he asks if she seriously expects him to eat this mess. Eileen says she's logging off to sleep because she's wiped out from cooking. He's like, how hard did you work to be this exhausted? She's laying there all proud, watching him grab the bowl, claiming she made it with tons of care. She orders him to finish every drop and give a review when she wakes up, or she'll kill him. Then she passes out. Sejun yells her name, but she's gone. He looks at the bunnies nearby and tries to recruit volunteers to taste test. All the rabbits immediately bolt. They run so fast even the chubby one vanishes from sight. He begs them not to abandon him, but they are gone with the wind. Everyone just dips. Even the bee flies off, refusing to look at that abomination. Dude, the chubby rabbit running on his hind legs in that last panel. It's ridiculously cute, I swear. Sejun sees the +3 stat boost, which is sweet, but the rank C paralysis and acid poison? That's way too risky. But then the black rabbit clutch points out the green onions nearby. Sejun realizes they have the Detox Green Onions. He's hyped. Maybe everything will be fine. At least the poison won't kill him now. He decides to pre-game by eating a bunch of onions before tackling the soup. He eats them and gets protected for an hour. Prep complete. He grabs a spoon to dive in. He wonders about the flavor, it looks nasty. But hey, don't judge a book by its cover, right? He takes one spoonful, swallows, and almost dies on the spot, sneezing and spitting the soup all over everyone nearby. The bee and the chubby rabbit scramble away, totally triggered that he sprayed them. The bee is furious, and Sejun starts hurling. The chubby rabbit is not having it either. Sejun thinks it tastes horrific, but the system logs that he consumed Eileen's health soup, and the poisoning starts. Luckily, the onion buff kicks in to heal him. He mutters that old saying about how the worse the medicine tastes, the better it works. But that guy is seriously the worst. He's still picturing Eileen as this winged piggy. In his head, he thinks she doesn't need the tower farmer anymore and just wants to off him. MC is low-key freaking out, wondering if she actually wants to kill him, but he just lets it slide, decides to chug it all at once, tipping the whole cauldron. The rabbits down there are shook, watching him almost down the entire thing. But right at the end of the soup, he sees this gnarly, ugly fish like real-life nightmare fuel and almost hurls. He drops the fish and the pot. The cauldron sinks into the river and totally nukes the water. He realizes he tossed it out of panic. But the system S like, you consumed the soup, stats up by 3. He S staring at those notifications, totally confused. So he downed the soup but also killed a piranha. He's relieved he managed to drink it, but then he sees a bunch of dead stuff floating up from the water. He's shocked. Turns out he also fried a giant electric eel and bagged 5,000 XP. He almost loses it seeing that notification. He realizes the lake got poisoned with that glop. The rabbit is getting salty with him because all the food they could eat is dying by accident. He apologizes, saying he was so stressed he couldn't help it. They can't eat stuff from the lake for a while. They can fix the drinking water issue using the rabbit's watering cans, but he's worried about a hole in the lake where the poison is draining. Since a ton of piranhas and crayfish died after getting poisoned, and even an eel, it means there's a huge ecosystem down inside that hole. The amount of critters flowing into the lake dropped recently, so if he figures this out, they could score major protein sources later. Black Rabbit digs this logic, getting all hype, and suggests the MC swim down the hole. He asks if he wants to try, looking all excited. MC is like, nope. Says the water is still toxic, even if he eats the Detox Green Onions. The hole is way too small. If something goes wrong and he gets stuck, he is toast. Could literally die. He tells the rabbit, I get your feelings, but you are too precious to send into a death trap. The little bunny gets all sad. MC says they'll think about it once the water dilutes a bit. He tells them it's cool, reminding them they've still got food stashed away, so they chill for a bit. And he tells everyone to cheer up. Meanwhile, at the waypoint in the Minotaur King's base, the big guy is getting impatient. He's thinking about Xion, wondering why he isn't there yet. Did he forget his orders? He asks another minion if Oak's son went to find Xion because she isn't back either. Minion says yep to the Minotaur King, confirming she's still MIA. King is surprised, wondering if those two wandered into the Red Bone area or Poison Bee area looking for tasty grass and got wrecked. Torn said he heard not even your body is left behind if you go there. The king thinks Xion might be dumb enough to do that, but Oak's son isn't a warrior who'd go down that easily. This is sketchy. He orders everyone to group up at the waypoint. He figures he has to take the punishment for now. Looks like he has to step in and find those two personally. Meanwhile, MC finishes harvesting all the green onions, getting an insane amount. He thinks, damn, that's a lot. Enough to stuff 100 minotaurs until they burst. Kang flops onto the onions. MC asks, you like that? Soft like a bed, huh? Cuengi is vibing, totally happy. MC tells him to send some to his mom when he goes to sleep. But then, ding! Notification. Wishing for a good harvest level 1 is activated. He is surprised. 70 pyong of onions. Got blessed. Harvest rate bumps up 50% next week, and all his onions start growing instantly. He notes they were already fast, but now they re-speed running it with the harvest effect. He says he should harvest 3 times from now on instead of 2, thinks his stats are jacked from the ginseng soup too, so it's easy work. He asks Scythe Rabbit for a hand, and the bunny is stoked. Then the tower manager asks if he ate her soup. He jumps and goes, yeah, of course. He even leveled up thanks to it, but she reminds him she's asking about the taste. He's got nothing. He tries to bluff, asking how it tasted, stuttering a bit. She gets sad, asking if it was gross. He lies through his teeth. No way. It was delicious. Seriously. That's why I finished it all. A taste worth dying for. She beams at that, grabbing her pot, saying she'll make another if he liked it that much. He tells her to stop immediately. She asks what's up. He spins a story that she used all her energy working so hard on the soup, so she doesn't need to go that far for him. He says he likes just chatting with her, so she shouldn't burn herself out cooking just for him. She's kind of skeptical, but he says he'll cook for her instead. He prefers watching her eat, so she doesn't need to struggle with cooking anymore. He's just saying that to save his own skin, internally begging her not to make that stuff again. She gets all mushy thinking he cares that much, blushing hard. Bro, I can't believe I'm watching a romance between a dragon and a human right now. I mean, whatever, right? I've seen stories like this, but usually, she has a human form. This is a straight-up giant lizard. Like, dude, what is even happening? Mama Bear starts acting all cutesy and shy, accidentally smashing stuff nearby, blushing while saying she's super proud of the tower farmer. She agrees with him, and Sejun just relieved he didn't die. Then she asks, so, what's on the menu tonight? Suddenly, the ground starts shaking again. Everyone is freaking out, and Sejun asks what's happening while Cuengi and his mom just watch. So, the Minotaur King just barges in, stomping all over Sejun's green onions like he owns the place. Total disrespect. Sejun shook that another Minotaur showed up, especially since this guy starts screaming his head off. Cuengi's mom is having none of it though, getting ready to throw hands. That roar nearly blew Sejun and the little ones into next week. He's totally freaked because this beast is on a whole other level compared to Shan-san. Then the manager drops the bomb. That's the Minotaur King, the boss of the 99th floor. Eileen chimes in that he's supposed to be guarding the waypoint. Basically, the guy isn't supposed to leave his post. Sejun realizes this monster is the only thing standing between him and escaping the tower. This is the exact monster Cuengi's mom said he had to beat. But Sejun asks why the boss is even here. Eileen's clueless, but says she'll try to talk some sense into him. She figures there's gotta be a rule keeping the 99th floor boss locked in his zone. It's definitely in that tower guide her grandpa gave her. She starts flexing her admin powers, trying to command the floor boss to chill. But her admin rights are totally glitching out. She's panicking like, what the heck? Because the system is ghosting her commands. Her powers are supposed to be god tier, but nothing's working. She admits she can talk to him, leaving Sejun completely in the dark. The system window basically says, you were screwed, you can stop him. So, Cuengi's mom steps up, ready to rumble. Sejun sees this and is absolutely terrified. He knows even Mama Bear might be out of her league against a floor boss. The Minotaur launches at her, giant axe ready to swing. Everyone is scared to death, and Sejun grabs Cuengi, thinking it's game over. She screams, worried about Sejun getting squashed. But then plot twist, the axe goes flying into the corner. Sejun looks up, and sees the Minotaur diving into the onion patch, looking totally love-struck. Turns out, he's just a massive fanboy. Talk about a letdown. This giga-sized monster is obsessed with green onions. He's rolling around in them until he suddenly realizes he's acting crazy. He grabs a bunch of green onions and bolts. Sejun watches him bail, literally running away with the stolen goods. Sejun's like, why was he even here? Eileen figures he's heading back to his post. Sejun was so scared his legs basically turned to jelly. He asks everyone if they were freaking out too, then gives major props to Cuengi's mom for trying to save them. She's all happy about the praise, but the field is trashed. The onions got completely wrecked. It's a disaster zone, and the guy ate a ton. Eileen is just glad the tower farmer isn't dead, though she feels bad about the crops. He tells her to chill, saying he's actually stoked. He meant to visit the boss sooner, but he never expected the guy to show up at his front door. Eileen's confused, so Sejun reminds her that the Black Minotaur tribe is all about warrior honor, since he's the king. That honor code is huge. Eileen finally gets where he's going with this. She wonders if he's scheming, Sejun knows that trashing a field and stealing snacks is a massive stain on the king's reputation. He's already calculating how much he can milk this debt. A bit later, he sets up dinner. Boy telling everyone to eat up so they can fix the mess tomorrow. The little ones start throwing a fit because the food is taking too long. Sejun sees them acting like brats. He reminds them they signed up to help, so they need to sit down and eat properly. He points at Cuengi, who's chowing down without drama. He tells them the blue moon is coming, and if they want to grow up big, they gotta eat. That shuts them up. They grab their food, and Sejun is happy they were finally acting like cool white rabbit kids. He praises Cuengi for not being a picky eater. The bear cub gets all happy and wiggly. Sejun starts wondering why Cuengi isn't getting any bigger. With his growth rate, he should be huge by now. Cuengi flops over laughing from tickles. Sejun knows he's eating enough, so he wonders if the little guy is sick. Suddenly, Theo shows up screaming Sejun's name, dragging along minotaurs and wolves. Sejun says hey, but asks who the randoms are. They say it is the Silver Wolf tribe, which shocks Sejun. Theo climbs up Sejun's leg like a maniac. Theo brags that these guys were chasing him, so he beat them up. He didn't know what to do with the bodies, so he brought them home for Sejun to decide. Sejun decides to interrogate them about why they messed with his salesman, but he notices they were totally out cold. Theo says they were too loud, so he knocked them out. Sejun just hopes they aren't permanently brain damaged. Theo notices the farm looks like a war zone. Sejun explains the Minotaur King stopped by for a snack run. Everyone freaks out, wondering how the king found them. Sejun cuts the drama, saying he'll explain later. He tells them they worked hard and need to eat because things are about to get crazy. The Minotaurs get hyped for corn, but Theo pulls Sejun aside, saying he's got some serious tea to spill. Park Sejun asks what's up. Theo starts talking about drama on the 38th floor, but suddenly Elka wakes up and lunges at Sejun. Out of nowhere, Cuengi tackles the wolf, flinging it back. Sejun is stunned that the cub reacted so fast on his own. Elka scrambles back, totally shook. She realizes that cute little bear cub is actually a beast that almost took her out. Theo notices Sejun's hat is missing. Elka is sprinting toward the wolves with the hat in hand, thanking them for the distraction. She's trying to steal the straw hat, and Sejun is shocked she actually has it. Now the whole squad turns against Elka and the wolves. Sejun realizes the hat is gone, and Theo yells, "Those losers faked passing out to swipe the hat." Elka tells her crew to bail. But Mama Bear steps in, looking absolutely terrifying. The wolves tuck their tails immediately, and she screams at them to pile on the pressure. Elka puts her paws up in surrender and drops the hat. Sejun runs over to grab it, stoked that it's not ripped. He looks up and sees Elka cornered by the other wolves. Meanwhile, Iona is thinking, she should be just broken their legs. Mama Bear looks hyped to fight, and even Cuengi is looking menacing. The whole crew surrounds the poor wolves. Sejun asks, what do we do with these angry monsters? Theo says Cuengi wants to eat them, but Sejun tells the bear, dude, don't do that. I'll give you some honey later instead. He asks the second poison queen bee to handle this and calm the crazy kid down. He also talks to the other giants, telling them to quit spazzing and take a seat. They actually listen to what Sejun says. Elka is confused why these powerhouse minotaurs and red bears are obeying this random guy. But then the other wolves whisper to their boss, yo, that merchant cat called him master earlier. He asks if it's just a nickname for the floor. But another wolf is like, nah, that guy is the Black Dragon. Otherwise, why would all the monsters on the 99th floor listen to him? The Black Dragon is real. Master is what they call the dragon who rules the 99th floor. They start wondering if that scrawny-looking dude is actually the legend. Elka wonders if he's just hiding his power to trick them. This is the Black Dragon's test. I am sure this is the answer my ancestors talked about. Sejun walks up to Elka and asks, why were you chasing Theo in this straw hat? She drops to her knees in front of him, begging the great Black Dragon for forgiveness. She says, we inferior beings had no clue and disrespected you. We didn't know the merchant cat was your boy. Sejun is just confused like, Black Dragon? Who? So Eileen thinks this is totally hilarious and starts cracking up, thinking she's a genius. She shoots a text to Sejun saying she'll only forgive him if he plays along. He's got to pretend to be the great Black Dragon and flex on the Silver Wolf tribe to show them who's boss. If he pulls it off, she's happy. If he bails, she's going to be super salty. She promises to back him up, but Sejun is totally shook. Like, she actually wants him to take her spot? He can't believe she's a legit dragon and not just some flying pig. Then he realizes, duh, she's the tower manager. He always knew something was sus about her. Theo keeps bugging his master like, what's going on? But Sejun figures if Eileen wants this cringe drama, he's gotta deliver. So he rolls with it, acting all dramatic like, ugh, you caught me. He tells them he didn't think they'd recognize him in this form. Then he drops the bomb. Yeah, that's right. I'm the Great Black Dragon. Deal with it. Even Theo is freaked out by Sejun's acting skills. He starts yelling at the wolves. How dare you guys try to steal my boss's stuff and threaten his minion? Totally unforgivable. Everyone except the wolves is staring at Sejun like he's lost his mind. Major side-eye. Elka is just standing there thinking, what is this guy on? She asks Iona if this is for real, and Iona just smacks her. Obviously, it's a lie. Theo whispers to Sejun, bro, what are you doing? You're giving me the creeps. Sejun ignores the haters, hands Theo a churu, and goes, you want some of this dragon grace or what? Theo switches up instantly. Oh snap, my master is the dragon. He declares himself the dragon's underling and orders everyone to kneel before the king. Total sellout for snacks. Elka starts begging for forgiveness, literally crying that she messed up big time. She's acting like her sin is unforgivable, even if she sacrifices her life or whatever. She's praying he'll have mercy just this once. Sejun is like, chill, it's fine, I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you a special shot at redemption. He asks if she's serious, then hits her with the bill. 10,000 tower coins. That's the price tag for trying to off his cat merchant. He says he'll let it slide if they pay up. Everyone's jaws drop. And Theo is practically crying tears of joy like, wow, is my life really worth that much cash? Sejun's like, obviously. Dude, you're merchant Theo, the guy who moves my farm products. Then he brings up the contract business. Theo whips out the paperwork from his bag. Meanwhile, Elka, still buying the Dragon Act, tells Sejun, Mr. Black Dragon, we're kinda broke though. Theo gets up in her face like, no cash? Then pay with your body. Whoa, pause, he means manual labor on the farm. She looks terrified. But then Elka starts making excuses about a guild contract. She thinks for a second and tells Sejun, sorry, I don't think we can swing that. Sejun is confused. Like, what are you talking about? But Eileen starts losing it because these noobs dare to refuse the Black Dragon's offer. He asks for the reason, and she spills the tea. Apparently, the 5th floor where her tribe lives is dealing with some major drama. So, there was this massive food shortage because of a long-term drought. These buff dudes turned into mercs and got hired by this big-shot landlord, Grid, to supply food to the floor. And the gig they got from Grid this time? Hunt down a stolen straw hat. Yeah, that's the mission. Now that the wolves realize the Great Black Dragon holds the loot, they know they re-screwed on the commission. That means the food supply for the floor is gonna get cut off. While they slave away for the Great Black Dragon, the wolf pups are gonna starve to death. So Elka begs him to have mercy, basically offering their own lives to save the kids. But Sejun totally switches gears, ignoring the drama to ask for her name. She says it's Elka. Then he immediately starts asking about. She's scoping out the place, asking if this is where the magic happens with the crops. While she's thinking it over, Sejun drops a condition. He wants a clause in the contract where her whole pack pays off 10,000 tower coins in debt. But hey, free food for everyone while they grind. He asks what she thinks. Honestly, both of them are just shocked they can finally ghost that loser Grid and actually survive. Elka starts spamming thank yous, promising they're gonna hustle hard. Seriously, she won to stop bowing. Total happy ending vibes right there. Even Eileen is loving the drama, feeling hyped that her Great Black Dragon rep is skyrocketing. Mission complete. The system says she beaming, so the contract gets signed. Sejun is like, we were cool, but per the fine print, Theo the cat merchant is their boss now. They re-officially Theo's minions. Sejun tells them to listen to the cat from now on. Theo immediately lets the power go to his head, acting like a CEO, introducing Sejun to the new hires and demanding they put some respect on his name. Dude, the visual is hilarious. Theo is this tiny fluffball next to a literal minotaur and giant wolves. He looks like a flea, but Elka actually apologizes to the minotaur. Sejun is still stressing about that landlord Grid though. That guy runs the lower floors, so he's bad news. Sejun realizes there might be more threats incoming. He decides the wolves are going to be Theo's bodyguards whenever he goes on loot runs. Now he can farm without looking over his shoulder. Theo comes back whining that he's starving, begging for some fish to share with the wolves. Sejun has to break the bad news. They are completely out of fish. Theo is shook. He throws a massive tantrum, calling his master a total fraud. Sejun asks if he's really going to keep complaining, saying he's trying his best, but the cat goes on strike. No fish, no work. Sejun just sighs, checks the water, and notices the poison has diluted enough. He asks Black Rabbit if he is ready to roll. After downing some chives for a buff, the rabbit preps to dive. Sejun announces it's time to unlock a new map area. Rabbit grabs his hammer and starts smashing rocks, making space. The wall crumbles, and the water starts flowing way harder. Sejun gives him props for the solid work. Because the entrance is massive, now easy to get in and out. Rabbit yeets himself in there and pops back out just to prove it's safe. Sejun asks for a sit rep, but Rabbit says he can see a thing. It's pitch black. Sejun realizes they have a glitch in the plan. Even with the path open, it's too sketchy. He asks Theo if he's got any night vision gear, like a flashlight. Theo, who was busy playing with the puppies, looks at Sejun like he is crazy. Bro, I don't have that. But he checks his bag anyway for random loot. He decides to look and says these are just trinkets he bought with the tomato cash, tossing some item he picked up on the road onto the floor. Sejun asks what the heck it is, picking up the necklace. It's got a scratched gem, no usage limit, and the maker is unknown. Grade E, total mystery item. Sejun decides to call up his admin sugar mama, Eileen, to appraise it like she did with the straw hat. She tells him to leave it to her, claiming it's the perfect item for their current mess. Sejun asks if she S for real and bribes her with some cherry tomatoes. Quest complete. Boom. Sejun unlocks the necklace of light. The thing starts glowing right when he needs it. Now that it's identified, the stats look totally different. Usage limit is level 5 and up with 3 mana. Maker is Mage Roram from the Green Tower. Grade C. Skill. Light level 1. It casts holy light to brighten up the area. The higher the user S level, the brighter it shines. Sejun is stoked to have snagged this with Black Rabbit. He says they can finally see inside the lake cave. Then, Theo asks Sejun if he can keep role-playing as Merchant Theo a bit longer, and Sejun is like, as expected of Golden Paws, praising the cat's insane luck. Theo has zero clue what's going on though. Sejun tells him he is the merchant for life now, no ticket needed. Theo is like, wait, what? Sejun explains that he's officially appointed Theo as the sales manager for all crop distribution. He's been grinding hard, and Theo asks if he's serious. Confirming if he gets to keep the merchant title forever, he gets all excited. Sejun says that to celebrate his promotion. He'll let him be President Theo for the day. Theo loves the sound of that and immediately lets the title go to his head, ordering Sejun to wear the necklace and fetch fish. Sejun tells Black Rabbit they're going in for round 2. Mission: secure the protein. A bit later, Sejun tests the necklace. It gives off a nice, soft glow. Pretty chill. The description said the light scales with level, so he tries it on the rabbit. When the rabbit wears it, it's like a supernova. Sejun realizes it's way too strong, which basically means his mana is trash compared to the rabbit. Ouch. But hey, exploring the hole won't be an issue. He tells Rabbit to eat more chives, just in case. He also tells him to grip the safety rope tight, if he can't breathe or whatever. Tug the rope twice, and Sejun will haul him up. He hands over a dagger and a bag since swinging a hammer underwater is a physics nightmare. Rabbit takes the gear, ready to dive. Sejun tells him to stay safe while the rabbit takes a huge breath and cannonballs into the lake. He sinks down, looking for loot. He spots a light deep down, diving fast and scanning the area. It's wild down there, massive roots, weird underground life, a giant whale, and schools of fish. Turtles, sharks, the works. He sees that whale swimming way above him. Oh, and he spots some piranhas too. Lobsters and monsters. He spots a bunch of dead ones floating nearby and realizes the cauldron he threw earlier wiped everything out. Total kill zone. He heads over to this eel, slices it open, and finds a glowing stone and some weird innards inside. Black Rabbit gets curious, grabs the eel guts, and figures this is something Sejun can actually use. He starts daydreaming about Sejun giving him way more attention than Theo. He's vibing with that thought, stashing the loot in his bag. Then he ties up the rest of the eel. Just as he's finishing the knot to drag the eel home, he spots movement in the water, whips around giant shark trying to take a bite. He barely dodges it, but the shark manages to snag the eel's tail and drags Black Rabbit down into the deep. He's getting pulled further and further down. He's running out of air and freaking out until the eel finally snaps in half. The shark takes the scraps, but Rabbit is fading fast, about to black out. Using the last of his strength, he yanks the rope twice. Sejun feels the signal from above and starts hauling him up like a maniac with everyone's help. He pulls Black Rabbit up in record time, but the little guy is out cold, and Sejun starts panicking big time. He grabs him, screaming for him to wake up. Yo, if Black Rabbit dies, look out. Author, I swear, I will find you in Korea. Watch your back. I'm coming for your roof. Theo asks what to do. Trying to wake Rabbit up, Sejun tells Queen Bee to hold his hat while he preps for CPR. He's about to go in when suddenly, Rabbit coughs up water. Right in Sejun's face. Sejun is shocked he's awake, but getting blasted by salty water is gross. Mama and Papa Rabbit are just hyped their kid is alive. Sejun sees he's okay, but Black Rabbit starts whining at him. Sejun tells him to chill, but the bunny is still salty about it. While Eileen watches the drama, Sejun jokes that he almost sacrificed his first kiss to save him. She's loving that tea. He says it's a relief he survived, but asks why the water tastes so salty. Eileen chimes in that Black Rabbit must have drifted into the dimensional sea. Sejun is like, the what? Eileen explains the dimensional sea is this space between floors full of terrifying underwater monsters. Usually, you stick to the safe passages to travel between floors, but sometimes, glitches happen, like water holes connecting to the dimensional sea just like the one in that lake. It's full of monsters, but some are actually pretty tasty. Sejun remembers the lobster and realizes that explains why saltwater creatures are chilling in a freshwater lake. He remembers asking Black Rabbit about edible fish. Rabbit recalls pulling the innards out of that giant electric eel, that yellow ball thing. He hands it over, and Sejun is stunned. The description says it's the innards of an electric eel that lived for 1,000 years. Glowing with power, eating it teaches the rain and thunder skill. Minimum mana requirement is 10. The kill credit went to Park Sejun, which surprises him since he just threw a pot. Black Rabbit is hopping around all excited about his find. Theo asks if it's tasty, but Black Rabbit ignores him, grabs the onion rope, and drags up what's left of the eel. Everyone gasps at the massive eel head. Seeing a 1,000-year-old monster carcass is wild, but then a bunch of other monsters pop out too. Piranhas, lobsters. Sejun is shocked. No way they were attracted to the eel head? Protein secured. Sejun hypes up Black Rabbit for making his seafood dreams come true. Fire up the grill, guys, we are feasting tonight. A while later, the soup is bubbling. Sejun asks Theo what he meant earlier about his family being in danger. Theo repeats that Kim Dong-shik is protecting Sejun's family. Sejun realizes his cherry tomatoes must have blown up on Earth way more than he thought. Who knew tomatoes would put a target on his family's back? He starts stressing about his mom, dad, and Park Sudol. But he tries to stay positive. Next time I go down the tower, I'll figure out how he is protecting them and get the details. He nods, thinking he owes this Kim Dong-shik guy from the Phoenix Guild a massive favor for looking out for his crew. Theo mentions that Dong-shik really likes the cherry tomatoes. Sejun says, perfect, I'll hook him up with other crops too. Theo's just like, cool, can I have more churro now? Sejun agrees and hands him 2 treats for the day. But while reaching into his pocket, the eel ball falls out. Theo spots it and remembers the snack Black Rabbit found earlier. He says he was busy fishing and forgot about it. He thinks it's called innards and knows you get a skill if you eat it. Theo asks what the skill is, since it smells delicious. Sejun reads the label. Rain and thunder. Sounds like an electric type. Theo makes a face. Like static electricity? Ugh, I hate that. Ruins my fur. But Sejun is pumped. Since entering the tower, he's only learned farming skills. Now he can finally snag a combat skill. Finally, I'll look like a real adventurer. Theo throws shade. Adventurer? You barely leave the cave. Bro. But he asks, so, you gonna eat that? Get the skill right now? Sejun sighs. I can Theo asks why. Because I don't have the mana for it. Bro's current mana is sitting at a pathetic 8.05, but he needs a solid 10. Theo just loses it, laughing his face off cause our guy is basically mana broken weak as hell. The cat is straight up roasting Sejun. So Sejun just looks at him and asks, yo, what's your mana stat then? And Theo hits him with the none of your business. Theo tries to dip, acting all cool and turning away. But Sejun INT having that, he lunges and actually manages to snag the little furball. But as soon as he checks his stats, he hits the floor, totally depressed. Everyone else has way more mana than him. Then Theo waltzes in, acting all goofy, swearing he's gonna protect the boss from now on. Yeah, okay, buddy. Then Cuengi rolls up too. Sejun looks at him like, yo, you gonna break my heart and tell me you can to eat this either? Anyway, the Minotaurs are absolutely destroying the green onions and the wolves are feasting on the fish. Sejun checks in to see if they redigging the food. They straight up kneel in front of him. Sejun's just like, whoa, chill out, guys, just enjoy the grub. One wolf gets all emotional, rambling about how Sejun is sharing his precious food and how his grace is priceless. Drama queen much? But Sejun asks Elka what's up, guessing she's stressing about her tribe on the 5th floor. She apologizes, saying she can't hide anything from the great dragon. He tells her not to sweat it, says the blue moon is popping up in a few days, so she'll see her crew real soon. Tells her she's got to head down there, and if she helps out with the work, he'll hook her tribe up with a mountain of fish. She gets all hyped. Then Sejun remembers they gotta deal with the crops they ignored, tells them to leave it to him. He ropes the wolves into helping, then turns to Xion and San, telling them to gear up because they are going on a trip tomorrow and they gotta guide him. Xion asks where they were headed. Sejun drops the bomb. We are going to collect a debt from the Minotaur King, like a boss. Those two are totally shook by Sejun's crazy idea. Meanwhile, back at the portal, the whole tribe is munching on the onions the king brought back. They raving about how long it's been since they tasted grass, acting super happy. But the king? He's having a crisis, realizing he messed up big time. He explains he went to the border looking for Xion, saw some red fur and other creatures, but got so excited he completely lost his mind. Saw that tasty grass and couldn't control himself. Says he should be disqualified as a black Minotaur warrior. Harsh. But then he thinks, wait, I gained something. That place was definitely a legit field. Wonders if the red fur guys planted it. Tries to remember who they were, figures he recalls them somehow. But the only face sticking is the farmer rabbit, thinks it must be him. Still doesn't get why the red fur was with the farmer rabbits. But he realizes it's interesting. And as a noble warrior, he shouldn't be stealing from small monsters. Realizes the blue moon is coming soon, and his timer for that zone is going to reset. Since he guards the waypoint, he only gets 1 hour. Typical. It's short, but he swears he's going to go back, pay for the grass he swiped, and negotiate for more high-quality greens. But now he's stressing over what to pay with. Meanwhile, that teleport stone is just glowing away in the corner. Back at the farm, the onions are finally popping. Sickle Rabbit is hacking away with his mom and the little ones, and the Straw Hat Rabbit is watering everything like crazy. Down in the cave, crops are blowing up. Sejun's harvesting with the queen bee and the squad. It's blazing hot, so he asks the queen bee if she can hold his hat for a sec. She's totally down for it. Sejun keeps picking cherry tomatoes, grabbing 9 at a time. His work XP is skyrocketing. Finally, his farming hits D rank, which is actually Tower C rank farming. He is shocked. He didn't even notice he was leveling up because he was grinding so hard. As his job level goes up, his perks get a sweet upgrade. He unlocks this Nature's Bestie vibe, hidden talents awakened and all that. Sejun is stunned. He's officially a friend of nature. High affinity, can talk to animals and plants now. Sick. Suddenly, chatting with plants that don't speak human gets way easier and clearer. He's totally shook, wondering if this means he can finally talk to Father Rabbit now. So he tries it, and the rabbit actually looks back like, "You rang, Sejun? Dude, that honestly freaked me out for a second." The rabbit is actually talking. It's like if my cat started chatting. I swear, the day my cat answers me, I'm jumping out my 4th-story window. Sejun falls on his butt, totally spooked. Asks the rabbit to say that again. Sickle Rabbit asks, "What's wrong? Is something wrong with Uncle?" Sejun asks him to repeat himself. "What did you just call me?" Rabbit is confused. Tells Sejun to let go or he'll cut him. "You want another hole in your hair?" Savage. Sejun freezes. The rabbits freeze. They realize he actually understood the words. He finally got the skill. The rabbits look at each other and start shouting for everyone. Sejun can finally understand them. Mother Rabbit runs up to her husband. "Be real with me. Did Sejun eat something weird again?" Husband says, "Nope." Sejun's like, "Yo, I didn't eat anything weird. Trust me." She's shook. Then Black Rabbit tackles him. "Uncle, you understand me? We have so much to talk about. It's a total feels trip." Sejun tells everyone to gather round. Time to catch up on everything they couldn't say before. Queen Bee shows up too. "Can you hear me too?" Sejun pets her, loud and clear. She gets all happy and dives on him with the other bees. Sejun says he likes them too, wants to tell the outside crew the news. Rabbit hands him his hat. As soon as he puts it on and says thanks, ding, system message incoming. Turns out that crusty old St. Patrick S. straw hat is legit boosting his leveling speed. Boom. C-rank farmer confirmed. Let's go. The hat ranks up to C tier too. He notices his level just skyrocketed. All those annoyingly low stat caps got unlocked. Mother Earth's protection hits level 4. Farmer's body hits level 3. And he unlocks Bountiful Harvest level 2 and Growth Promoter level 1. He is staring at that last skill like, the heck does this do? It's an active skill that turbocharges 10 crops for a whole week with 0 side effects. Sejun is totally losing his mind over it. Because it basically hacks the system, doing 10 harvests in what usually takes a week with 10-day gaps. A light bulb goes off, and he rushes outside to plant everything in sight. He throws down some Korean sweet potatoes. Thanks to the planting buff, the roots catch way easier, and his planting proficiency creeps up a bit to level 3. With the proficiency level 1 boost, his planting game gets a 5% buff. Then he smacks that growth promoter skill on the crops. Those sweet potatoes are gonna be on steroids for the next 7 days. Sejun thinks this is absolutely sick, since he'd been waiting for the right vibe to move the sprouts outside the cave. With this boost, they all lock into the soil instantly and stabilize. He shoves them right next to the green onion patch. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, but whatever. It should work. Suddenly, the onions go crazy, and the sweet potatoes start blowing up too. Sejun can believe how fast the sprouts are shooting up. Like, way faster, thanks to the growth promoter. Then notification windows start spamming him about some energy transfer, saying the good vibes from the onion field actually leaked into the sweet potatoes. Now the potato yield is buffed by 50% until the onion effect wears off. He realizes it's a double buff dude got lucky. They were going to be feasting on those potatoes way sooner than he thought. Then Cuengi rolls up screaming "Daddy!" and body slams Sejun. The kid is heavy, basically flattening him into the dirt. He tells Sejun that Rung, the black rabbit, spilled the beans apparently. Sejun can actually understand them now. Sejun is totally thrown off by the whole daddy thing, considering he's never even had a girlfriend, let alone a kid. He asks Cuengi's mom if she's cool with this, and she's just shocked he speaks bear now. But she's actually vibing with it. She says she likes him as the dad, trusts him, and is totally chill. She thanks him again for looking out for her kid and Eileen. If Mama's okay with it, Sejun figures he'll just accept having a cute giant bear son. Cuengi keeps yelling "Dad" and complaining he's starving, saying he wants honey, onions, sweet potatoes, and fish. Apparently, he's been dying to order off the menu for ages. Sejun asks like, "For real? That's a lot of grub." He decides to whip up something special, catching everyone off guard. He explains that he actually harvested a bunch of spuds earlier that day, and he finally managed to loot the rare power potato. Since a pro grew them, the stats are insane. Eating one burns 30 grams of fat and buffs strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. You can stack that effect 10 times in an hour. He tosses the potatoes into the pot to get them cooking and watches until they re-perfect. When they were done, he calls the squad over and serves up the feast. While chowing down, he thinks about his Lost in the Tower diary. Feels like things are finally looking up from here. Even Eileen is hyped about getting some potatoes. She's loving on the rabbits and calling Sejun uncle. Even Theo is acting cute for once. Honestly, this story is just wholesome vibes. Later on, everyone is hanging out when Cuengi starts rolling on the floor crying because he wants to stick with his dad. Sejun ignores the drama and asks Theo if he packed the onions. Theo says yeah, he loaded tons of them onto the wolves. Then Sejun turns to Cuengi like, "Yo, you gonna keep acting like a baby? What did I tell you last time?" He reminds him that his job is protecting the bee sisters. He asks if he's gonna keep throwing a tantrum. Cuengi says no, but makes Sejun promise to come back fast. Sejun says he'll be back in a flash and asks if Cuengi trusts him. The kid nods. So Cuengi stays with the bees. Then Elga calls out to Sejun, saying she'll play escort. He hops on her back and tells the crew to move out. They head for the waypoint where the Minotaur King chills. It's a long trek that dumps them right in the middle of a massive desert. Sejun's impressed by the speed. They got there in the blink of an eye. Theo and the Black Rabbit. Though, they absolutely hate this place. Mostly because the dust is stinging their eyes bad. Sejun looks ahead and spots this creepy dark zone. It's a forest, but it gives off major haunted vibes. Iona points at it and goes, "That's where the morons hang out." Sejun's like, what morons?" Iona explains that the 99th floor is split into territories. They in Minotaur turf right now, and back where they started was Red Bear territory. Yo, that over there is the West Corrupt Beings turf. I'm keeping my mouth shut because I ain't trying to get canceled. And I definitely can't afford a lawyer. But the place looks sketchy as hell. Sejun asks about these corrupt creeps, and she's like, "They weren't always trash, but they sure are now. Honestly, it's better not to know the details, it's super dangerous." So she tells him to stay the hell away from that zone. Sejun starts whining like, what's so corrupt about them anyway? And figures he'll just pester Eileen later. Suddenly, splat, a mud ball smacks him right in the face, and he topples off Elga like a sack of potatoes. Everyone freaks out, thinking he's wrecked because he fell and got all muddy, but he's just sitting there like, "I am good." He gets up, totally chill, asking what the heck is going on, only to realize it's just mud. But then he looks straight ahead and sees, like, tons of minotaurs literally snacking on dirt. He's totally shook, asking if they are chowing down on mud just because this barren wasteland has absolutely zero food. That's exactly why they go completely feral when they see grass. Black Rabbit tells our guy to get down, but he's acting like a diva, saying he hates stepping in mud. Meanwhile, Elga keeps apologizing. Elga is saying sorry to Sejun, and Iona calls out, asking who the heck threw food at him. But then a minotaur gets up in their faces, demanding to know who they have there. He's grilling them on where they've been hanging out and who they think they are. Iona snaps back, asking why he brought those toys for a weakling like Theo. But then she literally punches him in the face, sending him spinning in the air before he hits the ground, out cold. She's like, "We don't have time for this," and heads straight for the Minotaur King. Sejun is totally fanboying over her strength behind her back. Meanwhile, he's thinking that Iona is actually terrifying. The broken horn Minotaur runs to the king, snitching that the two came back but brought some weirdos with them, so the king asks about these weirdos. But Iona barges right in, announcing they re-back with guests from the Red Bear territory, and everyone in the room looks absolutely terrified. The wolf and Sejun are standing there as living proof. The king sees Sejun and thinks this is perfect since he doesn't have to go hunt them down. He welcomes him. He calls Sejun a subordinate of the Red Bears and calls the rabbit a farmer, but then notices it's not a farming rabbit and asks what the heck Sejun actually is. Our guy just introduces himself as Park Sejun, and the other one is the cat merchant, Theo. The Minotaur King is trying to process the name Park Sejun. It's a species he's never heard of, but he brushes it off, saying they must have worked hard to get there. He mentions he tasted the grass Sejun grew a few days ago. He says it must have been super hard to survive on this floor with such weak powers. He admits he doesn't know why they're working for the Red Bears. But he says if they are dealing with anything unfair, the Minotaur King will totally save them from those wretched Red Bears. He's flexing his consideration for them, the weak monsters, telling them to speak freely. But then Sejun speaks up, telling the Minotaur King he thinks he's got it all wrong. The king asks what he means. Sejun says, first off, he doesn't work for the Red Bears. If anything, Cuengi and his mom are the ones helping him. And second, he didn't come there to be saved from unfair treatment. He's there to get paid for what the king stole from his field 3 days ago. Sejun says, first off, he doesn't work for the Red Bears. If anything, Cuengi and his mom are the ones helping him. And second, he didn't come there to be saved from unfair treatment. He's there to get paid for what the king stole from his field 3 days ago. Unless the king wants to be labeled a thief. The Minotaur King gets super ticked off at that, ordering Sejun to say that again. He asks how dare some inferior being call him a thief. He's the strongest guy on the floor. The Minotaur King, him being a thief, is literally impossible. Sejun is getting scared, but he stands his ground, asking the king if he's not a thief, then what is he? He asks if the black Minotaurs aren't supposed to be honorable warriors. But instead of being embarrassed about what he did, the king just gets angry. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if it's true. The whole crowd is wondering if the king actually stole the grass they ate earlier. Seeing the mood shift, the king starts acting all meek, claiming there seems to be a misunderstanding with the field owner. He starts making excuses, saying as the guardian of the passage, there's a limit to his actions. He claims he was in a rush because he didn't have much time left back then. And obviously, he was going to pay him back, asking if that wasn't clear, trying to play it off. He asks Sejun what he wants in exchange. He asks if he wants a legendary rare item from the tower or something else. So Sejun asks if he can just use the waypoint. The Minotaur asks what he wants again. He asks to use the waypoint, saying that S his wish. The Minotaur is totally surprised that Sejun just wants to use the teleporter. So he just accepts it, saying he'll allow it if that's what he wants. For Sejun's honor and his own. Park Sejun gets to go. Sejun is all happy, standing there with Theo. They're thinking they can finally leave the tower. But as he climbs that gigantic step, he's surprised to see the waypoint is just this glowing rock. He reaches out and touches it. The system chimes in, saying the waypoint for the 99th floor has been saved. It tries to load a saved waypoint from another floor. But since he has absolutely 0 save points besides the 99th floor, he can move anywhere. Sejun is totally shocked. The Minotaur King asks if it's useless for someone who wasn't born in the tower. He doesn't know how the kid ended up on floor 99. But outsiders have to register the waypoint on every single floor. You have to start with the waypoint on level 1 to be eligible to move to other floors. It's a preset rule of the tower and a limited invite. The king looks at Sejun, who is in total disbelief, and Theo tries to cheer him up. But Sejun says he always knew he wouldn't be able to leave. He figured it out the moment he realized what floor this was. Confirming it just makes it feel kinda pointless. The Minotaur King tells Sejun he's sorry about his situation. But hey, he did allow him to use the waypoint. He accepted the deal. So, between Sejun and the Minotaur King, the debt is officially settled. Sejun admits he is right. The king doesn't owe him anything now. The king tells him to go back. but Sejun asks to make an offer. The king asks, "What now?" He asks how he dares to make an offer. Sejun tells Theo to open the backpack. Theo dumps a massive pile of green onions right there. He shows it off to all those starving minotaurs who look like they are about to jump on that tasty grass they ate earlier. Sejun says it must be super delicious, and they can barely control themselves. The king asks what Sejun is doing, and he says it's a gift so they can get along as good neighbors. The Minotaur king asks about the gift, but Sejun changes the subject, saying he's worried. He mentions they re-expanding their fields, so they need a ton of manpower. He tells them they can eat these green onions 3 times a day if they help expand the fields. That brings him to the point, asking if the king wants to make a deal. Meanwhile, Cuengi is looking super sad with the queen bee. But the queen bee talks to him until they both hear a noise and see something on the horizon. It's Dad bringing Sejun back, and they both run over to him, totally happy. Then he starts talking baby talk, asking if someone was a good boy for not crying. Father Rabbit pops up and asks Sejun, "Back so soon?" He asks if the business talks went well. Sejun's like, "Nailed it," and tells everyone to huddle up. Suddenly, a whole squad of minotaurs rolls up to the spot. These big guys are starving and ask if they just need to dig a hole or whatever, claiming it's their first gig. The rabbits are shaking in their boots looking at these monsters. Sejun chills them out, explaining the minotaurs are here to help clear the field. Turns out he cut a sweet deal with the Minotaur King. They get free reign over the desert land. One of the bulls is super hyped, begging Sejun to point out where to start digging, totally ready to grind. Even Cuengi is checking them out, acting impressed by their gains. The Minotaurs clock him immediately, figuring he must be the famous Cuengi, saying they heard stories from Chun Sam and that the little dude is way more intense in person. Then another Minotaur wanders into the frame. Cuengi is shocked they know his buddy Chun Sam and says they are close. Next thing you know, they are all besties, following Cuengi around like a fan club. They start calling for work orders. And Sejun thinks Cuengi is adorable. He decides to play chef and wonders if he should whip up some grub for the new work crew. Everyone is down for food, except poor Theo, who is still riding Elga's back begging for churu treats like an addict. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs back at base are playing rock, paper, scissors. They are literally gambling on who gets to work which shift. After they sort it out, one guy tells the others to follow him. Then, the Minotaur with the broken horn goes up to the king, saying he hasn't seen the boys this hyped in ages. Basically, if they clean up the field, their swamp turns into a lush green paradise. The king starts digging the idea, surprised they could actually be good neighbors, but realizes the 99th floor is about to get a whole lot louder. Back at the ranch, everyone is grinding, and the bees are pumping out honey like crazy. Sejun is shocked they filled all the jars Theo bought so fast, admitting he thought they'd be slacking off to prep for the blue moon. He wonders if they were working overtime because the queen bee buffed up her army recently, and she nods like, "You know it." Sejun tells Cuengi there's some spare honey, and the little dude lights up. Sejun asks Mama Bear if she's heading deep into the woods, and she's like, "Yeah, blue moon is tomorrow. Gotta go." Sejun promises to pack them a huge lunch and tosses in some extra honey jars. Cuengi is buzzing, but then Elga starts chatting with the black dragon, saying she thinks they should head down to handle the blue moon too. She tries to dip, but Sejun stops her, saying, "Chill, I packed snacks for you too." Meanwhile, Black Rabbit went through hell fishing for seafood in the other dimension. Everyone's jaw drops at the massive haul. They bow down to Sejun like he is a god. Black Rabbit acts all cool about it, brushing off the praise like a total show-off, but asks, "Wait, how are we going to carry all this?" Elga rolls her eyes, saying it's nothing compared to what the merchants haul, and they reused to carrying basic gear. They stuff everything into their little pouches and get ready to bounce. They say they'll catch him on the flip side after the blue moon. They head out, leaving Sejun all alone. He starts wondering if he should be prepping too, but Eileen chimes in, asking why he looks so stressed and if he's freaking out about the farm again. He admits he's kinda on edge with the blue moon coming. Then Black Rabbit decides to go help his parents, officially leaving Sejun solo. Sejun keeps chatting with Eileen. She gets all sassy, asking if he forgot she told him to trust her, reminding him proudly about how she totally crushed those monsters last time. He's like, "Yeah, I saw it," knowing the monsters go full psycho during the blue moon. A month ago, Chun Sam trashed the field during the event, and it's been haunting him. Everyone usually tries to hide or minimize damage, avoiding the fields like the plague, but the crops out in the open are sitting ducks. He told Eileen he was worried, and she swore she'd handle it. He didn't know how, but turns out that massive black dragon he saw before was actually her. She tells him to chill, and he decides to trust her. She just wants him to have faith in the big bad dragon and keep focusing on planting his crops. After hanging up, she figures she better get ready too. She opens a portal and starts climbing the tower until she hits the roof. There's this massive crystal up there on the 99th floor. She takes a breath and says it's been a minute since she's been outside, enjoying the breeze. She taps into the Tower S system, ready to do her job, hyped that it's finally her turn to shine. She tweaks the settings and announces she's on her way. Back at the farm, Sejun is locking everything down with everyone safely inside. He hides the last ember. Figuring if that is safe, he's good. Then he hears a noise, spins around, and sees Theo crying because the cute yellow puppies are going to grow up. He's acting like an emotional uncle. But Sejun warns him to stay put because the blue moon is almost here. Sejun tells him to get in his bag. Pronto. Theo demands Sejun watch over the pups and to wake him up if anything goes down. Sejun tells him to relax and asks him to hold on to something for him. Theo looks at it, confused, asking what the deal is. So, the poison queen bee dropped this off this morning before bailing, her hive is getting massive. So these cocoons just keep popping out. Sejun is all about having a ton of hives. Though, he hangs on to it anyway, figuring he'll stash it for later. Then he spots the blue moon rising and tells Theo to get his butt inside. Pronto. Moment that moon hits, the baby rabbits start growing up and totally lose their minds. Sejun just watches the chaos. Like, yeah, saw this freak show last time. Still, it's super weird because they change way too fast, and the noise outside is deafening. He finally gets up to check it out, wondering if there's a mob nearby since things shouldn't be this intense. He's asking if they're here yet, but while he's standing there, so the bunnies are giving him the death stare. He asks what's up, then remembers they didn't turn white during the last blue moon. Suddenly, the whole fluffy squad charges at Sejun. He notices they aren't transforming, just going full beast mode. He tries to tell them to chill out, but panic sets in and he just starts screaming. But then Eileen pops up overhead, totally shocking him. Meanwhile, some nasty monsters from the 29th floor start creeping in. They spot the dragon hovering nearby, freak out, and absolutely bolt. But plot twist, that dragon isn't actually there. It's just Eileen messing around with VR. She asks how she looks, obviously fishing for compliments. It is some illusion magic gadget her grandpa whipped up for her. She's stuck playing mod for the tower during the blue moon, so she can leave the admin zone. She tweaked the avatar to look exactly like her adult self. Though, the remote connection is solid all the way to the clouds, but the illusion glitches out the second she touches grass, and she figures Sejun must think it's really her. She's feeling herself and thinks she should just keep flying until the blue moon event ends. Sejun looks up, totally confused. The monsters went silent the second Eileen showed up. Then the bunnies behind him start glowing and actually change skins, turning into white rabbits. He's super relieved and grabs them all in a big bear hug. A couple of them start wheezing that they can breathe. They ask what just went down. Sejun looks over and sees the blue moon magic finally kicked in. His crops are glowing like crazy. He calls everyone over to harvest. After cooking up a storm, the food turns out fire, and he scores a Korean sweet potato packed with blue moon energy. He also got some regular spuds and magic cherry tomatoes. The loot drop is 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes. He tells her good job and sends over the blue moon crops, warning her the sweet potatoes are piping hot and to eat them before they go cold. She says thanks and yells that she'll own the blue moon next time too. Then she flops down to rest, complaining that she's totally wrecked. She admits the grind was worth it, wondering if she should taste the loot since it's basically medicine for her dragon heart. She downs it and immediately feels her heart pounding. Unlike last time, the mana flow is actually stable. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Achievement unlocked. She reproduced the forgotten dish, sweet potatoes with honey. She realizes that exactly what Sejun did when he added honey to the potato. She's totally shook at him. She asks why he only sent her the potato when he's eating the gourmet stuff alone. Then, another ping says she can reward the dish conqueror with a special class skill. She gets to choose the skill and gets all giddy about it. She thinks the reward is perfect for a tower farmer. Also, that honey potato buffs mana permanently by 0.3. He's stoked the potato is finally perfect, saying salty is fine, but sweet is next level. He tells the bunnies to dig in first, but one of them stops his bros, asking if they forgot what their dad said they have to give all the blue moon loot to uncle. Everyone asks why, and the oldest drops the truth bomb. It's because he's weak. Sejun starts crying and apologizing for his lack of gains. They tell him to eat up so he can get buff. while they stick to the regular potatoes. Sejun takes a bite and thinks it's heaven. The texture is soft, and the flavor combo hits instantly. As he downs the Blue Moon potato, his mana starts climbing. He gets the achievement notification for reproducing the forgotten honey sweet potato dish and is totally caught off guard. He's like, why is putting honey on a potato such a big deal? The manager just shakes her head, impressed by his insane achievement. He gets a new quest to offer a honey sweet potato to the manager for a class skill. He thinks, should I just say no? She'd be super bummed, but wouldn't say it. He asks if all this drama is really just because he drizzled some honey on a potato, but since he's curious about the skill, he accepts the quest. He wonders if he can cheese it by dumping honey on a regular potato for Eileen. Boom. Reward secured. Cooking level 1. Now the flavor and buffs of dishes made with tower ingredients are slightly better. He is getting more shocked by the second because the first registered recipe is the honey potato with Blue Moon energy. Reading the stats, it says the mana boost from the cooking skill is too tiny to even display, so it doesn't do much yet. He notices he can collect recipes now, which doesn't even faze him anymore. He starts wondering if he should multi-class as a chef after being a farmer. But first, he's got to whip up honey potatoes for the crew. He asks if they are down to help, and all the bunnies agree. He updates his tower adventure diary, noting that the 8th Blue Moon was actually pretty chill. Meanwhile, in the West Forest, that monster Eileen spooked earlier is heading home. It trips over a root and faceplants hard. Suddenly, something inside that cave snatches the monster with a bunch of root hands, crushing and devouring it instantly. It's a corrupted ent, basically a tree filled with eyeballs. The thing starts moving and stomps out of the forest. It locks onto the area where Sejun is farming. Looks like the peaceful vibes aren't gonna last long. Back at base, Sejun is cooking with the newly adult bunnies. Everything's cool on the 99th floor. But over at the Elka tribe, they come back with a haul of food and tell the kids to dig in. The pups thank the chief, then another wolf asks if they are heading out. Elka says they got a dip now that the Blue Moon is over. And turns out, Elka was Elka this whole time. Because that little wolf, this wolf lady shows up. Wait, is she his wife? Gross. She's a wolf. Dude. Anyway, forget the weird fanfic vibes. My bad. It's just Elka. The wolf tells him to watch the kids waking up, but the other wolf tells his wife to chill out, saying they work for the Great Black Dragon now, so they can waste time. He'll be back soon. So they leave 2 guards and head for the 99th floor. Down in the hallway village, everyone is freaking out. They see rabbits booking it, terrified of getting snatched. Suddenly, this fox shows up and starts wrecking them, grabs one poor bunny and knocks it out cold in a second. The 2 running away look back all scared, not realizing another fox is right in front of them, ready to pounce. But then Elka hears the commotion. The foxes are basically toying with them. The rabbits are having a seriously bad time dealing with these bullies. Fox Guy calls them damn slaves and asks where they think they were running to. Rants about how many floors they climbed just to catch them. Like they ever stood a chance at escaping. The foxes are stoked to eat rabbit meat tonight, figuring nobody will miss just one. Then Elka jumps in, punches that loser fox lights out, and saves the bunny. He announces they work for Sejun now. The hunters are confused. Like, why attack us? We are just catching runaway slaves. They claim Grid wouldn't be happy about this interference. Elka doesn't give a crap if they snitch to that wild boar or whatever. He tells them to beat it before he rips their throats out. Those cowards tuck their tails and run for their lives, dragging their knocked-out buddy with them. Elka helps the bunnies up. He feels a bit awkward explaining why he stepped in, but he just couldn't watch them get wrecked. They wonder what the move is. If they leave the rabbits here, the hunters will just come back. The poor bunnies are literally shaking in front of the wolves. Elka decides to bring the rabbits along, figuring they might be useful to the Great Black Dragon. Meanwhile, said Dragon Sejun says he's got big news. He brags that his mana finally hit 10 after snacking on Blue Moon crops. Nobody else cares, though. To them, that is weak sauce. Theo asks like, is that supposed to be impressive? Which totally ticks Sejun off. He hates when the cat gets sassy. Sejun tells them to shut up and listen. He can finally eat the giant electric eel's core now, which means scoring a sick new ability. Theo could not care less and just asks if he can go to sleep. Sejun gets salty and yells, "No way! You were watching me get this power first." He downs the weird eel gut. Surprisingly, it tastes like orange soda. The system pings. He just learned rain and thunder. Sweet. He's shocked he actually learned the magic instead of just borrowing it. Problem is, he barely has enough mana to make it work. For his safety, the system locked the actual rain and thunder attacks. All he can do is summon dark clouds to set the mood. Basically, He burns mana to make storm clouds. The more juice he uses, the bigger and thicker the clouds get. If the vibe is right, it might rain, but the cool attacks are locked until he hits 30 mana. Talk about a ripoff. He can't believe the mana cost is so high now. He's wondering how he's supposed to look cool summoning clouds with everything sealed up. He gives it a shot anyway. Something happens, sure, but it's this pathetic tiny cloud that barely covers his own head. He is fuming. He wasted a third of his magic for that? The rabbits take one look and decide to just go back to work. They leave him standing there looking stupid. Theo tries to cheer him up, saying, "Don't worry, you're weak, but you're still the boss." Sejun asks, "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" But then Cuengi pipes up, saying he thinks it's awesome. The bear cub loves that it blocks the sun and says it'll get bigger later. He calls Sejun the best dad ever. Finally, someone with good taste. Sejun is thrilled. Theo admits it's nice not being blinded by the sun, then rudely asks him to move the cloud to the left. Sejun remembers why this cat is so annoying. Just then, Elka gets back. Sejun's surprised to see him, especially with a bunch of terrified bunnies in tow. He asks who the gray rabbits are, and they immediately start begging him not to eat them. Sejun notices they recovered in nasty scars. Sejun asks Elka where he found these guys. Before he can explain, Mom and Dad Rabbit show up and freeze when they see the newcomers. Dad Rabbit can't believe they're alive. Turns out the gray one is his niece. They all rush over for a hug. Sejun's standing there like, "What is happening? Do you guys know each other?" Then everyone watches the 3 starving bunnies dive face first into the food. They're eating so fast, they almost choke. Mom Rabbit brings them water, while Sejun tells them to chill and chew their food. They thank the great black dragon between bites. Sejun corrects them, saying, "Just call me Sejun." Elka looks shocked that he'd be so casual. Sejun says the dragon title is way too long and stiff. He tells them to drop the formalities since they were part of the fam now. So he tells the wolves to drop the formalities and just call him Sejun. They hesitate, but eventually agree, though one wolf is totally shook when Sejun calls them family. Then he checks out the gray rabbits while Theo keeps nagging him for churu. Seriously, this guy begs just like my cat at home. The food bowl is full, but he won't stop whining. Furball is gonna explode if he keeps eating. Anyway, Sejun scans the bunnies and realizes he's got a squad of pros, an artist, a carpenter, and an architect. Realizing they are technical specialists, he starts chatting them up, and we get a quick recap of their whole backstory. Turns out when they were climbing the tower to escape the farm that was exploiting them, Elka saved their tails right before they got caught. Sejun asks which floor they fled from. One of the bunnies drops a bomb. They were actually living on the 55th floor. Papa Rabbit totally flips, asking if that's seriously where they've been hiding this whole time. He starts grilling them about the royal's king, queen, the princess, the whole squad, and asks what went down with the monsters. Then our MC turns to the gray rabbit to get the real scoop. Like, what's the deal with these beasts? The rabbit spills the tea. Ages ago, the 55th floor wasn't a hellhole. It was their turf. They called it the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Sounds fancy, right? MC is shook that a whole kingdom existed there and demands to know how it all went to trash. Rabbit says the place crashed and burned a few decades back. He still remembers the exact day everything went chaotic evil. He paints a picture of the glory days, rich soil, killer crops, and everyone eating organic or whatever. They had sick architecture, cool culture, and lived in total peace because these tough black rabbits were bouncing around as security guards. Then, boom, something nasty dropped from the sky. One bunny saw a swarm of flying nightmares swoop in and just take over the joint. They fought back hard, obviously, but they got wrecked by the sudden shadow of doom. Game over for the kingdom. The whole society crumbled in a second thanks to these creepy unknown entities spawning out of nowhere. Amidst the panic, the royal family pulled a vanishing act. The survivors scattered like roaches, eventually stumbling their way here looking for a safe zone. MC is stunned they made it all the way to the 99th floor. I mean, it's basically a death trap. Definitely not a bunny petting zoo. The big boss rabbit admits they thought the 55th floor was total history, swallowed whole by monsters. Who knew anyone actually survived that mess? Gray Rabbit gets gloomy, saying his family and the leftovers who couldn't hit the escape route. Yeah, we're basically sitting ducks waiting to get zeroed. But then, weirdly enough, the monsters just vanished into thin air. Standing there in the wasteland was this dude, Grid. Elka's alarm bells are already ringing. MC asks who this guy is, and Elka's like, "He's that wild boar jerk." The rabbit nods along. Grid led a massive boar tribe, called himself the Great Landlord, and hijacked the leaderless 55th floor. He started enslaving the rabbits and turned their beautiful kingdom into his personal factory farm just to pump out food. They couldn't handle the toxicity anymore and bailed. MC tells them to chill for a sec and catch their breath. They've been through hell. He asks the black rabbit if they can crash in his cave. The bunny signals for the trio to follow him inside. Then it clicks for the MC. Grid is the same creep who was hunting for that straw hat earlier. Elka confirms it. Grid's loaded and controls the tower by hoarding food. Total scumbag pig, literally and figuratively. Exploiting locals and breaking rules like he owns the place? Gross. Elka actually feels guilty for ever working for the guy. Theo pipes up. Acting all know-it-all. He knew the Merchant Association moved a ton of food, and rumor had it, it all came from Grid's plantation. MC turns to Elka with the million-dollar question. Is this Grid psycho crazy enough to chase us to the 99th floor? Elka shuts that down. Doesn't matter how rich he is, no mercenary has the guts to come down here. They're all chickens. MC relaxes, tossing the hat to Theo. We're good, he figures. They can touch the rabbits here. Meanwhile, back at Grid's castle on the 55th, the boss is getting a report from his caramel-colored lackeys, and he is not happy. They snitch on Elka, claiming that Silverwolf trader backstabbed them and stole the rabbits right out from under their noses. They show off their battle scars, whining about the attack. One of Grid's pig cronies sneers that Elka was always sketchy. Grid waves it off. Let them rot. Once they starve, they'll come crawling back begging for help. But he shifts gears. How's the plan? He asks. His advisor grins, saying they're choking the food supply and kicking out anyone begging for scraps. The magic tower and merchants are whining, but Grid's got them on a leash. He thinks everything is going strictly according to plan. He smells a massive opportunity. Just like when he snatched the 45th floor years ago. This time, he's not stopping at one kingdom. He wants the whole tower in his pocket. He starts cackling like the greedy porker he is. Meanwhile, our MC is totally vibing back home with his kitty. MC's passed out with a paw on his face. He shakes Theo awake, yelling morning, but the cat just wants to hit the snooze button. Then MC spots something, a legit washing pool with a shell scoop. He's like, whoa, did the bunnies build this? It's perfect for scrubbing his hair and back. Theo cuts him off and drags him over to see the next upgrade. Check out the kitchen. It is totally revamped. Mama Rabbit can actually cook now, with Papa Rabbit playing sous chef. Even the chubby bunny is hauling firewood. There's a furnace, a dining table, silverware, chopsticks, the works. MC is blown away. Theo points out a custom bowl made by the little ones Pimmy, Pip, and Perry. It's even got a cute little paw print on it. MC asks, wait, their names are seriously Pimmy, Pip, and Perry? Theo's like, yup. These guys are non-stop, working their tails off just to say thanks for letting them crash there. Scythe Rabbit spots a handmade cloth. The bunnies start thanking them for the rescue, but MC is worried they are overdoing it. They insist it's not much, just using their skills to pitch in. MC grins and asks, so, you guys looking for a full-time gig? Leaving them totally stunned. Dude is already scheming to dodge labor laws with these guys. Isn't he? What a hustler. Anyway, he says the new guys, Pimic, Pipic, whatever, are part of the crew now. They all agree to vibe together, and the rabbits are stoked. Sejun mentions that with actual artisans around, his cultivation game is about to level up big time. The rabbits promise to do their best, but Sejun hits them with a request. Can you guys build some houses for the rabbits first? The baby bunnies grew up into adults, so it's getting cramped. They need their own pads, and the second generation needs to move out and get independent. Sejun thinks building houses sounds like way too much work. He has been trying, but honestly, it's a grind he's not built for. But the rabbit flexes, saying construction is literally his specialty. Theo jumps in asking for a mobile home, but Sejun shuts him down. Bro, you have a backpack. The gray rabbit offers to build a cat tower instead, which shuts him up. Later, one of the bunnies asks Sejun, hey, don't you have a house? Sejun admits he just crashes on green onion leaves. The rabbit suggests building a house for him, and Sejun is legit surprised they'd offer to do that on the spot. The rabbit explains that building inside a cave is a nightmare, but building something outside? That's totally doable. There are plenty of sustainable materials like wood out there. Sejun is all in. He's been spending way more time above ground lately expanding the fields anyway. Plus, with Mama Bear, the Minotaurs, and the Silver Wolves on patrol, he's safe enough not to get eaten instantly. He gives the green light, telling the rabbit to go wild. The rabbit says they just need materials for bricks, some clay or fine sand, preferably from the 99th floor. Sejun's brain clicks. He remembers a spot and says, I know a guy, or well, a place. He heads to the Minotaur zone, and the cows are surprised to see him. The rabbit inspects the mud and freaks out. Perfect humidity. Nice leaf mix. It's prime brick material. Then the Minotaur King steps up, confused, asking why the heck they want the mud. To them, that's lunch. Sejun spins it as a new business venture, telling the king that Pimmick is going to teach them how to make bricks. The deal is, let us make bricks with your food, and you get green onions. The king doesn't even let him finish. He's already sold on the idea. He yells at his minions to stop eating the dirt because they want to have enough for the bricks. The other Minotaurs look at him like he's lost his mind. Sejun knows they're gonna be busy. Meanwhile, Cuengi rips a tree out of the ground like a weed, and his mom jumps in to help. It's a full-on montage. Minotaurs plowing, rabbits planting and watering. Even Cuengi gets in some wrestling practice with them between chores. Sejun watches the whole scene with a grin. While everyone's living the good life, a wolf stares intensely at Cuengi chugging honey. Sejun catches the look and tosses the wolf some honey too. Later, he harvests 15 solar pumpkins, and his job proficiency keeps climbing. Thanks to the level 1 buff, his harvest skill hits level 4, giving him an extra 5% efficiency boost. When he hits 450 XP, he levels up and snags a bonus stat point. He looks at his massive stash of potatoes and pumpkins and decides to get creative. But it's blazing hot outside. He summons some dark clouds to hover over him. Gotta protect that complexion from sunburn, right? His dark cloud proficiency levels up. Sejun thinks that while they're rebuilding houses, they might as well slap a warehouse on the ground too. He asks Theo when he's heading back down the tower. Theo says he was planning to dip out soon anyway. Theo mentions he just packed a ton of cherry tomatoes from the cave. Sejun asks if there's any room left in his bag. Why not sell some Detox Green Onions? Sejun figures hunters might actually need that stuff. He just finished sorting the harvest. He harvested a ton. Theo thinks about it and agrees to take 100 stalks as a trial run. Sejun gives him the thumbs up and calls him over for a snack. Theo wonders if they'll sell, but figures Sejun never misses. Then he tastes one and remembers cats hate veggies. It's gross. To a cat, it smells like trash. Sejun ignores the face he's making and tells Theo not to take forever coming back. Theo stuffs his bag, and Sejun warns him not to eat the merchandise, specifically the fish. Theo accidentally grabs some solar potatoes in the rush too. The Minotaurs ask for a break to eat. Meanwhile, down on the 67th floor, a frog is minding its business until it catches an arrow to the dome. A bipedal frog? No! Wait, a lizard man jumps out, ready to snack on the frog. But right as he gets close, things go sideways. A giant insect appears out of nowhere and devours the frog meat. The lizard man grabs the bug and eats it. Circle of life. Baby. But then he notices more bugs showing up, eyeing him like he's the main course. He looks up and realizes the sky is swarming with them. It's a stampede. They strip the land bare and swarm the lizard man from behind, swallowing him whole. It looks like the same swarm that wiped out the rabbit kingdom. Meanwhile, Eileen is getting bombarded with notifications. She hates early mornings and complains about the noise ruining her vibe. She was finally having a decent dream too. She asks why the system is screaming and sees over 1,000 unread alerts. Yikes. The red locusts just breached the 67th floor of the tower, and the admin girl is getting spammed with like 5 billion alerts. We re-talking red locusts swarming in from the 67th floor, and she's totally shook because they crashed the party from outside the tower. It's been about 100 years since anyone tried this stunt. Back then, her grandpa handled it, but he barely stopped the 55th floor from getting wiped out. So she tries to flex her admin powers to open up a comms channel, but oops, she realizes her skills are glitching and she can't open the door to the outside. Then another notification hits her. 0.01% of the 67th floor is already trash thanks to those locusts. She is losing it. The system is trolling her, creeping the percentage up by 0.01 at a time. She's straight up panicking, wondering what the heck she's supposed to do. Meanwhile, Sejun is whipping up some killer fish fillets, dropping them into the oil sizzle time. He's thinking that greasy eel smell is absolutely divine. Theo is practically drooling on his shoulder. Then Sickle Rabbit rolls up with the potatoes and sweet potatoes just like he asked. Sejun thanks him but is like, yo, keep everyone back while we eat this eel, because that hot oil isn't playing around. But looking at that food, instant mouth-watering situation. Black Rabbit asks what he made. Sejun claims it is something even better than honey potatoes. The squad is shook, asking if that is even possible. He hits them with, you guys never heard of candied sweet potatoes? He tosses them into the fryer, saying thank God he hoarded that eel oil because it's coming in clutch right now. He explains the drill. First you fry the sweet potatoes until they re-crispy and golden brown. Drown them in honey, then mix and cook. Boom, candied sweet potatoes are done. The system registers the recipe, and he unlocks the achievement for recreating the lost dish. Easy claps. His proficiency shoots way up, and the rabbit starts eyeballing it, admitting it looks pretty fire. He immediately begs Sejun to fry his fish the same way. Sejun chill with it and hands a fried piranha over to Theo. He notices the piranha recipe didn't pop, asking what the deal is. But since they're already cooking, they decide to make more candied potatoes because unlocking recipes is honestly kind of fun. Theo demands honey on his fish too, weird flex. But okay. A bit later, the whole squad gets ready to chow down, with a massive banquet served, and everyone dives in. The Minotaurs are preaching about how good food hits different after a hard day's work. The wolves are licking their plates clean. There's literally nothing left. Cuengi is stuffed to the max, and Theo has got a massive food baby belly. Sejun asks if he's heading down now. He says yeah and calls the wolves, but before dipping, Theo asks about the food set aside for Sejun's neighbor. He saved it for Eileen, but she's ghosting him. She hasn't picked up a single call all morning, and the food has gone cold. Cuengi almost swipes it, so Theo asks if she's just asleep. Sejun thinks that would actually be a relief. He's just hoping nothing bad went down. Meanwhile, she's a nervous wreck staring at the tower system. She can connect to anything and feels like her powers are totally useless right now. Her dragon heart was finally healing, but now she feels like a total failure. She has no clue how to handle this chaos and is completely lost. And just like that, the 67th floor is getting wrecked by those locusts, bit by bit. Down at the central management HQ of the Merchant Passage, the big shots are having a sit-down. You got Mason, the Fox Tribe rep for the Merchant Association, sitting right across from Hannibal of the Tigers and Iona of the Hamsters. That Fox dude who is tailing Theo starts sizing up Iona. The boss of the Magic Association, he's like, whoa, first time seeing her IRL. Since the heads of the 7 main magic towers usually stay in their caves or whatever, it is super rare for all these bosses to gather. So he's wondering what's up. Mason spills the tea. It's been a few days since the Red Locust showed up on floor 67. According to his wandering merchant spies, those bugs have already trashed 2/3 of that floor. The lizard men are fighting for their lives near the checkpoint, but it's looking grim, not an easy fix. Hannibal jumps in, asking if the wandering merchant passage is actually locked down. He wants to know the odds of the Red Locust leaking into other floors through there. Iona explains the Red Locusts are outside intruders. She asks if he forgot the passage blocks outsiders, so it's technically safe. However, if they manage to dominate the checkpoint area, they'll swarm other floors too. They start sweating about floors 68 and 69. Then panic sets in. Isn't that where one of the tower's top 5 silos is? That's the spot for the Draken farm in the Lizardmen Kingdom. And this isn't just a them problem. Mason is already visualizing a massive food crisis happening all over again. He's getting anxiety remembering floor 55, because that S where the Hebron Kingdom got wiped out, you guys remember that, right? Nowadays, the granaries are spread out across different floors. But back in the day, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the main food plug for the tower, and a massive Red Locust invasion absolutely deleted that entire kingdom. If that boar jerk hadn't squeezed through the breach and taken over, they might have actually saved something. Mason tells Iona to chill, insisting Sejun is a solid dude. Seriously, give it a rest. Iona asks, didn't he rebuild the granary back then? But she refuses to call him a good man, especially since he is exploiting the rabbit tribe and shutting down food distribution to the rest of the tower. But when Rainbow hears her ranting, he tells her she's running her mouth too much. Mason tries to de-escalate, but then the whole room goes nuts, screaming for Eileen. Why isn't she protecting us? Is she gonna do nothing? They keep shouting, and Iona snaps. She stands right up on the table, all nervous energy, and yells that whether it was 200 or thousands of years ago, whenever Red Locusts invaded, the Great Black Dragon always had their backs. That's why the Locusts usually got wrecked instantly. But the last time they showed up, for some shady reason, the Great Black Dragon was super slow to react. The chaos only stopped after more than half the citizens were already dead. All the granaries were destroyed, causing a massive famine across the tower. Some places still haven't bounced back. And right now, it's only been a few days since the bugs appeared. And there is zero guarantee the Black Dragon is going to be fast enough to save us this time. And let's be real, there's no guarantee the Black Dragon is going to swoop in and save the day fast enough this time. They have to hold the line with everything they've got until the Black Dragon shows up, or the whole tower's order collapses. So, she starts barking instructions. The head of the main Magic Tower Association is sending 200 war mages, and she's asking the other tower leaders what their move is. Meanwhile, Theo is chilling with the wolves, visiting his fam and living his best life. He tells Elka they're just taking a quick pit stop. Elka asks how long they re-staying, reminding him they have zero time. But while Theo is complaining, the little wolf pups swarm him. They ask if he is the Black Dragon. Theo is like, nah, I am his VP, vital subordinate, middle-class wandering merchant, name's Theo, recognize. The pups lose their minds finding out he's the Black Dragon's right-hand cat. They are totally starstruck, and Theo is eating up the attention. They keep hyping him up, so Theo starts tossing them snacks like a baller, feeling absolutely fantastic about himself. But then, huge mistake, he reaches into his bag and pulls out the wrong thing. He's staring at one of Sejun's sun pumpkins like, how did this get in here? Elka walks up asking what's wrong because Theo just jumped a mile high. Theo plays it cool. Like nothing to see here. I am good. Elka is suspicious but lets it slide. Suddenly, Theo is screaming at him to go maximum warp speed. Elka tells him to hang on tight because he is about to floor it. Inside his head, Theo is panicking. He thinks they are doomed, wondering if he accidentally swapped the green onions for the pumpkin while packing. He figures he has to destroy the evidence and sprint to the 38th floor, yelling at Elka to move it. Man, Theo is a whole mood. Gotta love him. Meanwhile, Sejun is back home freaking out because his stash is empty. He's digging through the onions looking for his potatoes but coming up with nothing. He realizes the solar pumpkin potato he left out while harvesting green onions is MIA. He immediately thinks of Theo and feels relieved for a second. He figures Theo must have just moved it somewhere safe. But honestly, he really wanted to taste one. So he swears he's gonna ground that little brat when he gets back. Just then, the seed shop opens up. Sejun totally forgot what day it was. Dude has absolutely zero schedule awareness. He wants to see the loot inside. His rank is still Sejun, but his level is high enough now that he can buy unlimited seeds. The catch? He's only got 5 tower coins. The menu has flame beans for 5 coins, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 coins, 5 chongyang pepper seeds for 0.5 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. He's staring at that flame bean seed, wondering what the deal is. Why does one single seed cost a whopping 5 tower coins? He says he has the cash, but because of the 5 coin spending limit, if he buys the fancy bean, he can buy anything else. Talk about a dilemma. The risk is way too high, and Sejun isn't about that gambling life. Plus, familiar faces remind him of home, and with the rabbit army growing, he needs more carrots. He decides to play it safe and buys carrots, strawberries, and peppers. Boom. All 5 coins gone, just like that. 50 mileage points get added to his account, putting him at 56 total. The shop vanishes, and he thinks he scored a decent haul. Just imagining eating strawberries and spicy chongyang peppers has him feeling energized. He runs over to Father Rabbit to share the news. He tells him he bought more carrot seeds. Father Rabbit gets the zoomies. Sejun asks if the bunnies can handle the planting this time. The rabbit is all hyped and agrees. They decide to expand the fields. With the sun out, the vibes are immaculate. Sejun's farm is blowing up. Meanwhile, over in Gangar, the weather is perfect on top of a building, and the guild leader steps out to check the view. He says it's been a minute since he left his refrigerator and the tower view is sick. He asks Seryuk if he agrees, but Seryuk is being a total buzzkill. Seryuk says he knows nothing except that the boss isn't fit to be outside. If he drops his guard, that flame curse is gonna spread. So he tells him to get back inside. The master brushes him off, saying his eye for talent has gotten way better. He changes the subject, asking if they are going to close a deal with Lant the Merchant soon. He asks if Kim Dong-shik is on the 37th floor right now. Seryuk confirms it. Apparently, Kim Dong-shik is struggling to take down the boss monster on the 38th floor, the deadly tarantula, because it built its nest right in the hallway. The monster is spewing poison everywhere. The gas from those tarantulas is nasty stuff, hard to neutralize even with healing magic. They say it's impossible to get close without an antidote made from the blood of the poison spider guard. But even with that info, it's tough. Good luck finding an alchemist to brew the antidote. They all keep refusing. So the master realizes they are totally stuck there. He asks if Seryuk is prioritizing protecting Sejun's family instead of helping Kim Dong-shik climb the tower. He wants the full tea on the situation. Seryuk admits it. Since Sejun's fam is moving to Hanam and they just want to live a normal life, they are being escorted and monitored with low-key security. But recently, some shady association tried to make a move on them. Some foreigners are trying to slide into Sejun's DMs by harassing his little bro, Park Sadol. Like, seriously? That is so sketchy. Total low blow targeting a kid. You gotta be kidding me. But the boys shut those girls down, and he handled it pretty chill. The master starts cracking up. But then he goes into this crazy coughing fit. Seryuk's freaking out. Joel, but the master just pulls a cherry tomato out of his pocket and pops it. He asks if that's the tomato. Master asks like, heck yeah. Cause eating that thing totally cured his flame curse. He's all good now, plus it's a super useful item. Tastes amazing and it's gonna save a ton of people later. Anyway, he thinks Park Sejun is a talent Korea literally cannot afford to lose. He says his lord made a promise, but he wants Seryuk to pass the message. So, the game plan is to drag Sejun to the office the second they bail on the tower. He says he's dipping, but then Seryuk chimes in like, yo, there's definitely a cure for that nasty fire curse. If anyone can grind for that cure, it's Kim Dong-shik, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, dude is straight up battling a spider boss on the 38th floor. Then he realizes the mobs just won't stop spawning, and when he checks the front line, his crew is getting absolutely wrecked. He screams for everyone to fall back, saying they need to respawn and regroup. Suddenly, someone yells at Kim Dong-shik to watch his six cause something is coming for his head. By the time he looks, it's way too late. The monster is about to one-shot him, but then this girl yanks him back, jumping in front like a tank and blocking the beast with her blade. The spider still manages to slice her cheek, though gnarly. She doesn't quit, keeps swinging until she deletes that spider from existence. Once the monster drops, the squad rushes over asking if she's good. But Kim Dong-shik is like, Sora got hit with spider venom. We need a healer. Stat. The girl is basically running on 1 HP. They cast some healing spells and she buffs up a little, but they admit they only paused the poison bar, not cleared it. If they stop casting, the venom spreads. Kim Dong-shik is losing his mind because they popped all their antidotes and it'll be game over if they try to find an alchemist now. He's asking what the heck to do, and then Theo just strolls in looking totally unbothered like, yo, you're Kim Dong-shik, right? Why are you hanging out here? Theo's like, aren't you supposed to be at the trading post? Kim Dong-shik is shook to see Theo and realizes he totally forgot today was merchant day. He's all, my bad, I was so busy I blanked. Then Theo asks what they're up to, walks over to Sora, and is like, why is she napping on the floor? He tells her it's not the time to snooze and orders her to wake up. Suddenly, the girl feels these heavy, furry paws pressing on her chest. Kim Dong-shik explains Sora got wrecked by spider venom. Theo acts surprised, saying that must hurt like hell, asking if she's okay while telling her to stay down. Kim Dong-shik says she's gonna die at this rate and asks if Theo knows a spot that sells antidotes. Theo says there's no alchemist nearby, but then a light bulb goes off. He digs into his little bag and says, wait, I got this thing right here. He whips out a green onion, a detoxifying green onion. Everyone just stares at him, totally confused. Kim Dong-shik inspects the item stats and realizes it actually cures spider venom. He tells Sora to eat it ASAP. She takes a bite and swallows it down. And boom, she wakes up instantly, fully healed. She says her body feels crazy light. Theo looks relieved, and she tackles him with a hug, thanking him. She says she's only alive cause of him. Obviously, he's the best cat ever. Theo starts flexing, saying it was no big deal. But then he demands 5 tower coins. He says since she's a subordinate, that's the discount price. She realizes this cat is actually a ruthless capitalist villain. Kim Dong-shik cuts in and asks Theo where the heck he got a detoxifying green onion. Theo mentions it's the crop he's selling. Everyone is stunned. Kim Dong-shik says the tarantula's deadly poison is hardcore. But if they have these onions, raiding the 38th floor is totally doable. He gets super hyped about the possibility, saying, as expected of Theo, the golden cat. Theo is wondering why everyone is looking at him like he's a god. Then the leader asks, yo, what exactly is this detoxifying green onion? He explains it's his new merch. They're shocked he's selling this stuff. They realize the tarantula poison is high level, but with this veggie as a counter item, taking the 38th floor is actually possible. They realize Theo just gave them a fighting chance. They ask how many he's got in stock. Theo says 100. The leader immediately says, bet, I'm buying the whole lot. Suddenly some dude yells, hold up! And the Phoenix Guild crashes the party, asking why the merchant cat hasn't visited them yet. He says skipping them is bad business ethics. The leader is shocked to see the Royal Knights and the Wizard Guild showing up too. He asks how they got there, accusing them of stream sniping their raid location. They tell the cat that if he gives special treatment to one guild, people are gonna rage and he'll lose customers. Theo asks, for real? Meanwhile, the leader thinks that's garbage because Sejun and Theo are the only ones with cherry tomatoes and green onions. No matter what he does, people are forced to come to Theo. But right now, a huge crowd is watching, and trust is linked to a merchant's rep. They've got Theo cornered, so he has no choice but to listen. Theo announces he's doing an auction like usual, asking if anyone has beef with that. They say it's cool, so he announces he's selling magical cherry tomatoes and the detox onions. He starts with the magic cherry tomatoes. He's got 6,000 total and is selling them in stacks of 500. Everyone is surprised the tomatoes hit grade C, even before the onion hype. Getting grade C magic tomatoes instead of D is a huge win. Muse, they say it's been less than a month since the grade D ones dropped, so hitting grade C now is insane speed. Someone bids 350 tower coins, and it shoots up to 600. The leader tells his team to chill because they need a new strat, since the green onions are the real MVP for the raid. But trading keeps going crazy until Theo sells out of everything else. He announces it's finally time for the detoxifying green onions. He has 100 and is selling in packs of 10. The leader, desperate for the onions, bids 130 coins, but the price keeps climbing until he drops 155. Theo asks for other bidders, then sells to him. He thinks it's a decent price, but he can't afford to lose now. They need to secure more supply, so he's got to be quick on the trigger this time. So this other leader bids 160 tower coins to win. But then, when someone tries 161, the dude jumps to 170. He just keeps raising it by 10 every time. Then the leader goes 175, and the other guy hits back with 180. Theo is absolutely loving this cash flow. Meanwhile, that Phoenix Guild girl is snapping pics, while Theo's vibing hard. But the Phoenix Guild only managed to snag 10 green onions. The Night Guild dude asks Donsik what their game plan is. Turns out the Phoenix Guild sucks at teamwork, so they just grabbing whatever they can get first. The other Phoenix members apologize to their leader, saying they got totally obsessed with the cherry tomatoes. He's chill though, says the world won to end just cause their guild is lagging a bit. But then the photo girl tells the leader that Theo has something to say, right? He asks if he wants to mention that Sejun fam is living in Hanam-dong. He clarifies it as Hanam-dong, not Hania. Theo writes that down so he doesn't flake and forget. Donsik says since the Korean Association is taking turns guarding the family, he doesn't need to stress. Korea desperately needs Park Sejun's skills. Then Theo says Sejun wants to hook him up with a reward for protecting his family. Donsik tries to be modest like, nah, it's nothing. But Theo drops the bomb. The reward is 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detox green onions. Donsik is shook. He actually got the 50 crucial onions he needed. Theo adds that from now on, if Donsik needs any crops, Sejun will sell them to him at a discount, as thanks for keeping his family safe. But he says to keep it on the down low. Donsik agrees, saying it's a fair deal between him and Sejun, and that previous mess won't happen again. He tells himself it definitely won't, mostly because the stuff with Sejun's family is top secret anyway. Suddenly, Theo hits him up about a secret item he can sell him but exclusively for today. He figures Donsik might be interested, and Donsik's curious. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs are helping our boy Sejun build a house, and their speed is honestly insane. It's only been a few days, and the exterior is already looking legit. Thanks to the Minotaurs grinding hard, things are moving super fast. But the rabbit says he and his bros have to handle the interior details themselves. So, he figures it's going to take a bit longer. They gotta discuss the layout of that specific room he mentioned. But while Sejun is chatting with the rabbits, working out the details, Cuengi gets curious and tries to squeeze inside with the queen bee. Sejun freaks out when he sees it, because there is no way that bear is fitting in there. Sejun tells Cuengi he can go in. Cuengi is like, why not? Sejun explains he has too huge and would literally knock the house down, so he's gotta stay out. But Cuengi asks if he's not a good bear. He's like, I'm not a bad bear who breaks Daddy's house. He starts getting all sad and pouty, insisting he's not bad. But Sejun tells him to go snack on some honey, cause Daddy needs to check the house a bit longer, just telling him to be a good boy. Cuengi actually agrees. Then Sejun goes to check out the bedding material, eyeing those green onions the Minotaurs are chowing down on. Cuengi is still bummed though. He keeps saying he wants to go in Daddy's house too, wishing he was small so he could sleep in there. The queen bee is panic mode watching him cry, even with his honey and melon. Cuengi just doesn't get it. Meanwhile, Sejun is talking to the rabbits about his bed setup, and one of them says those onions are trash for bedding. Like, if he uses green onions, the bed's gonna be rock hard. Suddenly, Cuengi starts calling for Sejun. It's weird. Then Cuengi just launches himself at Sejun's chest, nearly taking him out. Sejun gets yeeted straight into that pile of green onions, startling everyone. When Sejun lands in the pile, he's like, what the heck is happening? Then Cuengi starts licking him, but it is this mini version. Sejun cannot believe the bear just shrank. He is staring at this tiny thing. asking Cuengi what's up and if he went back to his original size. But his species name actually changed to Crimson Giant Honey Bear. Sejun is totally lost. He asks if Cuengi evolved into a honey bear, just like how Daddy Rabbit and the Black Rabbit evolved. The Black Rabbit notices Cuengi reverted to a kid. Sejun asks if he can get big anymore. Cuengi thinks for a sec and then literally puffs up, getting massive again. He realizes he can change his size whenever he wants. Turns out, his wish to be small was actually suppressing his growth. Apparently, that happens with young monsters who are scared of growing up. Sejun thinks it's wild that the little guy is talking about suppressed growth and stuff. Then Cuengi shrinks back down, grabs Sejun's leg, and asks if he can enter the house now. 'Cause now he can hug him just like the Black Rabbit and Theo do. Sejun gets all emotional realizing Cuengi was only thinking about giving him a hug and showing some love. He asks if Cuengi wanted attention like everyone else and apologizes for being. So they gotta scope out the crib. Cuengi is bouncing off the walls, and the MC says they're gonna slap a bed in the house for Cuengi too. Little dude gets even more hyped and says he wants in on the cave action. MC is shook cause last time Cuengi was down there, he wrecked the food stash. MC tries to shut it down, and Black Rabbit is vigorously shaking his head like no way. So the MC thinks it's chill, but Black Rabbit is definitely not vibing with it. Meanwhile, Theo drops off some pumpkin potatoes to Don Chi. Guy is floored seeing a solar pumpkin potato for the first time, a mutant sweet potato that soaked up rays from the highest point of the tower. Consuming it burns 200 grams of fat and buffs fire resistance for 5 hours. Plus, you get 24 hours of cold immunity. He's tripping over the fire stat, mentioning Han Tae-jun, absolute legend of South Korea, first guy to clear floor 52 who got into this unavoidable battle. Fighting the flaming boar guarding the passage, it was a total brawl, 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop combat. The result was a draw, though. Both sides got wrecked and had to back off, but Han Tae-jun took a nasty hit, the curse of flames that kept burning everything around him. The only way to stop him from cooking was to keep pumping in magic or freezing him out. Everyone figured he was done for, retired, but the guy's obsessed with the tower. Anyway, with this plan, they can put the Masters, flame curse on pause for a bit and finally take down that boar. Once that's done, the curse breaks, and the legend is back in business. He mentions they even snagged those Detox Green Onions for the 38th floor raid. He's super grateful to Theo, saying this stuff is a lifesaver. But Theo acts all cool like it's no biggie. Inside, he's just thinking that if Kim Dong-shik buys this haul, nobody finds out about his screw-up. Figures he's finally gonna get away with the perfect crime. After the handoff, Kim Dong-shik heads back to his crew asking if they were. Waiting up, claiming he was just prepping the descent. Then he flashes that massive pile of onions, and the whole guild is shook, asking if he scored them from the wandering merchant. He admits they got lucky, then asks if everyone is ready to dive back into the tower, suggesting they mark the area entrances first. The mood instantly lifts. He tells the Phoenix Guild squad to chow down on the onions, literally start the raid with the stalks in their mouths. They were ready to roll. Meanwhile, up on the 75th floor. At the market, it's all chill vibes. The wolves are escorting Theo, and the leader notices the cat is in a great mood. Theo's just buzzing because the sale went great. He tells his wolf employees he's going to treat them to something tasty today. They re-hyped, suggesting a noodle spot they heard about. Suddenly, Theo freezes. They ask what's up, and he tries to brush it off as nothing, but his eyes are locked on this ring. He thinks, this is the one. He reaches for it, but right as he touches it, a little mouse paw lands on it too. Theo snaps, asking who the heck they think they are, claiming dibs. The mouse realizes he's that cat merchant middle-class rank and tells him he doesn't need the item, so she is taking it. She basically orders him to hand it over. Theo's like, what is this rat on? He grabbed it first and tells her to get lost. The rat gets super offended at being disrespected. Then the wolf steps in, asking Theo what the drama is about. Then he clocks who she is and freaks out. That hamster is Iona of Great Destruction. The wolf is terrifyingly sure about it. No mistake there. That staff she is holding? Legendary grade. The Staff of Calamity. It's destruction incarnate. 1 swing and mountains turn to flatlands. 2 swings and rivers become oceans. Why is a boss like that here? She tells Theo he clearly has no clue who he is messing with. Legendary grade. The Staff of Calamity. It's destruction incarnate. 1 swing and mountains turn to flatlands. 2 swings and rivers become oceans. Why is a boss like that here? She tells Theo he clearly has no clue who he's messing with, and warns him to check his attitude before it's too late. She's exhausted and not in the mood for games, threatening to end him just to settle the score. Theo's staring down this crazy hamster, but then Elka jumps in between them, begging Iona to chill, claiming the cat is actually a subordinate of the Black Dragon. That pulls her up short. She's stunned to hear he works for the Black Dragon. She asks Elka who the heck he is. He introduces himself as the Silver Wolf Tribe Chief. She glares, asking if he realizes the weight of those words. Because if he is lying about representing the Great Black Dragon, he is dead meat. Elka doubles down, swearing on his tribe's name that it is the truth. Theo plays along, puffing his chest out. Yeah, that's right. Black Dragon's crew. No cap. Iona tells him to prove it. Theo asks how, and she demands he take her to the Black Dragon immediately. Theo looks at her like she is crazy for thinking she gets a free ride. Everyone's jaw drops, especially Elka. He's thinking this crazy cat is pushing his luck way too far, wondering what happens if the hamster snaps again. Theo calmly explains that, yeah, he serves the Black Dragon, but he's also a traveling merchant. So, if she wants a meeting with the big boss, she's got to pay the fee. Elka is just standing there, flabbergasted. Iona hates the attitude at first, but then starts laughing. She digs his confidence and stubborn look, so she agrees to hear his price. Theo confirms her name is Iona, then lies through his teeth that he was shopping for gifts for the Black Dragon. She asks if he was going to give that ring to the dragon too, and offers to pay for it herself. Theo is stunned. She tells him to just name it, she'll buy whatever he needs. She figures this is her ticket to meeting the dragon. Meanwhile, Theo S. thinking he hit the jackpot, he just landed a total sucker. They keep strolling through the market, and Theo starts racking up a bill, demanding 100 bottles of milk and a bunch of other loot. He even pushes it by trying to buy stuff for Elka's kid, but Elka waves it off. Iona gets suspicious, asking if the dragon really needs all this random junk. Theo insists the boss needs it all. Then he spots something else he likes and orders her to buy that too. But she's getting annoyed, warning him about what happens if he's scamming her. Suddenly, Theo flips the script, holding something up and saying it'd look perfect on her, handing her a hat. She tries it on and actually says thanks, though she mutters that not all mages wear pointy hats. Theo looks at her weird, telling her to hurry up and pay for it. She rolls her eyes, but asks the price. The pig vendor asks for 20 tower coins, and she pulls out her wallet. But Theo jumps in, demanding a discount. Both the pig and Iona look shocked. Theo scolds Iona, asking if she always pays full price like a rookie. The pig drops it to 18 coins, but Theo scoffs, saying the discount is weak. He tells the guy to do better, and kept haggling down until Theo finally bounced, thanking her. She says she's only doing this for the Black Dragon. Then she's like, what's up with that cat? She thought he'd buy something epic, but he just asked for basic stuff the auctioneer listed, even begging for a discount to save cash. Then she asks where the Black Dragon is, and Theo goes, floor 99. She's stunned he's on floor 99 and not in the admin space connected to the whole tower. Theo tells her she'll get it when she gets there. She still thinks it's super sus. Meanwhile, on floor 38, Phoenix Guild finally claps the boss. Took forever, but they won while snacking on green onions. They're super stoked to wrap up that raid. Teleport gate pops open. He asks if they should finally hit floor 39. Walking through the zone, they enter the new spot. Back at Ag Project HQ in the Grain Tower, the boss is shook that Phoenix Guild cleared floor 38 that fast. Word is there's a new crop on the block, Detox Green Onions. Apparently, that item buffed their raid stats. The president is salty because they couldn't grow a single cherry tomato. Doesn't matter how much cash they burn, someone else beat them to it. He says they can't shut up the gag board anymore. So they gotta show something. Suddenly, a scientist runs in screaming for the VP. He goes over like, what now? And sees this thing they made, looks low-key dangerous. He asks, is that a cherry tomato? Scientist says the growth booster triggered a mutation. He tells her she should have trashed it ages ago. Why'd you let it grow? That ain't a crop, it's a straight-up monster. But when he slices it, ping, notification, contaminated cherry tomato. He gets 27 XP. He's mind-blown. Killing these things drops XP. Assistant thinks the tower vibe caused the mutation, turning it into a mob. Instead of water and sun, it eats bugs and small monsters. And thanks to these freaks, she leveled up inside the tower easy peasy, zero danger. Plus, seeing the research pay off IRL is sweet. It's not what they planned, but they breed like crazy right next to each other. She says it's huge. If this works, they'll run the tower hierarchy. He starts digging the idea, thinking this is his big break. Orders to trash all the normal crops. He wants to swap them for contaminated cherry tomatoes. If they can grow magic tomatoes, they'll grow an XP farm. Genius business move. I mean, think about it. An infinite XP glitch is sick, right? You could hit level 999 just spamming these things. Solid plan. Sometimes when I'm gaming, I just grind XP to wreck people. It's lit. Anyway, back to the MC. He's chilling, waiting for the queen bee to spawn. Guess it's hatching day for the third poison bee he grabbed during the Blue Moon lockdown. He's rooting for her. She pops out and locks eyes with him. Since he hatched the queen bee cocoon, she thinks he's her owner. She's staring in awe. Then the other two bees show up like, nice to meet ya. If you look close, every queen bee has a different hairstyle. So cool. She's hyped when he hands her first flowers and flies off with the squad. MC's just vibing, watching them, thinking, man, this is peaceful. Hoping the chill life lasts. But nah. Suddenly, splat mud in the face, it's Cuengi calling him. To play. Says something new showed up in the lake. It's a squid? MC is confused as hell. He looks up and sees a bunch of bunnies painted black. They're claiming they turned into black rabbits. Bro, that's messed up. Mama Rabbit starts scrubbing the actual black rabbit, thinking he's dirty. OMG, author. Stop. I can tee, I'm dying here. Anyway, MC goes down to the cave, checks the lake, and sees squids everywhere. He's like, whoa, invasion. Cuengi says Black Rabbit caught one hunting, but it was acting weird and spraying black ink. First time the rabbit saw one too, so they're clueless. Rabbit thinks it's gross because it's all squishy. Sejun is like, you guys probably have zero clue what a squid is. And yeah, they don't tea. He tells them it's stupidly delicious and asks if they want to try. So he whips up the squid, deep frying it in oil and serving it up, telling them the masterpiece is ready to eat. Boom! Spicy, stir-fried squid served up hot. The system gave him a thumbs up with 2 proficiency points and logged the recipe. Easy. He didn't stop there, whipping up some grilled squid and sashimi too. The whole crew was staring, practically drooling over the feast. Sejun asked, yo, when was the last time I had squid? The spicy kick made him crave rice like crazy. They all dug in, realizing this stuff was straight fire. Black Rabbit was totally shook that food could taste this good, thinking he better scout that dimensional sea properly next time. Cuengi tried to tag along, but Sejun shut that down fast. Can you even dive? Bro, Cuengi had to admit. Nope. All right, Sejun said. Help us finish cleaning the field. Oh, and I'll teach you how to dive. The bear was instantly vibing with that deal. Eileen is hauling Theo and Iona up to the 99th floor. But whoa, something sketchy is blocking the path. A massive line is forming. The word is the shortcut's closed, and they are telling everyone to take the scenic route. Theo's like, yo, Eileen, what's the deal? She shrugs, saying she has zero clue because the traffic manager is the one calling the shots. Then some random guy grills the chief about it, saying he asked around. The rumor has it red locusts popped up on floor 69. Eileen is totally shook that the locusts are back. Theo's confused, asking, what are those? Iona drops the bomb. They're pests called the Shadow of Destruction. Basically, the intro to a total disaster. Theo presses for info, and Iona explains these things are bioweapons made to eat and wreck everything. They re-creepers that try to steal homes from everyone living in the tower. Right now, the Magic Tower and the Mercenary Alliance are probably locking down the shortcuts to fight these red locusts. She mentioned she was supposed to link up with the Alliance, but finding the Black Dragon is priority number 1, so they bail to find another fast route. Theo gets suspicious, asking, is this another shortcut? Like, a VIP pass only for high-class merchants. He's like, I am just a mid-tier merchant. Dude, I can too go that way. But Eileen's like, chill, you are with me. She tells him to hurry up. She flashes her badge. Theo's jaw hits the floor. It is a gold badge. Only the big shots get those. It is a total power move that gives unlimited access to every shortcut. Theo turns to Iona and smirks. We are going to get along great, but she gives him the side eye, all suspicious, and goes, yeah, no. Meanwhile, Sejun is chopping scallions and notices they grew back in the blink of an eye. He just keeps separating and planting them like a machine. Before he knows it, the field is massive 6.6 kilometers wide. It's a legit forest now, but he looks around like, where is everybody? He can hear the sound of green onions being chopped, but he can see anyone. Then the little rabbit starts making noise right next to him. Sejun asks, is that you, Scythe Rabbit? What's the drama? Something wrong? Scythe Rabbit says the green onions over there are acting weird. Apparently they can be cut. Sejun thinks that's impossible, but when he grabs one surprise, he asks what happened, checking if the rabbit is okay. Sejun realizes the onion actually cut him. He realizes this thing is hard as rock, basically iron. He can believe it, a hard-blade green onion. He unlocks a new tower achievement, getting exclusive rights to grow this new variety. Nobody can grow these hardcore onions without his say-so. It is literally a weaponized onion, because the leaves were constantly cut. It mutated into a mutant green onion that metallized its leaves for protection, grown inside the tower. It used all its nutrients to make the leaves sharp and tough. Result? It tastes like garbage, has zero nutrition, and does nothing if you eat it. But it's still super useful. Sejun is amazed it's a new variety, even if it's useless as food. It's straight up metal. He grabs it and starts slashing through other onions like a ninja. He thinks it's incredible, using an onion to cut other onions. He says it is handy and needs to plant a ton of them. But then, ping! A notification from Eileen pops up. He is surprised. Because she wasn't answering his calls and he was worried, now she shows up all depressed, asking for advice on her problems. Sejun asks, "What happened?" Eileen starts crying right through the notification window. Sejun is totally caught off guard. She spills the tea on everything. And he finds out red locusts invaded the 67th floor. She confirms it. Mother Rabbit nearly passes out just hearing that those things are in the tower again. Father Rabbit tells her to breathe because stress isn't good for the babies in her belly. Dude, what? My guys, you gotta chill, find a hobby. Seriously, someone get this family a TV because they have way too much free time. Sejun asks Eileen if these are the same creeps that wiped out the Rabbit Kingdom back in the day. She says yes. He asks for the gritty details on their looks. She explains that one alone isn't a big deal, but the colony's power levels up the more of them there are, and if they don't fix this fast, nothing living on the invaded 67th floor is going to survive. They'll swarm to other floors following landmarks, so Sejun's place isn't safe either. Sejun starts brainstorming about this swarm that evolves by eating everything. Eileen admits some circumstances are blocking her from doing anything on the 69th floor right now. She feels terrible but needs his help. Sejun tells her, "Don't sweat it. If there's anything he can do, he's on it." He tells her no apologies needed. He's the tower farmer, and this place is his crib now too. He can't let it be unsafe. He says Theo, the rabbits, the wolves, and the minotaurs are going to go all out to help for the sake of the tower. Everyone chimes in, telling Eileen to trust the tower residents. Sejun says they'll hash out a full plan. She's surprised everyone is down to help, but Sejun asks, "So how do we fix this? Because I can't exactly go downstairs." Just then, Theo pops back in. Sejun is surprised. Like, good timing. Is something up? Then he does a double take. Theo announces they have a guest. Iona says, "Pleasure to meet you," asking if he's the Great Black Dragon. Sejun freezes there's a hamster talking to him. He whispers to Theo, "Who is this?" Theo says she didn't believe he was a subordinate of the Black Dragon, so he dragged her here to prove it. She greets Sejun again as the Black Dragon, introducing herself as the boss of the Mage Association. Iona bows. Then Sejun sees a text from Eileen. Iona is there because the tower manager failed to stop the red locusts on floor 67 in time. She adds that if Iona is the Mage Association boss, she's got to be a high-level monster in the tower. Someone mentioned hearing Iona out. Sejun turned to the newbie. "You are Iona?" He wasn't about to kick a guest to the curb after they traveled so far. He offered her a drink, and she acted like he just handed her gold. Sejun shrugged. "Chill. It's not a big deal." He told her to relax. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang was freaking out, and even Theo was staring at how massive Cuengi was. Finally, Sejun asked what brought her here. She dropped a heavy request for the Great Black Dragon about a red locust swarm messing up the 68th floor. She was stunned he already knew. "Why haven't you crushed them yet?" Sejun played it cool, apologizing about unavoidable circumstances. Then Theo started being a pest, begging for churu treats and whining about being hungry right in the middle of the serious talk. Sejun told the pets to cool it since they had company. The girl looked confused by the chill atmosphere. Is this guy really the dragon? Black Dragon? Chairman Papa? The math wasn't mathing. Besides the black hair, the guy looked totally average. Honestly, he looked like some random human who just wandered into the tower. Plus, she couldn't feel an ounce of power coming from him. He was weak, like really weak. A real dragon's energy would be overwhelming, but she was only catching tiny whiffs of magic from random spots. She was spiraling, wondering who the hell this guy was, until she took a sip of her drink. Boom, mind blown. She felt a massive burst of mana exploding from that thick red liquid. It tasted amazing too. Sejun grinned. Good, right? Magic cherry tomato juice with honey, locally sourced by the rabbits and poison bees. She needed to see these tomatoes ASAP. Father Rabbit hopped over and handed one to her for inspection. She recognized it from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on floor 55. Rabbit nodded, saying Sejun, the Great Black Dragon brought them. She had never seen stats like this on an item. Sejun listed off their other loot: solar sweet potatoes, agile carrots, power popcorn, and peanuts coming soon. Her jaw was on the floor. In the background, Theo was actually chilling with Cuengi, sharing his churu stash. Sejun looked over, feeling like a proud dad. The minotaur, the bear, the rabbits, it was like a weirdly wholesome monster party. She started connecting dots that weren't there. She figured he was housing homeless monsters while single-handedly fixing the famine. That weak energy? She decided he was suppressing his power so he didn't scare his friends. She started fixing her attitude real quick. She felt like an idiot for judging him. Sejun, clueless about her internal monologue, brought the convo back to the locust problem. She started apologizing profusely, calling herself a lowly creature who couldn't grasp his deep grace. Total drama queen. She dropped to her knees, and Sejun was like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" He held up a sharp green onion. "Think this'll work?" It was a blade green onion. She was clueless. So he dropped some trivia about how Eskimos hunt wolves with bloody knives. Basically, you freeze a blood-covered knife, add more blood, freeze it again. Rinse and repeat until it's a popsicle. Stick it handle down in the snow. Hungry wolves smell the treat and start going to town on it. Eventually, the blade slices their tongue, but the cold numbs them, so they don't even feel the cut. They think they're getting more food, but they're just drinking their own blood until they drop dead. Brutal stuff he read in a book once. Theo was horrified. He told Cuengi, "I'll get you fish. Just don't lick knives, okay?" Sejun clarified he wasn't actually going to kill wolves. Iona thought it was genius. The locusts wouldn't know the difference between normal onions and the sharp ones. They would feast on the regular stuff, see the blade onions, dive in, and slice themselves to shreds trying to eat. Since locusts cannibalize the weak, the swarm would turn on itself. Instant defense system. She was practically worshipping him now. Classic black dragon move, inventing bioweapons while solving world hunger. Sejun laughed awkwardly. He realized this misunderstanding was way too deep to fix now. He changed the subject, saying he wanted to test the theory, but he only just harvested the onions. He needed to figure out the logistics. She cut him off. "Don't to worry. I brought test subjects." Sejun blinked. "You what?" She ripped open a dimension portal and dumped a bunch of bugs right on the floor. The nasty things started buzzing around in her magic mist, freaking everyone out. Sejun asked, "So, these are the bad guys?" She said she grabbed them for science. "Lucky us, right?" "So, oh great dragon, how do you want to destroy them?" Sejun says, "Hold up a sec." He plants 2 green onions, a decoy in front and a slicer onion hidden in the back. Then he signals Iona. He asks if she can unleash those red locusts now. As soon as she does, they lock on and dive straight into the first onion, totally devouring it. Then they see another one and charge. But psych! They run into the blade onion and get sliced instantly. They just keep swarming the onion and killing themselves. Sejun calls it a total win. And then, boom, he gets some loot. Tower notifications start blowing up his feed. He got the Great Farmer achievement for killing pests with crops. He even scores a job trait as a reward. Now he can farm points whenever his crops wipe out pests. Pretty sick. Sejun is freaking out because he just unlocked this farmer achievement, realizing that if he whacks red locusts with his own crops, Sejun is freaking out because he just unlocked this farmer achievement, realizing that if he whacks red locusts with his own crops, he scores major XP. He thinks it's totally sick. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guild boss is super stoked with Kim Dong-shik since clearing floor 38 faster than expected is a huge flex. Kim Dong-shik gives him props, but the boss cuts to the chase, saying that showing up fresh out of the tower implies he's got some serious good news to spill. He tells the boss he is sharp as a tack, then flashes the solar potato and says everyone S hyping the Master S return to the tower like a legit hero. The boss is losing his mind with joy because that potato neutralizes his flame curse for 5 whole hours. No more burning alive? Sweet. Down on floor 67, it's a total chaotic mess with everyone getting wrecked by those locusts, and the Lizardmen squad is barely hanging on. They're complaining they're getting swarmed and need to push for the area passage, but just when they try to make a move, Iona orders them to fall back. She pops up, triggers her magic, and boom unleashes a massive explosion that wipes out a huge chunk of those locusts in one shot. She says she bought them a sec and orders them to plant these things in a line, leaving the guys totally confused that their secret weapon is green onions? But she snaps at them to quit asking questions and just hurry up because the locust swarm is coming back for round 2. Suddenly, the bugs try to cross the onion line and just drop dead. One after another, it's like they remagnetize to the plants and then game over. Iona tries to funnel them all into the trap, and when a lizard man asks what the heck is going on, she calls it the grace of the black dragon. They re-shocked the Black Dragon actually stepped up, while Iona gives the warriors and battle mages a pep talk, telling them to stop being scared of these nasty invaders. She orders them to attack and kick out any red locusts that manage to slip past the Blade Green Onion defense line. Screaming its all for the Black Tower, the squad charges in to finish off the stragglers, fighting around Sejun's onions and dedicating the win to the dragon. Meanwhile, Sejun is just vibing, planting his wheat and watching his notifications blow up. He destroyed a pest, and the XP is just rolling in non-stop. He mentions the onions are working fine and wonders if Cuengi is holding it down on his end. Cuengi is totally pulling his weight, ripping the onions in half to plant them, bragging that he successfully split the blade green onions. Sejun tells him good job, admitting those blade onions are tough cookies, so he was actually worried about how they'd split and plant them. Thank God Cuengi is an absolute unit. The bear brags about his strength, and Sejun flashes back to the deal he made with Iona a few days ago. They agreed to build a defense line with the blade onions, and he remembers handing her the crop to protect the tower. She told him she really appreciated the Black Dragon's kindness, but she was worried that without supervision, things could get sketchy. People might exploit the crops inside the tower, so she thinks shipping the supply through the trade network is the smarter play. It also helps Theo, the wandering merchant under the Black Dragon. So Sejun's cool with it. Iona adds they're just setting up a choke point at the passage to control the numbers. Since she's leading the raid against the locusts, coming back up to this floor is going to be a pain once she descends. So, she's going to call in a transport favor from the Wandering Merchant Association using Theo's name. Back in the present, Sejun looks over and freaks out. Cuengi is munching on a locust. He yells at him to stop and asks if he ate the whole stash. Cuengi just says it's tasty. And then Eileen pipes up, asking if she can chow down on the red locusts too. Sejun is totally lost because apparently monsters think these bugs are a delicacy. But Iona says she just needs to get those blade onions down to the 67th floor. Sejun gives the green light but tells them to be careful while hauling those nasty locusts around. She promises to be back soon. And down on the 67th floor, the fighting lizards are already turning the dead locusts into a buffet. Since so many bugs got fried, the meat supply is way higher than what they can eat. So it's getting out of control. If they leave the bodies rotting, other locusts will just cannibalize them. So they decided to let the Silver Wolf tribe haul the carcasses away. They'll store them for food, but they also plan to sell anything over a certain limit to make a quick buck. The profits are going toward fixing the 5th floor, which is totally dried up from a drought. Of course, he made sure the Silver Wolf tribe gets a commission, securing another stream of income alongside the blade green onions. The money's looking good for Sejun, but then he turns to his intern, Theo, and complains that his fanning technique is weak sauce. It is not cooling him down at all. Theo starts panicking, whining that his arms are killing him and asking if he can just go back to being a cat salesman. Sejun snaps that it hasn't even been 5 minutes, reminding Theo that selling those solar pumpkin sweet potatoes without asking was a massive crime. He says they're lucky they can split the sprouts to plant more. Otherwise, that new crop would have been gone forever. Theo swears he won't mess up again, and Sejun admits it's a relief he sold them to Kim Dong-shik, since that guy is actually solid. Kim Dong-shik can keep his mouth shut, and he really needed those potatoes, so this whole thing is just going to make their trust stronger. He says good job, but then tells Theo to keep fanning for another 30 minutes, leaving Theo confused about why he is still being punished. Theo cries that he is trying his best and begs for mercy, but Sejun suddenly claims his shoulder is hurting. Theo immediately switches to suck-up mode, offering a massage and begging Sejun not to get sick because he'd be in big trouble. Sejun wonders if he should mess with them a bit more. Suddenly, his notifications go crazy with more locust deaths. A fresh wave just attacked. He levels up and gets a quest to harvest 1,000 plants. Finally hit level 20. Baby. He's totally hyped because getting XP for farming and killing bugs makes life way easier. He says the quest is a piece of cake. He'll knock it out fast. Leveling up means bonus stats and more mana. But Theo interrupts. Like, yo, Park Sejun, what do you think you were doing? Theo was giving him a massage and orders him to sit his butt back down. Sejun agrees. But Theo adds, your face is kind of messed up, too. Since we here, I'll massage your face. Sejun's thinking, okay, this is getting weird, but whatever. Later on, something weird is happening. Is that tree moving? Nope. Mama Bear is absolutely wrecking those mutant ents. She is furious. She's yelling, why are you dumb trees on my turf? She says she needs to patrol more, smashes a tree, and immediately wonders what's for dinner. She hopes Cuengi is eating good. She's wondering if Sejun is cooking up something fire again. Meanwhile, Eileen is drooling like crazy. She just inhaled a massive plate of food and chugged a huge glass of tomato juice. She says spicy food is the best stress buster. She's been so out of it lately, she could barely eat. She swears it tasted better than usual. Sejun's glad she liked it and tosses her some dried sweet potatoes for dessert. But the kill feed keeps scrolling with dead locusts. Sejun figures there must be even more attacks happening. He wonders how many are out there since the numbers aren't dropping. Eileen says the red locust count is finally stabilizing. Though, Sejun is relieved. He leveled up a ton thanks to those bugs and hopes he can actually be useful on floor 67. Eileen checks the leaderboards for the extermination event. In first place is Sejun with over 300,000 points, while Kaiser is second with 123,000. She thinks her mana is too weak, so she can be sure what S. Going down on the 67th floor using her crystal orb, but she can guess the situation just by looking at the points. She says the green onions were the real MVP, no lie. And once the locusts are wiped out, big rewards are dropping. He just has to stay strong a bit longer. Sejun asks about the loot. Is there a reward for killing invaders? Was that a quest? What do I get? He keeps pressing, asking exactly what kind of reward it is. She says it's top secret. Basically, the more you contribute, the bigger the payout. Sejun figures he better go harvest another crop right now. It's a grade C agility carrot. Sweet. He gets all happy and tells the rabbits to grab one each. Eat up, he says. Your speed will go up, and we can finish this job way faster. The rabbits are totally down for that. Then Theo walks in saying he's heading down. Sejun is shocked the cat is even awake. Why dip now? Sejun asks. You meeting Elka on the new floor with Iona? Theo says, yup. He's taking Iona to floor 67, then hitting floor 38 with Elka and the Locust Hall. Sejun says, stay safe. You got the crops, right? Theo snaps, who do you think I am? I don't mess up twice. Then a gray rabbit yells over, hey, the house is finally done. Sejun goes to check it out. The place is massive. From the structure to the kitchen, it's actually legit. It's exactly what he ordered. How did you guys pull this off? Cuengi notices the floor is toasty and realizes it's heated. When you're dead tired, you just flop on the warm floor and melt. Oh man, that is the life. If you know, you know. Theo is already sprawled out, saying it's comfy. Sejun wonders if he ever even explained heated floors to them. The gray rabbit explains that a merchant tribe lives in similar houses. He's built them before, so it was a piece of cake. Sejun realizes that apparently, some tower residents appreciate good heating and boilers too. Then he points at something. What is that thing in front of you? Sejun gets curious and opens it up to take a look. Suddenly they bust open a door and oops, they catch Scythe Rabbit getting cozy with his girlfriend. Sejun's like, knock next time, idiots. That was awkward. They bolt out of there, covering Cuengi's eyes so the kid doesn't see anything traumatizing. Scythe Rabbit was definitely in the middle of something private. So, he is sprinting with Theo and Cuengi, and the bear cub is like, yo, why are you covering my eyes? Then he gets all emo because that's his home turf, but he wasn't the first one to break ground there. Exactly. Cuengi asks why he is so bummed out. Just then, Mama Bear shows up, and he actually has the nerve to tell her she's late. Cuengi is totally vibing because his mom showed up, but Sejun is like, yo, aren't you supposed to be busy patrolling today? She gets all serious, saying there's some weird stuff going down lately. Then she literally dumps this monster tree right in front of him. She figured he could use it for something, so she dragged the whole thing over. Sejun thanks her, but the tree looks ancient. Then Cuengi notices his mom dipping back to the forest and begs to tag along. She tells him the path won to be lonely, so she lets him come. Sejun tells them both to stay safe. Then he is staring at this old log, wondering what to do with it, like, should they make furniture out of this junk? The gray rabbit checks it out and realizes the wood quality is actually top tier. He says the first step is to chop it up. Gotta hack it with the axe. Sejun says he'll organize the area, but he totally demands they make a new bed for him too. But then the rabbit spots something glowing inside. Suddenly, the monster tree grabs him with a vine and squeezes the life out of him. The thing just zombie resurrected. It stands up again right in front of Sejun, threatening the gray rabbit. Sejun goes to pull his dagger, but Cuengi is already charging back in. Cuengi goes giant mode, body slamming the tree and slapping it silly to save the bunny, but the tree shoots out roots and traps Cuengi again. Cuengi is a beast though. He grabs the thing with his mouth, biting and ripping it to shreds, screaming and throwing hands with the tree. Sejun is panicking, wondering what the heck to do. He yells at the corrupted tree, asking what its deal is, and the thing claims it has no clue. It says it just woke up wanting violence and asks how to be killed. Sejun frantically checks his manual on corrupted trees to figure out how to end this freak. The book just says to destroy the carnivorous fruit inside. Simple, right? But Sejun is confused, and Cuengi is still stuck in those roots. He yells at Cuengi to shrink down. Like, right now. Cuengi listens, slips out of the roots, and Sejun dives in. He shoves his dagger into its mouth and somehow nails the fruit dead center. The tree dies, but mumbles some creepy cryptic line. Everything is in this place. Sejun is left wondering what that meant as the tree drops. Score. He bagged 50 XP for taking down that corrupted giant. He looks back when Cuengi calls out. Suddenly, a whole squad of trees pops up. Sejun is totally shook. It's an invasion. Small corrupted ents are storming his home. Sejun sees a sea of them coming and freaks out, yelling about intruders. They look just like that first monster. Cuengi goes giant mode behind Sejun, ready to wreck them. Sejun screams for the black rabbit and anyone who can fight. The builder rabbits sprint off to get backup. Cuengi dives into the mosh pit, crushing them, jumping around and tossing branches everywhere. He's destroying them. Sejun tries to help with his tiny dagger and actually manages to take a few out. He's wondering where these things are spawning from. The black rabbit and sickle rabbit show up, saying they gotta hold the line here. Can't let them trash the crops. Black rabbit flexes, shouting he's a warrior and it's time to show off his moves properly. He wipes out a bunch of trees in one dash. Sejun thinks the dude is absolute fire. He's waving at Sejun all full of life, but almost gets smacked by a tree. Sickle rabbit slices it up just in time though. He shreds it and tells Black Rabbit to quit goofing off because it's dangerous. Then the whole rabbit army charges in. They yelling at the trees to get lost. Even the bees join the brawl. It's a total war zone out there. Sejun tells them to hang in there. Suddenly, Black Rabbit warns him, and a massive tree stomps down right behind Sejun. Looks like the parents brought the kids to wreck Sejun's house. The thing screams, it's a great corrupted ent. Sejun realizes they're screwed and legs it with the rabbits. But Cuengi runs back to fight, grappling the monster and yelling, "Don't mess with my dad." Sejun shouts they can't win solo. Cuengi's mom is gone with Theo, and the Minotaur King is way too far across the wastelands to help in time. He's panicking hard about what to do. Then the monster almost squashes him flat. Out of nowhere, the Minotaur King shows up and chops the thing with his axe. Sejun is stunned. The king asks if Sejun is okay. The whole Minotaur crew arrives. Sejun is hyped to see Ox 3 and 4. They start wrecking shop. Cuengi's mom storms back too, furious that they dared to invade Sejun's territory. She's cursing them out and promising they won't get away with it. The king notes that the red bear is totally enraged. Sejun asks how they even knew he needed help. Eileen pings him. She saw the locusts coming from miles away and alerted the Minotaur and the bear to go save him. She told him to trust her. Sejun is super grateful. He begs everyone to protect his precious fields. He promises a 5-star feast if they win. Mentioning food gets everyone insanely pumped. They charge in for the grub, wiping out everything in their path. Meanwhile, down on the 67th floor, the dense lizard forest is completely trashed, with dead red locusts everywhere. Elga and Theo pull up to the scene. Theo asks if this place wasn't supposed to be a thick jungle. He says wherever the red locusts go, they strip the land bare, not a single leaf survives. Everyone realizes how terrifying these bugs are. Theo asks what the plan is, wondering if they were just there to collect the bodies or what. But Elka jumps in, saying the lizard men asked them to clean up the wrecked land too. They were still throwing hands with the red locusts, so they can handle the cleanup themselves. Theo gets suspicious and asks if they are getting paid. Elka asks like, nah, it's not even that hard. Theo loses it, asking if he's stupid or what. Elka is totally lost, asking where Theo is going. The cat stomps off, saying this is unacceptable, telling Elka to follow him because he's gonna go get their money. So, rolling up to the lizards, Theo arrives and starts talking trash, freaking them out. He tells them to move it because he's here to see the boss. The lizard guard tries to block him, saying you can just waltz in. Theo's like, I'm not just anyone, and demands they call Iona or whatever. But the lizard says Iona is busy and doesn't meet with randoms, but Theo claims they know each other, saying he and Iona have a special relationship. Everyone freezes, totally confused. Elka is just standing there thinking, what is this bratty cat plotting now? Elka asks Theo what he's babbling about, and Theo's like, why are you so scared? His logic is, he works for Sejun, and Iona said hi to Sejun. Therefore, Iona works for Sejun, and they both work for Sejun. Boom. Super important relationship. After doing those mental gymnastics, Theo insists that they basically besties. Elka is terrified while everyone starts gossiping. Then Iona comes out to meet Theo, yelling at him to stop saying stuff that sounds so shady. Theo is clueless, though. She drags him inside, and everyone is staring at the cat. They mention they were in the middle of a huge meeting, prepping for the next red locust wave. She asks why he's there if it's to grab the cash for the blade green onions. Now is not the time. Theo says, nope, not here for that. He says he's here about the wolves, pointing out that the wolves are scrubbing the land when the contract only said to clean up locust bodies. It's way too much work. Totally unfair deal. Iona had no clue since she was on the front lines. She asks Toro if it's true. He admits that, since the lizard men are always fighting, they only had the young and old ones left to clean. So they asked for help, but Theo shuts that down. He demands proper compensation for the extra labor. The lizard asks how much. And Theo gets spicy, asking how he dares order his staff around without asking. He demands 1 tower coin per wolf. That's 100 tower coins total. Toro gets ticked off, calling the cat a corrupt merchant, but Iona snaps at him, reminding Toro that this cat works for the Great Black Dragon. She tells him not to forget that it's thanks to his grace that they took back the 67th floor and got the blade green onions. Theo's like, exactly, says without this amazing orange cat. A servant of the Great Black Dragon, this place would be screwed, so pay up. A lizard tells Toro to chill, and he gets salty but eventually caves. He agrees they have to pay and hands over the cash. Elka leaves with Iona and Theo, who is hyped about the bag of money. He tells Elka he did it and to take the stash, but Elka refuses. They already loyal subordinates and make enough selling locust parts. Theo tells Elka he is proud of him, because disrespecting him, a key minion of the Black Dragon, is like disrespecting the dragon himself. He tells Elka to have some backbone, take the money, and stop letting people walk all over him. Elka agrees. Theo thanks Iona, saying it only worked out because she helped. She shuts him down, saying she legit didn't know what was happening while commanding the front line. She apologizes. Theo sends Elka back to the floor while he heads to the 38th. Iona is shocked, because the lizard men are famous for never giving up their loot. Rumors about Theo the merchant cat using the Black Dragon's name to extort money are gonna spread fast. It looks bad for Theo, but honestly, whatever. What matters is who backs him. The Great Black Dragon. That name rules everything. Nothing tops it. The tower is corrupt right now, and food is the real power here. They can't let greedy scumbags like the guilds monopolize it. A lot of big shots are gonna be watching that merchant cat. Theo tells Iona they rebouncing, but they'll visit her next time. She asks if he really means it. Theo tells her to take care, and she says a cute goodbye, standing there, thinking how rumors grow. The story will get blown up, making Theo look like a legendary merchant. Meanwhile, he skips away all happy. Suddenly, the protagonist gets some notifications. Ding! He hit level 22 and got a bonus stat. He's like, I was just chilling. Didn't even know I hit level 22. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs are still smashing those Ents. He looks over, surprised, because there's a whole mountain of work behind him. Looks like they rolled down the hill. The corrupted Ents try to sneak attack, but with Cuengi, Mama Bear, and the Minotaurs, the fight was over in seconds. He leveled up thanks to Cuengi's thoughtfulness. The bear beat up some dumb trees for his dad to finish off so he could get stronger. He thanks Cuengi for being such a bro. They were plotting to build fences and ditch the corpses of those Ents right now. And bam, they actually start doing it. The MC is thinking about those corrupted Ents, calling them the chatty monsters from the creepy West Forest. Mama Cuengi is like, yeah, totally. She's insisting they never stepped on her turf before. But lately they've been creeping in. She honestly didn't expect them to push it this far. Sejun asks if everything's cool since she seems to be vibing with the place. Eileen starts guilt-tripping herself, saying she totally flopped on her patrol duties. But Sejun cuts her off, telling her to quit apologizing. She's obviously burned out from trying to handle everything solo. He mentions the poison bees are breeding like crazy, so he's gonna hit up the second and third queen bees for some backup. She thanks him, but then he asks why the corrupted Ents are swarming here. Their dying words were super sus and got him worried since apparently everything is in this spot. He asks what that even means, and Eileen explains that these corrupted Ents are basically a virus. But then he asks why the corrupted Ents are swarming here. Their dying words were super sus and got him worried since apparently everything is in this spot. He asks what that even means, and Eileen explains that these corrupted Ents are basically a virus. Sejun questions that logic. She says it doesn't matter how many you delete, they just keep respawning and multiplying somehow. They re-annoying pests that try to corrupt any powerful tree they find no matter what. That's why every major tree on the 99th floor got wrecked by them. He says if there are no targets, they usually snooze. So he's asking, why are they all hyped up and active right now? She asks if Sejun has any theories. He admits he is clueless. There are so many cherry tomatoes and cornfields around. His brain is fried. Then his stomach starts growling loud. Come to think of it, they haven't eaten since the brawl. Cuengi starts whining that he's starving too. Sejun calls everyone over to grub first, whipping up some fried fish and a massive soup. He heads out to serve the Minotaurs and Cuengi outside. They all get ready to feast, lighting up huge bonfires, roasting fish, and setting up a legit banquet spread. Everyone starts eating and chilling outside. Sejun is loving the vibes with his whole kingdom crew. The Minotaur King is totally obsessed with that tomato juice too. Even Eileen gets her share. Meanwhile, Mama Rabbit finishes up, and Sejun walks over, warning her there's still more food coming. Elga shows up with a bunch of locusts. She stares at the scene, totally confused, just tossing locusts into her mouth until someone yells. For Sejun! The rabbits are crowding around Mama Rabbit. Sejun asks what's up, thinking something is wrong. She just says she thinks the babies are dropping right now. He starts panicking, yelling there's no time to get to the cave. So they were taking her to his house and grabbing anything comfy. He realizes the babies are trying to exit, so everyone needs to chill out. After a while, Sejun steps out to give them space. With all the aunties helping, the third generation of bunny babies finally arrives. After a rough birth, 3 new little rabbits join the squad. Up on the 52nd floor, at Flame Mountain, the boar is hanging with the guild leader again. He's shocked an outsider human is hanging around here, thinking the fire curse would be ended him. The leader says he's had a great vacation the last few years thanks to that. Dude is legit enjoying his tower life. Boar asks how much he's been eating, swearing he can smell barbecue. Then the boar gets salty, saying the guy's gonna regret coming back, and attacks. But the attack that lifts the whole ground? Zero effect. The Phoenix Guild leader laughs, saying those cheap tricks don't work anymore. It's all thanks to the solar pumpkin sweet potato he's got. He takes a bite, flares up his fire aura, and completely tanks the heat. The boar asks how that's even possible. The leader rushes him, smashing full speed into a wall of fire. He phases through it without a scratch and tackles the boar head on. The boar starts laughing, thinking the guy just turned himself into fried food. But the leader walks through the flames, gets in his face, and reminds him that stuff doesn't work anymore. The boar is shook as the guy charges in. He manages to grab the leader with both hands, threatening to crush him so he can't do anything. But the leader sighs, saying the boar clearly forgot how their last fight went down. He unleashes his hidden power, changing the whole atmosphere as stars start spinning above him. He reminds the beast he's a mage. The boar can do much while getting blasted by the guild leader's mana attacks. Finally, he hits the dirt, totally defeated. The master thinks he finally beat the boss of the 52nd floor. The flame boar's curse starts fading. The wrecked land starts healing up instantly. He's surprised everything is changing. The fire curse is leaving his body, and he realizes the whole floor was cursed just like him. He says this only happened thanks to the solar pumpkin potato. Now he's wondering how he's going to pay back that debt. Then Theo strolls in, complaining that the grass is growing too fast and it's annoying to walk, until he literally bumps into the guildmaster. He's shocked to see the wandering merchant cat. Theo spots the item in the old man's hand and grills him on where he got it. The guy explains he's Kim Dong-shik's master. Theo realizes this dude bought the solar pumpkin potatoes for his student and thinks he's a solid disciple. The master agrees, feeling proud, and asks if the cat is Theo. He admits he got rid of the curse thanks to him. He thanks the cat, saying Theo saved him and he owes him one, promising never to forget it. Theo simply says, "Cool, pay me now." The master is stunned. He wants payment immediately. Theo demands a contract, but the master hesitates, thinking about the restrictions. He argues that in the tower, contracts are serious restrictive magic, and he's not trying to get leashed by Theo. Theo points out the guy said he'd pay his debt, telling him to become a subordinate. The master refuses, and Theo keeps begging. So the master asks, how about this? He proposes they be friends, and if anything goes down, this grandpa will help him out like a buddy. Theo asks if he's really down to grant any request. The guy says he'll do whatever since they re-friends. Theo immediately starts scheming, ready to exploit his new competent old friend, telling him to get his butt to the 38th floor. Meanwhile, the MC is vibing on his floor, whipping up some grub, saying the soup smells legit, figuring since it's been bubbling for like 12 hours, it's gotta be done. The little white bunny next to him is like, yup, MC says he's cooking up those red grasshoppers now. Tells the other bunny to hit it with some salt. Apparently the rest of the bugs are just chilling there. He saw the monsters chowing down on them, so he got curious about the taste, wanted to see what the hype was about. Looks totally gross. Zero aesthetic appeal. But gains are gains, gotta get that protein. So he finishes the red grasshopper dish. Fully cooked. He snags an achievement for cooking that monstrosity, and his culinary skill levels up to 3. Says it seems like nobody in the tower was crazy enough to cook him before. He skinned it, chopped the meat, and cooked it, wondering if it's gonna taste like trash. Takes a bite and... Dude is shook because he can't even chew the damn thing. When he finally bites through, he slams his head on the wall from the force. Hardcore fail. Then Black Rabbit shows up asking what's the deal. And MC is on the floor in agony, saying it's rock hard and dry. But hey, he unlocked the grasshopper meat item. Turns out there's still poison in it. He got hit with grade E neurotoxin, but then instantly gets detoxed. MC is surprised it was toxic, saying if not for those clutch Detox Green Onions, he would have been wasted. But then he's salty, he can't eat this delicacy, asking how weak his teeth are. He tells Cuengi he can even chew through the razor green onions. Cuengi tells him not to talk smack. Anyway, the real recipe, finally done after failing a bunch, is for Mama Bunny. Hanging with the bunnies, he says soft food is the vibe when you re-healing. Tells her to let it cool and chill while eating in her room. She thanks him while he dishes it out. Red grasshopper soup and the combat food achievement unlocked. First try. That soup buffs strength by 5.1 after eating, plus an extra 0.1 strength just for the cooking effect. 6 stats. Since it's combat food, it keeps you full for 3 hours. MC thinks the title is basic as hell. Though, combat food? Boring. He tastes it and suddenly jumps up like, whoa. Cuengi asks, what s up? MC says the red grasshoppers taste exactly like chicken. Cuengi asks, what is a chicken? And MC is just like, something I dig, trust me. Cuengi figures if dad likes it, he likes it too, getting all hyped. So 235 days of being lost in this place, MC finally found meat in the tower that tastes like chicken? I don't know about you guys, but whenever a homie starts bragging like, yo, I ate something exotic gator, skunk, snake, whatever, they always say, it tastes like chicken. I never bought that. Total cap. I am strictly anti-weird meat. Tastes like chicken? Just eat a freaking chicken. If it's there, eat it, right? Just grab a burger or something. Don't to eat animals you aren't supposed to. Right after MC downs another bowl of that combat soup, he says he's sweating buckets and his strength went up by 5.1. That fullness lasts 3 hours. He says it's the first time in 8 months since he entered the tower that he's tasted chicken flavor. He totally stuffed his face. Cuengi says he loved it too, but MC pauses, feeling like he ghosted something important. Then Eileen slides in, asking if he finally remembered her. He's shook. She's like, did you seriously wolf it all down without me? He asks how long she's been lurking. She says she warned him from the start they were coming, and even gave him rewards for his grind, for wiping out the grasshoppers. And this is how he treats her? MC realizes he has cooked, tries to spin it like, nah, big misunderstanding. I was gonna make a special soup just for you. She gets all emotional. Like special soup? For me? He lies through his teeth. Yeah, this was just a beta test. Claims he saw the poison and was just experimenting to detox it and boost the flavor. Says he was thinking of her 24/7. My guy is a total player. Absolute Riz God. She wonders if he really was thinking about her. He tells her to hold up. Says he'll whip it up fast. She drops her crystal ball. Totally catching feelings. Saying she'll wait while watching him. But the system message is kind of creepy. Saying the tower manager is waiting for you. No pressure, right? While she watches intently. MC is sweating bullets thinking he is dead meat if this sucks. So he starts cooking. He's being super careful and finally thinks it's decent. Done. Achievement unlocked. First cherry tomato and red grasshopper combat soup. Cooking proficiency. Level 3 skyrockets. Recipe saved to level 2. He says he swapped potatoes for cherry tomatoes since Eileen loves them. Asks if he kept her waiting too long. But she demands everything. She wants the whole pot. He caves. Says he's sending it all. Teleports a massive cup to her. She thinks it smells amazing. Gets ready to taste. And takes a sip. She downs the whole thing. Starts giggling and wagging her tail. Delicious. Best thing she's ever eaten. Her strength buffs by 7.1 for 30 minutes. Fullness for 3 hours. She's shook that he used her fave tomatoes instead of potatoes. Plus, he cooked it longer. Made the meat softer. She thinks he cooked it with so much tenderness just for her. So of course it slaps. Her heart is racing like crazy. She's wondering what to do, trying to convince herself it's just the mana boost. Then MC calls out to Eileen. asking if she can hear him. Asks how the soup is, if she's good now. She says she liked it, flavor was on point. MC sighs in relief saying, my bad. Because he didn't actually ghost her earlier. It's just been forever since he ate anything with that flavor since he got stuck in this tower. He tells her not to get salty, tossing her some dried sweet potatoes and telling her to snack on that. So the manager apologizes for snapping, saying she felt like he was ignoring her. But he's like, no way. I did never do you dirty like that. The only reason he survived his time in the tower is because of her. He super grateful. She starts catching feelings and her heart starts pounding way harder. Then she drops a mission on him. The MC is shook that he might score a new talent, thinking this reward is absolutely cracked. He says a basic hunter would have to grind insane hours for this, asking if she's really allowed to hook him up like that. She says she used some of her clout from that eradication mentioned earlier, plus some of her own power. It's a reward he totally earned by right. He is definitely gonna dig it. So he sends the sweet potato and clears the mission. The talent is landowner. It's an acquired talent, only a farmer with a massive plot can own. He can sign up to 30 tenants. The tenants can use their work skills for him. If the tenant uses the landowner skill, the boss gets a 1% cut of the rewards. And the bigger the farm, the more the talent buffs up. The MC is stunned this talent is so unique. Like, only a farmer can own it and get a 1% kickback from tenants? Wild. So he yells for Cuengi to come over. Cuengi asks why his dad is calling him. Signing him up as a level 1 tenant, he thinks it's awesome because Cuengi actually got assigned. Then he spots something on his head. The MC cracks up and asks Cuengi if he could fetch some cherry tomatoes. Cuengi asks how many and the MC tells him to bring about 100. Cuengi blasts off, almost blowing the MC backward with the speed. Kid is too fast. And just like that, the MC starts racking up that 1% harvest tax. The MC realizes this means even if he doesn't look at his skills directly, he can grind 1% XP through his tenants. In that case, when he can harvest the crops because there's too much stuff, he can still stack XP and items with these partial rewards. He mentions he was struggling because the field kept expanding, but getting XP even if it is small is pretty sweet. It says the bigger the crop field, the more the talent levels up. So he tells the squad they are going to work and figures he needs to expand the turf. But then Black Rabbit complains that he is too full, asking if they can chill for a bit because he is super sleepy and feeling lazy. So he just slots Black Rabbit into tenant space too. He tells them to stay awake. Says if you sleep right after eating, you'll turn into a cow. He tells them to go enjoy the farming life right now, dragging everyone to his field. But meanwhile, those Ents start creeping closer to the MC, showing their ugly mugs again. With those Ents attacking the MC's crops again, Cuengi lifts a log while the MC lights it on fire. Then he tells Cuengi to carry it and yeet it right at them. That burning tree torches all the incoming Ents, and the MC finishes them off with Cuengi. For the rest coming in, he says fire wrecks the small ones fast. They can just get rid of the others coming from there. But he says the big ones are a major headache while they keep pushing forward. While they advance, Black Rabbit goes beast mode on them, wiping out a huge chunk, just strictly using the base of this. And you guys watching that, thinking it is terrifying, because just Black Rabbit and Mama Cuengi are enough to handle them. But then, a small one gets close and he stomps that pest real quick. He figures the corrupted Ents are spawning again. Luckily, thanks to Mama Cuengi's fast reflexes, they stop the fields from getting totally wrecked. After the last raid, he asked Mama Cuengi to move closer to the underground cave. Seems like it was a solid idea. He says his rep with the Minotaurs got better, and the patrol zones have shrunk significantly. He thinks prepping a spot nearby is smart, to focus on guarding the West Forest. Plus, he tells her she can munch on a ton of red locusts too, asking what she thinks. She agrees instantly, telling Cuengi to pack their gear. He's all hyped until he sees that was way too effective. Mama Cuengi tells Sejun she got rid of all of them, and they were total scrubs. He thanks everyone involved, thinking it's a total mess in front of his house, wondering when they're going to clean all this junk up. But then the Minotaurs pull up, saying they are there to help, but they get shocked those trees came back again. The MC asks them to help clean that stuff up. He says because of all this drama, the whole field expansion is ruined and they can't even work. He says he doesn't have time to use the landowner skill, but then he notices something. One of those things twitching. She's saying it's there, but the MC stomps on it, getting ticked off, asking where the hell these trees are trying to spread their rot. Meanwhile, on the 52nd floor, Theo is walking with the guildmaster and questioning where they were going, saying this road is a dead end. Then Theo asks if he is not from outside the tower, saying he heard from Dongshik that the waypoint on the 38th floor got registered. He asks how he ended up in that place, and the guy says, a linden, huh? Then he gets super surprised, asking if he's talking about the dimensional rift fragment. He's saying she's got bad mojo, so he can't just spam her powers recklessly. It's not even Black Tower loot, which basically means it's illegal tech. A Linden. Huh? Then he gets super surprised, asking if he's talking about the dimensional rift fragment. He's saying she has got bad mojo, so he can just spam her powers recklessly. It's not even Black Tower loot, which basically means it's illegal tech. He threatens to report him to the Ticket Management Bureau, total snitch move, but the master just shrugs it off like, no surprise there. The Lindens he kept stashing away? Gone. Poof. The locals snatched him up. Good thing he hid this last one where nobody's peeping. He whips it out, bam! It's this creepy monster-looking thing. A green linden. Theo's freaking out because he's never seen one. Says it looks straight up like a snake. Master's like, chill. It's got a short shelf life. Use it now or it's toast. Then he tells Theo to get a move on. Theo's playing the good boy card, asking if he's got to do illegal stuff. No way. Man. But then Master's like, I'll give you 2 churros. Real smooth. Theo acts all offended. Like, you think I'm that easy? But the second Master tosses the snack. Theo dives right into the tree after it. Predictable. Master S like gotcha and follows. Theo accidentally triggers the thing, and boom, they on the 38th floor at the Phoenix Guild camp. Everyone is just vibing there. Dongshik spots his master and the cat. He's all curious, asking when they hooked up and grilling him about that flame curse business. Then he's like, did you wreck that wild boar? Master tells him to quit the 20 questions, but admits he crushed it easy peasy thanks to the sweet sun pumpkin. Says he bumped into Theo on the 52nd floor, and they were besties now. Theo looks like he's gonna hurl though, telling him, don't you dare toss me into a plant again, dude. Dongshik's mind is blown. He asks how many of those items he burned through, because that stuff's super rare, even back home. He tells Dongshik to take a chill pill, forget the boar, there's bigger news. Then he turns to Han Tae-jun like, hey, got a question for ya? Theo's listening in. Master explains he scoped out everything from the 45th to the 52nd floor, burning through items like crazy. He grilled the locals, asking if any other hunters rolled through. Nope, just him. No other outsiders set foot there. So the million-dollar question drops. Where is Park Sejun at? Theo S sweating bullets now, realizing he S totally busted. Cat S caught in 4K. Meanwhile, Sejun S living his best life, riding that level 4 harvest buff and picking high-grade crops. His skills are leveling up like crazy. He snags 290 XP just for picking some grade B cherry tomatoes. Easy money. His skill let him pull a higher grade than usual. Keep this up, and he'll be farming magic grade C tomatoes in his sleep. Then a rabbit hops over. Like, yo, dinner is ready. Sejun's like, I am coming. I am coming. But he glances back and yikes. Something feels off. He stares at his crops, remembering that Ent creep saying, it's right here. He's wondering if the tree's hiding in the cave, but sees zilch. Then he looks down and spots something. The campfire's dead. Like, completely out. That thing's been burning since day 1. He had no clue. And the baby animals are right there too. He thinks he gotta relight it. But wait, there is something poking out of the ashes. A sprout. No way. Dude is shook. The sprout literally starts talking to him. Finally noticed me. Huh? He thinks he's hearing voices in his head. But nope. She is like, sup, master? Been waiting underground for ages. Name's Flame. Turns out she is that random apple seed he planted. A tiny fairy pops out, and he's floored. Wait, you're the tree? He has zero clue what kind of apple that was. But whatever. It clicks that she is the mystery tree everyone has been hunting for. She confirms it. Totally stoked she can finally chat. She's spinning around like a maniac, just vibing. She's on cloud 9. He asks, Flame? Kinda weird name for an apple tree, isn't it? And, how are you even talking? She's like, duh, I'm a flaming red apple tree. She says she's beaming her thoughts into his brain with magic. And that look? She customized it just to impress him. So, do you like it or what? He's like, yeah, totally. You are adorable. She was about to cry, but that cheered her right up. Since she's talking magic, she must be legit. He starts wondering if that apple he ate back then was actually some god-tier fruit. She shuts that down. Nah, I wasn't that cool back when I was just a seed. Said it was super hot, so she had to dig deep to survive. Just kept growing roots down, down, down into the abyss. Eventually hit some ice-cold underground water and chugged it to stop from burning up. Spent forever in the dark waiting for some sun. Now she's found Sejun and she's ready to roll. She's got no regrets. He's feeling guilty though, admits he totally forgot about the seed and built a bonfire right on top of her face. He apologizes, but she's like, chill, it made me tough. Look at this magic I can do now. She shoots a fireball from her stem. Boom! I control fire. Remember? Flaming red apple tree. He's impressed. Usually plants get toasted by fire, but she's bending it like a pro. She's all pink and cute, promising to grow up fast and carry the team. He's proud, but tells her to pump the brakes. You suffered enough down there. Kid, don't burn yourself out. He tells her to just grow healthy and chill. She gets all mushy and asks for some head pats. He promises to spoil her rotten. She's thinking this is the best day ever. She's so hyped on the love that she decides to keep her creepy massive roots a secret for a bit longer. Sneaky. And the root is freaking massive, diving way down into that dimension sea where he catches all those fish. But she's totally begging him to keep it on the down low. Fine. My bad. Dropping it. I can find the thing. Maybe it'll pop up here. Who knows? Just look at the size of that root, though. Anyway, everyone from the Phoenix Guild is hanging out on the 39th floor. Meanwhile, the boss is grilling Theo about where Park Sejun is right now. Theo starts shaking like a leaf. Then Dongshik has a light bulb moment. Didn't Theo claim Sejun was on the 40th floor? Dongshik points out that Theo totally said that the day they met. So Theo's just like, I can't tell you that, dude. But the Master asks like, why not? He explains that Sejun is basically the main character back on Earth right now. He doesn't know how things work for the tower locals. But the guy is a massive VIP to the humans outside. He demands to know what floor he is on and how he is doing. Asking if he needs backup and why he won't leave the tower. As the head honcho of the South Korean Hunters Association, he's telling Theo exactly why they need this info. He asks if Theo can't just be a little cool about it, practically begging the guy. It's getting awkward. Theo caves and makes him sign a contract. The deal is, Han Tae-jun has to keep all their trade secret and promise to only speak the truth to Theo. He's got to bet his life on this contract. And only then will Theo spill. Tae-jun actually agrees to it. Dongshik is totally shook. Tae-jun asks what Kim Dongshik is waiting for, because he needs to sign too, so they both agree to the terms. While closing the deal with Theo, Han Tae-jun verbalizes the contract, swearing on his honor as a hunter that he'll only be real with Theo and keep everything else hushed up. Same rules apply to Dongshik. Then he drops the big question. Where's Sejun? Theo admits that honestly, Sejun isn't on the 40th floor. Dongshik gasps, but Theo explains that it's just what Sejun told him to tell people if they started asking questions. So, Dongshik asks where he actually is. Theo says the only thing he's allowed to say is that Sejun is in a spot so high up that humans can't even imagine it, let alone visit, so he physically can leave the tower. Tae-jun is floored, and so is Dongshik. They let Theo bounce, and then Dongshik asks the master if that is for real. The master asks what he is talking about. Dongshik argues that he knows better than anyone. It doesn't matter how buff a hunter is. It's hard to get past a certain floor using a linden. And the guy is farming up there? It makes zero sense. But he guesses Park Sejun might be around the 60th floor. He wonders if maybe the monsters up there are holding him hostage. Actually, Tae-jun thinks the story checks out, even if Dongshik is skeptical. He points to the description of that sweet sun pumpkin potato, specifically where it says it soaked up sunlight from the absolute highest point of the tower. He asks if Dongshik caught that detail. Dongshik says he saw it but thought it was fake news. Tae-jun presses him, highest point of the tower, asking where he thinks that is. Dongshik freezes. The master says exactly. They don't know why, but he reckons Park Sejun is chilling on the 99th floor right now, while they're chatting. The protagonist wonders if someone is gossiping about him, like his spidey senses are tingling. Meanwhile, back in Theo's hometown, Grana Village, at the mansion of Israel, the richest family around. One of the cats mentions that the war against the red locusts is dragging on way longer than expected, but the other two couldn't care less. He says people are predicting a food shortage, just like the Great Famine from decades ago. That is why the price of groceries being imported to Grana Village has basically doubled or tripled lately. It's becoming a massive headache. By the way, that guy is Horan's dad, Israel. He complains that with zero info, there is no way to know what is going down in the tower. But then he starts getting ticked off, asking if Horan is even listening to a word he is saying. The two of them freeze. Horan claims his heart almost jumped out of his chest, insisting that, obviously he is listening. He asks why the war even matters since they reloaded with cash. The girl cat says Israel scared him, and the two go back to being all lovey-dovey. Then the dad asks if he's going to keep acting like a moron at his age. He tells him if he doesn't hit up the commercial district to buy food right now, he's gonna disown him, screaming it loud enough for the neighbors to hear. So Horan literally gets tossed out. He heads to the shopping center, totally annoyed with the old geezer, asking himself if his dad thinks he's incompetent. He is like, I am Horan, bro. What is so hard about buying some freaking food? He says he needs a scout, so they tag along. Meanwhile, that same shady goblin from the beginning, the one who scammed Theo, is creeping up on his next victim. So, up on floor 75, at the food market, Horan is walking around trying to cut a deal. He checks everywhere and realizes prices are insane. He's wondering what the heck is going on and why food costs so much. One of the cats fills him in, saying that because of the war, some merchants on various floors started buying up huge amounts of food to stash away instead of selling. That's why prices spiked. Horan's like, those jerk wandering merchants are seriously too much. He decides that instead of dealing with this, he's going to take charge and go straight to the farms to buy food at a discount, cutting out those greedy sellers. He wonders why he didn't think of this sooner. He tells everyone they're heading to the Merchant Association. He's going to become a wandering merchant. He tells his crew they should do it too. And he's going to sponsor the whole thing. They were going to double or triple their money, stack food up like a mountain, and leave his dad totally speechless. He thinks about the 1,000 tower coins he has, bragging that he'll multiply them 10 times over with his mad merchant skills. He says when the big famine hits, they'll just go ta-da and show up. The legends of Grana Village, Horan and his squad, are going to be stars. He asks what they think, but then Skaran rolls up, claiming to be a wandering merchant and asking if they want in on the action. Horan says yeah, asking what his deal is. The guy says he's got something good, asking if Horan wants to multiply his cash with it. Horan's like, what is this junk? Skaran hits him with the sales pitch, claiming these outside tower goodies are rare drops he can get anywhere else. Meanwhile, Theo's grabbing spices, blankets, and whatever else Sejun put on the wish list. He figures he better toss in some boxes of grapes too. He's scrolling through the list until something catches his eye. He spots some gear up ahead that looks legit and asks for the price tag. Then Horan rolls up, getting all up in his face like, yo, isn't that Theo, the dude who bailed in the middle of the night back at Grana Village? Theo's shook to see Horan there, asking what he's hauling. Horan flashes a crest, bragging that he leveled up to a wandering merchant too. He confirms it, saying some goblin hooked him up. Apparently, he saw a stupid cat raking in cash and decided he wanted a piece of that action. Claims he's already a mid-class merchant and totally beating Theo's score. He asks how much loot Theo made from the outside items. Theo just stares, unable to believe this idiot actually bought Skyren's junk. Theo tells Horan he's a moron, but Scaren's an even bigger dirtbag. He tells Horan to hand over the goods so he can properly dispose of them. Horan snaps, asking what his deal is. He claims he heard the whole story and calls Theo an ungrateful little trash bag. He totally swallowed Scaren's lies about being generous and how Theo supposedly snitched to the passage management office. He accuses Theo of being a scammer who just wanted to hoard all the loot Scaren gave him. Theo's standing there like, bro, what are you even talking about? Theo tries to explain he's being played, but Horan's not hearing it, saying Theo's just jealous and needs to learn his place. Says he hasn't changed a bit. Brings up how Theo confessed to Mary back when he was a broke beggar. Theo's stunned and asks if Mary is okay. But Horan's like, who? I don't know who that is. Then the cat drops the bomb. The day Horan left, Mary actually rejected him, saying she wasn't into him. Horan tries to flip the script, claiming he dumped her. Theo just shrugs, saying Mary's always been flaky, so don't take it personal. Horan asks if Theo thinks he needs a shoulder to cry on. He says they're gonna flip these items to the Minotaur King of the floor. Apparently, the king loves outside gear. Horan plans to use this deal to get tight with the strongest guy in the tower and make him his main backer. He figures even with just one heavy hitter backing him, a talent like him will become a top-tier merchant in no time. He sneers that a loser like Theo could never dream of that, then whistles for his crew to roll out. Theo just wishes them luck, unbothered. Theo thinks it's hilarious and says he'll see him around. Meanwhile, Sejun, Cuengi, and the mama bear are fighting for their lives against these Ents. Sejun notices the trees are gunning for flame. He realizes they're in deep trouble. They all down some combat rations to buff up their strength. One of the bees grabs the empty pot while Sejun rallies the squad, yelling to get back in the fight and show these wooden freaks who's boss. They charge in, hacking away and clearing out a huge chunk of the enemy forces. The brawl keeps going as they mow them down. Suddenly, a tree swings at Sejun, almost taking his head off. But Theo swoops in with a claw slash, cutting the thing down. He growls, "Not on my watch," and absolutely destroys the tree. He did that with just his nails. Sejun is shook that Theo's got hands like that. He asks Sejun what the deal is with these guys. Sejun explains that these corrupted trees invaded the second he came down. He also mentions there's an apple tree named Flame hiding in the cave. Theo asks what he's talking about. Suddenly, a monster pops up behind Sejun. He freaks out, but Theo's already there. Theo slices them up and says they need to clear the trash before chatting. Then he mentions he brought a little something that might help. Sejun looks back and sees Theo holding a hatchet. Theo admits the thing called to his paws so hard he just had to buy it. Sejun is hyped and shows it to Eileen. She takes a look, grabbing the axe to run a quick scan. She completes the appraisal and tosses it back. It's a great warrior's throwing axe. Sejun can't believe it's another named item. Another epic gift straight from Theo's lucky paws. He grips the axe and pulls up the stats. It's a throwing axe crafted by a legendary dwarven warrior. The balance is perfect, giving it insane destructive power and range. Level restriction is set at 20 or higher. Needs strength over 15 and mana over 15. It has got a skill called wood splitting if you hit along the grain. And it cuts like butter with barely any effort. Plus, it has retrieve level 3, which brings the axe back to your hand from 300 meters away in under 10 seconds. It's basically the same enchantment as Thor's hammer. He can recall it just like Mjolnir. He's geeking out over it, wondering how to trigger the skill. Suddenly, he spots a tree snatching up the black rabbit. No time to think, he hurls the axe at the monster, landing a bullseye right in its ugly mouth. The attack hits the NT. Damage boosted 1.5 times. Wood splitting level 1 activates. He snaps the thing in half, instant kill. The rabbit is stunned. While Mama Bear and Cuengi think it's the coolest thing ever. Eileen asks if he one-shotted it. Cuengi shouts that his dad is amazing. The bear is like, "Wow, Dad's not a fleeing coward anymore. He can actually fight." Sejun's thinking, "Cuengi, are you a fan or a hater?" Bro, that wasn't exactly a compliment, but Sejun is feeling himself. The power is legit. That's a named item for you. He bags 500 XP. Amazed, he sliced that corrupted ent like it was nothing. He grabs Theo, telling the cat he's absolutely beautiful. He praises Theo for bringing such a clutch item. Theo pushes him off, asking what the heck he's doing since, they are in the middle of a war zone. Suddenly, an ent creeps up behind the main guy. He triggers retrieve on his axe, catches it midair, and slices the monster next to him. 2 birds, 1 stone. Sejun's getting all hyped up now that the mobs are dead. He's about to flex the real power of the tower farmer. Since they're already teamed up, he jumps in to help. They rush the monsters, and you can tell those beasts are actually freaking out. Finally, our guy can fight back. After a while, they finish off the ents and stack up a massive pile of firewood. The Minotaurs roll up to Sejun, saying they redone cleaning the mess and are ready to start plowing the fields. Downstairs, the main guy splashes water on his face, telling them to chill. He's totally wrecked though, body aching all over from grinding all night. He pops open his status window and boom, he somehow hit level 25. Even scored 2 new talents and a serious stat boost. Dude has 7 skills now. Crazy to think a chill farmer would have such a cracked status screen. He is feeling himself, thinking Theo is proud and wants a kiss. Then she pipes up saying she wants one too, and he's like, "Wait, what did you just say? Whoa there, sneaky little dragon. Slow your roll, you don't even have a human form yet." The main guy just stares at her, totally confused. She starts losing it. When he asks what's up, the tower manager claims it was nothing. Sketchy. She claims there is a glitch in the status window. He thinks that's weird, while she realizes she totally overshared. Meanwhile, the bunnies are just vibing, tending the crops. Theo trots over to Flame, asking if it's really her, and mentioning that Sejun spilled the tea. She says hi back. Being the weirdo he is, Theo starts poking her, realizing he can actually grab hold. He just keeps annoying her though. She gets fed up and tosses a fireball at him, telling him to back off. Theo doesn't even care, he thinks it's awesome. Flame's leaves flare up. She apologizes and says she'll stop playing, but then offers to grill a fish for him since he's hungry. Sejun has 2 swamps to cook, so she handles it. Easy peasy blasts the fish with fire and it's roasted. He says it tastes amazing, and she gets all giddy. Then the main guy walks in and tells Theo to stop bullying Flame. Theo defends himself, saying Flame cooked for him and he's proud of her. She acts all modest like, "Oh, it was nothing." Suddenly the system pings him about a cooldown timer. Perfect timing. He asks Flame if he can use his growth promotion skill on her. She is stunned like, "You do that for me?" It's a rare skill, but he asks like, "Duh, She's tiny right now and needs to grow into a big, healthy tree. She accepts happily. But real talk? She's not actually that small, but we are keeping that on the down low for now. He thinks she's cute and polite, wondering if he should use half the power he'd use on a crop. He activates the skill. The system screams that her potential is massive, so he dumps the equivalent of 10 crops worth of growth power into her. He's shocked he used that much. The little apple tree starts glowing, and he feels his mana getting sucked dry. After all that, she only grew a tiny bit. Flame starts gushing about how amazing he is and how she's bursting with energy. He collapses from exhaustion. Theo and Flame freak out, asking if he's okay. She asks if it's because he boosted her, but he shakes his head. It's just leftover fatigue from the earlier brawl. He's just dizzy. Flame gets an idea to help him recover, though the main guy thinks she's acting weird. She activates her power, and blue flames shoot from her leaves, wrapping around his body. He starts glowing and feels way lighter. He wonders if it's the white flame doing it. Theo just sees the guy on fire. Theo realizes it's the flame of purification. That tree is legit magical. The main guy is totally engulfed in the fire. For the next 3 hours, those flames are going to burn off any impurities and buff his physical stats. She's stoked she could help. He asks if she's got other tricks, and she nods. Besides the cleaning fire, she has flames of friendship. It lets him control fire, or at least the power of fire for a bit. He's shocked he can borrow her skills. That's pretty sick. He figures this will wreck Zen. But then Tay cuts in, telling him to stop simping over Flame and listen to him. He's got major gossip. Apparently, Jun figured out he's not actually staying on the 4th floor. Sejun's like, wait, come again? He remembers Hunter John is the strongest guy in Korea and asks if Tay is actually buddies with a VIP like that. He's not exactly thrilled that his cover is blown, but Tay says to chill because they signed a contract. The secret won't leak. That's a relief. But he didn't expect Dong-sik to be Han Tae-jun's student. At least for his family's sake back in Korea, owing these guys a favor is smart. He can keep sponsoring them with crops to stay on their good side. Sejun starts thinking about Tae. Maybe meeting him back then was just a coincidence? He just sold some sweet potatoes and pumpkins. And boom, connections made. He wonders if he's a business genius. But then Tae asks for a favor, and Sejun gets weird vibes from it. So, the dude remembers exactly why he became a merchant in the first place. Turns out, some jerk named Horan stole his girlfriend back in the day. Tae is like, yeah, that's the guy. He spotted that loser Horan creeping around the market district. Looks like he's playing at being a wandering merchant now, too. The guy got totally scammed by Scarin, looked down on, and even called a straight-up villain in front of everyone. Karma is real, right? Now he is lugging a bunch of useless trash from outside the tower, heading to the 99th floor to bug the Minotaur King. The protagonist is shocked. Tae asks if he can essentially roast the guy for it. Sejun figures out what Tae is saying, that those clueless merchants with backpacks full of garbage from outside the tower are actually heading their way. He thinks that's pretty entertaining. Cut to later, and the three stooges are wandering through the desert, trying to find the king. They are trash-talking the 99th floor because it's empty, realizing this trek is actually brutal. One of the lackeys starts whining about being hungry. He asks if anyone packed snacks. The other guy is like, no way. They blew all their cash on the merchant registration fee, then spent the rest buying Scarinus junk inventory. The emergency funds, gone, wasted on booze and partying. So, genius move, they didn't buy a single survival item needed for a trip like this. One guy thinks they're gonna starve to death, but Horan tells him to quit crying. His plan? Just hustle some coins right here. He asks if the guy thinks he can't make money, saying they'll just hit up the Minotaur King, beg for food and water, and pitch their so-called rare items to him since they came to this dump. He figures they'll get the VIP treatment. But honestly, Horan, if you're going to a desolate wasteland, selling luxury goods isn't exactly the brightest idea. The other guy checks Scarin's map and says they've got another 2 or 3 days of walking. Horan freaks out at the news, while the other dude is literally rolling on the ground screaming they re-dead. But then, they spot something. Seeing Chubby Rabbit, the little brother, just strolling by, he's peddling water ice cold, refreshing water. One of the guys yells, "Hey!" that he's saved, shocked to see a merchant out here. They beg for a drink. Chubby Rabbit offers the bottle for 0.5 tower coins. Horan is outraged and asks why it is so expensive. The rabbit shrugs, saying water is super hard to find out here, and asks if he's blind, because everything around them is dead and dry. The lackeys are dying of thirst and just want to go home. Then Chubby Rabbit asks if they are wandering merchants, Guests of the Minotaur King. Horan puffs out his chest and says, "Yeah, exactly." He brags that they are on their way to sell rare loot to the king right now. Chubby Rabbit acts impressed, saying he had no idea they were such esteemed guests, so he'll let them put it on a tab. Horan is shocked but totally down for it. Then the rabbit hands over 3 leaves. Horan asks, "What's this?" The rabbit explains it's a loan contract. If they don't pay up within 3 days, they owe 10 times the original price. Horan asks, "What is this?" calling it a total scam. 10 times the price is ridiculous, and he asks if the rabbit is crazy. "Look, buddy, that's just how the hustle works here. If you don't pay, you are in big trouble." The rabbit explains the 99th floor is savage. It's hard to survive, and plenty of people run off on their debts, so the alternative is paying with your body later. Horan is stunned at the idea of selling himself. He insists that won't happen because they're going to sell their stuff in 3 days and be rich. He signs the paper, asking if the rabbit is happy now. He orders his crew to stash the water in their bags, and they nod, packing it away. They announce they re-heading out. The plan is to have the cash in 3 days. Chubby Rabbit just watches them go, hoping they actually strike it rich. So, the next day, they are still walking after drinking almost all the supply. Horan wants to stop chugging, complaining that water just makes him hungrier. The other guy realizes they drained the whole stash in 1 day. Horan demands the last bottle, but the lackey refuses, saying it's the absolute last one. Horan says if he gave an order, he better do it, but the cat says he was saving it. Suddenly, the third guy yells out, telling them to look. Saying he sees smoke and it looks like a restaurant. Sure enough, a tent is right there. They re-stunned. Then Horan recognizes that smell. It's grilled fish. He sprints toward it. Scythe Rabbit greets them, welcoming them to the rabbit house, the only food joint on the 99th floor. A bunch of bunnies come out to greet the cats. The trio immediately demands grilled fish, 1 for each of them. Scythe Rabbit drops the bomb. It's 1 tower coin per fish. Horan flips out. Why? That's a ripoff. They explain there's no lake or ocean nearby, so fish are rare. But then Scythe Rabbit offers another little alternative, asking if he wants to sign a payment guarantee contract. Same deal, pay in 3 days or the price jumps 10 times. Horan doesn't even think twice. He jokes about the body payment thing, signs the paper, and demands 10 fish immediately. Actually, they all order 10 fish each. Scythe Rabbit throws them on the grill to get them fed fast. Staring at the food, they start drooling. They attack the meal, eating as fast as possible, while Scythe Rabbit and his brother keep grilling, even tossing some squid into the mix. They stuff their faces until they can move, thinking they'll explode if they eat another bite. Then, they pass out right there. They feel like they are going to puke from overeating. But Horan finally remembers they have a schedule to keep with the Minotaur King. One of the cats begs for a break because he's too sleepy to function. Horan caves and says he'll take a nap for just 1 hour. Scythe Rabbit wishes them sweet dreams. After a while, they finally wake up and are like, "What is this?" Their eyes hurt and So, these 2 cats wake up early and tell Horan, "Yo, we are in deep trouble." Then, bam! A Minotaur shows up looking completely furious right in front of Horan, and the dude just starts screaming his head off. The Minotaur asks if he's the guy looking for the Minotaur King, and suddenly a whole squad of them surrounds the group. Horan tries to play it cool, saying they're just wandering merchants. He's begging them not to hurt him, flashing some merchant badge like it actually matters. But the Minotaur just orders them to follow him because they're taking them straight to their boss. Horan is totally shocked they're actually getting an audience with the king. He's thinking, wow, we are insanely lucky, like an idiot. When they get there, they see a bunch of Minotaurs and the king standing in front of the teleport crystal on the 99th floor. The group walks in looking terrified. The king asks if they're the ones looking for him. Horan, cowering like a scared puppy, says yes. He claims they came to sell him some super rare items. He hypes it up, saying the stuff is from outside the tower. The king thinks that's suspicious, so he says he's going to let the experts verify if this rare junk is legit or not. The king mentions he's glad the expert happened to be there, introducing the Great Black Dragon. Talk about bad timing for a scammer. Then the main character shows up to inspect the goods, standing next to the Minotaur King. The cats are freaking out, wondering what the heck the Black Dragon is doing there. The MC introduces himself as Black Dragon Park Sejun. He claims he can appraise magic items and that lies won't work on him. Total power move. He tells Horan to step up and show the goods. Horan agrees immediately, thinking he hit the jackpot because the Black Dragon is basically the ruler of the tower. He figures if the dragon likes his stuff, the Minotaur King won't matter at all. He's already fantasizing about becoming one of the strongest creatures in the tower. So he dumps out a pile of random nonsense. A lighter, nail clippers, a paint roller, a fanny pack, and a stapler. Seriously, what is this garage sale? The MC looks at it and realizes it's just stuff from Earth, but none of it looks useful. He eyes the cleaning roller and says it looks more like trash than a rare item. Okay, my bad. I messed up. It's not a paint roller. It's one of those sticky lint rollers. The MC asks where this goblin even got this stuff. The cat chimes in like, as expected of the black dragon, kissing up to him and saying he has a great eye for precious treasure. He explains it's a cleaning roller with adhesive magic that handles dust and fur. The MC asks how much it costs. Horan says it's 50 tower coins. Meanwhile, the other two cats are whispering, wondering if he didn't buy that junk for like 5 coins from some guy. They think Horan is a legend for not being scared of the black dragon and confidentially jacking up the price. Horan starts thinking he's actually a genius salesman. He asks the great black dragon what he thinks, pushing him to buy this supposedly magical item. He claims it's magic from outside the tower, so it's super hard to get, but the MC isn't to buying it. He asks, "Didn't I tell you lying doesn't work on me?" And says there's zero magic in it. It's just a disposable product using sticky paper that you peel off. There are millions of these back on Earth. Basically, this stuff is garbage, not magic. Horan tries to argue, saying his source swore it had magic, implying the dragon must be wrong. Big mistake. But right as he's about to say that, he slaps his hand over his mouth. The Minotaur King slams his hand on the ground, nearly crushing him. The king roars, asking how Horan dares to accuse the great black dragon of lying. The MC doesn't even have to do anything. The cats are shaking in their boots. Honestly, I think the MC is scared too. His underwear is probably ruined because that slap almost flattened him along with the goblin. Horan starts apologizing frantically, saying everything the black dragon says is absolute truth, begging for forgiveness for trying to scam him. He realizes the MC was right. He got played by his supplier and looks like a fool. He begs them to spare his life. The MC says he'll let him live. But they racked up a huge bill on the way here. Horan asks how the MC knows about that. The MC says he has business with the rabbits, and all the food and booze they consumed came from his stores. The trio is stunned. The rabbits hop in and do the math. If you multiply the water and food by 10, they owe about 500 tower coins, plus lodging costs. Oh, and a cleaning fee for illegal dumping. In brick currency, that's approximately 100,000 blocks. Horan is totally confused about the bricks. The Minotaur King reminds him, "No money? Then you pay with your body." Horan suddenly remembers that terrifying rule. The king says he can make bricks right here, handing him a crate. They walk over and see the Minotaurs working away at the same job. The MC points out that according to the contract, they have to pay off the debt by making 100,000 clay bricks. All 3 of them are freaking out. Horan says there's no way they can make those giant bricks. The MC agrees. They can probably only make about 10 bricks a day. If you do the math, that's 10,000 days of labor. And since they need food and a place to sleep during that time, the debt will just keep growing forever. They're terrified. Horan starts begging, telling the MC to look the other way. He swears they'll do anything, literally anything except make bricks. So, the MC offers them a lifeline. He says the distribution department in his business needs help. It involves following him around. They just have to carry his bags and sell his stuff. He says it's simple. They pay off the debt as interns in the distribution unit for 10,000 days. He asks what they think, adding that he'll throw in 1 grilled fish for each of them every day. Horan shouts that they'll definitely do it. The MC says cool and writes up a new contract. The 3 of them are thanking him like he's a savior. They figure working for 10,000 days is way better than manual labor making bricks. It's just peddling stuff, and they get free food. Horan thinks he got incredibly lucky. He's working for the Black Dragon now, and he doesn't care if the guy is a demon. He's signing that paper. Contract as signed and sealed. Sejun gives him props for making the cut as interns. Then Horan's like, "So, what's the move now? Time to meet the big boss of logistics." Sejun intros the manager, and boom, it's Theo. The little guy launches himself straight onto Sejun's shoulders. The 3 newbies are totally shook. Horan opens his big mouth, asking what that runaway beggar furball is doing here. Theo ain't having it. Whack! He smacks Horan upside the head. "You're just a scrub intern. Show some respect to your boss." He's totally ticked off at Horan's attitude. Theo puffs up his chest, announcing he's the head of logistics and the Black Dragon is #1 minion. Deal with it. Basically, his word is law now. Everyone nods along like, yes sir, but Horan is fuming. Working for a literal demon would probably suck less than this. Theo marches him off to the farm. Welcome to your new hell, he says. The trio looks around and they are definitely not vibing with this. First mission. Harvest cherry tomatoes for the market. Move it, Theo orders. Sejun notices Theo's shoulders are twitching. His ego is boosting him to the moon. Works out perfectly for Sejun, though. More lackeys carrying backpacks means hauling way more loot to sell. Efficiency, baby. Sejun thanks the Minotaur for the assist with the hiring, but the big guy waves it off. Apparently, the Black Dragon updated their status windows. They all team Black Dragon now. Plus, the neighbors help neighbors rule applies. But the Minotaur is literally drooling while talking about receiving sincere gratitude. Sejun gets the hint immediately. While you here, he grabs some green onions and cherry tomato plants. Gotta pay the muscle. He hands over the goods and thanks him again, telling the guy to stay ready if he needs backup later. Sejun wonders if he should be tipped Eileen too. But then, chaos erupts. Theo is screaming at one of the cats for picking unripe green tomatoes. Then he roasts another one for ripping the tops off. You are killing the resale value. Theo realizes these guys are total incompetent messes. Do you clueless morons know anything about tomatoes? Theo sighs. You are idiots. Watch me. I'm gonna teach you how to do it right. Don't blink. Sejun cracks up watching this. It's hilarious because Theo is forgetting he used to be just as bad, but now he is acting all high and mighty. Theo is on a total power trip, thinking he is invincible, just because he is dishing out the same bullying he used to take. Yo, it's classic. The oppressed dream of becoming the oppressor. Theo S. holding the whip now. And there's no going back. Meanwhile, Horan is farming away. Horan has an existential crisis. Theo serves the dragon. I serve Theo. I am a slave, S slave. Bonk. Theo smacks him again. What is this trash? Why are you zoning out? Theo snaps, asking if he forgot who's in charge. Horan loses it and grabs the little guy by the collar like, you little rat. But suddenly Elka rolls up to see what the noise is about. Looking menacing, Theo plays it cool. What's the problem here? You really want to throw hands with the immortal Theo? Logistics boss and Dragon's right-hand man? Theo challenges. Horan switches up real quick. Oh, boss, my bad. Horan starts sweating. I got scared because there was a bug on your shoulder, just trying to flick it off. How could I ever dare grab you for real? Theo eyes him suspiciously. Is that so? Behave yourself, or I'll have to write you up. Then Theo does a gear check. You three locked and loaded? They nod. Backpacks are stuffed with cherry tomatoes, just like he ordered. Performance review time. Mark, you packed fastest. Jeff, you answered first. I am knocking a day off your contracts. The two guys are hyped. Horan asks, what about me? You were slow as molasses. Theo smirks. I am adding a day to your sentence. Horan looks like he's gonna cry. Sejun checks in on the little tyrant. You good to head down? Theo says yes, but complains the intern's backpacks are ancient trash that can hold enough loot. If they don't screw up, I'll upgrade their gear later. Sejun promises. Theo nods. Cool with that plan. Theo asks where Sejun is headed. Western Forest. Theo perks up. Sejun's rolling deep with Elka, the wolf pack, the cats, and the two bears. Theo clings to Sejun's leg, totally dramatic. You sure about this? Without me? It's dangerous out there. Answer me. Sejun laughs. Bro, I've got Mama Bear and Cuengi with me. Are you insulting them? You trying to start beef with the bears? I told you I have a secret weapon. Theo backs off. Nah, I am just anxious because you are going to the Ent Forest to fight them face to face. Sejun asks if he is trolling. Theo shakes his head. No, for real. I'm actually worried. Sejun ruffles his fur. Go make some money. You've got interns to manage. Act like a respectable boss. Theo salutes. Fine, but watch your back. Cuengi flexes. I'll protect Papa. Don't to worry. That's the spirit. Sejun tells the sales team to stay safe. They split up. Sejun turns to his squad. Should we hit the Western Forest? They start creeping through the hidden woods. Sejun admits the Western Forest is way creepier than he thought. The trees look like they died mid-scream. Cuengi crinkles his nose. Smells gross too. Suddenly, Mama Bear stops dead in her tracks and warns Sejun. Hostiles ahead, she says. They spot a bunch of Ents blocking the path. Sejun squints. I don't see anything. Just some gnarly, twisted trees. Smells gross too. Suddenly, Mama Bear stops dead in her tracks and warns Sejun. Hostiles ahead, she says. They spot a bunch of Ents blocking the path. Sejun squints. I don't see anything. Just some gnarly, twisted trees. What are you talking about, he asks. Mama Bear warns them not to take another step. Just then, a root near Sejun's foot twitches. Suddenly, the trees go full horror movie. Roots explode out of their eyes and mouths, coming alive. Sejun realizes it's an ambush. Corrupted Sentinel Ents. Cuengi looks green. Papa, I don't feel so good. No kidding. Kid, you're staring at literal zombie trees. A massive root lashes out straight for Sejun. Mama Bear intercepts it, shredding the wood. But a dozen more roots shoot straight for her. Things go south fast. They grab Mama Bear, twisting her arm and choking her out. Sejun is totally freaking out, wondering if this is the end. He chucks his hat, whips out his axe and knife, and boom, fire erupts from the top of his head. He shouts that it's time to unleash the flames of friendship, his secret weapon. But then Cuengi slaps a paw on Sejun's head, panicking and telling his dad he's literally on fire, trying to pat it out. Sejun's like, chill. It's just a buff from flame. Anyway, the friendship flames make him strong enough to control even a tiny spark. He smacks the axe against the knife, sparking a light that flashes in front of him. The friendship flame kicks in, turning that spark into a massive blaze. Sejun takes control of the fire and blasts the trees, torching the whole forest in front of him. He's stoked seeing everything burn, yelling at Cuengi and his mom to fall back. If they mess this up, they're gonna get swallowed by the fire too. He leaves the zombie ents to roast and bolts with the bears. Seeing the smoke take over the sky, he realizes he messed up. The fire is spreading way faster than he thought. He begs Mama Bear to move her butt a little faster, please, but she snaps at him to look ahead. There's a whole mob of ents waiting, surrounding them from both sides. She asks if he can pull that fire trick again, and he says yeah. He asks why, and she tells Cuengi to get ready, saying he's got this. So Sejun grabs his axe and knife, grinding them together to boost the flames with friendship power. Suddenly, Cuengi hops on his mom's back and launches himself right over Sejun's head. Sejun's clueless while Cuengi charges the ent, ready to wreck it. The little guy literally grabs the fireball and hurls it at the monster. It hits like a cannon shot, blowing them all to bits. The explosion is so massive it shakes the forest. Even the Minotaur King feels the shockwave. He's wondering what the heck is going on. Even the rabbits notice the smoke rising from the western forest. Papa Rabbit knows it's definitely the friendship flames. Sejun said he'd use flame's power. While they're staring in shock, Sejun stumbles in with Mama Bear and Cuengi, looking like burnt toast, which totally stuns the rabbits. Back in the cave, he chugs some water, admitting he thought he was a goner. Thanks to Flame's power, they barely escaped those aggressive ents. Flame says she's just glad she could help, but Papa Rabbit scolds him, saying he was way too reckless. Burning down the western forest was a bit much. Dude. Sejun argues that the ents kept invading every night. He just wanted to test out Flame's power. Even though he didn't expect it to be that insane, he figures they'll stop attacking for a while, so he can finally get some decent sleep. Then the system chimes in. Beekeeping proficiency reached level 3, leveled up to 4. He's surprised he grinded his beekeeping skill that fast. The bees show up to chat. Honestly, looking at them now, they kind of look like that anime bully girl and her squad. Sejun asks what the Poison Queen bees want. They ask him to pick which flowers they should use for the jelly. He asks about this honey jelly like, what is it? Is that why he leveled up? They say, yup, explaining it's a soft, tasty jelly that can actually boost his talents. Hearing boost talents makes his jaw drop. Meanwhile, at Eileen's palace, she's chilling hard. After a nice bath, she downs some tomato juice while relaxing in the hot spring to wash off the stress. She claims eating red locust soup with cherry tomatoes while bathing is the ultimate vibe. She feels lighter today, wondering if she grew a bit since her wings look bigger. She says she's growing fast, but it's not enough. She really hopes her dragon heart matures soon, so she can finally leave the admin area and fly like a boss during the blue moon. She giggles, thinking if she showed Sejun her human form, he'd definitely freak out. She stares at her crystal ball, acting all goofy. She remembers he said a few days ago he'd test the friendship flame skill today. She wonders if she should take a peek. But the second she steps out of the tub, she totally crashes, hits the floor hard, feeling insane pain and her body acting weird. Her heart is throbbing like crazy. She starts crying out for Sejun, unable to move, before blacking out on the floor. Meanwhile, the crystal ball starts glowing and the system announces the tower manager's life is in danger. The Black Tower's emergency protocol kicks in, calling for help from the last person the manager contacted, Sejun himself. He's hanging with the bees, watching them whip up some honey jelly. The queen bee is teaching them how to make honey cubes, shaping them into different forms and harvesting even more. Sejun watches with Cuengi while they hang out with the rabbits. His special job skill hits level 4, unlocking new buffs and slightly boosting pollination rates. Now he can craft unique honey jelly. Right now, this jelly can only be made using honey and pollen from a single type of flower. He keeps thinking about it, realizing it can legit improve his talents. It's usually super hard for a normal hunter to awaken their talents. But upgrading talents and leveling up is a whole different ballgame. For guys like him, non-geniuses, with basic skills, they usually have to suffer through insane pain and grind forever. To become true masters, effort isn't enough. They have to repeat stuff over and over until it's perfect. But he can boost his talents just by eating this stuff, just as expected. The tower is full of surprises. Cuengi is practically inhaling all the honey and begging for more. But then the bee pulls up like, "Yo, check this out. It's jelly time." Sejun is shook. How is it done already? He figures there's a ton of it, while she dumps these cubes into Cuengi's hat. The bear smells that sugar rush and is like, "I need that in my face now." But Sejun shuts him down. "Chill, bro. Go get the rabbit bros. We feast together or we don't feast at all." Cuengi like bet and bolts, telling them to wait up and not snack without the squad. B mentions they re-whipping up another batch anyway. Sejun figures he should check the stats on this jelly. Turns out it is cherry tomato honey from the poison queen bees. Sounds fancy. Plus pollen from magic cherry tomatoes. These poison bees are total pros, processing all those rich tower nutrients with their secret techniques. The result? Top-tier smell and flavor. It's basically concentrated sweetness. And get this, eating it low-key buffs your mana talents. Sejun reads that and freaks out. It actually boosts mana stuff? That's insane. He wonders if it's cause of the magic tomatoes, but he's got 0 mana talent, which is totally lame. He wonders if flower jelly from other crops would buff non-mana stats. The poison bee buzzes in, saying the whole crew is here. It's go time. Sejun hands out 1 per person, saying he's hyped to try it. Cuengi claims he's gonna eat his slow. Yeah, right. Black Rabbit roasts him immediately. You? Eat slow? As if. Cuengi ignores the shade and asks Sejun if he can snag another one. Sejun's like, "Nope, we gotta save some for Eileen. She's obsessed with cherry tomatoes. She's gonna vibe with this so hard." He calls out to her to see if she's listening, but the system rudely interrupts. Red alert. Tower manager is dying from dragon heart rage. Sejun is stunned. Dying? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, a black tower mission pops up. Calm Eileen is raging dragon heart. Like, right now. The reward is Eileen waking up. If he fails, she's toast. And he has to pick an item to help her. No pressure, right? He's spiraling. What even is a dragon heart, and why is it mad? Black Rabbit and Cuengi are also losing it over the news. System drops the info. She absorbed a massive amount of mana, and her hardened heart couldn't handle the heat. Sejun is confused. She absorbed so much mana, her talent crashed. How? Then he connects the dots and facepalms hard. It's the food. All the cracked crops he's been feeding her. It's literally his fault. He collapses, totally terrified, but tries to lock in. He yells at the status window. What do I do? How do I save her? System is useless for advice. Just says, pick an item. You have something that can help. Then it clicks the jellies. Cuengi realizes the vibe shift and hands his jelly back. The rabbits do the same. They're like, take ours too! Save Eileen! Sejun commands the status window to transfer everything ASAP. Send it all! The jellies vanish. Mission complete. They teleport straight into Eileen's mouth. Clutch move. She eats, she glows. The poison queen bee honey works its magic, successfully leveling up Eileen's hardened dragon heart talent. The talent gets a slight buff, stopping the heart from going nuclear. Sejun screams, "Eileen, you good?" She replies that her heart stopped hurting. It won to rage out. For now. Sejun definitely caught that for now. She's stable. But if her talent doesn't keep improving, she's a ticking time bomb. Sejun tells the squad she looks okay for now, and everyone chills out. But he knows the fix is definitely his honey. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon world, their crystal starts blasting emergency logs from the tower. Total panic mode. The dragons are shook. Did Eileen pass out? Her dad asks if there was an SOS signal. Why didn't the portal activate? Grandpa Dragon is confused. I didn't get any call. The system is rigged, so if she calls Dad or Gramps in a crisis, a portal opens. But she didn't call them. Usually, they manage her episodes, but since she dialed someone else, the tower locked the door for security. Dad's surprised. If the reports are coming through, does that mean the attack is over? He checks the spam of reports. She's alive. Huge relief. But weirdly, her stats are looking better than before the attack. Her dragon heart mana is stable, Dad tells Grandpa, but Grandpa is absolutely fuming. He's about to go full monster mode, dying to wreck someone. He sees the last contact was Park Sejun. Dad thinks, we are so doomed. He asks, Is that the guy who helped her? Dad tries to be rational. Isn't it more important that she is safe? We need to open a portal. Fast. But Gramps snaps, turning into a giant dragon. She asked him for help? Not me? Who is this clown stealing my granddaughter's heart? I'll never forgive Park Sejun. Dad's like, bro, stop. This is humiliating. Everyone sees him losing his mind again. This old guy always goes crazy over his granddaughter. He's such a simp for her. It's hilarious. The other dragons start laughing, but off to the side, a white dragon is watching the chaos, thinking the Black Tower looks like a perfect opportunity. Yo, Sejun, if you're watching this, heads up, before you meet that old guy, you better have some fruit of immortality ready. Trust me, you're gonna need it. Meanwhile, the girl who is passed out starts waking up. Totally panic mode. What just happened? Am I still alive? She checks her dragon heart. It's stable. Then she grabs the crystal ball and practically jumps out of her skin when she sees the log. The system says she ate the honey jelly and Tower Farmer Park Sejun completed the quest. She's stunned that farm boy actually pulled it off. She realizes she begged him for help. Total cringe moment. She's wondering how he even managed to stabilize her dragon heart. Turns out his skill made that jelly legit. She's bummed she scarfed it down while unconscious, though. She has no idea what it tasted like, but realizes it buffed her talents. Honestly, it was the perfect item for her situation. Now she's thinking about how a great black dragon should reward someone properly. It's gotta be something that screams prestigious Pratani family. She says she needs to hook him up and scans her pile of loot, a golden trident, massive swords, and a bunch of other random stuff. She considers the magic sword Apophis, or even Excalibur, but nah, she feels like nothing she has is epic enough for him. Honestly, anything you grabbed would be OP, but she starts overthinking it. What item does a farmer even need? She racks her brain about farming life, then looks up and spots this massive dragon statue in front of her. She thinks, that's it, Sejun is totally gonna love this. She grins like a creep. Meanwhile, Sejun is just vibing back at his place. He's napping with the squad, living the dream. Suddenly, a system message pops up out of nowhere. It says the tower manager thanks him for saving her life. Sejun wakes up in a panic, asks Eileen if she's good, then sighs in relief. The status window quest spilled the beans on why she's obsessed with cherry tomatoes. Turns out his crops were actually stressing out her dragon heart. He asks if it was rough. But she's like, nah, not your fault. Farmer, this glitch happens every 10 years anyway. She explains the seizure should have happened ages ago, but it was running late, apparently. Thanks to him, her dragon heart healed up a bit and delayed the crash. When she puts it that way, Sejun finally breathes easy. He was totally guilt-tripping himself. He tells Eileen to chow down on more jelly since the poisonous bees just whipped up a fresh batch. So, turns out those jams actually fixed up her dragon heart. But now she's acting all emo, saying she feels like a total leech for always taking free stuff. She wants to pay him back for the whole saving her life thing. The MC is like, weird flex, but okay. Then she drops a new quest on him. The mission? Scream Eileen at the sky like a maniac. She promises the loot is epic. He thinks it sounds sketchy, but she keeps nagging him to just do it. She basically admits she has no clue if it is dangerous or not, just tells him to go somewhere empty and scream. Dude thinks the whole vibe is creepy as hell, but Cuengi tells him to stop dissing Eileen. So he treks out to the middle of nowhere, takes a deep breath, and screams her name at the top of his lungs. His voice echoes across the wasteland. Just as he is wondering if he looks stupid, boom, quest complete. The prize? A commemorative fountain for Eileen's 100th birthday. He's totally confused. Then he looks up and realizes this massive object just spawned directly above his skull. We're talking ginormous. The MC and the Black Rabbit freak out and bolt. Seriously, they almost got flattened like pancakes by a giant falling statue. He's standing there yelling, "What the actual heck?" while staring at this monolith taking up half the yard. And then, as soon as it lands, the thing turns on and starts blasting water. It starts talking too, saying the great black dragon Kaiser Pratani ordered this bad boy from the dwarves, all to hype up Eileen's big 100th birthday bash. Apparently, it's carved from top-tier black marble or whatever. The dwarves built it to look just like Kaiser himself. The eyes are legit magic stones, enchanted by some other big-shot dragon named Anton Pratani. This thing isn't just a lawn ornament. It makes its own water or sucks it up from anywhere nearby within a 10-kilometer radius. Basically, an infinite water hack. Even the little furball is shook by how insane this reward is. The manager chimes in that this saves a ton of time on watering crops. For once, he actually agrees with her. Since the farm got huge, Those rabbits were struggling with their tiny watering cans. Now they don't have to haul water up and down from the cave like peasants. He gives her props for looking out, but asks why half the skills are censored. She's clueless, says her grandpa never spilled the tea on that part. He asks how to turn the tap on. She's like, there's no limit. Dude, it's an installable item. She tells him to pull up the fountain's status window. Apparently the control system came with the bundle. No cooldowns? Sweet. He starts messing around, wondering if he should tweak the settings. And I kid you not, a PS5 controller floats in front of him. Totally custom skin. Man, I've gone 0 days without wanting to buy cool junk I see in these comics. Yup, the record stands at 0. Anyway, he is tripping over this magic gamepad because it controls the water pressure, aim, and range. You can even drive the statue around like an RC car. He is staring at it asking, what kind of sorcery is this? Bro asks if that is a legit game controller and if he can actually steer the statue with it. He grabs the joystick, starts mashing buttons, and deadass, the statue starts moving. He's vibing hard, thinking he's playing some IRL video game character. Then Cuengi's like, yo, are you actually controlling that thing? The black rabbit's like, yo, let me have a go. He drags the statue over and actually gets the stiff arm to wave at everybody. Next thing you know, he's got the statue dancing with the bunnies and screaming at the sky. Cuengi tries to play along, but, yeah, bro doesn't know his own strength. Snap. There goes a horn. The statue nearly crashes right onto Sejun. Sejun stares at the broken piece like, are you kidding me right now? Eileen S. just vibing with her juice when the danger alarm goes off. She's instantly asking, what the heck is going on down there? She demands answers. Sejun goes full damage control, telling Eileen nothing happened and they were just admiring how sick the statue looks. This is after he frantically fixed the horn, obviously. He tries to pivot fast, asking if she's hungry and wants some good grub. Total distraction tactic. He dumps a literal ton of food on her. She's clueless, just thinking, aw, Sejun really likes me. Sejun S. just hyped she didn't catch him. Meanwhile, down on floor 67, the wolves and lizard dudes are grinding hard. They are still wrecking those red locusts. A little goblin kid tells his pops, yo dad, gonna go snag some more dead bodies for you. The dad asks like Don T wander off. Then the mom starts freaking out, asking if it's cool to have the kids in a danger zone. Dad tells her to chill, saying it is safe now that they are winning, mainly because the bugs are obsessed with eating the green onions. There's just a massive amount of them. But since they move in simple groups, the squad figured out their attack patterns ages ago. Plus, the harvest only happens when the lizard guys are swapping out their dull blades for fresh ones. He promises they'll protect everyone if things go sideways, telling her not to stress. She tries to relax, but you know how moms are. So Elka S. kid is looting a body and yells for his dad, totally missing the swarm of locusts diving straight for his neck. The kid S. screaming about finding fresh locusts, while his dad looks up and sees death incoming fast. Dad screams his son S' name. Looks like game over. But nope. A blade comes out of nowhere and slices those bugs up. Clean cut, right down the middle. Kids saved. The dad yells for everyone to bolt, clutching the sobbing wolf cub. He shouts that the locusts are switching tactics. They're coming in hot and angry while everyone's off balance. Time skip. The blue moon is back in town. Sejun S. chilling outside, staring at Eileen and thinking, damn, she's actually gorgeous. They can believe it's already time for the 9th blue moon. Sejun checks on Cuengi's mom. You holding up okay? She gives a thumbs up. Thanks to Eileen S. mojo, the moon isn't messing with her head. She's totally sane. Gotta hand it to the manager. She's a beast. Huge relief. Now Sejun S. wondering, so, is that funky blue moon energy gonna soak into my crops now? Papa Rabbit yells over. Some plants turned blue. He's hyped, asking Sejun if they can pick these bad boys yet. They rush over. The cherry tomatoes are glowing blue, totally juiced up on moon energy. And there's a ton of them. One of the bunnies points out the cornfield got hit too. Sejun's jaw drops. He was about to harvest anyway. He calls the squad over, asking, is that it? Before spotting 2 weird ones. Bad news. Eileen can snack on the tomatoes because of her dragon heart issues. Sejun decides to hook her up with the corn instead. The manager says she's wiped out from patrol. Sejun tells her, you look wrecked. Go crash for a bit. He hands her 2 blue moon stamina corns. Since you can have the tomatoes, chow down on these. He tells her to sleep tight and gets back to the grind. Then he spots something weird out of the corner of his eye. A red corn cob. He picks it. Boom. Explosive resistance corn. His job proficiency levels up just a smidge. Level 4 harvest rates go up. He snags 30 XP and unlocks an achievement for creating a brand new tower strain. Get this, no one's allowed to grow this explosive stuff without Sejun's say-so. That makes 3 new varieties he's cooked up. Word spreads fast in the supplier association. Sejun's staring at the corn like it's gold because apparently it makes your hair thick as hell. He falls to his knees worshipping the tower. Someone asks what his deal is, and Sejun's like, "Be real with me. How's my hair look?" The answer? Not cool, dude. Ouch. Who hates on Sejun? Seriously? He immediately yells at the rabbits. "We need a bigger field. Now. Starting tomorrow. Drop everything. We are farming this hair miracle corn." Cuengi taps him like, "Dad, chill. You look lame panicking." Sejun ignores the roast and plans to grab seeds. Wait, it explodes and expands when heated? How do you even eat that? He figures he'll ask Flame. Then he spots something else. He walks into the cave and freezes. Flame got huge. Like, scary huge. He wonders if the blue moon juice did this. She's like, "Yup, absorb that moon power and now I'm buzzing." She unlocked 3 new skills. Sejun's eyes bug out. For real? What kind of skills? She shows off something called Flame of Protection and flashes a blue fire. The blue fire drifts over to Sejun. Looks like a ghost wisp. It sinks right into his skin. It's going to shield him for 3 hours. Surprisingly, it doesn't burn. He thanks her, promising to treat her right. "You're the MVP. Flame." Speaking of munchies, he asks her to nuke that corn since they've got this new crop variety. It's called explosive resistance corn, supposed to literally blow up when it gets hot, but he has got zero clue how to eat it. She's like, "Chill, I got this." Whenever he wants to chow down, he's got to heat it without ripping the leaves. She tells him to wrap it up tight, then tie it. He asks if he's doing it right, and she tells him to just hold it steady, promising he won't get scorched thanks to the Flame of Protection. Then she brings her fire over to the corn and basically turns it into instant microwave popcorn right in Sejun's hand. It puffs up into a ball. She tells him to crack the top open, and boom, popcorn. He immediately asks Cuengi if he's seen the salt. Figuring he left some lying around, he salts the popcorn, grabs a huge handful, and tosses it back. Turns out it's super crunchy and tasty. Cuengi's loving it too, along with the rabbits who are all about that salty goodness. Plus, Sejun notices Cuengi's fur is looking slicker somehow. He even cracks a joke that his dad's hair looks fuller, asking Cuengi who taught him to lie like that. But while they re-chilling eating popcorn, there's this massive boom. Sejun drops his snacks on the floor. Like, what the hell was that? Wondering if Eileen didn't put the monsters to sleep or something. Then Cuengi's mom shows up, telling him to get outside. Fast. He steps out and is just like, "What is this?" There's ants popping up everywhere, plus poisonous snowflowers and these nasty corrupted soldier ants and sticky flowers. They've got Sejun's place completely surrounded. Cuengi and his mom immediately bulk up, ready to throw down. And Sejun sighs, saying he thought they'd finally catch a break. Like, why do these idiots have to show up during the blue moon? He says they gotta handle this themselves for now and tells everyone to grab their weapons. The squad gears up, but then some of the plants start, spitting from a distance like it's straight out of Plants vs. Zombies. Sejun's shook. He barely dodges the plant bullets, and the rabbits lose their weapons in the chaos. When he touches the stuff, it's this gross, sticky slime. The scythe rabbit is totally freaked out by it. But Sejun spots some purple smoke drifting around. The black rabbit rushes him, warning him not to touch the smoke. Sejun asks, "What the heck is that?" They tell him it's poison, and Sejun jumps out of his skin. Meanwhile, that trap mouth flower keeps pumping the toxin all over the place. The poisonous smoke forms a wall right in front of them. Sejun's just like, "I'm so done with all this crazy stuff happening to me." But then Cuengi tells him to look up. A gigantic ent, way bigger than the others, starts stomping towards Sejun. It's a corrupted ent that soaked up the blue moon energy, looking way more terrifying than anything else there. It's even bigger than Cuengi's mom. Sejun asks what the hell that thing is, surprised that ents could juice up on blue moon energy too. Cuengi's mom admits that one is going to be a pain to take down. And Sejun agrees, realizing they probably can't win this time. He starts wondering if this is the end. Like, he went through so much crap to get here, he can't even believe it. All the rabbits are freaking out, but Scythe Rabbit tells his wife not to worry. He's gonna protect her, no matter what. Suddenly, someone says, "Yo." Sejun looks back, and the voice says it's there to help. It's the statue Eileen gave him. He's totally stunned. The statue claims to be the great black dragon Anton Pratani, Eileen's dad. Everyone loses it because, like, Eileen's dad just showed up. Sejun isn't just surprised by the name drop. How is a stone statue talking? Anton explains it's infused with ancient golem magic and was originally supposed to activate if Eileen was in danger, but for some weird reason, The warp portal won't open, and right now, they restuck in a spot where they can enter the Black Tower or use any authority. Luckily, they still have user rights for that statue. And when it got woke up and teleported to the 99th floor, he caught a faint signal from outside the tower, letting him control its movements. Odd. After checking the logs, he realized Sejun saved Eileen from the Dragonheart-S rage, so he thanks him. Sejun-S like, nah, it was nothing, just did what I had to do. Anton adds that Sejun probably guessed it, but the Black Tower isn't exactly being run well, so he wants Sejun's help from now on. Sejun asks, what kind of help? And Anton basically hands him the admin keys to the tower in Eileen-S name. Sejun-S confused, like, how am I going to manage the Black Tower? He's just a farmer with zero special skills. Plus, he can't even leave the 9th floor, and worse, he can't even handle these encroaching Ents because the Plants vs. Zombies rejects keep coming at him, and that massive monster is stomping closer to crush him. Black Rabbit notes they still swarming, but then tells Sejun he's actually got enough power to handle this. They'll help him with the impossible stuff, so he shouldn't worry. Sejun thinks it's weird he's saying they. Then the statue lifts its head and screams at Sejun, claiming to be Kaiser Pratani Eileen-S grandpa. Sejun almost has a heart attack. The statue is visibly pissed because he can see his granddaughter and blames Sejun. Kaiser says if it were up to him, he'd squash Sejun like a bug. But the kid is too important to die right now. Sejun just introduces himself to this maniac, saying he is clueless but sorry for the trouble, even though he has no idea what's going on. Kaiser-S like, yeah, you better be. He admits the kid's more polite than he expected. They'll talk details later. First, they gotta trash these monsters. He blasts off into the sky, hovering near the moon to charge up his attack, saying he's gonna exterminate those rotten weeds first. He preps a dragon breath, his whole body glowing like Godzilla, and unleashes the blast on those things to wipe them all out. With one single shot, he wipes almost the entire army off the map. The explosion is so massive it actually shakes Eileen-S room. But even with all that drama, she's just rolling around in bed. Meanwhile, back with the MC, total destruction is going down on the ground level. And both Cuengi and his mom are trying to shield the MC, but they are totally freaked out. They were beyond shocked cause dude just deleted a whole mountain, making them wonder if that's legit dragon power. Then Kaiser calls out from above, telling the MC to head over to where those weeds got wrecked, saying he'll find some loot that'll help him out. The MC thinks it's kind of sketchy that there's an item just waiting for him, but he heads over anyway. When he gets near the pit, the rabbits are hanging around. As he climbs down with Black Rabbit and Cuengi, he mentions the heat is still insane. Cuengi points out something glowing down there. It's some kind of shiny seed. He asks if this is the gear Kaiser was talking about and grabs it, scoring an enhanced corrupted Ent seed. Basically, it's a seed buffed by blue light energy, and if you eat it, all your stats get a permanent +10 boost. But if you leave it on the ground, it spawns a massive corrupted Ent. It's got a 100-year shelf life. Grade A. He is stunned. Then the dragon orders the MC to eat it so his weak body can toughen up, warning that if he leaves it, it'll turn back into that monster from earlier, so he needs to devour it and get rid of the problem before that happens. The MC looks way too happy about eating it, which weirds the dragon out. Then the MC says it feels wrong to just munch on a raw corrupted Ent seed. The MC asks, can I cook this thing first? The dragon is confused why he'd want to cook it, asking if that's even possible. He says, yeah, for sure. Kaiser asks if the MC has his cooking setup on him right now. He says nope, but he's got some cherry tomatoes that he was gonna snack on a while ago. Kaiser is suspicious and asks for one to check if it is poisonous. MC asks how he is supposed to send it up. Kaiser explains the statue's mouth has a warp drive that can transport items easily. If the statue swallows it, the loot goes straight to him. So the MC tosses the cherry tomatoes into the dragon's mouth. Instantly, the items warp over to Kaiser in his own world. He's surprised to see the snacks. Also, he's sitting in one of those PC gaming chairs you see in Facebook ads. Man, I totally want one of those. Looks sick. Not super comfy, but the aesthetic is fire. Then he wonders if this is the stuff that made Eileen-S dragon heart race. Yup. Meanwhile, Anton is watching everything the MC does in that world, analyzing every move. He's thinking about the red locusts and stuff, since monsters and humans are chowing down on them. Wondering when the heck the red locusts infiltrated the tower, asking himself if it's a recent thing. But he figures no, because if their corpses can be transported to the 99th floor like that, a lot of time must have passed. It's wild that the MC thought to cook and eat these pest creatures that feed on dead bodies and multiply like crazy. He figures it's not their problem, though. With this method, the monsters in the tower won't have to stress about food shortages. Plus, there are all those edible items with different buffs. Thinking it's also thanks to these crops that Eileen's Dragonheart got better. A tower farm. He says he needs to look into this deeper soon, but then Kaiser starts screaming Anton, so he asks his dad what's up, reminding him to keep his dignity as the family head, cause running around like that is cringe. But Kaiser tells him to quit worrying and look at this. Anton asks if that isn't the cherry tomato item the tower farmer gave Eileen. He asks if he warped it via the golem, wondering if there's an issue with it. Kaiser just says, "It's freaking delicious, Anton." But while those two are geeking out over the tomato, the MC keeps calling for Kaiser. Wondering what is going on, cause after taking the cherry tomatoes, the stone statue stopped moving. He asks why, but decides to just let it slide. Saying he needs to head back for now, he calls the other two to follow. Then he notices them up to something and asks what they are trying to do. Black Rabbit says Cuengi is being stubborn. He's talking to his dad, asking if he can take that thing home. That huge wooden log is an enhanced branch from the corrupted ent. Cuengi says he wants a weapon just like Black Rabbit. MC admits it looks strong, but they can to take it home cause it's massive. Cuengi is shocked he can to have it, saying he even named it, looking totally pitiful. But he gets an idea, and the MC says they should go home first and find him a good weapon next time. But then Cuengi just grabs the thing with one hand, and the MC freaks out, telling him he can do that. But Cuengi shrinks the log down, and the MC is confused, asking how he did that. And Cuengi says it was an item. The description of the enhanced branch says that by pumping mana into it, you can adjust the size however you want. The MC is totally spooked. In his diary about getting lost in the tower, he notes that Cuengi got a new friend, or rather, a weapon. He tells Cuengi it worked out great. The very next day, Cuengi is holding his club, calling out Black Rabbit, saying he's ready, and they jump into a spar. The two start a little play fight, and the MC thinks they definitely hyped. Just then, the wolves show up, saying they brought something. Red locusts. The MC sees a crazy amount of them, telling them good job, but asks if Elka didn't come with them. They say he rushed to the magic tower to visit Iona, who was missing from the work camp. The MC asks about Iona, wondering if there's trouble on the 67th floor. They explain that while they were farming red locusts on the 67th floor, the pattern changed and they got hit by a surprisingly strong attack. The MC is shocked, asking if everyone is okay. They say, yeah, everyone's good thanks to the lizardmen and the mercenaries. Apparently, the red locusts are launching attacks so concentrated that the hard-blade green onions are barely visible under the swarm. They're stacking bodies like trash mountains. Total waste. It's a bummer, because a massive amount of locusts are dying just trying to cover up the hard-blade green onions. They figure the bugs probably won't crash the waypoint yet, but they are snitching to the magic tower anyway, asking for backup just in case things go south. So far, no major drama. Ty is relieved, but he hits him with the yo. You guys actually good over there? Cause he's low-key stressing. So, back at the Gravity Magic Tower in the Waypoint Village, this wolf dude checks on Iona, but she's ghosted her office. Then this ferret guy goes, if you want to leave a message, I'll hit up the Tower Master when she's back. Wolf is like, when's that happening? It's about the mess on the 67th floor. Ferret shrugs. No clue, she's super busy. Then the wolf asks if she said where she was headed. Ferret thinks she went to Grana Village. Everyone is shook like, wait, for real? That's Chief Ty's hometown. Ty is acting all goofy walking through there, calling out his interns like, why aren't you guys glued to me? They all rush over. Owen tells Ty to wait up. But Owen's running blind and straight up truck sticks this girl, slamming her face first into the dirt. Owen gets up acting all high and mighty, asking, why you loitering here? Making me trip. Total jerk move. Iona is not having it. She's like, you sprinted into me like a maniac. How dare you get salty with me? Then Owen, winning the Darwin Award for the day, asks if this little mouse has a death wish. She is furious. Like, did you just call me a mouse? Oh, Ty rolls up asking why Owen is lagging behind. He spots Iona. She says hi to Ty, realizing they just randomly bumped into each other there. Owen asks Ty, you know this hamster? Ty is like, yeah, we got a special vibe going on. Iona gets defensive, snapping. Don't say it like that. People are gonna get the wrong idea. Ty asks if something happened. She points out the guy hit her. Owen immediately drops to the ground begging, my bad, didn't see you, was in a rush. He admits he was rude and apologizes hard, calling her Lord Mage. Dude is sweating bullets. Ty jumps in like, my underling is a total tool. Let him slide this time. She agrees, but says it's only cause Ty asked. Owen thanks her again, but you can tell he is secretly raging. Ty asks where she was headed, and she says, She's got to meet someone in Grana village. Otai is stunned, cause that's literally his hometown. She's surprised to hear he's a local. Then she hits him with, "If you're not busy, want to be my guide?" Ty's hesitant, but Owen jumps in, begging to stop at Grana. Claims he has urgent news for his dad. He's practically crying for it. Ty shuts him down, saying, "Nah, we gotta hit floor 38 to sell our loot." Owen bribes him. "I'll give you 1,000 tower coins." Ty knows Owen's fam is loaded. Owen wants to flex on his hometown about how successful he is, especially to show up Mary. If that stuck-up girl sees him now, she's gonna be so sorry she ignored him. Ty takes the deal, telling Iona he'll tag along. Immediately, Iona asks, "Who is Mary?" Classic jealousy trap. Ty brushes it off. "Nobody. Don't to worry about it." "Yeah, right." Ty starts daydreaming about flexing his success, grinning like a fool. Iona watches him, thinking his ego is gonna crash today, and that once they hit Grana, he'll be crawling back to her feet. Meanwhile, Owen is plotting some evil revenge on Ty. Iona is still bothered by Mary. Ty asks if it's her first visit. She nods. Ty hypes it up. "It's beautiful and peaceful. You'll love it." But when they roll up, Ty is shocked to see everyone looks sick and starving. It's bad. Even the fish markets are empty. Ghost town vibes. Ty is like, "What the heck happened to Grana? Everyone looks like walking skeletons." He asks Theo what's up. Theo's clueless. Suddenly, crash. Someone drops a bowl nearby. They turn around. A cat lady asks, "Theo? It's his mom." Theo's shocked at how skinny she is and asks where his siblings are. She's crying. "Where have you been? We looked everywhere." Theo asks what went down. Mom explains frog monsters invaded Lake Zenka, killed the fishing trade, and cut off their food supply. The village youth tried to fight them but got wrecked. The whole town is broken. Food prices outside spiked, so they can't buy anything. The cats are literally starving to death. Theo's confused. Frogs? Usually there's just one or two. Easy kills. Mom shakes her head. "It's not one or two. The lake is swarming with thousands now." Theo is shook. She adds, "Mercenaries came a few weeks ago, but the frog numbers actually increased." Theo asks, "Where are the mercs?" "At Israel's mansion. Owen's dad's place." Theo decides to act. He tells his mom to eat up and dumps a pile of fish right there. Everyone realizes there is food. Theo orders it to be split equally among the villagers. Hero mode activated, telling her to chill about the families, saying it's just part of the intern perks. But if you try to bail, your contract time gets doubled. Those two were totally stoked about it. So Theo turns to grab Horan, like, "Let's crash at your place." But the dude pulled a Houdini. Gone. Theo's just standing there like, did that moron actually bolt? Iona's all, "Relax. We'll track him down easy." Meanwhile, Horan's sprinting back home like his life depends on it. Thinking, no way am I working for Theo. Totally blowing off the contract. Figured if he made it home, he could just ghost everyone. But then Elka comes out of nowhere, almost tackling him. She gets up in his face like, "Why aren't you with Boss Theo? Did you try to bail? You little sneak?" Horan cowers, tail tucked, lying his butt off, saying something happened at home. She demands to know where Theo is, threatening to literally chew him up if he doesn't spill. Just as he's shaking in his boots, this massive black wolf shows up like, that's gonna be tough to pull off, and snaps at Elka. She barely dodges those jaws. She's totally freaked out that a black wolf is actually defending Horan. While they having a stare down, the rest of the pack shows up telling Elka they found Iona. They freeze when they see the black wolf, asking what's up. He flips it on them, like, "Nah, what are you guys doing here?" Staring down the Silver Tribe wolf, Horan plays dumb, screaming, "I don't know who you are, but save me. These silver creeps are trying to murder me." The wolf acknowledges the cat, and Horan takes the chance to bolt, shouting thanks. Elka tells the wolf to get lost because they've got beef with that cat. But the black wolf is like, "Can't let you do that. Kid's the mansion owner's son, and my boss owes him one." Says he was sent to pick him up. Elka warns him to step aside or it's gonna get ugly. The wolf just smirks, asking the silver guy if he realizes black wolves are on a whole different level when it comes to muscle and power. He stands up on two legs, ready to throw hands, introduces himself as Harp, right-hand man to Hagel, the captain of the Black Wolf tribe, brags he could wreck 3 silver wolves without breaking a sweat. Then bam, he gets toasted by some crazy fire magic and ends up flat on his back like a bug. Iona steps in, saying he looks sketchy. She gives props to Elka, Elki, and Elko, saying that was a close call. The trio is shocked to see the main crew. Theo asks like, "What the heck are you guys doing here?" "Thought you were heading to the dungeon floor?" Elka explains they came for Iona because some drama went down on the 67th floor. They heard she was in Grana village, but didn't know the whole gang was together. Iona asks if it was weird stuff, but decides to bench that convo for now. Since they've got bigger fish to fry, Theo agrees and asks if they spotted Horan. They confirm they saw him running and tried to nab him, but that black wolf blocked them. They decide to just head straight for the mansion in Grana village. At the Israel mansion, the black wolf leader is chilling with Horan's dad. The dad complaining that Harp is late after he sent him to fetch Horan from some suspicious dudes. Hegel tells him to cool it, saying his right-hand man knows his stuff. Just then, Horan busts in screaming for his dad. His dad is shocked, asking where he's been and why he is so late. And where is Harp? Didn't you see him? Then he notices Horan empty-handed and asks about the food supplies. You seriously got nothing? Horan tries to explain but just breaks down sobbing, clinging to his dad's shirt. He wails that in the merchant village. He got scammed by a goblin working with Theo and lost every cent. His dad is confused. Like, what are you saying about Theo? That innocent yellow cat you grew up with? Why would a nice guy like him scam you? Even his dad smells a rat. But Horan snaps back. Kind? Are you kidding? That dude is twisted. Claims he told them he needed food for the village, but they threatened him and forced him to sign a slave contract. Says some guy calling himself the Black Dragon is pulling the strings even though he has 0 horns or wings. Then he lies that the main character scammed the rabbit tribe too, enslaving them with lies. Suddenly, Hegel smashes the table, scaring the crap out of everyone. He demands to know if Horan is lying. Faking the identity of the Great Black Dragon isn't just a crime, he growls. It deserves a fate worse than death. Horan swears he's telling the truth. He suddenly realizes this scary dude is Hegel, the big boss of the Black Wolves. His race worships the Black Dragon. Horan has no clue why he is in their house, but realizes he can totally manipulate this. He begs Hegel to take down the villain. The guy posing as the dragon is doing awful things. He needs to pay. Hegel agrees, telling Heman to lead the way, so he can judge for himself. Horan is psyching himself up when a servant announces visitors outside. Horan thinks the timing is perfect. Before heading out to face them, he asks his dad for that thing in the warehouse. His dad is like, "You can't mean that?" Horan replies, "What else? I need it right now." Outside, the crew is yelling for Horan to come out. Theo notes, radio silence. Not even a stray cat coming to greet us. Elka is ready to kick the door down, but Theo stops her, saying it's rude. Elka rolls her eyes, arguing that being polite to a runaway is stupid. Suddenly, Horan steps out, sneering, "Wow, you losers actually followed me? I guess I should be impressed." Welcoming them to his mansion. But Theo shuts him down real quick, like, "Chill, dude. That's your dad's crib, not yours." He admits you were his boss and that he treated you like total garbage, basically slave labor. Then he tries to flex, saying Theo can pull that stuff here. Theo claps back, reminding him he is still just an intern cause of the contract. Iona backs him up, saying tower contracts are absolute mess around and you'll get wrecked. Theo threatens to tack on another 30 days if he doesn't move it. Horan starts panicking, begging him not to do it. He tries to stall, asking to peep the contract again. Theo asks just like, "Open your status window and look yourself." Horan claims he just wants to check for glitches or whatever, says it'll just take a sec, over in a blink. Theo shrugs and lets him rock. But Horan's being shady, sneaking out some poison while he talks. Theo catches on, but he's lagging and doesn't react fast enough. Horan chucks the liquid right at Theo and the contract. It splashes everywhere, but joke's on him, some random barrier pops up and blocks it. He is shook seeing the shield. Theo asks why he is throwing stuff at him. Horan is confused, but then almost gets clapped by Elka taking a swing at him. He dodges just in time, trips backward, and slams into the stairs. Then he looks over and sees Iona holding the vial. She IDs it as a contract nullification potion. Apparently, if you splash it on a status window, it voids the deal instantly. She's shocked he wasted such high-tier loot on this. Elka is losing it, saying he's gonna ground him right now. Horan tells him to shut his mouth. Theo calls him a massive jerk and warns him, "Just so you know, I'm adding way more than 30 days now." Horan realizes he is screwed, so he grabs Iona and tells everyone to freeze, taking her hostage. Threatens to end the mouse witch if they don't to cancel the contract ASAP. Theo is like, "What are you doing? Idiot, let her go." Horan is stressing because the barrier wanna drop and he is trapped. Elka is like, "You realize if you scratch her, you're literally dead, right?" Horan yells at them to back off, acting tough like he's actually gonna do it. Says he wouldn't have pulled this stunt if he didn't have an ace up his sleeve. He screams for Hegel to come out and wreck these fools. Everyone freezes, actually kinda scared for a second. But nothing happens. Total silence. Horan keeps shouting for Hegel, looking dumb. Iona just asks, "You really want Hegel to hurt us?" He tells her to zip it, but then realizes he can move a muscle. Iona just hops out of his hands like a queen. She hit him with a paralyzed spell, drops a savage line. "Thought I was weak just 'cause I am tiny. Big mistake. I am Archmage Iona, head of the Sorcerers Association, you scrub. You seriously messed up." Now he's got to pay for threatening her and betraying Theo. Horan's mind is blown. How does a loser like Theo know the Archmage? Theo watches Horan dig his own grave and thinks, this place is actually kinda cozy amidst the chaos. Flashback to a minute ago, Horan S screaming for Hegel, panicked. Meanwhile, Hegel S hiding inside, peeping out, absolutely tilted at that cat. Israel S next to him like, your son is calling you. You gonna go help or what? Hegel wants to smack the idiot posing as the Black Dragon, but he's too busy freaking out about Iona being there. Israel's jaw drops when he hears who she is. Hegel wonders if Horan set him up. Then Iona calls him out. Hegel, I know you are in there. I can sense your vibe. Get out here. Hegel scrambles out instantly and stands behind Iona like a good soldier. Elka is shook to see him. Theo S like, you guys know each other? Elka explains Hegel as a high-rank freelance merc, famous worldwide. Theo wonders what a pro is doing here and how he knows Iona. Hegel bows down, super humble. Iona's like, haven to seen you in a minute. Care to explain this mess? You trying to kill me? Who hired you? Talk. Hegel sweats, saying, no way. I didn't know you were here. I got played by that guy's lies. Elka asks if Iona is Hegel's boss. Theo wonders if she's the one Hegel was looking for in Grana Village. Then Israel comes running out. Israel's shocked a big shot like her is in this dump. She asks who he is. He says he's Horan's dad and starts raging at his son. How could you cause this much drama? He's ready to beat Horan up. But Iona freezes him too. You're too loud, she says, icing them both. She tells him to hush until she's done. Turns to Hegel. Heard some rumors about you on my way here. Sounds like you botched your mission. Hegel admits it. Yeah, we failed to handle the frogs. The frogs at Lake Zenka? Iona explains they tracked a weird anomaly in the tower a while back. Supernatural energy was leaking and pooling at the lake. Turns out the queen frog was spawning eggs like crazy. If we don't fix it, everything on the 55th floor dies. Magic Tower was busy with drama on the 67th floor though, so I let Hegel handle it and look at this absolute disaster. Hegel hangs his head. No excuses. By the time we got there, thousands had already hatched. We tried our best. But suddenly we were talking excuses, too many enemies. Fighting underwater sucks. She's not buying it though. She looks at him like, you expect me to believe that trash? It was supposed to be a cakewalk. Just dive into the cave and smash some eggs. But nope, our guy couldn't even handle that. Now the whole village is paying the price for that mess. Hegel claims they showed up on schedule, but the eggs had already hatched. Too little, too late. Man. She's not buying it, though, tells him he should have moved faster. Should have clocked their pattern way sooner. Then she blasts past Hegel, summoning this insane fireball, screaming that his excuses are basically a crime. Hegel knows he's toast, telling his crew to just take the L and accept their punishment like the losers they are. She's ready to nuke the entire place. That fireball is the size of a mansion, locked and loaded to wipe everything off the map. Elka starts freaking out about the massive energy spike since they're all gonna get cooked. Theo starts yelling at Iona, like, yo, cut it out. Are you deaf or what? He shouts her name, super serious, right as her paw starts glowing. She's seconds away from turning everyone into barbecue with a sea of flames. But Theo busts through the barrier, uses Elka as a trampoline, and launches himself straight at Iona. He actually manages to grab her, totally catching her off guard. She's shocked Theo is up there, but the dude instantly loses his balance. He reaches her, but can't really do anything cool after that. He's literally dangling from her staff. She asks what the heck he's doing. He's like, I'm falling, obviously. And she's just like, aren't you a cat? Implying he should land on his feet. But Theo plays the victim card, saying it's dangerous and her attack is gonna hurt everyone, claiming she's putting him in danger too. That stops her cold. She panics, remembering he's the Black Dragon's main guy. She cancels the spell instantly so everyone stays safe. Hegel can't believe it. This little guy just stopped Iona's rage mode, something nobody else would dare try, and actually got her to drop the magic. They float down to the ground like feathers. Hegel is staring, wondering if this guy is actually the real deal with the Black Dragon. To him, he just looks like a basic yellow furball. Elka tells Theo, dude, you surprised me. Thought you were gonna stomp my head and bounce. Theo admits if it wasn't for Elka, he wouldn't have reached Iona. And he almost lost his 1,000 coins from the Horn Tower. Iona's shocked he risked his life for chump change. But Theo's greedy. He's like, nah, I'm taking way more from this rebel for trying to act tough and disobey orders. Says the jerk is loaded with treasure, like that potion that cancels contracts. He turns to Iona, asking her what's up, asking if she wants to help rob this idiot blind, calling it the perfect fine for his crimes. Iona gets all smiley and says she's down. Bro, love saves the day again. She's totally crushing on Theo, so she agreed not to roast everyone alive. She tells them to pay up, and the wolves are just crying, frozen in fear. The squad walks inside, and everyone's blown away by how fancy the mansion is. Theo tells Elka to grab everything so they can sell it at the merchant village. Horan is sweating bullets over the mess he made. Iona finds the library and geeks out, asking why there are so many rare magic books. Hegel says it's his hobby. He collects antiques and tells her to take whatever she wants. She asks about the super rare stuff, saying she won't say no to freebies. I'm seeing a ton of rare titles here. Collection of pollen-eating birds, Lagna Dragon, and a first edition Fundamentals of Magic. She says she's snagging that one for sure. Hegel's shocked she's literally clearing the shelves. Theo spots a necklace and goes, this looks pricey. Hegel asks for a sec. And Theo's like, you talking to me? Hegel literally begs Theo to take the Black Wolf tribe as his own. Theo's confused. Like, where did this come from all of a sudden? Meanwhile, up on the 99th floor, Eileen wakes up from a nap feeling great. Body feels light, sleep was solid. So she wonders what Sejun is up to. But when she grabs her crystal ball, she gets spammed with notifications, and the system says she has over 1,000 unread alerts. She's annoyed. Like, I looked away for one day. How is it this bad? Seeing all the red flags, she decides she can't be bothered and deletes everything. With her dragon heart healing, her vision clears up. And the crystal ball screen is huge now. Cool upgrade. But the farm is so massive that she can't find Sejun anywhere. Is he home? Then she spots Cuengi training, swinging a tree branch around, thinking it's cute until she notices something weird. She texts Sejun, did you sleep well? Also, what's with the sketchy branch he's holding? He says it's from a corrupted ent that soaked up blue light energy. She asks if a monster like that actually spawned, saying it must have been tough for the 29th floor mobs. Asking how they killed it, Cuengi pipes up saying they met, his dad and grandpa, via the stone statue she gave them. Apparently, the stone grandpa was cracked and did some crazy unexplainable stuff. Cuengi says it shot a laser beam and wiped everyone out. Iona is surprised the statue did all the heavy lifting, realizing her grandpa helped out, getting all happy. She's cute, but man, she's irresponsible. That's why they want the main character as admin. She just ignored 1,000 alerts, didn't even ask ChatGPT for a summary. Anyway, back to Theo and Hegel, who is still begging to join the crew. Theo asks, why the sudden interest? Hegel explains his people have worshipped the Black Dragon forever. Since Theo works for the Black Dragon, joining him gets them closer to their idol. It's like the ultimate honor for them. He begs Theo to say yes. Theo sees an opening and shuts him down cold. Hegel asks why. Theo points out he failed his mission and ticked off Iona. He doesn't need scrubs who can't do their job right. Hegel tries to argue but knows he has no excuse. He asks, didn't you take Horan in as a subordinate though? Theo's like, Horan was rich, so he was useful. Then he asks Elka if he grabbed everything. Elka says yes, so Theo says, bring it here. Let's share it with the cats. With Hegel realizing the guy is dipping, he tries to chat up Theo again. Theo plays hard to get, claiming he's going to stick around for a few more days. So now Hegel has to figure out a way to suck up to him during this time. If he pulls it off, Theo will accept everyone, even his minions. Hegel sees a glimmer of hope. Thanks, Theo, and promises they'll make sure he isn't disappointed. Meanwhile, the MC is staring at that seed, thinking he's going to get a massive stomach ache if he eats something that shiny. He asks Flame for her take. She checks out the corrupted Ent seed and says she gets totally dark vibes from it. So the MC asks if she can scrub it clean with her purification fire. If she purifies it and they plant it, everything should be golden. She realizes a corrupted Ent 1T spawn if she does that, thinks it's a killer idea, and says she is down to try. The MC agrees. She asks if she can drop it right there. He's like, yeah, go for it. She blasts it with the purifying flame, and the completion rate ticks up to 1%. He says it's working, and if they keep purifying it, this might actually happen. She says it as a relief to know her powers aren't useless. But the MC asks how long this is going to take, wondering if she can keep the purification fire going for a long time. She thinks she needs a few days to recharge her battery before she can imbue it with fire again. He says he knew he could count on her and pats Flame's leaves. She gets all mushy about it, but then a notification pops up for him. The seed shop is back in business. His rank is just normal. 4 types of seeds show up for sale randomly. He can spend up to 5 tower coins at his current rank. The stash: 50 black bean seeds for 5 tower coins, 25 pumpkin seeds for 5 coins, 500 onion seeds for 5 tower coins, and 100 radish seeds for 1 coin. He's shook, wondering why the price is jacked up so much compared to the last seed shop. Visit. He says last time radish seeds were 0.1 coins. So how do they hike the price 10 times to a whole tower coin? That's robbery. Then the gray rabbit says it's probably because of the drama on floor 67. The MC asks what's up, wondering if that's where they're fighting the red locusts. The rabbit spills the tea. Back when the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell to the red locusts, the whole tower faced a massive food crisis since that floor was the biggest warehouse. And a devastating shortage hit everyone. Hearing the news about the battle, residents on other floors who lived through the famine are panic hoarding food because Gade, the big shot landlord of floor 55 who cashed in last time, definitely won't miss this chance and is probably already planning to speed up the food price hikes. One of the gray rabbits mentions that floor 99 seems to be taking a hit from this too. The MC says he heard about that, and the wolves said this war isn't ending anytime soon. He starts realizing the green onions won't fix this mess solo. Wondering if there's a better play, he's gonna have to brainstorm. But putting that aside, he questions what he should actually buy. If he buys 2 types of seeds, he's totally gonna smash that 5 tower coin limit, so he can only pick one. Black beans seem a bit sketchy, radishes look like a rip-off, and pumpkins are in the same boat. So, green onions it is. He buys 500 onion seeds. A total of 5 coins get wiped from his account. He gets 50 mileage points in the seed shop. Now he's sitting on 106 points. They thank him, saying he can hit up the level 2 seed shop again in 30 days. He gets the seeds, noting that onions kill fishy smells and boost flavor. So they go with basically everything and will definitely be useful. Flame says she can eat them, but they look tasty. But then, the MC gets a text from Eileen asking if he slept well. The manager says Cuengi told her a story vaguely, and she asks if he met her dad and grandpa. He's like, yeah, I met Anton and Kaiser through that stone statue you gave me. She asks where the statue is right now. He says it's outside, but after beating the Ents, the signal totally died. Just then, the statue itself rolls up asking if the MC is inside. It sounds like Kaiser's voice. He tells the MC to get his butt up there, fast. The MC tells him to chill and stop rushing him since he's literally climbing. When he gets there, Kaiser yells at him to hurry up. But before the MC can get out, Eileen spams a mountain of messages to her grandpa. He tells her he can see a thing because of the status window, telling her to quit it. But in the middle of that chaos, while climbing, the MC loses his balance, accidentally drops the rope, and plummets. But then the statue catches him by the foot. That move probably snapped his knee or something, because catching dead weight like that? Yikes. He thinks he's barely alive. Kaiser asks if he's good. Then he asks the MC if that status window belongs to Eileen. He says yeah, but there are so many she can see anything. He asks if she can just slide into Kaiser SDMs directly, wondering why she's spamming him instead. Kaiser starts bawling, asking if Eileen can see her grandpa, saying it's been forever. He asks if she's sick or anything, getting all mushy and hugging the MC. He says it's a huge relief to hear from her, but the MC reminds him he's literally a rock. It hurts like hell to get hugged by a boulder. Feels like his face is getting grated. But Gramps doesn't care and just keeps squeezing the MC. Papa Rabbit asks Mama Rabbit what the heck is going on, but she says to just let it happen. After a while, Anton decides to explain the lore to the MC, saying that his and his dad's physical bodies aren't actually in this place. So Eileen can message them using the status window. Even though she can hear and see them, she can talk to them directly. That's why he and the other monsters have to deliver her messages like proxies. The MC thinks this is way too complicated. Then he asks if he is saying the tower portal isn't opening because there's a problem. So we re-diving into the tower's internal system. This guy is stressing out, thinking he is too weak or whatever, but then he drops the info. If she actually had some serious magic juice, she could unlock some sweet admin privileges. Too bad her current power level is basically 0, so that SA no go. Sejun asks what the game plan is. Anton says they gotta troubleshoot the tower and fix the glitches one by one. He asks Eileen if she's noticed anything weird lately. Sejun asks her too, and she gets all defensive like, how am I supposed to know? He tells her to check the crystal ball, look for alarms or flashy colors. She's like, oh yeah, I saw some red and blue alerts, but I sent them straight to the trash bin. Anton and Sejun just stare at her. She seriously has no clue. Anton decides to let it slide and investigate later. Honestly, this is on her dad. Who leaves a chaotic girl in charge of an entire tower? That's just irresponsible. Can't even really blame her. It's the dad's fault for bailing. Leaving a walking disaster zone alone in the control room? That's just asking for trouble. Anton breaks it down for Eileen step by step, telling her not to ghost the green alerts because they're actually a big deal. Sejun asks if she actually got all that, and she nods. He mentions there is a ton of stuff to memorize. Papa Rabbit hands him a drink and is like, "Chug this while you study, nerd." Sejun asks what the deal is with the green alerts. Turns out, they pop up when a monster is in critical danger. Inside the tower, Sejun asks if the managers have to babysit them too. Anton gives a speech about harmony and how his job is keeping the monsters from killing each other. Sejun wonders if foreigners like him outsiders are considered bugs in the system. He heard those nasty red locusts came from outside too, so he asks if they re on the management to-do list. Anton's like, nah, the red locusts are straight-up intruders who didn't follow the login protocol. They were basically a virus eating the tower. But humans? They got an invite to enter, fight monsters, and loot whatever treasure they find. The tower authorized it, so it is chill. Unless they start wrecking the vibe, then it's a different story. But let's be real, human power is too weak to crash the server anyway. Sejun nods along like, true that. Suddenly, Eileen freaks out. Big drama. A green alert just popped up danger level high. The blue carps in Lake Zenka are about to go extinct. Sejun is shocked that went from 0 to 100 so fast. Anton asks Eileen if she remembers the lesson, telling her she's got this. She switches the crystal ball to admin mode and all the cheat codes pop up. She gets ready to appoint a middle manager. She nominates the tower farmer, Park Sejun, as the official intermediate manager. The mission: stop the blue carps from dying out. He gets the manager stigma, which basically slaps a sick dragon tattoo on his arm. That ink proves his rank. He won't get in trouble as long as he flashes that mark wherever he goes in the tower. But then, the system says teleportation to floor 75 starts in 1 minute. Sejun is freaking out that it's happening right now. He's never left his home floor. He's like, what if I have to fight some unknown monster? I'm a farmer, not a fighter. He's wondering if the place is a literal fire pit. Anton tells him to chill and says, take your minions with you. He asks Eileen to handle the invites via admin mode. She opens the menu and starts scrolling through his pets, saying she'll send the rabbits, the minotauros, and Mama Cuengi. She tries to select all of them, but the system blocks her. Insufficient mana. She's stunned. Sejun asks if he's gonna have to solo this dungeon. She tries sending Mama Cuengi and the Minotaur King, but gets denied again. She tries sending Mama Cuengi and the Minotaur King, but gets denied again. She starts panicking because there are only 5 seconds left. She scrambles to find anyone cheap enough to send. Sejun is losing it 2 seconds on the clock. She locks in Baby Cuengi and Black Rabbit as subordinates 1 and 2. Boom. All 3 get beamed up. Anton watches them vanish and just says, good luck, Park Sejun. Just like that, Sejun gets dumped onto the new floor. He face plants hard, while the animals stick the landing like pros. Black Rabbit looks around, confused. Sejun checks if the crew is okay. He tells them it's good they came, explaining they re on floor 75 and he's the intermediate manager. Now, not the Dragon Girl. They are here to save the Blue Carps. Black Rabbit is shook that they actually left floor 99 and stares at the cool drawing on Sejun's arm. Sejun is just stoked they brought the Detox Green Onion. He tells them to guard that thing with their lives. He decides to scout the area, since they have no clue what's out there. He tells the little guys to stay glued to his side. Then he looks up. The view is insane, a huge river and legit scenery. He's totally mesmerized seeing this with his pets. Cuengi thinks the water looks interesting. Black Rabbit says it's his first time seeing this stuff. Sejun remembers they were born in the basement of floor 99. So this is their first time touching grass, basically. He grins at them and asks, you guys wanna have some fun? They dive into the water. They start wrestling, and Cuengi goes giant mode to scare them. After goofing off, Sejun uses Cuengi as a giant inflatable raft, while Black Rabbit keeps swimming. Eventually, he hops out to build a fire and dry his shirt. Side note, the guy is shredded. It's weird he's not broken from all the hard labor, and I guess hogging all that magical tower food explains the muscles. He manages to dry his gear. Black Rabbit thinks his own fur is looking fluffy, while Cuengi, as usual, is just thinking about food. So, the MC is starving. Like, my bad. I rushed out without packing lunch. He tells the crew to scout the area, figuring if they spot a village, they can beg the locals for help. Black Rabbit is totally down for that plan. Cuengi is hopeful about scoring some grub too, but the MC is trying to be responsible and save the waypoint for floor 75. But wham! He slams face first into an invisible wall. Black Rabbit's like, dude, what happened? And the MC is rubbing his nose, mumbling about a barrier. Then the system is like, nope, you are grounded to Lake Zenka. Or he's completely shook. He literally just escaped floor 99. And now he's trapped again? It's like jail with better scenery. Cuengi starts whining about being hungry and orders them to march. Black Rabbit wonders if they should try catching fish in the lake instead. The MC gets salty and rage kicks a bush. Big mistake. Something in there fights back, and he hits the dirt, clutching his ankle in agony. He screams that something's hiding in there, hoping his foot isn't broken. Cuengi goes full beast mode, chasing the attacker to give it a beatdown for hurting his dad. But the MC looks back and yells, "Yo, freeze!" right before Cuengi smashes it. Cuengi pauses, looking totally confused. The MC reveals it's just a pineapple. And honestly, Cuengi holding that fruit on his head is the most wholesome thing you will see all day. They're staring at the pineapple like it's alien tech. The MC slices it up and hands it out, swearing it's actually fire. Cuengi loves the sweet and sour taste, and Black Rabbit is digging it too. The MC is surprised, though who knew pineapples grew in a tower jungle? Black Rabbit figures there's a stash nearby to raid later. The MC decides to keep the leafy top part too, smuggle back to floor 99. Black Rabbit asks what the junk is for. He explains you gotta trim the pulp so it doesn't rot and strip the bottom leaves. Apparently, if you plant it like that, it roots and clones itself. Infinite food glitch. Basically, Black Rabbit is impressed by the botany skills. Cuengi demands seconds, so he gets ready to cut more. Suddenly, splash! Something creeps out of the water. The MC turns and sees this bipedal frog just staring him down. Creepy much? Then the system dings. He found the reason the blue carp went extinct. Boom, new quest from the middle manager. The mission? Wipe out 2,291 frogs. The MC is floored that that's a whole army, dude. He's thinking, that is way too many frogs. Then a swarm of them hops out. We are gonna be selling frog legs for eternity at this rate. Well, the hunger crisis on this floor is definitely over. If you want to see how he handles the frog apocalypse, leave a comment and I'll drop the next part. Big thanks to everyone subbing to the new channel and showing love to Little Skeleton. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.